Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, the reason I asked is like I know a lot of people in Utah. Like my the company I work for is stationed in Utah, like in it was in Provo for a little bit, then they moved to is it Spanish Fork, I think, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. A lot of the tech companies went either north of the Utah Valley Provo area or south for the cheaper real estate to get better buildings and stuff.
yeah, man. So I've been to Utah like 50 times, you know. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, man, that's cool. But now we're gonna live
Yeah.
in Scotland for 4 years. So my kids are all born and raised in Hawaii. My wife is born and raised in Hawaii. Hawaii's what we claim, but now we did 4 years up in Park City. We did 4 years here just north of Vegas and right next to Zion's National Park. Now we're gonna go do, I don't know, up to 4 years in Scotland. We'll see.
Why up to 4 years? 4 years is just like your limit.
The visas will start cutting off by that time. They'll kick us out of their country.
Damn, what does it take to get a 4-year visa in Scotland?
There's like 30 different ways to get visas out there, but because it's the UK, they are super strict with Americans. I could get my Canadian passport dual citizenship back, and then it's easier, but that's just a whole nother ball of wax. So we'll just go out for a little while, and then we're doing a lot of charity work and stuff. And so I don't know. We'll see how long our visas last. We got a dope rental house. It's not going to be the castle, but it does have a river that has salmon in it for 9 months out of the year, right out my front door. So I will stay as long as they will let me.
And again, while the classes are free.
Yeah, because then it's gonna at about 8:45. I'm gonna start charging, but that's not on this account.
I like how some group is paying you for like YouTube help, and there was a space that we had last week where you were about the first hour of just dropping YouTube alpha. We got it completely free,
I
and it's
actually gave out
recorded.
more. I gave out more in that space than I do in these trainings because they can't handle that much info. We're all already on here. They're looking to start like little. It's entrepreneurial groups, and they want to start businesses and use social media to sell their products.
Well, I have to say thank you, and I hate you at the same time because my girlfriend went and checked the channel out, and now she wants to start documenting everything from weddings to kids to life, and I'm just like overwhelmed with it. But she's excited to just continue to learn. But she got like motivated seeing like your family and other families do it.
Dude, you get paid way too much for it, what it is, if you stick around. I have 100 different families that I know who started before we started, and they are long gone. They just, I tell everybody, and they're like, well, no, 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 but like, what's the real trick? I'm like, be consistent. Well, no, 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 but like, what's the real? I'm like, be consistent. Literally, that's the number one. And then if you can do that, man, then there's a ton of things we can do. But if you can't at least be consistent, none of the other stuff I got for you is going to work. Won't make a dent.
Well, look, I actually kind of want to get your brain juices flowing before you have to get your meeting. So go to your meeting because then you're already thinking about all this stuff. Let me just ask the question. Be consistent, as in you have a day every week that you drop a new video, and that people like start to kind of expect to see it that day. Like consistent, or like how consistent are you talking? Is it weekly videos? Is it going YouTube lives all the time? Is it
Whatever
you
you
know?
can actually manage. Figure out what you can manage and do that. And you can switch it up. It doesn't penalize you like it used to. But it's in the beginning, there's this barrier to entry, and it's like, okay, are you here for real, or are you just kind of testing the water? And so if you're there for real and you're a once a weeker, be a once a weeker. If you're twice a week, own twice a week. If you are a short on Monday and a short on Wednesday and a real video on Friday, be all about it and just keep it going. And not to the point of creator burnout, right? But to the point of making sure that if you can only do it once a month. Mark Rober, when he started, he's like, man, I'm a freaking engineer. I work with NASA, I work with Apple. I can do one really epic video a month, and that's all I can do. And everybody on the planet told him, every YouTuber he talked to, bro, you need to make more of these. And he's like, no, that will take away from my lifestyle. So my wife and I have a word, and it's lifestyle. She'll get all like, we said no to 2 of these deals that I signed today. We actually backed off of them because it takes away from our lifestyle. It actually adds more stress, and the money that it pays isn't worth the stress that it'll cause. And so, because we used to take everything, and now we're really getting picky. So it's do what you can do and stick with it.
What did you guys start with, consistency wise videos? Was it multiple a week, and you had to you got to put in editing days, right? You got to count those into the week, and then as you got as you started to prefer more lifestyle and prefer your free time in your life, did you move down from to like one video a week? How'd you guys end up doing it?
So in the beginning, the algorithm really, really helped people that were daily. And so my wife, bro, she was daily and she didn't get her first paycheck. She didn't get for 9 months of uploading a video every single day. They were 10-minute plus videos. And her first check, I remember it was September of 2016, and she got $255, and she was pumped out of her mind. I was pissed. She was pumped. But then with it doubled every month, gosh, for like 6 months until she was getting close to the 6-figure range. And then I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me get involved here. And then we started really cranking. It was crazy. So we did get up to having 10 channels, and we did 17 videos a week. And then I sold 2 of those channels. And now our kids each have their channels, but they do all their own stuff. We have editors that live overseas in Latvia, Estonia, one in Russia. And at the end of the day, everybody uploads their stuff to Dropbox. They put it into Google Drive. They write all their info down. And then in the morning, the video is edited and ready to review because that's now their. But our kids are in charge of their own stuff. They don't upload, they don't get paid. They don't have money, it doesn't go into their bank. They can't spend nothing. And I do not give allowance.
That's so brilliant, dude. I
Yo,
think
Jace. Sorry, Comp. Really quick, I want to ask a question. I got to drop. Um, but when you guys make your content, are you guys making timeless content or like, you know?
Sometimes we actually started different channels and we call it evergreen, right? We do have a few evergreen channels that we don't really talk about. But what we do, and here's a hack for anybody that is actually a YouTuber and has a catalog. Like I know Alts has a catalog of content, but what we do is we have a little schedule and we go, okay, Easter's coming up in a week, and I go back and I change the title, the tags, and the thumbnail of all of our Easter videos since 2015, and they all crush it for that next week. Right? They all get back, and then Christmas comes around. I go and I change the data on the Christmas videos, and they all crank again. Some of our videos that are dead but were viral years ago, I'll go in, and they have to be dead. Don't mess with the video that's crushing it. I'll go change title, tags, and thumbnail. And I had one video that died at about 200,000 views. It was 4 years old. It was about a bunch of dads who bullied my son in a soccer game, and I went at him. It was a really funny video. No, nothing physical, but lots of words. Uh, and I just changed the metadata like, what was it, 3 months ago, and now it's a 6 million view video. And so I always go back and I'll change stuff that died that I'm like, you know what, that didn't get a proper shake. And I go and change it. So it does make it more evergreen, not to my audience, but to somebody out there, if that makes sense. But if you can
Okay.
create evergreen content, create evergreen content. Frick, that stuff,
Mhm.
how-to videos are good forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Uh,
I just want everybody to take note that it is me and 3 mutants on stage. And for everybody who says this is a CloneX only space, it's very clear that it is not. This is a mutant only space, and I am just hosting them. And also, I pinned to the top one of our own, Prez, is rebroadcasting both Clonespiracies, and he just got done rebroadcasting Clonespiracies, and now he's doing Bad Take through his YouTube channel. that he's just starting and dedicated to clone content, clone spaces. So shout out Prez. I put it at the top. If you guys want to show his channel some love, I think Jace is rubbing off on everybody. And honestly, what's better than to have like multiple platforms to consume the content? Like you can choose where where you decide to consume it now, I guess, or just spread the love, spread the knowledge. A lot of good stuff's dropped on here. To be honest, guys, we've had some shows that had some awesome things dropped. Sorry, I don't even want to call this a show. This is more like just a community getting together and chopping it up. So I'm not going to call it a show. But yeah. What up, Cram?
Hey, all right. So my wife is calling me because we got to start bedtime, but I got this YouTube star right here. I kind of need to get Jason's number almost. I actually checked out his site and I was like digging deeper into it. I'm like, okay. Um,
This
man,
guy's got nothing. He's full of it. What's he talking about? Why are we all listening to this guy?
no, you definitely seem like you got something going over there for sure. And this is what I love about Web3 is I can just find people like this, successful people in different areas of life, and I can pick their brain. We have the same PFP or we're in the same communities, and I can ask these questions that literally people would pay for. You know, so that's awesome. But um, so so I'm thinking about doing this channel. I'm still a little hesitant on doing it. I have done YouTube before, Jace. It was all centered around crypto and DeFi, but now I want to do the how-to thing. I think we may have talked about this briefly in the past, but I want to do the how-to thing. I did a few how-to videos on my older channel, and those were the best videos, right? And just best in terms of engagement, views, stuff like that. Um, but I was going to ask, what do you think? How often should one post if they're going to be like a how-to channel? Should we be posting daily, or does that even matter? Should I just say, hey, Mondays and Thursdays I'm posting how-to videos? What's your
As
thoughts on that?
often as you can keep it relevant, right? As often as you can actually have. So, what a lot of vloggers, why vlogs, people say vlogs died. They totally didn't. They're still very alive and well. But they say vlogs died because all the vloggers, they were doing quantity over quality. And so people got used to, and they were like, oh, let's just wait until there's some drama. There's 500 family vlogs out there. There's enough of them that have drama going on. I don't have to watch any of their I don't know if you guys, whatever TV shows you're watching, you know which episodes are filler episodes and which episodes have meat in them, right? And so the fillers, because the writers are like, frick, we don't know how to do all 8 episodes this season. Well, it's okay. So one, let's be heavy hitting. Two, let's kind of just barely take the story along. Or it's like any of these Web3 brands, right? They've got their filler drops and they've got their legit meaty good stuff. And we know when it's not got any meat in it. And so for yours, as often as you can keep it relevant, do it. I mean, keep it consistent. So if you think, bro, I know I've got 6 months worth of twice a week in me, yeah, man, start it. If you're like, oh man, after 6 months of twice a week, or man, I'm gonna do once a week, and then if I can turn it up later, then I'll turn it up. It's always better to turn it up than turn it down.
Man, okay, I had another one for you. I got another one for you. Uh, Sorry, my kids are distracting me. Goodness, I'm like literally yelling and then like, hey guys, what's going on? Bedtime is so stressful. Um, okay, oh, shit. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Hold on.
I will say, Cram posted a video the other day of his son like dunking, and we got kind of a visual of like when we hear Cram talking, and the kids are just going crazy in the background, dunking and everything. And now we had a visual layout of the kitchen, and I was able to visualize what I was hearing, and I understand that he's got a basketball court in his kitchen, so I understand what's going on in the background now.
Yeah, my wife was like, you probably should have uploaded that with no audio. I was like, oh, I didn't realize it was that loud. It's super loud. Uh, but yeah, next time. And my son is like a mini me, my oldest one. So he's really into content. He wants to create his own channel. He already has a YouTube and all that. He's 7. So the thing is, with the 7-year-old, got to kind of hold his hand through the process. And that could be a little difficult since I have 2 other little ones. But I was gonna ask Jace um, about okay, so we talked about the frequency, talked about evergreen content. Um, I was gonna ask too, how how does how do you really get your name out there? Is it just the consistency piece, or is it putting your videos in like group chats like Bad Take and some of the Nike groups and stuff that we're in, or like how do you really grow your following? I, I understand the consistency piece and the algorithm will eventually kind of teeter in your favor, but is there anything else to help with growing that engagement?
So all these social media sites, their whole goal, I said this the other night, it's their whole goal is to find your people, right? If they can't find the people that are interested in you, then they're not going to make any money, right? If everyone's posting videos and the algorithms aren't finding the right people for those videos, notice that's why TikTok took over. It was so good at finding a creator's people so quickly and feeding those people what they wanted that it took over really fast. And so all the other algorithms have shifted and tweaked and changed and stolen and knocked off some of TikTok's algorithm, added it to their own. And so that's why I say consistency, because if you're consistently doing it, the algorithm can keep on going, oh, okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, oh, this person liked this but dropped off after 2 seconds. So more people like this person that watch this kind of content don't like this person. This person watched the whole 9 freaking minutes of it and stuck till the end. Let's do suggested content this to all the other people that like the same videos they like. So it's constantly trying to weave this web of people that will like your content. And so that's where the consistency part comes in. And then subject matter, right? If you've got a good thumbnail that will ask a question, right? Your title basically is a phrase that makes somebody ask a question. Your thumbnail shows them that, oh, maybe I'll get what this title caught my attention for. Then when they click it, you have a quick little intro that gives them just enough that they know that if they give their time to you, they're going to get the content, the title and the thumbnail told them they were going to get. The intro is like, oh, okay, I got this. Because most creators, you'll see a 30% drop off in the first 3 seconds because they want to know, are they going to give me what I came here for? Because I can swipe so quickly and get out of this thing. And so if you can knock that out of the park, they're going to stick around. If they stick around, the algorithm's constantly finding anybody like them to shove over to you, because the more eyeballs they get on your stuff for longer periods of time, the more money they make.
Dude, that is awesome. Oh my God, that's so awesome. Jace, last thing, man. Damn, I'm trying to soak up all this. Um, okay, damn, getting so excited, I can't even think. I know. TJ got some questions too.
But these could all just be bad takes. I don't know.
No, man, these are good takes because I've been on YouTube, so definitely I hear what you're saying. Have you had more success with thumbnails with no words versus thumbnails with words? The reason why I ask this is because I used to play around with my thumbnails a lot with Canva, and I would put the words on there like how to da 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 or here's how I made $1,000 or whatever. And then, but then once I started to do like facial expressions or the thumbnail basically describe the video with 0 words, I saw a tremendous uptick in engagement. So I just wanted to ask you.
Words are good because the AI looks for words in thumbnails too, because they feel that those. If you can tell a story in a thumbnail that makes them want to click through that thumbnail to get to the content, don't use words. If you really do need words, throw some words in there. But remember, those words aren't going to be bigger than an inch wide on the thumbnail and like a ½ inch tall. So sentences, do not put on a thumbnail. Words, you can totally put on a thumbnail, but no sentences. People have like a sentence on top and a sentence on bottom because they edited it in Photoshop or something on their phone and it was 3 inches tall. But once you get it in a thumbnail, it just looks like a bunch of nothing.
Appreciate you, Jace. I got to drop.
Yeah, bro.
This is the Jace Alpha moment. He's paying. People got paying him for these kind of classes, and we're getting it here. I want TJ. We're gonna jump to you real quick, but I also want to shout out Rose Jade. She did a recap of our Friday night get together, and Jace, I'm gonna just say that we're gonna probably take the time frames that you've been talking, dude, and we'll put it in the recap. For this show.
Then I'm gonna send my AI bot to come over and do the ad claiming on President's YouTube channel so that I can make the money off of it.
Bro,
I
no,
won't do that. I won't do that.
Prez, leave my boy Prez out of it. No, I'm just playing. TJ, what's up, brother?
Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going? We have to get another
Good,
clone up
man.
here. I'm tired of these mutants. Get them out of here. Just kidding. Love my
100%.
no, but
I needed
I'm
backup.
actually I'm really enjoying this conversation about YouTube and just all that stuff. And like Cram, I also had my own channel back in the days, and my last video was actually posted over a year ago, and my homie Demi's actually in it. And it was kind of centered around like a particular project that we don't talk about.
We got to go see that video. You
We
got to
don't
throw in
talk.
bad takes. We got to
We
watch
don't talk
that.
about that project anymore, but it was pretty much all centered around that project. And I got like 500 subscribers, and I think my watch hours are actually pretty much at 4K. So I just, like you said, I mean, the most important thing is being consistent. But I just wanted to get your take on how do you go about getting affiliate programs, and is that like a thing, or do you mainly rely on your YouTube video? Because my daughter's got a pretty, I don't want to say a big YouTube channel. She has like, I don't know, like 6,000-7,000 subscribers, and she was pretty big on TikTok before she got shadow banned and eventually banned twice with like, I don't know, one of her channels had like 40 million views. The other one had about 9 or 10, as it recently just got banned again. And so it's more for her sake. But how do you get into the whole affiliate thing? What's the right way to do that, really, without pissing people off with affiliate links, whether it's on TikTok or on YouTube?
Man, this is like actually what I actually had a whole course that I used to sell on this stuff. I took it offline because I hate selling courses. So make the type of content that they would want to be in. So we didn't get our first year. We were so small, nobody cared about us, and so my wife and I were chatting. We decided we're going to make videos as if we were sponsored by the brand, not being dishonest or deceitful or anything like that. But we made a bunch of back to school videos, like where do we like to shop for back to school? Where do we like to do this and that? And then next year, 6-figure brand deals with, I guess I can't say. Well, yeah, I can. No, I can't. Okay, so with a bunch of big shopping network, I don't know. They're in all the malls. Anyways, that was awkward. And so then before Valentine's Day, we do all sorts of stuff for that. And then the next year, when all the corporations are looking at, okay, we've got this big of a budget, we need to do this, who do we go through? And they looked through the content and they found our content. And so our affiliate and brand deals are 65% of our income. Actually, and YouTube pays really good, but 65% of our income is from branded content. I threw some stuff in bad takes today when I was pissed about some other YouTubers talking crap, not about me or anything like that, but just talking crap on another spaces. And so I took a screenshot of all the brands I dealt with today and signed on, and huge names, and anybody would know these names. And so its brands are absolutely tossing way more of their budget than they ever have towards creators. Influencers can eat shiz and die, but creators, actual people that create, they are throwing tons of content to them. They're learning who the fake influencers are out there, and they're the ones who call themselves that. And they're actually tossing their budgets behind creators. And they say, hey, we've got this product. What can you do with it to make somebody else want to buy it? And then we start going back and forth. We come up with really cool creative ideas. It's really fun. So for her, if she did some little videos, stuff like that on stuff she likes, and really figured out what the niche or niche, wherever you're from, what that niche is, and really hone in and go at that. Because I guess if you say niche, they say the riches are in the niches. So she's really good at lipstick. Go bananas on lipstick, and for sure she'll get companies that reach out and want to do stuff.
Yeah, I've noticed that. As her TikTok was kind of like blowing up, she kept getting all these brand deals, and she got in a bunch of PR lists. In the beginning, they were just kind of sending her free stuff all the time. So we had to get a mailbox because I didn't want stuff going to her house. And, we'd get like all these boxes and boxes of just stuff, and makeup and, all this kind of stuff. the teenagers, I guess, want to see. She was doing like makeup tutorials and things like that. So and then eventually we're like, you know what, enough free stuff, let's try to start charging. And she was being paid to do like unboxings and things like that, mainly on TikTok. But you know, then she got banned. So her YouTube channel, obviously you're allowed to make content as long as you don't monetize it for adults. If you just keep it as a kids channel, and the monetization's way less. So she gets a couple $100 from YouTube every month, just from the YouTube revenue. But yeah, as far as your kids are concerned, like how do they go about? I don't know how old they are, but have you noticed any restrictions on age, like with TikTok? Or I know with YouTube it's not really a thing, but what are your thoughts on that?
Totally, totally, totally. Anything under 16, they're going after pretty heavily right now because Disney got behind some really crazy stuff before they did Disney Plus. All these lobbyists, all this other stuff. People hate when I talk about this part, but I was there. It definitely happened before they launched Disney Plus. They really went after any kids content that was on YouTube, so that they had a big audience that was ready and willing to consume Disney Plus. It was pretty ridiculous to watch it happen behind the scenes. And so with that, that's still out there. Kids content still can do well. Most of the time, it's if the parent starts the video and talks to people and does that, and then it switches to the kid, and then the parent ends the video, you can keep it what they call on YouTube not made for kids versus made for kids, because made for kids makes 10% of what not made for kids
Yep.
makes. But if it's her stuff, honestly, here's the gig, man. Let her create her made for kids stuff. There's a lot of brands that don't abide by any of that nonsense. And start a second email, and that's the email that's the contact for the channel, and have it be called something like whatever the channel is, business development, or her channel's name, or something like that. And then figure out a name for the employee that doesn't exist, that is behind that email, that negotiates for all the brand deals. Because if it's her name and she's like, oh, hey, this is Jade, and hey, this is Jade, they're like, hey, Jade, how about you do this and that? If all of a sudden it's, hey, I'm Janice, Jade's manager, she would love to do this, she would love to do that. Now there's this individual that is not the creator who can be the bad guy, and you can negotiate, oh, she would love to do those products, but we do affiliate links and we only do them if it's this percentage and blah blah blah. And then they can start negotiating those deals and feel who the real companies are, not the ones that are just trying to suck the time out of all these creators for a $6 lipstick.
Jace, you were dropping alpha. TJ, he went AFK. We lost him.
No, I'm
No,
still
just
here. Am
kidding.
I not here?
No, I'm kidding.
I only got a couple minutes before I got to go on this French thing. I got to brush up on my les réseaux sociaux. Et tu peux avoir un compte sur les réseaux sociaux sur Twitter et tu vas accepter.
No way, man. Oh wow. No, if anybody has any more questions for Jace, shoot him some questions, and then I kind of want to get some updates on the Dookie Dash. I know we have a few days left. If anybody in the like down there is playing Dookie Dash currently, or can give me some updates, I got Demi up here, and I know Cram's playing as well. So
Demi's the dasher, Demi the dasher extraordinaire, man. That's Demi right there.
I know.
Demi just had a
Yeah,
record
I
in
know.
tier 1 pass, I think, today. What was it, dude?
Oh yeah, 371 on tier 1. Shit's fucking crazy. I wish I can get you that score. That shit happens only once in a while when you get like a fucking good run. But I think Mongrel's still first with like 928, and yeah, no one's crossed 900,000 yet. So I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the highest score.
Dude, that's like 30 minutes. Minutes? How did he do that in 9 minutes? Never mind.
I don't
suck.
understand it.
9 minutes, something like 30 seconds or something. Yeah, that's all that you have to be playing to get in the 900s. That seems. I mean, it just seems super difficult.
It's really fast as fuck at 300,000. I can't imagine 3 times the speed.
Oh my god, dude. So Demi, some things just dropped today that I saw on the timeline. Is it like more details on the roadmap? Was there details on like the type of mechs that are dropping? And then I wanted to ask you about that Did you go to that in real life Inception tournament that was
Oh yeah,
played this weekend?
I didn't think I didn't go. I know Orangey fucking won because he fucking has like the highest like record besides Orangey or besides Mongrel. But they did release more details on the official Yuga Lab site about like I think there's like 4 different phases. There's like something about licking the toad, the pseudo closes. So it's like a whole entire process until like early May or something, and that's like for the evolution too. And they haven't mentioned anything for Evo 3 yet, so it's gonna be like a whole year long process. I would assume it'd probably be done like the end of quarter 3, like when we actually see the mechs like fully in person.
So they've released the game to start accumulating scores, and now they've released a further roadmap that, in a sense, keeps the community engaged and keeps them like focused on something while like they work towards revealing what the mechs are and the levels that they get to mint in a way. And how's the community sentiment? Like, just give me an update. Like, are they stoked on it?
Everyone
Are they
actually,
upset?
everyone kind of likes it because like usually I think I saw a tweet. So many projects kind of plan around Yuga drops. They chill with it. They're not like, oh shit, why'd you guys release all the dates? You're ruining like all the surprises and all that stuff. Which I find kind of interesting because usually people like the whole mysterious vibe between like you get dropping something every now and then, but now it's all planned out. So I kind of dig it.
See, so that's why I ask is previous meta and even within Artifact, there's still like a mysterious thing on like with roadmap and things that are coming and things that are dropping. But Yuga, it seems, has taken a different route and kind of laid out this long-term mint plan. And even though there's not like a lot of activities going on, there's like a roadmap and there's stages to it. And so that's why I asked the sentiment question, is because I wanted to see if that's a better route to go, right? Because now people, how much information is actually dropped? Is there still like unknown information to speculate on? And is there enough that keeps the community engaged and has them like able to make financial decisions on whether they want to keep it or sell or continue to hold throughout the year, or
I
stuff like
think
that?
when it comes down to it, it's literally still speculation because they just titled the events, right? There's like look the toad, the mechs get revealed or something like that, like the mech pieces, and then the summoning. So it's just titled different things, but there's no explanation for anything.
So okay, so you just have like the broad outline of the stages and maybe broad dates. I need to look at it, but
Yeah.
I like
It's
to
like
trust in you guys to tell me.
they don't really give dates. It's just like early April, late March, like early May. So they haven't given dates, and I assume that's going to be just like as soon as they get more information. Like when we do the summoning, maybe they'll release a date for the next event. But right now, the only dates that are up there is February 8th and 15th, which is 8th is when the sewer passage stops, and the 15th is when the summoning happens.
So between the 8th and 15th, is that like the lick the toad phase, or the 15th? What happens between that phase? Is just chill and wait for the next step?
I just fucking broke my world record on T1 right now.
I hear you playing in the background, dude. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I was playing it in
And I'm
back
just
while talking.
hammering you with
What's your question
questions.
again?
I'm so sorry, dude. You broke the
No, it's
record
all good.
though.
It's all good.
Sometimes it
That's
helps,
it.
dude.
I'm
Just talking.
sending Demi some more ApeCoin before I go on this training. Frick.
Let's go.
I saw somebody post today that like the top 1,000 scores were set by like 53 players or something like that.
Oh yeah. Dude, I'm not even that good. That's the crazy part, man. There's people out there that literally shit on me like 3 times better than me. Like my highest score is like 440. There's someone out there that has like 900,000, dude. So I'm just above average. But what was your question before that? It says the summoning of February 15th.
Yeah. So
So
between the 8th and the 15th, is there an event or something that's happening, or is it just kind of chill?
So basically all the tickets, like so whatever score that you have tied to your sewer pass is going to be embedded into the metadata. And from the 8th to the 15th, there's going to be a bunch of secondary trading. Obviously, whoever got first place is going to get the key. But we don't know exactly what kind of NFT we're going to get. I just know that the tickets are going to be tied with metadata. So let's say if you want to buy like a tier 4 with 300,000 points, they're probably gonna have like different categories on OpenSea. Is what I'm like kind of speculating on, and people can buy like whatever rarity they kind of want. Like let's say like a tier 3 with a 500,000 score point or whatever, and that's going to create a bunch of secondary volume until like the actual 15th when people get to see what kind of power source they get.
So from the 8th to the 15th, the ticket metadata will either hold like a rank place or your overall high score, one of the two, and it gives everybody a week to either speculate, decide to sell their high score ticket to make some money, and maybe buy a lower score ticket. And everybody knows it's coming. Like that kind of seems like it's laid out and it's pretty clear. Like here's a week to go do your speculating on scores, and on the 15th we're gonna move into the next step. See, I'm only asking is because I think this is a pretty, laid out and like awesome kind of process that they're doing. There's still this level of mystery, but there's also the community isn't wondering kind of what's next. Do you know what I'm saying? They kind of know it ends on the 8th, and then on the 15th, the next thing starts. So in between, that's just straight speculation time, but they're not just left wondering what the next event is. And they can really they already have it laid out to cover the next couple months, right? So they really have time to build other things in the background, right? Because
exactly.
you know what I mean? Which keeps your community engaged, and they're not twiddling their thumbs wondering when the next update is. But they have things for other side planned in March, but like this campaign itself has its own little roadmap.
Yeah.
Did
So
you just
well.
say don't fade Yuga? Comp, did you just say don't fade Yuga? Did you just say that? I heard that's what I heard.
No, I mean I own other side land. I don't fade Yuga. But yeah, what I'm saying is this is a new process for Yuga. Before, ever since I've been following, it was kind of like announcement, something's coming, and then it's just nothing, and then boom, something's dropped, right? It was kind of abrupt, and it hits you, and the FOMO's real, and once it's passed, and you wait for the next one. It's kind of like the stages we are with Artifact. Something's coming, we're waiting for it to go, we get the details, and now we're kind of waiting for the next one. Whereas Yuga realized, like, we need to keep the community engaged. We're in a bear market. We need to keep them engaged for months, right? We need to keep them doing something or excited about something for months. And as you see, they've completely changed their draw process. They've like are now working on this like somewhat of a roadmap mini game type thing within the larger, broader spectrum like of a roadmap. So I like it. I don't know. I don't even have an ape. I'm not playing in the sewer, and I like the process that they're going with. Like I'm on the other side timeline. I'm waiting for other side, but that's all right. I understand that something's coming in March, and I can do my own thing and do my artifact thing and wait for other side, and wait for details on how I can bring my clone into other side, and how what I need to do to rig my files to bring it in the 5th trip, because it's not coming, we're not going to have avatars in the next trip, but maybe in the 5th or the 6th trip. I can start looking forward to that.
Compound the layout. The homie J Web tweeted it out. They just updated this information today. Like I want to say in the morning, so it's all still pretty fresh stuff.
What's crazy is VFriends Series 2. Anybody remembers that drop? It was a week late, right? It was supposed to come out. And so what he did while they were waiting for it is they made that kind of Flappy Bird type game, and they would post your high score, this and that, but it didn't mean anything. But everyone was speculating and hoping that it helped their rarity or it helped something. And so I love that Yuga did this, and it actually is going to mean something. I think that's so dope. Well, at least I hope it's going to mean something.
Well, there's enough information for you to at least speculate that it means something, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's key and that's important. When you're not in the excitement of the bull market, where you've got thousands of things to speculate on, everything's fun, things are pumping, you can drop something and sell out instantly. Like you guys have seen multiple projects come and drop, and they're not even selling out. Loud Punks had to cut its supply. You guys realizing like we have our hardcore community here, and like we gotta keep them like okay, I say engaged, but it's almost like distracted. Like we got to keep them distracted for the next couple months because shit takes time to build. Like these teams, like this stuff that they're building in the background takes time. Like other side, it takes time. I'm sure they could quickly push out a mech mint, but why? Why not make it perfect and extend it in like for 4 or 5 months, right? Because you've now covered 4 or 5 months of the year, and the community was engaged the entire time, right? Or distracted the entire time. Like both of those words can be used in that, and not in a negative way at all. You know.
I just wonder what's gonna happen to like the floor price of shit. Just because usually people always expect like instant utility, instant gratification. Like I wonder what will happen to like the power sources since we're not going to be able to get the mechs and like let's see, mechs revealed early March or type of mechs, and then there's Journey to Evo 2 begins in May. That's not even Evolution 3, so it's gonna be such a long process that I don't know what's gonna happen to like the prices of these assets unless people just diamond hand them. I mean, like with other deeds, the only utility it had was you get to go on the trip every now and then, but the last trip has been so long, and you know they held a decent floor, but from what they were like back in the days, like 4 to 5 ETH, 3 ETH, it's like everyone doesn't really want to wait that long. So that's one thing I'm kind of scared of.
I think we'll jump right to subscribe in a sec here. I think that's why this kind of rough roadmap was released, and kind of like a full blown mini game, kind of engage, like keep you engaged for a few months, so you have enough information to know it's coming and know what's coming, and you can kind of draw like speculation from it, right? But the method where, like, let's use Artifact's ecosystem, right, where there's a phase of the year where we're all focused on monoliths, right? And that's where all attention is. And things like, pods and other assets in the ecosystem, liquidity's pulled from them to go focus on the what's hype at that point. And that's like your time to go to purchase those things. Or when pods, like pods are the big things right now, and monolith X's are at like 0.3, right? So people shift their attention. And I think what Yuga's trying to do is they realize like people's attention is kind of important. So they've given you enough of a roadmap that allows you to make decisions on what to do for those months. Like, hey, it's going to take some months, but like, here's a roadmap and here's rough time frames to make those decisions. Because if they just said, all right, mechs are coming in 6 months with no other information on what they are, yeah, people are going to dump assets at the floor so that they can use that liquidity to go jump into other side because the next trip's coming. And they're going to speculate that, pump that up for the next trip. And then when they come back to mechs, other side's going to take its plummet. So they're trying to balance it out. I see what they're doing, dude. It's a better way of like providing information, or enough information for people to make decisions,
Mechanical apes, the Transformer Primal, and then just meme the shit out of it, and then it goes to the moon, pump the shit of ApeCoin. So I think the world works that way, where they wait for certain things and they basically pull off from each other, right? So Transformers a big movie. I think they're waiting for that.
So educate me. There's a new Transformer coming out soon? It's been teased already?
It's coming in June 2023. It's going to be Primal, so the Optimus Prime is actually going to be a gorilla.
It's Beast Wars, bro. It's Beast Wars.
You know that, so yeah.
I still got my OG Optimus Prime. Never mind.
As a gorilla, Optimus Prime gorilla, yep.
Yeah, bro. I'm signing off, guys. Hopefully I can come back soon.
All right, pack your bags. See you later, bro.
I got to go speak French about Twitter and YouTube.
Have fun. Here's another thing on what's kind of what Subscribe said. And so the next trip for other side's coming. And they will probably, I'm guessing, right, because it's before whenever the mechs reveal, there's probably going to be a mech reveal thing, Demi. They're going to tease. They're going to use that trip to also tease what's coming next in that series of roadmap. There could be some kind of teaser in there. They did it with the Kodas on the first trip. Gave more information on them. No, that's great. All right, let's jump to Rose Jade. We haven't even said hi to her, and she's amazing. She wrote an awesome thread today. It recapped all of Friday's get together, and there was some alpha drop Friday. What's up, Rose?
Hey, yes. I was glad to get it out before this one because otherwise our bad takes keep piling on itself. But that was like an epic space. Was that the longest that you've done compound? It was like 8.5 hours.
No, we've done some 9-hour ones, but there was just
Okay.
something special. There was something special about that one. I don't know. I think we kept saying like, "Yo, let's recap or let's go back through all these other spaces," and I just never did, or we weren't able to. But there was something about that one that I think it all clicked, and we ended
Yeah.
up going back through that one.
There was so much good in the middle. I feel bad because I didn't want to like tag everybody and miss them, but just the NFT trading talk around like hour 3 to 5 was really good. It was just funny doing the notes because I'm like skipping through and then going back to Scooch to like make sure I caught the moments that I had listened in on. And I'll just share like in my day job, I facilitate like 5 hour long meetings. And since I'm hosting and facilitating, I actually don't have the ability to like really take notes. I mean, I probably could just jot it down in like a notepad, but I do it from memory. So I feel like my spaces listening is just, it's in my wheelhouse because I'm listening mostly, and sometimes I'll speak, but I'm always on listening, and so I can remember pretty well like the key takeaways. I was telling Compound I do a cheat now that if I'm on my phone, I do a screenshot of the moment that was good, so I get the minute markers now, and then it's quicker for me to like summarize for us because we all can't stay on these 8 hour sessions. But I mean, like what Jace just did and shared, I mean, it's just so much great information. I'll go back to the one that he did on the YouTube stuff, and just to kind of bump that up so that the folks that didn't get a chance to listen in, because it's so inspiring to hear someone be so willing to share their successes with us and give us such pointed advice that, like Compound, you were saying your girlfriend is looking to do content now and create her own. I'm kind of the same way too, although I'll have to ask Jace next time because like what do you do for like the person that's like me, that's like so like I'm introverted, but I also have daughters, and so like for me to like showcase them and make them public makes me really, really nervous. So I mean, I have my clone now, which is cool because I could just pose as my clone and do that. But I didn't before when they were younger. But I mean, I'm biased. I think they're like magical little beings that are the cutest. So I would love to see if I can make content with them. But otherwise, there's so much that we can do. My wheels are spinning too, especially after the space that I did the summary on the Friday one where Crad talked about Chat GPT and all the cool things that we can almost like train the model on so that we influence the model on the outputs, which is mind blowing. But all the different business type things that we can do and be just entrepreneurial. I feel like the potential is there. It's just our own imagination and focus that we have to harness. So I'm going to try to do the bad take summaries as best I can, as kind of just my way of appreciating what we all bring to the table here, and for you, Compound, since you've been hosting so consistently for us. So more to come.
No, I
Any suggestions
appreciate
or
you.
feedback, though, let me know. I'm open to it.
I think it was awesome. Like it was just minute markers, and then if people could skip through to the minute marker where they want to hear some of that specific topic, that's why when Jace was talking, I sent you that message so that there was a minute marker reminder of where he started. Started talking about YouTube. No, so yeah, my girlfriend said that she wanted to like document everything from like wedding to like kids, everything. I said, like that you're now making your life like entirely public forever, like it's going on the internet. Is that something you want? She goes, well, our lives are already kind of public. Like she didn't seem too like stressed about it, right? Because of Instagram or Twitter or whatever. But yeah, that is kind of like a big worry. Is like you really are kind of putting on video every like moments of your life, and it becomes like very public. Like Jason has talked about his kids being very like in the spotlight. Like they have other kids that are like like to follow their lives. So I don't know. It's something I have a good get cram up here. It's something that I think about. Maybe
Yeah.
it's something we'll try.
No, I think especially if she's open to it. I actually just got off of Facebook and Insta personally, trying to get like all of my family pictures offline, and partly it's because of AI with Dolly and Midjourney and whatnot. Just like the deep fake stuff is just so easy to do now if there's a lot of images and pictures of you out there. And, I think Tom Cruise and like celebrities have that problem more so. But he just kind of said, hey, especially for our girls, like if we're not really sure, let's just take it off because we don't want to put them in that position by us just, not really thinking it through. So I said, okay, that's cool. I'd rather be a little bit more conservative and then think through that because it's their own identity. I don't want to just like put it out there per se right now. My eldest is a teenager, so at least I can talk to her about it. But it's just something to think about. There's like the extremes, but then it's like I have the creator side of me. Like there's the mama bear side, and then there's the creator builder side. That's at odds with each other. So I got to find my own way too, for sure. But excited for those that are looking to create.
I've considered recently like not fully deleting like Facebook and Instagram and like Snapchat, but putting them on suspension, like kind of shutting them down. Because I really am on Twitter pretty much all of my day, and I jump in Discord to like maybe just read message and lurk. But I had stopped using those platforms. But you're right, there are pictures on all of them that I just don't use the platforms anymore, and I wonder what I think life would be okay if I put them on, like suspended them for a little bit or just shut them down for a little bit. So it may be something I try. What do you guys think on that? Or you think that it's better to have more platforms for content, like social media
Here's the
wise?
thing is, like, I have it's like my Web 2 life and like my Web 3 life, and they're like very different. Like, like I started this. I didn't like when I first started this Web 3 Twitter. I was just to have a Twitter because that's what the thing was to do, and like I had no idea it was gonna like turn into what it turned into, right? So like now there's this like crossroads between like my regular Instagram versus like my like Twitter versus like my Web 3 Instagram, and like what are there differences? Like, I live this like 100% doxed life on my Instagram, my Facebook, like where I follow my high school friends and my college friends and then my work colleagues, and like it's just like you just like post whatever, right? You and my wife and whatever. It's like that's just like the norm. And then this Web 3 world where it's like where I walked into it where it was anon, like this is your way to be like private, and you can hide behind, I wouldn't say hide behind, but you can live behind a PFP. And like is it a difference, like is there a difference being doxxed in your Web 2 world versus this Web 3 life? Because like your Web 2 world, there are like you have a circle, right, and you follow, and like you got your friends, and then there's like you kind of know, but it's still public. Versus Web 3, it's like we don't really know each other. We're just hanging behind, like okay, now as we've matured, we've got to know each other and meet people, but it's like, and there's bags attached to it too, like you got like a 8 PFP, a clone PFP, like there's a dollar amount to like your persona now, whether you like it or not, right? So what is there a difference between a doxed Web 3 and Web 2 life, and like what are the nuances with that? It's a fascinating conversation that I can't fully grasp yet, especially when you throw kids into it. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I think that for me, having them separate is important, right? Because I obviously not everybody is interested in what I'm interested here, right? Like honestly, having PFPs and talking crypto and NFTs all day and what we do every day is just not interested. So maybe the Web 2 social platforms are a way that like there's still a connection to like people in the Web 2 life, but I've just completely stopped using them like fully. And I've actually received more value from this Web 3 platform in the last year, more value, more connections, more networking than I have any like Web 2 platform. Or like, sorry, this isn't even okay. You know what I'm saying? From Twitter and from what I'm doing here, like in this industry, Web 3, I've received more value than anything on Facebook or social media or Instagram or Snapchat. Like I haven't had any opportunities come from any of those platforms. I haven't had any like I've had connections and made like dope friends and stuff, but it's not like pushing me mentally like I get pushed here by like a lot of people that I meet here. So maybe I'll keep one of the avenues open, maybe like an Instagram, but I just stopped using our hoodie, and I've really stopped using it. So I guess we'll see, man.
Yeah, I still have my Instagram. Sorry, I have a personal Instagram, but I have an Instagram of Cram as well. So I have a presence there, and I've been following everyone who's kind of like moved their digital identity over to Instagram. I've also followed them there, so I'm building up a nice following over there as well. And then the last thing is, of course, is YouTube, which is what I already kind of talked about. Kind of want to get on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and just focus on those three. I do have a LinkedIn as well. Shit, got a lot of stuff, but I haven't really, I haven't really used LinkedIn much, right? To follow other apes or to follow Web3 companies or Web2 companies that are looking to build in Web3. I haven't really explored that just yet.
Cram, on your LinkedIn, would you have a picture? Would you be you're mutant as your LinkedIn PFP?
Yeah, bro. I'm Cram everywhere. Cram,
Yeah,
it's the
yeah.
same like across the board, all social media, same handle, same PFP.
But not
So
like your IR or Web2 Instagram. That's
yeah,
your.
I didn't. Yeah, it's still my face. I didn't. Because I was like, okay, should I just switch my regular Instagram over, just change my PFP? But most of those people don't know anything about Web3, so I was like, I could try to blend both of the accounts together. But I just decided to make one account because here's my thing. I don't really care for people to know like what I'm doing. Let's just say I start a business, for example, right? I don't need to be pushing on Facebook, pushing on Instagram. Hey guys, I started a business. Hey, check me out, support me. I'd rather succeed without the need of like my friends and my family and all that. I'd rather just succeed like that. And then I can let you guys know, hey, I created the successful business. If you guys want to support me after the fact. So that was my thought process. Um, I
It's
wanted to
such
keep
a
it strictly.
Cram. It's such a fascinating thing because like I'm in the same predicament where like listen, bro. Like I have like all my homies, all my family, like they don't know what's going on with Web3, bro. And I'm not pushing this on them, bro. You know what I mean? Like I would never do that. And like I got like most of my like you know, I came to Japan, so it's a little different, right? Because like I'm like I have free time. I don't have like all my homies are still back home. But like when I go home, like I don't. When I go back home, like I don't know if I'm gonna have all the time to dedicate to this too. Because all the homies are there. We got like there's like 30 of us. Like I got my cousins, my family. Like it's gonna be a different. It's gonna be different. Like, but me coming here was I just have more free time to do this. So it's like so how am I going to be able to blend my Web3 life with my Web2 life? It's going to be a very interesting crossroads, and I'm in a point where I'm actually like not even interested in doing that, and just letting it be separate and like seeing how it goes. But it's gonna be weird.
You know, I know a few people who they just switched their regular Instagram over. So if anyone knows Sean Nana, he's a bored ape, like a cheetah ape, or Baron von Hustle. Those
Yeah.
guys, they just switched their regular accounts over and they rock their apes over there. They post pictures of themselves with their family, kids, whatever, but they're a fucking ape. They embraced it.
Yeah, and I see like that's a cool thing about a clone is like if I like do my clone like I don't think they'd be like people would be kind of be like oh it's just like he's just rocking like a 3D cartoon version of himself. They wouldn't know anything. They wouldn't be like oh like that's cool I guess. But yeah, they went full send. But go ahead subscribe and then we'll go to Ant Ben.
That's so funny because people have been posting like AI pictures. I was like, oh, everybody know AI now, and I put a AI of my clone, and everybody was like, that's a cool anime. I was like, yo.
You're like yep.
But going back to what you guys said about Instagram, like it's funny because then I would post things and nobody would like it, and I have my friend, he copies everything I say, and he'll get like like couple hundred likes, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? You got this fake relation picture going on here, and you guys are always arguing. Your Instagram is a fake, and I'm over here trying to be real as fuck, and I'm not getting any likes, and I just like being here because you guys show me some love.
Your shadow
We love you.
ban.
Subscribe. This is where you belong, bro.
You're shadow banned.
And Ben, what's up, man? What's your take
I'll
on
say that
whether
subscribe to shadow ban. on Instagram.
In the
Yeah,
real,
he's probably shadow
not in
banned.
Web3. He's not shadow banned in Web3.
He's real world shadow banned. So IRL.
Oh
Bro,
shit.
I'm
How?
shadow banned.
Bro.
I would say a lot of crazy stuff about like politics, and like now everything is coming to light and everybody's like, yo, remember when you said this? I'm like, bro, I'm over it already. You guys thought it was crazy. Fuck
Well,
y'all.
there you go.
Bro, that's your style though. That's your style. You just like say off the wall shit and just see how people react. You do it and hear it too. You just come out of nowhere with some off the wall shit and just wait for the reactions, and you're good at it, bro. Aunt Ben, tell me, man, did what do you think on turning your IRL Instagram into a full blown Web3, or do you make a separate one, or do you? Same thing with LinkedIn, right? I have a LinkedIn. It has like all my professional accolades. It's a resume, damn near. And I've seen people turn it into like their Web3 resume. They put their PFPs up and they full blown switch it over. So let's hear your take, man.
Well, I actually don't have any um like personal Instagram or Facebook or any of that shit. Everything that I do on social media has always been like business related. Um, and it really started with like some brands that I had made back in like 2013, 2014. And I actually didn't have like, I guess I have something that's kind of I guess the closest thing to a personal one. But I was creating businesses through social media because, it all kind of blends together eventually. Like Bombay is that fucking PFP, right? Compound is that PFP now. At least to me, you are, right? Because this is how I met you guys. Um, so, it's definitely, you don't have to say that it's defining, right? But like, it's definitely a component of who you are. You know what I mean? Otherwise, Compound wouldn't have these fucking spaces every night, right? And everybody wouldn't show up. It's like, whether or not we want to admit it, like this shit is in real life, right? Because we're talking while we're working or whatever. Um, but like when it comes to like merging, like I guess we can call it Web 2 versus Web 3 for the sake of this, conversation. I don't put any pictures of my daughters online. The kids thing. I'm very private when it comes to that. But like, I'm doxxed on my Instagram, but it's like Aunt Ben, the artist, the brand, um, and for me, it was like a way to make money, right? I was making like I matched my engineering salary 6, 7 years ago with my with the money I was making from art. So I was like, Instagram was really crushing it for me, and I was getting a lot of opportunities and stuff through that. So again, it's just all dependent on what it is that you're trying to accomplish, right? The Ant Ben brand um, is a component of who I am. It's me as an artist. But I think at some point, ultimately, like, how are you going to say that you're never, or like people in Web 2 won't know this side of you or us or whatever? It's like this is literally such a big component of who you are now, that at some point, the in real life people are gonna find out. Like me, I'm forever shilling Artifact and CloneX, and like everybody knows what I'm into. You know what I mean? The things that I'm into, like I dive in deep, and it can become obsessive sometimes. But um, it's just what I like. So I really lean into it. But um, the social media pages, it just everything should have a reason to exist. And if yours is just to like kick it with your friends, or if it's a business thing or whatever, I mean, either way, it's still a part of who you are in real life, regardless, right? So, um, yeah, that's my take on it. I mean, I use it mostly for business. I use it to have a portfolio to showcase my work. And it started with Instagram, and I got an Instagram pretty late, at least my Aunt Ben page, um, like in 2017, 2018. So um, the algorithm kind of, you know, at that point was already shutting everybody down. It turned into a giant commercial. So um, yeah, that's kind of my take on it.
No, I appreciate your point of view, and I will just say you're right on that very last one. That the Instagram algorithm has completely fallen off. Like it's not what it used to be at all, and it was actually kind of what is like off-putted me from Instagram. Just the like how the algorithm puts things in front. Closest friends will never see like your stuff. Like it's just interesting, man. Like I'm seeing stuff I don't want to see, and then the people I do want to see, I have to add to my close friends for them to see me. Like it just kind of fell off, man. And I come to Twitter, and the algorithm here compared to there is amazing, but people still bag on the Twitter algorithm, which it's way better than the Instagram in my opinion. Shekinah, you want to touch on this? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, no, I did. I'd say for me, like, yeah, no, 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 I'm just proud of what I do, like with the job, just is working in this space. And so that's what made me want to like, yeah, I'm going to share that junk on Facebook to all my social work friends. Cause literally it's like all my friends, like pre-Web3 are all social workers. Um, yeah, and like uber religious people because yeah, like I would say I'd certainly say I'm conservative Christian. So that would have been the audience. That would have been like, that I would have been like posting messages about, like Artifact. And now like I'll post stuff about like Dead Fellas. And then even on my LinkedIn, I switched I switched my PFP. So I switched my profile picture on Facebook, switched it on Instagram, switched it on on LinkedIn too. And with LinkedIn, like I just started posting, like I'd post stuff about Artifact and obviously Dead Fellas, whoever I'm working for, like I would post stuff, but then I'd also would post like any type of news story that I would see about NFTs, whether it was about like IP, something legal, or just, like, I don't know, a big brand moving into NFTs or something. And I would post that. And then, yeah, like people would start. And then that's kind of how like I would get other people to start contacting me for more like for legal consulting. And I wasn't like, that wasn't the focus. I was just posting about like what I liked and what I was excited about. And somewhere in there, people start to think I was an expert, and then somewhere in there, I don't know. I've learned a lot, and I would never say I'm an expert, but I've certainly gained a lot of knowledge. But pre the our clones, I just paid this this artist on Instagram and said, hey, like make like a cartoon anime version. Yeah, just like I think I send him, I sent him a picture of me and said make an anime version, of this, because he was kind of just doing that for people on Instagram. So I use that. I use that for my Twitter profile. Did I? What the heck? No, no, no. I used my face. So for the longest, initially, I had my face on my Twitter profile, and then because I needed people to know that I was a Black woman, like that's straight up if you couldn't tell it from the voice, you would see it. Um, and then, but I had that image of the cartoon kind of like character or anime character on my Instagram. And then my Facebook still had my actual face, and then my LinkedIn still had like my professional picture. And then once clones came out, and I got the clone that I got through a trade with Asim, who's not in here, but that's how I got the clone. It was we did a trade.
It's also a perfect
And
clone, just by the way.
It is.
I do
And I
love your
think
clone.
people think I minted it, and so I try to like, no, 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 I didn't. It was a trade on like I think day 1 or day 2 with him. But yeah, like, and so then I started using that. I immediately changed, my Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, to this. And I guess why some people were getting knocked off of like LinkedIn or having issues with their profile, like using like NFTs or just a not real face image, and I didn't. So that was cool, and still the same profile picture. And then I love what Bombay said, like, yeah, like people don't think it's an NFT. They just think it's like a 3D like cartoon version, of like herself, even though they know I ain't got no damn purple dreads, but they know I have dreads. So, and they know I wear they know I wear glasses. They're like, okay, the eye patch, like no one's asked like what that is, but like even to this day, like one of my old law professors and again my social work friends, they will like and just be like, wow, that's amazing, but no one fucking asks any questions about what are you doing. They're just like, man, this seems pretty cool. And I'm like, why are you, I don't say it, but but I notice like in my mind, I'm like, why are you commenting and why are you like even liking this stuff when you don't like know what it is? And then like the first time I ever minted something, and then was able my first ever NFT mint was August 2021, and then that was also, it was like a kind of like a Wicked Ape, so it was like the Bored Ape Yacht Club derivative, but it was a Bored Ape Yacht Club kind of put together. Because I saw Icon, like, I don't know, he was tweeting about it, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool, and it's cheap. So I bought into that, and that was my first flip. And I bought it for 200, flipped it for 1,200. And so like I did a story on Instagram, like Facebook, you know, I don't think I posted about it like an actual post, but I did a story about it and said what it was, like, and still no one asked me about it, but people seemed to be excited for me about it. But no one said, hey, like, how did you turn that picture from this amount to this amount? Because I literally say it. And so that's the thing that's funny to me, even though I feel like I'm loud. I think I'm pretty loud, like about like what I do to my normie friends, but no one has ever said, can you please show me or explain this to me? Because I've heard about it, but I don't know what an NFT is, which blows my mind. The last thing I'll say is, like, with church, like, I'm just starting to get into like a new like Bible study group, like in DC where I live. And I started wearing, with this past Saturday, I wore the artifact sneakers I have, like the Fugo sneakers. And of course someone said, oh, those are cool. And I was like, yeah. And so I started telling them about Fuoshus. I was like, yeah, the art, this is the artist, and they were like 17, when they would have made it. And then, cause definitely it would have been 17 when they made it. And then I talked about artifact and I was like, but it's an NFT. And this is yeah. And so kind of just going through that. So even like some of the people in my Bible study now, they don't understand. I can tell they don't understand, but they know like I'm the NFT person. But like, again, they don't ask questions. And I'm super excited about the Super Bowl. This what is it? Like this Digi Daigaku, whatever, like commercial better be the shit. It better be good because I'm gonna be ready, and all like my little Bible study friends are gonna be at the Super Bowl party. And so like I hope it, really lives up to its hype. So again, I can explain like, yo, this is like NFTs with a QR code. This is what all this is. They're not going to pay attention. They're not, it's going to go in one ear and out the other. But 5-10 years from now, they're going to remember about me constantly telling them about damn NFTs. So that's my shill.
No, that was amazing. And Ant Ben, you too. So Cram as well. You guys have all three of you have different takes than me and Bombay, right? Both of us have been adamant, right? We haven't decided fully if we're going to rotate our PFPs onto other socials. I'm almost on the verge of just straight deleting other socials, whereas Bombay has a separate one for his NFTs, and he has one for his like family and friends. Where you guys have, kind of embraced it and just said, you know what, I'm doing this. This is where I spend the majority of my day. This is like where I plan to work and make money, and like I enjoy it here. I'm networking here. Like opportunities are here. Like I'm embracing it fully. So I love your guys' takes, honestly. It's helping me out a lot too. I pinned something up at the top, guys. It's a question. It's a poll, actually. If you guys just want to do something, we can kind of take a poll on see what other platforms. Oh man, actually these polls are messed up, huh? They can't choose two things. Whatever. It's still pinned. You only get to pick one. Only Twitter, only Facebook, only LinkedIn, or only Instagram, I guess.
Yo,
What up, Cram?
so Shakana, she brought up something about LinkedIn, and like having issues with your PFP. So, I had an issue with the using the ape here. It was like it was asking me to like verify like my name and my driver's license. I'm like, what? For what? Why do I need to do all this to post to have this picture? So it was asking me to jump through a lot of hoops. I decided not to do it. Ultimately, I think that's why I didn't dive deeper into Instagram. I'm sorry, not Instagram, LinkedIn. But I have heard of other people having similar issues. I think Franklin said he had an issue with his ape. So that's interesting. But I just want to say, Shekinah, man, I've been following you for a while, and I see I don't have the follow back. I'm just wondering, what do I got to do to get a follow? Oh, I got the follow. Oh, snap! In
Because
real time.
you mentioned it. Don't do that because then other people are gonna sit and do that. And I'm
Oh,
gonna
snaps! Appreciate
again
you.
say the reason why I keep them under 200 because I do read my feed. I do look at it. That is how I'm informed. I actually do not follow any. I don't follow Artifact. I don't because it's enough of you. Thousands of followers keep track of what's going
We
on.
don't.
I don't.
Like, okay, well,
Wait, on the contrary, I don't want to
okay,
interrupt, but I'll tell you how.
go ahead.
So I actually thought the same thing in the beginning. I was worried about like following like a bunch of people because I was worried my timeline would get clogged up. But like I said, I really do like the Twitter algorithm, and it somehow, in some way, it still does show me what I need. And there's actually different tabs you can create. Like you can create a whole timeline page with just people that you really want to see, and you could use that tab to do it. But I don't even do that. I keep on my main tab, and I make sure I follow people like from every community because it's so that I could keep kind of tabs on the overall sentiment of NFTs and all the communities. And Twitter actually does a pretty good job of it. And but I think I might create a tab actually, just so I can like create a tab just for artifact stuff, right? I'll just put all clones in that tab, or I think maybe something like that. But the algorithm does good for me. I don't know about you guys.
I think I'm in
What
the
do y'all
same
think?
boat, Compound, where I need to create like a tab because if you guys check my profile, you can see here I'm following 69 for the culture. So I'm following 6,969 people. And after I started, I went on that. And so here's my thought process. So I've followed a lot of apes, a lot of bored apes, a lot of mutant apes, because I just wanted to be like super engrossed in that community. That's like one of my first communities. Got this ape like a year and a half ago or something. So it kind of started with that, with the apes, and then got into like gutter cats really heavy. And I would follow every gutter cat that I saw, right? And now that I kind of like I'm in artifact, I follow every artifact, right? And I just want to be engrossed in the communities though. It's more so to try to see like who's in these communities. So what I noticed when I had a smaller following, um, or I was following a small amount of people, I was in this bubble. I was like in this very small bubble, and I was like, wait, there's more to this space. There's so much more. I was like, oh shit, right? So I went on a little mini following spree. If you ever follow someone on a desktop, uh, let's say you're like, oh, this person seems really interesting. You follow them, it'll give you the option to follow like 7 or 8 more people that are attached to that person, you know. And I would do that just to follow more like important people, quote unquote, right, or whatnot, people who have some type of influence. I just want to be in the know. So that's kind of how I got here. So when I saw Shekinah, I was like, damn, how could you have 180? Like that's awesome. Uh, I just feel like there's so many dope people in this space. Um, I I need to see what's going on. But you know, everyone has different. Everyone's different, obviously. So it's kind of cool to see everyone else's perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I can say, I'm very active in my DMs, and so for a person that I don't follow that I enjoy talking to, like I do pin them to the top of like my DMs. And if I'm talking to them a lot, then like they're there. So I'd say that's how I would keep track. But the people I typically, I guess I would follow be lawyers, founders that I'm currently working with. And then, yeah, I don't follow Dead Fellas as a project. you will not see me following. I don't think I follow. I don't know. I want to say I almost don't follow any dead fellas except the founders and then the COO, and that's it. There are more people on our team that I just don't follow. I don't need to. I talk to them on WhatsApp and like other stuff. Like, why do I like I don't, because they're gonna tweet about dead fellas and I already know what's happening. So yeah, it's strategic. And then I do follow people that are in different spaces. I think if you watch me, I am on different spaces, because I do follow people that are a part of different communities. And so that is how I, quote unquote, will get around to the other areas of Twitter. But yeah, no, I do know what you mean when you follow someone different than you, or if they live in a different country. And I would say different country, I mean like way like Australia, Singapore, like different time zone. You certainly will see, spaces during, when that time zone, is awake. So there are differences, but there is a method to the madness. And man, it's the one thing I'm like, gosh, no, you're cool. And I actually really, really do like your ape.
I appreciate that, Shana. So a lot of the artifact people be hating on the ape, man. This thing's kind of sick. But no, Shekinah, like, man, I've been listening to you so long. Like, you be on like some of the bigger spaces with like Leap and like other people like that. And I figured, this is my thought process. Maybe I'm just like in my head or whatever. But I was like, hey, some certain people won't follow me back. Maybe I'm an idiot. Like maybe they only follow
No,
like really like big brain. They're like,
nah, I
maybe they
mean,
don't like my
brother,
takes. Maybe I got bad
I,
takes on bad
I
takes.
mean, I'm still following Bombay, and Lord help me, and I don't even know what
Lord
Bombay.
helps.
Bombay has the most random tweets, and I still follow him.
Bro, I do too,
So
man.
there you go.
That's a
So
fact.
and Kuro tweets. Kuro's not even listening right now. He's on probably another Twitter Spaces, and like Kuro, I'm waiting for the day. I'm like Kuro, like I swear at some point he might get banned for the amount that he retweets. See, okay, he's there for the amount that he retweets, like almost everything. And I'm like, damn, okay, he's going to this space, he's going to this space, he's going to this space. Okay, he likes this, he likes this. Okay, he like Kuro doesn't. So there are some people I certainly put up with. I'll say that much. So you do have a very good chance of me continuing to follow you.
Okay. Well, I will say this, Shekinah. By following me, I try to put out some value, a little bit of value. So I do like, I'm really into audiobooks. So I do like audiobook of the day. Every single day I listen to audiobook. I use this app called Headway, but I also leverage Audible as well to listen to the full length audiobooks. But Headway just shrinks it down. Like I can listen to an 8-hour book in 30 minutes, right? Takes all the most important pieces of each chapter. And that's what I do. So I put out an audiobook of the day. And I try, like, I'm really big into personal development. So sometimes I do like a personal development thread or something around like, uh, something around personal development, personal growth, growth tips, things like that.
You
But
don't stop it. You make me feel like don't do that. Like, I mean, honestly, like I follow Compound, and I think he probably knows why. Like, I love his music, and it's like not his music, but he's done some like DJ like sets, and they're amazing. And I listened to them like one time, and I'm like, yeah. So like, I want to know what Compound is doing. Although he just seems to do these bad take spaces and comments on different like to different clones. And so yes, I see everything because I don't have too many. So yeah, there you go. Okay.
My new goal is to not do anything on Twitter that annoys Shekinah because
No.
she's gonna see it all. So I'm like, no, my what I do on Twitter is I engage with all clones I see and all people that like engage with me. I try to, and then yeah, but like spaces. So I'll try to not post too many.
No. I enjoy, like I said, I enjoy your music and looking forward to whenever if you ever decide to do anything with it. And I do like your spaces. So
I'm still trying to sell myself, Shekinah, on like why the follow was good. Okay, so
stop it, please stop, because there's some people in the audience that are going to get me. So you got to stop it, brother. Please stop.
I provide a lot of value. So look,
Hey,
I also do giveaways. That's all. I'll say that. I know you don't need it, Shekinah, but I like giving back. I do giveaways on every social that I'm on. So
I don't
I'll
kind
stop
of
there.
do such giveaways because I don't want to see you're gonna like please there are people in the audience that are gonna come
she gonna.
after me, so stop it.
He said he did giveaways and she's gonna unfollow him now. Oh no, I ain't fuck with giveaways. He's gonna unfollow. No, so Ninja's been up here so many times, and people like he's been massacred up here by people that just go, Ninja. So when you go follow me back, like 3 people one time on the stage at the same time hit him. So let the guys leave her alone. When Ninja comes, we can give him a hard time. He's really good at taking heat. I don't know who had their hands up first, but there's 3 of them, and I don't know where to go. I'm nervous. Someone help. All right, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, pick a tiger. Memory.
Take Vincent because I follow Vincent. So
Oh, perfect. I'll just say.
He just came up here.
I'll just say, it took me a few interactions with Shekinah for me to earn the follow back. I remember. I think we met. I think she followed me back after we spoke in Miami, and this.
the Centraland, yeah, the
Yeah,
Centraland.
this was after we shared multiple Clonespiracy spaces together. So, my timeline is blessed with.
It was in real life that did it. Okay.
Yeah, so I got
Yeah.
the sample. I should make a po-up for that. Like, she kind of follows back. Like, you get the po-up.
No, it was a big deal for me too. Like it was a huge moment in my life for me. I got to meet Shekinah in real life, and then I think it was when I made her a hoodie, and phone saving screen. So it's like an interaction, right? You have like a personal interaction with somebody, and I respect like wanting to keep the timeline clean because mine's chaotic at times, but I think I'm doing more like alpha looking, and I'm looking for plays, and so I do like to have a bunch of different outlooks, right? And then if I'm hosting spaces, I need to know like how all the sentiments across multiple communities too. So 2,000, 3,000 followers is fine with me, or following that many people. Like I'm cool with that. Like I'm trying to figure out what's going on, so I don't feel like I'm in the dark. Now let's go to Memory though, or Rose Jade, because I feel so rude. What's up, Memory?
Yo. Lots of interesting things to touch on. Guys, don't worry about who follows you. The right people are going to follow you, and if they don't, then just forget about them. Because they don't support you.
Yeah, don't say that. We just say we miss out on the alpha that you're bringing. Don't say we don't support you. Say we miss out.
That you're bringing.
But going back to what you're talking about profile pictures and the different social medias and stuff, is you got to think that, as humans, we have different identities anyway. So like Rose is like wife, mother, and then she has her position at her job, and then she has her position at Cinomine. So like her identity exists as different entities depending on which environment that she's around. So in the same way, you kind of live in 3 realities if you're in Web3 anyway. So you live in like the real world, you live in like your headspace, which is the stuff that you think and the stuff that you perceive, and then you live in like your Web3 world. So there's like three worlds you're already living in, and then within Web2 you still have all your other social media stuff. But for me personally, I guess in real life I've kind of gained the persona of I'm just into kind of some weird stuff, and people either do or don't ask me about it. And my clone is unabashedly on literally every social media that I have. I'm like, I guess partially doxed. I think most people know my first name, but it's cool because the clone, like I do the same thing that like Shekinah does, is like I post information or things I'm interested in within NFTs and within Web3, and then like people really watch my story. And then when they see me in real life, they're like, oh, hey, I wanted to ask you about X. And I saw you posting a lot about X. Like, what's going on with that? So it's kind of like a cool kind of way of, fishing in people that are interested about things, but not necessarily aware or knowledgeable. And it's kind of a good way to like evangelize something that someone may not have known that they would have been interested in, that, now they kind of are.
I mean, you got some good friends.
So it's kind of like,
you got a good. That's nice to hear, Memory.
Oh, dude, you have no idea, man. I have been so blessed with the people in my life. I'm so thankful for
Bro,
them.
if I post an NFT joint and I go over my boys, I'm gonna get cooked.
Oh no.
Nah, I'm just joking.
Maybe you can find a way with all this artifact drip that you can be like, yeah,
Bruh.
this is part of this ecosystem.
The hoodie is what got it though. That was like my soft intro. The hoodie did it.
That's the gateway drug, man.
But yeah.
You just got to show people. Like, I work for an architecture firm currently, and you know, for some of our clients, some of the like one of the toughest things for clients is vision. Vision is one of the toughest abilities to have, like as a designer, is to convey something to somebody that doesn't exist yet. And if someone has a really tough time with vision, it's almost like you have to lay it out and like create it before they understand it. So I have a lot of patience for the real world people that kind of don't understand it yet. And so it's kind of like you just got to live your life, and you got to do the things that you know and the things that you like. And if people are interested in that, they'll come to you. And that's where you have kind of the most genuine turnover rates, is the people that are like willing to come up to you and ask that initial question and then come up and learn about it a little bit. And they may not like go all in on day one, but like you planted the seed, and then like you never know what other interactions they have in the rest of their life that'll kind of get them up to that as well. So it's just a process.
I appreciate your take, man. Like, you guys are shedding light on maybe my decision making here, like soon, on what I do with my other socials. I use, you know, I have Facebook for its reasons, right? When I used to play rugby, that was how we scheduled practices. Guys, Rose Jade, what is up?
Oh, I was just gonna chime in and say, I actually like to try to DM people before I follow them. I guess for me, it's about the connection because I could have a lot of followers but never connect with them. So then, what's the point? You know, just for them to flood the timeline. And much love to Shekinah because we've DM'd before, and I didn't know if she followed me or vice versa. I didn't care, but like it's the mutual respect and just support, and even love, just is there. I still remember Shekinah. You made kind of a shout out mention.
Dre Mill, how are you?
Just discovered that Shekinah doesn't follow me either. I met this woman in real life. We've had
I think
multiple
you gotta. I'll
conversations.
send you some shoes, some
Hey, whoa,
sneakers.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Uh,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm sorry, Shekinah. I didn't know it was gonna turn
Sometimes
into
it be
all
your
this.
own people.
Whoa, it be your own people.
Graham.
I had
Oh,
multiple
God.
conversations with her. We done broke bread together,
I'm
laughed
dying.
together. I'm sorry. I just realized that. I see how
Yo,
it is.
we got Bombay in the group chat just straight saying, I'm getting fucking cooked right now. I'm getting massacred.
I see how
I
it
was
is.
laughing so hard, dude.
Man,
Oh, man.
it's hard out here in these streets, but you know what I mean. It's a real thing, and I appreciate the clarity of it all now. I appreciate this conversation.
Clearly, I talked to you in the DMs, and you literally got a really nice pair of sneakers for me. Okay,
She
very recently. No
kind of
one else.
it,
You.
it means nothing when we don't have a follow to go off of to base our relationship on. It means nothing. All of this has just been a lie to me. I thought it was something. It was nothing. But I appreciate the clarity now. And I say this too about the other point about Bombay getting cooked, like in Shekinah's Bible study, people knowing her as an NFT person. Like, I am completely doxxed over every social media app there is. Like, my name is my name. If you want to know anything about me, look it up. It's right there for you. Damn near any and everything. So everybody knows if they're paying attention. If they follow me, if they follow me,
I got you on IG. You know that. I got you on IG. So
we're not
stop.
on IG. It means nothing. If they follow me, they understand what I'm about, right? And they understand who I am. Because I don't believe in having any type of barrier or wearing any type of mask in any situation that I'm in. What you see is what you get. If you meet me in person, you get the same person that you're gonna get on Twitter Spaces, that you're gonna get on IG Live, that you're gonna get on TikTok. You know what I mean? I don't believe in that gatekeeping. So it's a ease of mind that comes along with that too, because I don't have to be a certain person in certain spaces. I am me all the way around. So if you want to look for some clarity,
I
you know
feel
what I mean?
that.
Drop that off.
I feel that.
So so wait, let me just clarify. I need some clarity. You do, the topic was like whether you use a NFT PFP on your other socials. Do you do that?
My CloneX is on my Instagram. It's not my main one, but I posted it up in my on all of my yeah. You know what? If you want to be real, I tell all the homies that I have on Facebook to go buy clones all the time. Yo, you need to be a part of this. This is the next wave. I tell I work out and post up content of that stuff with my clone on TikTok. I actually posted my clone as like a because Instagram integrated NFTs into Instagram, so I posted my clone and I think like a Murakami sneaker on there. So yeah, I'm about this life. This is who I am. This is what I do.
I love it. I love it. The group chat saying that we might need to go back to MySpace. It looks like if we all each throw in like $100, we could probably buy MySpace, and we can kind of turn it into an NFT thing over
Justin
there.
Timberlake bought it for like
Let
$100.
Dude, that would be pretty dope.
yeah
Straight up.
yeah. Let me know if we're trying to buy MySpace from
I
JT.
could see that, like MySpace DAO. Like I could actually see that happening. Like
I
make it
mean,
like an NFT, like a NFT Tumblr type thing. I don't know.
Just a bunch of like avatars going to this deserted world and just taking over. Like we can make a movie out of this. Shekinah, how are you? Cram, you put your hand down. I'm gonna jump to Shekinah if we missed you.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, if I were like a whale, like if I actually had like bags in this space, then yeah, I would say I wouldn't be as loud. And you wouldn't know, like I would still be a lawyer, but it wouldn't be on my profile. Like if that was the thing I did, but if I had, I don't know, significant holdings, I would keep it locked. I'd keep it in my other socials. So that's the one difference I would say.
Yeah, like I feel that. I
Oh, I
feel that.
like it.
Like I do. I'm dogs. Pretty. I don't know. Whatever. But like, I do feel like it's how Dre feels. Like, what's to hide. But like at the same time, I do also realize like the power of like being able to be anon. Like that's what like crypto is like. That's what we're. That's like how it was birthed, and that's what NFT is like. Why it's here. Like that's why so many people are anon. Is because you can you don't have to like be this fully doxxed and like reveal your public info to the world, and privacy is becoming a big issue nowadays. And so like the power of being able to just represent yourself behind like a digital identity is like what is like the end goal of this, right? So like there are I see both ways to it. um and like I was like tempted to just to do the anon thing too, and maybe I'll go back to that. But I see both. I think both is they're both good reasons to do both.
I think these profile pictures also are a huge benefit to the space because it's like, one, people don't immediately judge you on how you look. It's kind of like people are forced to judge you based off of how you act and how you treat people, or maybe the things that you produce. So it's like your social clout is based off of merit or kindness instead of like how much money you have or who you know
Or if
or
you got to bake.
how hot you are. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like they still do judge you. They don't judge you about how you look in real life. They judge you about the PFP that you
For sure,
have,
for
right?
sure.
Like people who have Bored Apes, they get them for a lot of them get them for those branding reasons of being like, ha ha, ha bitch, I got a Bored Ape. Check this out. You know what I'm saying? And
That's true. That's true.
a lot of people see clones, they're like, oh shit, it's clones, right? And
Absolutely, Dre.
especially when things are looking up. So they don't judge you for how you look. They judge you for what you have.
But to that point too, like in this PFP meta, yes. But like before, like when PFPs were popular, like people would like in like Reddits and like some like the dark webs, like you wouldn't have your PFP, right? It would just be like some like random cartoon or whatever. Like the theory behind being anon is just with this PFP wave that we've seen carries clout, which is 100%. It's a clout. Like NFTs are a flex, right? So it got introduced to this to like another layer of living anon, which is interesting. Because at the end of the day, like what like to me like the end goal of all this like PFP and like the especially PFPs is like in 10 years there's this metaverse where every PFP can be a 3D version of itself, and you can navigate around this world as your PFP. Like that for me, like that's the end goal of all this. Because I just don't see like the longevity of just being a PFP, how long that can last. You know, like I think there's going to be there has to be an evolution to this. And like, okay, maybe the metaverse is Twitter Spaces, but like, it's got to be some type of game or some type of place where you are walking and live and being around, like being your avatar and communicating with other avatars. Like, to me, that's just
Yeah,
the
that's
end
something
goal.
that. Sorry, no, yeah, you're right, Bombay. And I was in the on cyberspace today, and they were talking about how one of the things they're trying to implement is like how can we make people stay in our on cyberspaces? It's like we got to give them something to do. And this is one of the things I was talked about in some of my Artifact threads about like Artifact has a lot of things going on, but they really don't have anything to like do. Like there's nothing to do necessarily with all of these things. Like the physicals, yeah, but like my clone can't really go anywhere and hang out with other clones. Like the Artifact ecosystem exists like on Discord and on Twitter, and that's kind of it. There's no like RuneScape metaverse hub.
Isn't that true with like pretty
You
much
know,
every PFP project?
As of now.
yeah, I guess currently, I think Mechaverse actually has a whole core games ecosystem that they just created, surprisingly. But that's probably the closest I've seen.
You know, it was really cool on that on cyberspace today. One of the guys was like, "Hey, why can't we run around as our clones? Why can't we run around there as our avatars?" And they said that was not up to us not to release yet. And then the guy shut off his mic, and I was like, "Oh." Their space is recorded. One of us should go back and find that. But
He
that's what they
specifically
said.
said that was not our decision.
Yes, there
I
it
don't
is.
think that was like it's not. It's still coming. He made it sound like we kind of wanted to do that, but we kind of got shut down. So
yes, absolutely.
Let me I'll touch on the on cyber thing. Obviously our clones aren't in there yet, but there are some people that are building some things and doing things in there. I'm seeing people decorate their stuff. Prez has talked to me. He's working on setting up his loot pod. He's currently streaming this space right now that we're all in. He's streaming it in his pod. He's also broadcasting it on YouTube. Prez is, working on building some stuff to kind of get things in there. And then which is awesome, and we're chatting as we go. I'm in his YouTube right now, in my YouTube on my computer, actually, in his chat. So the link's on the first one if you guys want to jump on his YouTube and show some love. It's the first pinned post. But I also wanted to point out there's a guy that came here the other night, Nomics. He does trading and charting and has a whole community of like 1,200 people on Discord that they basically trade anything and everything that you can speculate on. They trade it and they speculate on it. And, the other morning, he invited me into his pod ecosystem that he already has all the portals set up, about six rooms, all decorated to the T with videos. And he's got games on the wall, like full blown. You could play Doom on the wall. And he had about 40 of his students in his pod. And he was teaching them. They were going over charting like live, like he was showing his screen and he was teaching them how to chart Ethereum, I think was what it was. And it was an hour-long class, and he invited me to it to basically see that, like, what can be done in the pod. So he had his screen up on the wall, and then on the back wall he had another, YouTube, big screen on the wall, and you could basically have your own instance. Like I can get close to it with the avatar, and I could search on YouTube anything I wanted, and only my computer could see it. So like I could watch any different YouTube video in the meantime while I was watching his class, if you needed to. But there are people building some shit, and his is the furthest along I've seen so far, where he had like 30, 40 of his students there in at once, and just like going over classes, and they do them often too. It's pretty cool to see. It's not clone avatars yet, but I think that's what they're all looking for. Like that's what they're looking towards, and they're already like actively getting in there daily and doing different classes in the same way that Jerry talked about. I don't know if he's in here, but I plan to tell him about this because he was talking about doing the board security classes in there. He was talking about doing a few different things in there, and I know that Prez has volunteered to set his up so that we could stream through it, and he's working on that. So I just want to say I fucking love this community, dude. Everybody's kind of working together. Nomics has already offered his space, his pod system for us to host this space, and it could be restreamed inside of there. So there's like you have our 2-dimension here, and then a 3rd dimension for the people with computers. They can run around in there.
Dude, that
I
kind
think
of
it's
makes me
dope.
like regret selling my pod. Actually, the nomic stuff, like, it's pretty dope.
Oh, he knows the ins and outs of them, just kind of like Giabiza too. I don't know if he's in here. He does this as well. But Nomics he runs a community, like he has a community since 2014 with like 1,200 people, and they get in those pods and they're active in those pods, bro.
That's pretty cool.
It's
like, what can you do, right? So just take somebody to do it, and this guy Nomics, like, trade or whatever, but he doesn't have to use his pods. Like, it's obvious he bought his clone for a few reasons, right? Like the 3D stuff, and he streams with a 3D clone on his face, but then he's also using the pod. So like he's a perfect example of somebody who's actually doing something with the pod rather than just, like me when I had my pod. I like the OG one. I just threw some shit on the wall and then, like that's it, right? But yeah, we should definitely like try and activate the pods more, because I mean it's something that others don't have, and it's kind of a cool thing. I didn't know about the YouTube proximity thing. That was kind of going through my mind, like, oh, like, can everybody hear it? Like, is it proximity? But if it's just localized to your computer, that's really cool, man.
Sometimes we get a little like chambered in an echo chamber within Web3, where it's like if it's not a game, then I'm not interested in it, right? But it's like, in the real life, like utility, corporate, office, learning, like Nomics has, like, he does financial charting, and so he wants to remain his privacy, so he's using his clone as his filters. Dope. And then now he's able to utilize, he has a big following, and so now he's able to take that following and create a better digital experience than just watch me on disc. It adds a different layer that maybe we're not privy to, being in Web3, that's like, that has utility be in like more of like an IRL, corporate setting versus just it's not a game. So it's interesting.
Yeah, so like when I hopped in there, man, and he invited me in, I didn't realize he was full blown, like had a course up and going via like his YouTube, like they were streaming and teaching, and he had a ton to do in his pods. Like I said, he had instances of like old video games that we used to play that have been kind of reformatted and like web versions of them that he was able to put on the wall, and like you can walk up to it and you get your own instance of the game and you could play it inside of his pods. And he gave me a tour of like all of his portals and where they all connect and kind of like how to get around. He's got them all set up. Like he's kind of building it out for these kind of experiences, and he's like completely volunteered to set it up for us if we ever wanted to use it. Same with Prez is doing that too. So I was only bringing that up because it's a lot of people like aren't using their pods and they don't know what to do with them, and they're not, there is actually a place where we could all hang out in 3D with some ugly alien avatars from right now, but eventually with our clones. And I just think it's dope what people are doing.
Here's the question,
Rose, what is up?
What are we gonna do in there? He's got an audience for one specific thing. So what will we
exactly.
Do, right? Like, yeah.
Well, his offer, he kind of told me, he said, hey, look, this is what we can set up. I could have this wall right here will be rebroadcasting the space, right? And anybody the audio would come through there, and then people could be in there listening to the space and also playing the games on the wall that he has. They could be running, like doing all the other things that he has in there, but you still hear the audio instead of just staring at your phone. I don't know, man. It's a step forward, right? And I just told him I think it's dope, and we should do it. We should do like a test run, and everybody with a computer can hop in there and it just kind of adds just an extra level of like intimacy where you're now in 3D, you're now moving around, you could see the people you're talking to, and you're also hearing the space while you're doing it. So just the same way we did with Kaz, right? Except Nomics's is a little more built out, and I think that Prez's will be built out more than the one that who are we in? Jarlin's wasn't, he didn't have like those extra things to do in there, but similar concept. I think it's just we're working towards something, right? It's getting there is what I'm trying to get at. Like people are starting to do some dope shit. They're starting to realize the capabilities, and I think if On Cyber just keeps pushing it, then things will just get better. Rose, how are you?
Good. Any mention of like a corporate use case, I'm like, hands up, volunteer to speak. With the metaverse, like with Meta and what Zuckerberg, had in mind, just from being on the inside. I mean, the vision is grand. It's not the dopey PFP that they've released and kind of shared. It's definitely all about collaborative work. So, I mean, if anything, COVID has accelerated everybody remote working, but the productivity is decreasing because you can't do things like whiteboard together. So, I mean, I love all the use cases like with what Nomics is doing because we just want to interact with each other as if we're in the same space, literally and figuratively. But the ability to share, write, whiteboard, brainstorm, even code next to each other. I mean, those are all the baby steps. And, Meta's baking big on that aspect for sure with their metaverse roadmap. It's going to take a while because it's just the compliance and wearing the headset and all that. Some people are freaked out about just having your eyes being read, if you will, from like a safety and security perspective. But yeah, from an inside scoop perspective, I had seen it in my past. It's like phenomenal. Like you drink the Kool-Aid so quick when you're inside Meta and you see their vision because you're like, this is dope. This is like so futuristic in terms of like, if you recall like Minority Report in that movie, they had like the swiping of the screens and doing this and that. I mean, for us to be able to do that together to actually solve a problem, I mean, that's groundbreaking because you don't have the physical limitations of borders and even time zones anymore. You can actually do that all together. So just wanted to chime in to say the vision's there, and I love being on Cyber as a curator. I just kind of curate spaces, and I'm not at that level that Nomics has, but just even imagining how to personalize a space for a certain vibe and then added some utility. I mean, it's all very, very creative and purpose built. So even in our pods, I feel like we all have a chance to flex those muscles and build out those skills.
Actually create like money or revenue from the pods already. Like they've set up spaces, like you said, curate spaces. They've set up spaces or class sessions and broadcasted for people that wanted to go in and have more of a 3D intimate experience with like people from their company or people from their teams. So he's completely set up spaces for them to do that, broadcasted their streams for them, and like kind of done all the back end, and all they have to do is click a link to join in. So like there definitely is opportunity there, and there's no, like what he was saying is basically there's no other thing, no other space like that for $400 that you can get to basically like curate like an experience for a company or for a team of people or for a group. You know what I mean? And it's there, and it's completely customizable. Like people are already making skins for them. There's a bunch of different things you can add to them. Like, and the floor price is like $600, I think, for the loot pod.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's just cool to see what people are doing.
Even for like with ENS, if folks are into ENS domains, the whole idea of subdomains, and so I have one that's called Family Archive. .eth, and my idea about buying that was that I could do that. So it's a subdomain. You could do your surname for family names or whatever you want. And my business plan, of which I need to still action, is to spin up a curated on cyberspace that I make, and I sell it as a combo, right? And it's curated space. It's family archive, so I'm thinking pictures, assets, whatever. But yeah, you're right. The beauty of it is that you can create these spaces to sell as well. And curation skills is actually one that's highly sought for sure. I have an artist friend who kind of mentioned, since I did a few of his spaces, he just said it's kind of cool that you can take someone's art collection and just decorate a certain space with certain vibe. And I don't know art very much. Like I don't have art history background, but I think for those that have an eye for just what looks good together, and if you have even better art history, I feel like even art curation for people's personal collections is an avenue that's maybe viable too.
I agree. I pinned to the top, guys. This is Prez, his space. He's got the big screen up, and it's like if you zoom in, you can see like our space. Everybody up on the stage right there is
That
currently
looks
on, in the
that looks
picture.
fire too.
Yo, this is the best. Me and Shekinah are doing the same exact thing right now.
You got that right. Shut up, Kira.
let's
I
go.
see you. And I hear you
it.
too.
You get it. Clones multiply. Yo, let's go.
Clothes don't die.
Yo,
That's funny.
Kira.
This is a vibe, yo. This is a vibe. Yo.
Kiro made me bust out my old trap phone, bro, to get it up and running. And I've been like joining multiple spaces during the daytime. I don't do it while I'm here because I want my full attention being with y'all. But I love the guerrilla,
No.
guerrilla
You just
marketing,
go,
bro.
and then you on my computer. I got like the blue stacks, but I have it automated, so I'll get it to join in here. It was in another space, but I'll get it in here. I'm telling you guys, the more and more people see clones, the more and more people DM me ask what they should get from the ecosystem.
No, that's what we're doing, dude.
We need a more holder count, so you have more creators making stuff with them.
Well, months ago, I was saying
We need
like
to
clones need to
normalize
be more
clones.
active, man. Like we got to get out here. Got to get out on spaces. It's the meta right now. Like that's what we're like. You got to get out on the timeline. Unfortunately, like it's kind of where everything is living right now. So I think everybody's doing a good job. Like look at the last month and just look how, despite what's going on with Artifact, just look how the community has kind of come together, right? The community just like deciding to do something, take it into their own hands and go, you know what? I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna build networks. I'm gonna build like relationships, right? And Artifact's gonna do Artifact, and Yuga's gonna do Yuga. And I think it's just important to build who you are and build like what you're doing. And they're gonna do their thing, because if you don't have a goal and if you're not building your name, your Dre Mill, right? We and him, we have calls. Like I called him. Like if you're building Dre Mill, right? You're building Bombay, Grand Rising, Kuro, Ninja, Ant Ben's building, Demi building, Shekinah, Jace, Baron, everybody here, Rose Jade, Memory. You guys are all building like your personal like brands and who you are, right? The PFP is just a PFP, right? Like if you're not like actively wanting to grow as a person and grow your network and grow your like meaningful relationships out here, then you're just staring at floor prices. You're spending your whole day staring at floor prices, waiting for the projects that you're invested in to drop news and waiting for them to tell you like floor price go up. Like, but when you realize like there's more to this Web3 shit than just watching the floor, it becomes way more fun, right? You don't give a shit about the floor price when you're invested in like really good projects, because you're like out here building networks and you're building relationships. Like it's super important. And I recommend anybody in here listening that is concerned about their bags or is concerned about bear markets and is just concerned about macro environments and they're stressing. I just recommend just like finding something that you're passionate about within Web3, finding something that you like to do, and finding something that you want to build or help build, and just like put some focus into that, because your worries will kind of slowly go away about like your personal like bags or like the team and the product, what they're doing. Like I don't know, it's important. Let's see, someone had their hand up. Oh, so I don't know if I want to go back on the topic. Somehow we got onto on cyber, but we did have Jason Ninja come up when we were starting to talk, like when we were talking about those topics. So I want to hear their takes real quick, just because I really respect both of their opinions, and anybody else too that came up while we were talking about it. Do you guys use your PFPs on other social medias? Like, is that something you guys do? Or
Real quick,
are
Compound,
you haven't?
you gotta clip that. Compound was dropping absolute gems and bars, and we need to hear that like every day. So thank you. Go ahead.
And go to the fucking gym, get some sun, work out before these spaces, before you spend 6 hours in here. Go get some fucking like a lift in or a run. And I listened to my space on Friday, and I was cussing a lot in it. So I've been really working on it, this space, to kind of not sound like that. So if I'm
Shut the fuck up, Compound. God damn. Nobody wants to fucking hear your mouth anyway.
Ninja, is your
What's up,
PFP
man?
on other platforms, or do you just use it on Twitter?
Yes, but not as my main one. But I will say this. Let's talk about. I gotta throw like a whole bouquet, like the whole flower. Actually, not the whole bouquet. What am I talking about? I gotta hold the flow. Sorry, I'm off two mushroom chocolates. So,
Yeah.
what was I saying? I gotta throw the whole flower dispensary at Kuro and Compound, both of you guys. Kuro, well, first of all, you Compound for having these spaces, and people are peeping it. Like the clone community is strong. Like they're seeing what it is and they're seeing how dope it is. And then Kuro, like you are like. if Artifact don't hire you to market for clones, like for real, because you are guerrilla marketing like a mofo. And by the way, I really appreciate what you said, Compound, about your how you just being so transparent, like, hey, I listened to how much I curse, because that's something like like I'm not gonna make any excuses. I'm responsible for every word that comes out of my mouth. But to be honest, like I grew up in a family household where both my mom and dad were military. They cussed like sailors, literally. And so I just grew up with a lot of cussing, so I just cussed a lot myself. But that's something that I'm trying to reduce. And you saying that is like, you know what? I need to do better with my language too. So I appreciate that. But as far as do I use the PFPs? No, but I will say this: putting my PFPs on Instagram and Facebook and just explaining, like I've had several educational moments where I'm just like, this is my PFP. This is a clone. This is what it is to Artifact. It's owned by Nike. Just real basic fifth grader educational type posts. It gets so much traction, so much organic interest, and people always want them. Every time I show clones to people, like their face lights up. They're like, "Ooh, I want that!" And then I start showing them the Murakamis, and then I start showing them the traits. Like, it is undeniable that normies love clones, and so that's what makes me really bullish on them. It's just for long term. It's like people are going to want these. Vincent had a really good post today. I don't know if Vincent's still in the room. Oh no, Vincent left. But he had a really good post today when he had about how like just hold on clones, like people are going to soon realize what these are worth, and it's so true. It's like it's the there was a clone I was looking at yesterday that was a black MK black hoodie. It was like black on black, which is a little party hat. And I showed it to my friend, and immediately the first thing he said is, I would put that as art on my wall. And I said, exactly. And so I think that's something that we can't forget, is like this is real art, whether it's our PFPs, whether we get in clones and pods and all this other stuff. Like it's real art that we have, and it has Murakami's name on it, so it's going to be worth a lot in the future. I'm done.
Can't go wrong with MK Black,
I appreciate your take, and I do remember, Vince's post. It was actually a copy pasta he was doing, but it applied so much to CloneX that he posted it. And I think a few other people posted too. It was some other copy pasta, which makes it even funnier because of the application was perfect. Where's Jace at? Jace came up
real
here.
Quick though, is like actually Leonidas was in the big space talking about historical NFTs yesterday and talking about like provenance and like how he buys his NFTs with like a 10-year roadmap of like buying it and with it like holding for 10 years and like that with that type of like analogy, or not analogy, it's like investment thinking. And he says like when you look at startups, right, like that's why he's bullish on historical NFTs, because of the provenance. Like startups, like the CEO is like what like you and move to different projects. Like, do you think that founders of NFT projects are going to stick around and be a founder of this same NFT project for 10 years? Is that a realistic ask for this? Like, I don't think so. And like for Bored Apes, like they have historical and cultural provenance, right? Like I truly think if Yuga goes under, or if the founders go on, retire, and move on, like Bored Apes will still maintain its floor price because of the cultural impact. It's proven. And so I think that this applies for clones. It's like I think if the founders were to move on, are and we get new founders or whatever, like or it's just like say Artifact does pivots like art clones already are Murakami art and like one of the first 3D avatars into space and have with a Nike acquisition. Like that's provenance in my eyes, right? So like in 10 years, I just completely shifted like, okay, what are NFTs or what project is going to be around in 10 years and what project can survive if the founder leaves? Right?
I have a question for Shekinah based on what you just said, and it's going to be a hot take, super hot take, and it's not meant to disrespect anyone. It's just an idea that came to my head. But Shekinah, do you think in the current, like right now in this state, if Artifact founders said, "Hey, we're gonna turn this over to Nike, or we're gonna turn this over to, let's just say, other Web3 people," do you think that would be bad or good, or do you think that it would be, or let's just say in the current state, if Artifact said, "Hey, we're not sure we can handle this, we're gonna turn it over to people who can," what do you think?
So she kind of stepped down.
So that's Ninja. That's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point. It's like I think clones will be just fine. Maybe who knows?
No, I think clones will be just fine too, but I think they'll just be just fine because they're not active in this space currently. And I'm not saying this disrespectfully at all because let me be clear, this is not my perception. I want to be clear what I'm about to say is, but to the perceived outside of clones, like the outside perception is they do not have a high. I mean, they essentially get teased quite a bit what's the word? Not called out directly is what I'm trying to say. Is it's like
Web3 native, Web3 native.
But no, when people say founders that aren't active on Twitter, minus sign or whatever they'll put, but on the flip end, if Frank the Gods was to step down, like everything would change.
That's my point.
The entire, yeah. And I'm not saying that again, but because he holds up the entire thing.
And how fair is it for Frank to be able to be like, bro, this is you're the founder of D-Gods for the rest of your life, bro. That's it. Like,
but it's not about fairness though, because here's the thing is, and I say this with respect, is I'm not going to say what Frank is or isn't, but I'll tell you one thing: Frank loves every single bite of attention, every single morsel of attention, every little bit. He eats it up. That's for his breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's why he's doing it 24/7. He loves it. So it's not about Frank, poor Frank. It's like Frank eats this.
No. So I'm not talking about fairness
to
Frank. I'm talking about fairness to a founder, because like in 2-3 years, bro, like he might get burnt out, get tired, or he want to go do something else where there's more attention. To your point, right?
Man, my friends, I've got probably 20 different friends that have founded massive, massive corporations, and they're in them 20 years and they're still having a party. So I think it just depends on the person. But if there's an upside, like if you're building lore, man, that takes 10 years just to build that, right? Just the word alone, right? So I think, apes together strong, clones together strong. I think honestly, our community is so dope that I think some people would bounce, but I think some people, Ninja, would be emboldened and pumped, and they would go sweep the floor if some of the founders left, right? I think.
Hold on, rewind. We're talking about Artifact founders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Listen, I think with the current sentiment, and let me be so clear, this is like, I'm outside the Artifact ecosystem. I just feel like if they were like, yo, we're turning it over to these highly capable people, Web3/Web2 people, let's just say they're well-respected Web2 or Web3 people, I think people would be like, oh, shit. Now, is that what I would want? No. Do I think that would be healthy for the overall ecosystem? I don't know, but I think that with the current outside sentiment, when things are low, that's why Facebook, Homeboy got kicked out. And maybe Elle can speak more on that because I know she's more the expert. Excuse me, not Elle. Rose Jade could speak more of that. But I mean, these are just things that I really think are interesting to toss around. as Bombay has
Right,
brought
and
him
so I
up.
think it comes down to provenance, and like the clone IP that it ultimately what it is Ninja. To my point is, what if there's no founders, bro, and it just becomes a historical NFT, right? And that's all it is.
That's
All it
healthy
is,
to
right?
me. That's
And so all
Bitcoin.
it is just a CloneX, and you can download your 3D files, and that's it. To me, that's
I will say one thing you said earlier that was really good is about the 10
yeah.
years. About the 10 years. That's one of the things that I have as a investment thesis for clones is like I switched my investment thinking when I was in the space with a Bitcoiner since the beginning. And he said, if you knew Bitcoin, when you were mining Bitcoin for free, or let's just say buying it for $1, if you knew Bitcoin was going to be $60,000 at the peak, would you have sold it? No. And that's how I feel about clones. It's like if you knew in 10 years that clones are going to be worth $1 million, would you have sold it for 50, 100K, 125K, whatever you sell it for? Probably not.
No, I agree. This is a good conversation, actually.
And so you look,
So
at other
this,
entities, and if the founder dips, that's why investors and VCs funds they don't put all their eggs in three baskets. They put it in 100 different companies, and bank that one will work out in 10 years, right? So it's like, but in NFTs you have like your ride or die with your sports team. You go all in because it's hard. You can't just invest in 100 different NFT projects. I mean, I guess you can, but like good luck. But so yeah, it's just I think that clones have a problem. It's just simply because of the one of the early achieving 3D avatar that's Murakami. Simple as that. And Nike. Like that sometimes it's all we need to focus on. Like we overcomplicate it sometimes, but like that is the thesis for the 10-year roadmap.
you guys have heard me talk about how I'm tired of hearing on the timeline and in like this space about how people want their founders to be active and like actively in spaces and actively doing this and that and shit posting. Like people think that that's the end all be all. That's crazy. That's the last thing I want my founders to be doing. Like go build, go put a team together, go hire people, go. You know what I mean? Go work
It's
on the
the current meta,
technology.
bro. Because
Go.
I remember like a few
It
months
doesn't.
ago,
Yeah.
they were talking about that, and they were like they were saying that, but then now it's like, oh, we want it. Shit changes so fast in this space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What I'm
and
saying.
it's no. Go
If
ahead,
your
Marco. Go ahead.
if your entire entire value add like to the project is there's no real tech, but our founders are out here with us, like in the trenches, like it's gonna catch up to you eventually, right? Like it's gonna, if you're not building anything and your whole concept for the project is just like shit posting and being active on the timeline, that's not going to survive a bear market. Like that's not going to make
No.
it to where it needs to
Well, you
go,
know what
bro.
it really isn't going to survive, though? It's not going to survive a bull market. It's actually going to do great in the bear market because there's a big, wide vacuum for someone to just fill all that space up, And I'm not going to say names because we all know those people, including myself at times. Like, somebody can enter in a room, suck all the fucking air out of the room, and whether it's good or bad, and just take over the room or take over the timeline or take over the space. But in a bull market, when there's money flowing like champagne at a party, and you got, billions of dollars going in all sorts of different directions. 20,000 projects, I'm exaggerating, but let's just say 100 projects realistically launching every day. It's very frenetic. There's lots of money going everywhere. And like in those cases, it's like, who wants to listen to these people who we had to listen to the whole bear market say the same thing over and over and just exhausted us? Like, we're not going to want to listen to that. We don't. They're going to literally become the tiniest voices. We're going to be like, do you remember when this person? Because that's what I've seen consistently happen. And then when the bear market comes back around again, if I'm really honest, from what I've seen, most of the time those voices go away. The biggest voices, again, I don't want to name names because these are people who you probably don't know, but there were some big voices in Bitcoin and in altcoins and before NFTs that were just huge, and they are minuscule now, especially the Bitcoin maximalists. Those people are like, who are they? Do we even remember them? Do we even care?
Yeah, I agree. And I know we hate using this word until we get a better word for it. will use it, but the word like community, man, you can have sorry, you can have I know we hate it, but listen,
But
it's
why do we
actually it's
hate
I
it
don't
actually
hate it,
though?
bro.
it look no, I
I
don't
don't
hate
hate
it,
it.
bro.
You
But
know
it's
the
just
people who
like
hate it. The people who, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, compound.
no,
Make your point.
so the people that say they hate it is just that it's overused for the wrong reasons, right? And I agree with that. But the community is actually like you can actually build a community that can take a project like somewhere, right? So the founders continue to build, right? They do their thing, and the community is if the community is strong enough, the founders can like step away and hand the team off to somebody else that is going to continue building, and that community is like still there. So it's just kind of to Bombay's point. I think there are a few projects, Yuga, Artifact. There's a lot of like of the bigger projects that I know that and I see that could pass the torch, and the community is going to be right there, ready to go. There'd be some speculation on it, but it wouldn't be long. Like the speculation, people would either sell if they just were really fucking with the old founders, but if there's vision with the new founders and the torch being passed to the new people, the community is going to stay, man, 100%.
This community is going to stay, and also too, let's just talk about the people who don't like the word community. Like from my personal inference and just peeping, like the people who bitch, moan, and sorry, wasn't supposed to cuss. The people who complain about community and like don't like it are honestly some of the most miserable people I know. And listen, they may be a part of communities. They a lot of them participate in the community, but they're not real. Like if you understand what real community is, then you celebrate it 24/7, 365 for the rest of your life. Community is why we're here, because I grew up in real communities, that real in real life community, and like those are the lifeblood of who made me who I am today. That's the reason, like they are like the things that make things that help bring visions to fruition. Like you need a community. You have a vision, you can't do it by yourself. You need a community behind you. So, the people who pee pee and poo poo on that name, that's on them. And I understand it's overused, but guess what? It's overused because it's relevant.
So there's actually communities and projects that can survive sold just completely on the community. I mean, like look at Dogecoin. There was no tech there. It was literally a copy of Bitcoin, and it was a meme coin. They became what they became because of how strong that culture and that community became. Like they had no tech, right? So when you get a project like Artifact that has tech, it has backing, it has a future, it has vision, and we together, like I implore everybody in here to build the community with us all, like together. Now imagine like how powerful that can be because the other things are there as well, right? Polly, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm doing phenomenal. I actually had a thought. I was pretty integrated in different communities, like creative community, filmmaking community, tech communities in Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco. But in Web3, the amount of people with a vision or like innovation or let's say Web3 makes me believe in the future of technology in a way it can potentially positively impact IRL life. So it is very inspiring. There is no other community like the community in Web3, but then of course there's like such a variety of characters that not necessarily you will have a good experience right away. So it takes some like determination, like you have to be persuasive to get acquainted or understand more about the culture. So I believe the interest is there, and it's obviously a very exciting place to be and meet like-minded individuals or even shift your belief system. Yeah, I'm just super grateful and wanted to highlight something I really admire.
I agree 100%. I've yet to find a place other than Web3 where I've been able to surround myself with so many motivated individuals, so many creative individuals, so many driven to succeed, driven to make money, right? Because we're like there's financials tied to investing in crypto and NFTs, driven to just like better themselves overall than I have in Web3. Like, I think that's what draws me. Clubs, or I've come from the rugby world, right? So rugby clubs, or music festival world. So I have music festival like friends as well. But like Web3, I'm able to tap into like people all around the world, right? And I'm learning more here than I have in any other of the communities that I've been involved with. So that's a great point. Memory, how are you? What's up?
Great. Yeah, community. I don't think it's as binary as people may think, whether it's necessarily a good or a bad. But I think you're only able to enjoy community when you're not necessarily worried about your bag. Because otherwise, if you're worried about your bag the whole time, like, you can't worry about your relationships or anything. And then the tough thing about that is, like, the NFT space, most people got into it for the financials. Most people didn't get into it for community. But obviously, some of the projects, it was just a serendipitous occasion to where the community happened to be kind of a major utility and kind of a major group of people that you actually messed with and like you could build with. And I forgot who was saying it earlier, but like, these people are super motivated. Like, the nature of this speculative technological finance crossroads space is like all the weirdos and the pioneers that aren't afraid to dive into something new and weird and exciting and figure it out and together and try to work towards a goal. And I'd say in the artifacts case, the community is definitely a utility. Like, all y'all people in here, I enjoy listening to, being around. Like, Compound, you hosting these spaces is awesome. It's like, my grandfather was in radio for 50 years, and so I kind of grew up around that environment. And like, this is kind of like you get home from work and you sit down and you listen to all your friends talk about stuff on the radio. And then you got Dre in here with all the good vibes. Bombay is the community. Kuro is every other community. You got Jay's Mr. Worldwide over here. Aunt Ben, obviously, and Rose are both near and dear to me, being on the C-Nominate team. Even Shekinah has her bright blossoming moments, even though she still doesn't follow me. But that's okay. But yeah, community, it just depends. It's a case by case scenario. So, but I think it can have value depending on which project and the people, their intrinsic motivations on why they got into the space.
I have to say this, the community thing, a couple discords I got into right in the beginning, right? Late 2020, then again very early 2021, and everyone's screaming at each other, hold the floor, and if you do this, and like, bro, our community's so rocking, our community this. And I was like, bro, this is the worst. This is just bullying. It was terrible, and it really turned me off until I got into one project that I really, really vibed with, and then I went, super deep, 150 tokens deep, right? And I'm still holding it because I love that community. I'm in all sorts of chat groups. I chat with them as much as I chat here. It's just not as public. But now I've found, man, there's some dope. Like, I go to my mutant community for certain things, and they show up, man. I love it. Clone community for creativeness, they show up. My Azuki community, I've got a bunch that live close to me. We do lunch all the time. They're epic entrepreneurs and been in their projects for a decade. Some of them, they're startup and sell guys. But my entrepreneurial community, and I don't know, man. I love the different types of people that get drawn to different projects. And I think it really is true. It's a different vibe with each one of them, and I'm here for it, man. I love it. But that's why I hang here so much. I'm a creative. That's what I do.
Yeah, because obviously Goblin Town community is a little bit different from Ape community. It's a little bit different from Clone community. So, I guess pick your poison Pick your Oh God.
Appreciate you, Jace. Did Baron, you had your hand up first?
What up?
How's it going?
How we doing?
So
you changed
good.
your PFP again, bro. You changed your PFP again.
I just went back to Baron, dude. I'm keeping consistent. Got me up on stage last night to leap space, dude.
I know.
Snuck up there as the Pepe, and then switched to the pirate. Dude, he's like, check out Baron's PFP. We'll be talking about the Pepes. I'm
And
like,
then
dude,
switched it back to the clone, so everyone looked at
it
it.
wasn't even a fucking clone when he did it. It wasn't even a Pepe. It was a clone. It's hilarious, man. I love this. Is a great space Monday night. I'm impressed. I got some notes, so just bear with me here. I think what Jace is just talking about is like couple takes is like the community is secret alpha, as Vince would say, turbo utility. I mean, especially in this group, was in one other community before, and it was just I didn't have a vibe there, and I think from the longevity of this project beyond the current team, I think that I agree with the fact that of the provenance and the fact that these are timeless pieces. I think that it would be really hard to pass the controls as it stands today. So we got to support these people. I just want 2 more years out of them. You know what I mean? Couple more years, and then we could be talking about something like that. But to lose anybody in the core model right now, I'd rather see additions where people can like learn how they're thinking in good ways and can add insight in areas that they just haven't developed professionally currently. I'd love to see additions to the existing team. Is another take there. I also think it's big for their exit. If they don't make this work, their careers are fucked. Really. I mean, I know they got paid, but like when you get that type of money, A, it goes fast, especially when it's your first big one, and B, it's just they're too young for it not to be thirsty to go get it done again. You get this like Midas touch where you think you do it once and you think you can do it again. It's just what I've seen from successful people, and so they need this to work to parlay it into the next deal. So I like that aspect. I want them to be hungry, and I think they are. Everything that I think Nike had them working on some stuff that didn't tie into exactly everything they had to release right away, and now we're getting caught up. I'd kill for dates like Yuga got. I think we'll get there one day. I'm thinking of getting a sewer pass from Demi. I think Compound's girl, quote unquote, these are my notes. Worry-free attitude is pretty fire. She likes demons. That's fire. And her first tweet went viral. She's a catch, dude. You got to lock it up. Keep her around at least and happy. We got to pump giveaways to Shekinah's Twitter until she gets that holder count up to maybe 400. Maybe we can go to 300. 250 would be a good start. I worked out this morning hard. That was good. And hold on, I'm almost finished. I'm going to work no cusses in this space. It was something I wrote down. Cursing is probably a better way to put it, but that's the way I wrote it. Dude, I hate when people do stage shout outs because memory, dude, you hurt my feelings, bro. Like I got this big afro. I'm green. It's hard not to see me. Next time I expect a little shout out. That's all I got.
I just got to say that I love that you take notes, and I love that you recap live, right? So we have Rose Jade, who has volunteered her time to recap our Friday space, and she did that today. We have Baron taking notes here, recapping it for anybody who come in late, because he started his notes. He was talking about points when we had 24 people in here, right? So we're at 50 now, 48. And he just recapped some of the topics that we did. Like, that's so awesome, bro. I've never taken a note on a space, and it's probably bites me in the ass with my ADHD. You guys can tell I'm all over the place sometimes.
I'm in the war room right now, getting stuff done. I got the best wife in the world, man. She's got this on my desk, all these hearts cut out with like my name. And it's like, Coleman, charming, sexy skier, dude. Like, dude, fuck. How could you not be stoked right now? I'm just getting my finances in order, and life's good.
Dude, I fucking love hearing that from you, Baron. 100%, because I've been here on spaces with you when you had your demon PFP and life was rough and you were down. So hearing you say that life's good right now, it's like, I'm pumped for that, bro. I'm super pumped
Life's
for that.
always good. Sometimes I let work get to me, you know what I'm saying? I let it be like a measuring stick for my life. It's not good. Not good. But that's just because.
So basically, it's the first time I get to hear such a mature perspective on what, every individual, a community, and the utility should focus on to advance the space. But just for the reference, on my screen, Rose Jade is on top of Baron, so it's already this like a perfect character. But yeah, I just didn't expect Baron to have this deep voice, but also he can be really serious and tough in a way, and calm in his presence, but when it comes to hearts on his table, he's like just
That's
we
Uncle
can feel him
Baron. It's Uncle
differently.
Baron right there.
Yeah, kids call me, my friends call me Grandpa.
Papa.
Oh, and
Baron rocks
also in the
his.
community, so it's gonna be brief, but I had this feeling that it might be important. Usually, the community is built like around the project or around the founder, so it's a vision of one person. Somehow, I didn't get to join your spaces before, so I believe maybe you didn't host enough at that time, but I would be naturally driven to that kind of conversation where like it's a collective input on how to advance the space or how to implement the technology in something in your expertise field, um, rather than an idea of one person is being like promoted and forced on the community. So it's super cool, and I'm like always appreciative and grateful for you.
So I appreciate you, Polly, and I guess a lot of people in here that have been here since we started. We have like a lot of people in here that have been. We're at the first bad take. Like they're still showing up daily, and they can probably attest that this is probably the most I've spoken in any space. Like I usually will bring people up, and I will bring up topics, or I'll connect conversations in a way. But I really, really enjoy hearing from other people. So this is actually the most I've talking, and then like it is a long space at times, right? So my brain works the best at night. Like this is when mine is most active. I'm not a morning spaces type of person, but later in the space, sometimes like I got some dope co-hosts and the other dope speakers that will pick up like slack. Like when I start getting like brain dead, Dre Mill like comes alive and later in the night sometimes, and Vince starts kicking. Bombay's always dropping drama. So I think like we have a pretty cool cohesion of like people that are here consistently that are able to bring knowledge from all different aspects. And I appreciate you like newer to this space coming up and sharing. And I invite anybody else here that has been here multiple times or is here for the first time. Like this is not a space with topics. This is not a space where the host is just teaching you things and telling you things and pushing a narrative that or a mindset or an echo chamber of their own onto you. This is more of a space of like come up, tell us what you're thinking on a topic, or bring up a topic. Like bring up a new topic if you want. As long as it's a good time and like the previous topic is kind of dead. Like we love new topics. So that's kind of like how the platform how this always was. It was really like I want a place where like the community can kind of get together and just chop it up, chat different topics, and like really push each other's to think differently, right? And you don't think differently if there's just one, if there's only one narrative and one topic, or the three hosts are doing all the pushing a narrative. So again, I'll
or
stop
even one
monologuing.
community, or even one community, right? If you look in here, you got all sorts of communities. This is more of a we want to push this together community. I don't care what your PFP is. I could throw my clone up. I could throw my Azuki up. I can throw my mutant up. I can throw my Atom Bomb Squad up. I can throw anything up. But it's all of us. Like, is the bad takes community, right? I don't care. Right? Why'd you throw that thing up there? Why are you bullish? Hit me. Right? Like when all of the Kid Called Beast guys came in, like, all right, man, we're gonna shut up for a bit. Tell us about you guys, and then they rolled in deep. Right? I loved it. It was that's
Yeah,
what
we
I
had
love.
a whole Board Ape Dookie Dash segment to start it off. Like, this is not a CloneX artifact space. This is a space that's run by a CloneX, but we talk about everything, and we love the vibes, and we love to learn. And obviously, sometimes we do talk about artifact just because we have that in common. But nah. We hear, hey, you stick around for another couple hours, and the clock hits midnight. We get a little spicy in here. So
Yeah, dude,
Polly knows. So
that's when Grandpa goes to bed and shit gets
Oh my god,
crazy.
guys! You should have told me that. I just took melatonin and I decided to say hi.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Grandma Polly, don't worry. We here every day of the week, so we ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
you're
there's.
welcome all days.
Yeah,
Oh
we're
my
so
god.
glad you're back tonight.
Me too. And in regards to PFP as a tool of building like an online presence or building your online identity around, for artists, like we've been doing it since forever. I guess like to compartmentalize your existence in like different mediums and on the different platforms. So you have to unify the experience somehow, and that's how I end up with this ball of delightful energy.
Well, we appreciate you, Polly, and I challenge you to stay awake as long as you can on melatonin and to like just fight it. I want to see. I want to know how that turns out. Because that would be awesome.
Wait, hold up. Can we just acknowledge
What was the?
Jace's tweet that he's vibing on spaces in the space on a screen in the spaceship? That's just different, bro.
That's right. That's right.
Where did Jace put that tweet? And I do want to say that
on my MySpace. It's on my MySpace. Go hit it.
Yeah, let's not link the MySpace in here because we're gonna get sent to the shadow realm. Like we're gonna get shadow banned for like Flav.
Dude, I paid this guy to
banned.
make me this epic background on it. It's totally customized.
Chase has 100 contractors.
Oh my god! No, I Dre Millie and Jace both have text receipts from me. Probably Vince too, but I was like, man, and they probably can scroll back. I said something along the lines of like, man, I'm sick of this shit. Like, I'm tired of like all these other communities like having led spaces, right? Like maybe not community led spaces, but they're hosting them. Like the apes all have like there's multiple like spaces that are lit all day throughout the day. They have nighttime spaces. There's not like a consistent like clones don't have a platform to like talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about. And I text them that and I was just like, yo, let's change that shit. Like let's just start doing it and just see how it goes. That's kind of what this kind of turned into. Just like a place where people can come to.
Complete flop. An absolute flop of an attempt to, increase community engagement. All right, my final 2 notes. I need a good chair. I need a better chair for my office. This is fucking bullshit. Problem is, I'm afraid to get like one of those good-looking cool chairs because I got carpet, and I don't want to put down one of those cheesy-looking plastic things on the carpet. So I got to find something that works. Okay. And then I need to get some chocolate from Ninja. That's all I got tonight. Oh, I do rock a PFP, my PFP on my IG, but the problem is that I'm private still on my IG, and I have like a lot of friend requests because I'm like afraid to accept people. So
So
I don't know what to do.
really focus on your spine, because when you're sitting down for a long period of time, it affects your spine, whether you get the kind of humpback or like a scoliosis or kyphosis. So really look for the ergonomics and things that would support mainly your neck area. Usually your
I got
area would,
nothing. Everything stops on this chair at about my shoulder blades.
right. So like look for something that really supports your neck area, because a lot of gaming chairs, they support your neck area, but it doesn't really fit the ergonomics. So a lot of people neck becomes, they got that humpback if you sit down like that for so long. So really focus on like the top part of your spine.
And don't get the rope and you slide on it really well. But a big old piece of glass under those chairs, it's actually really cool.
That's fire.
Where's Polly? So Baron, sometimes when you said that Rose Jade's profile picture was on his name, and it was confusing, but Baron will sometimes switch to one of his female clones and to Engagement Farm as a female clone. And when he starts talking, it catches everybody off, especially if there's new people in the space. It catches me off still, and I've known him for a while, so I understand the trauma that you went through. And if you need any help, like shoot us a message. We could talk you through it. We'll give you we got an outreach for Baron traumatization from PFP changes. We work on it together. Anyways, I want to say what's up to Gene. How are you, Gene?
What's up? What's up?
What's the news, man? I got a question for you. If you've been around, if
Yeah,
you've been
sure. Go
listening,
ahead.
do you use your Azuki PFP on any other social medias?
Wow. I actually don't, because like I don't want other to find out I'm owning an Azuki in my Web3 persona. Like, yeah.
Is that because you have do you have an anonymous Web3 kind of thing that you do compared to your Web2 life, or because you don't want to be like a target by having like an expensive asset in real life?
More like the second option. So that's the thing. Like I'm from Malaysia. So from Malaysia, actually the tax is still very grayish. So like I can avoid almost everything, which is cool. But you have to be careful, because like I don't want people to like, yo, you're rich and I want to find you, I want to target you, I want to tax you or whatever. So yeah.
So we've been in here now for 3 hours, I think. I'm not good at math, but this is the first time we've been talking this topic. Sorry, talking this topic. This is the first time anybody has brought that perspective, right? Depending on where you live and what assets you're rocking, and people tie a certain financial value to those assets, you can quickly become a target. You're right. You can become a target of kidnapping or extortion or robbery, or like I could totally see that happening when they find out the value, like how much crypto you have, right? They want to find your ledger, how like what PFPs you have, they want to find your ledger. So thank you for coming up here and actually completely opening our mind to it. Like that's why I fucking love this
Seriously.
space.
Yeah,
that shit's cut.
Still want to add on
Sorry.
a little bit. Sorry, Baron. I will let you in 1 sec. Add on a little bit, because I'm in developing country like Malaysia. If you Google Malaysia, you can find like top 10 dangerous country in the world. Like, yeah, you know what's up. So like I really have to be careful, like for this kind of asset. Like, yo, this dude own like 1, 2, 3 Azuki, like 15 ETH per Azuki. Like that's crazy, you know. And yeah, I need to be careful about that.
That's enough money out there to become a target of kidnapping, extortion, or just like they're trying to find your ledger or rob you, huh? Yeah, man, I appreciate you taking that, giving us that point of view, because I know that I wasn't thinking from that point of view. You opened my mind. Baron, you were going to say something, right?
Yeah, it
My
does
bad.
open. It opens my eyes. That people in the U.S. I don't know. Myself, I'm way too naive, and also the youth here are so stupid. They probably think that they break in your house and get your shit that like they've actually like got something they can get to. So I appreciate Gene coming up here and sharing that because I either need to like the hybrid approach where you like have the picture on there, but then you're not engaging with the people that like are attracted to that picture makes no freaking sense, which is where I'm at right now. So I either gotta be open on it or create a dummy account or not mix the two. But I think an actual like cross pollination between these social platforms is inevitable. So probably having a burner account where I just do stuff under Baron is the right answer where I'm at right now. That's my take. I'm gonna go on mute for a while because I'm bad at that.
Wait, because I need your perspective on my next question. Because I think you're an investment banker, right? Or you work in the financial
Yeah.
sector. Do you think that anybody is more maybe embarrassed to have a cartoon as their PFP, like depending on what they do? Friends don't understand it. Like, I don't want to have to deal with like questions, or I don't want to have to deal with like anything like that. How about that?
Yeah, I definitely come from so I have my clones framed, but only one is hung in my office. I'm getting the other two up there, but I had somebody say to me, and I come from a pretty conservative work environment, and my clients too, but they're like, dude, do you really want them to think like that's where you're spending your time and your efforts? And so we're definitely not in like a space where like people think that like buying an NFT is as easy as buying like a fucking any other old thing that you throw on your wall of your office, right? So I keep them up there because it's I spend it's it's passion of mine, spend a lot of time on it, and
It's
B
Murakami art.
it's not it's art. It's not what they think, and then it's a really good way to Bitcoin as a currency, really think of it, or all these other coins as currency, really think of it as tech. We would have been way better off if we didn't call this shit coin. You know what I mean?
No, I actually feel the same way because some of my homies like they just don't understand it, nor do I want to explain it to them, and so like it's just like so I don't know. Maybe I guess it's embarrassing, maybe but like just because like it's like they just think that they just have a different perception of what NFTs are, because like of what of like the news stream that they get. And they're like, bro, like you investing in this scam, like these scam pictures, bro, like what? They just don't understand it. So like, I'm not gonna throw it in their face.
Yeah, you don't
Like,
throw it. It's my personal office. I agree with you saying. I think that like for me, in this world, right, is if I'm like everybody else, right? Then what do I have? What is my differentiator? What's my value add? What am I going to bring to the table in this relationship, that I'm trying to sell to this person that is like I want them to think I'm interesting, dynamic, they can glean the fact that I'm smart. They know that I have the resources in the company that I work for. So that's why I kind of stand
and so
up
Baron,
for
the thing about
what I have.
the thing about clones is it is actually a normie friendly NFT if you think about it, because there's
Totally. When I say when I mention Nike in the conversation, it's like, oh,
yeah, that's all you
you know
gotta
what I
say.
mean?
Yeah, Nike, you have physicals, you have Murakami, like, like it's a very normie friendly NFT. But there are other NFTs that aren't so normie friendly, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything, but
I
yeah.
don't even call them NFTs. I just call sorry, and then
Digital
I'll let you go. Is I call it art. I just say it's a piece of Murakami or it's a piece of art to print. Um, and that's the same thing I do when I hang out with people that I know from this space in IRLs. I'm like, yeah, we met through art. That's it. through collecting. Don't even mention the word NFTs.
Well, let me ask you something, Bombay, and maybe even you, Baron, but Bombay first. And if you don't feel comfortable answering, that's fine. Are your homies that you're like worried about seeing this? Are they providing any kind of network opportunities? Are they providing any kind of like business opportunities? Or are they talking to you about investments, about bettering their life? Like, are they on that wavelength? Right? Like we're worried about what someone like me too, dude. I'm very similar. I understand where you're coming from, but like, are those people that I'm worried about seeing what I'm doing? Like, are they providing me any kind of
in a different way,
value? Like,
yeah,
are they
in a
teaching me
different way,
anything?
right? Because
You
like
know
a
what I
lot of
mean?
my homies, like we do like we used to work with a lot of like nonprofit, and like diversity and inclusion, like that's where my background is. So like in a different way, they are right. So like, and I also have some friends who are kind of just chilling, but like, a lot of my homies, like we were in tech, we came up together, and now they're buying houses, right? And doing things like that. So it's very Web 2-esque, but they definitely providing that. It's just in a different way, and yeah, also like the thing about Web 3 is it's also very fun too. Like I'm here like not necessarily to build a business, but like almost just like have fun and meet people and just like see where it takes me, because I actually used Web 3 as a form of purely community when I came out here, and I don't think that I could have used it. I could have had any other source of community engagement besides Web 3 to meet as many people as I did when I moved here as I did as like I could. Like I just don't. I don't see. I don't think it's that's just out there, right? So like it is real, and connecting people within Web 3 is a different, like, because my friends, like, we grew up together, bro. Like, it's not like I'm meeting new random people on the internet. So, like, that's where it takes it to the next level.
No, I agree, and I really like your answer. I appreciate you. I'm just at that point with like Instagram, like specifically not LinkedIn, but Instagram. Like, is Instagram
Not,
providing
bro,
me any
it's not.
value? Am I learning anything
No,
from
no, no, no,
Instagram?
no.
Right?
Instagram is just
Is
my
anybody on
Instagram is
Inst?
my way of like
Yeah,
of documenting my life, so like my friends can see what I'm doing, and I can look back at like pictures and shit.
yeah,
Yeah. But people
yeah.
do
No,
have like
I
people
get
do
that. That's
have like
how I used it first.
photographers and fashion folks and models. They're on Instagram, bro. Like you can really use Instagram to yourself to build your brand up. I see it every day being done on Instagram, and that's why I stay on Instagram because of like I'm big into fashion, and where fashion lives and modeling is on Instagram.
As always. Rose Jade, how are you? You jumping in on this?
I think I had a point. Well, I think in my life, it's I'm like an oddball already, so I can't even explain to my inner circle like what I'm doing. I've tried to like onboard the best I can just to crypto and then NFTs. And sometimes I think I got them when I explain that I'm doing art, and then nope, I lose them completely. So I mean, I try to talk about artifacts is the natural like Nike tie-in too, but I think it just depends on people's openness. I think just with I got to take the tip and not say that it's NFT, either digital art or just art, with my clone and whatnot. That's probably a better entry for discussion. Otherwise, I just feel like it goes downhill real quick for me, at least when I try.
The price tag don't help.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was in Turkey last week, and I decided I had did a little follicle relocation on my head for me for a video. I was gonna do it as not a prank, but kind of I call them uh-oh videos where I do something at the end totally different. I was gonna have this guy do all my hair. I was gonna film all of it growing, and then after a year, be like, "Bro, this sucks," and shave my head, right? But it went really well. So then he paid me to come back and film. The point of the story is my head was super jacked up, and then PMOC went ahead. He helped me because I could not get my clone filter done, and he fixed it up for me. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do stories of all the stuff I do when I'm in Turkey. And so I started doing Instagram stories with that as my filter. and I'll get 10,000 views, give or take. If it's a hot topic, it goes up to about 20,000 views in a story, but 10,000 views. And then the next one will get like 9,800, and it goes down by about 200 per view after the 24 hours. So I got about 8,000 on my first story, and there were 15 of them. And then on this next one, I got 3,000. The next one, it was less than 1,000. The rest were like 800. So my Instagram audience is not ready for this. I did have a cute bunch of people like, whoa, that was super cool. But my Instagram audience is definitely more family and travel. And I don't know, I used to do a lot of my car stuff on there. But that audience is not ready yet. They're still the haters, man. I got so many comments about that. But I'm going to keep on getting them. I'm gonna keep on using it and showing the benefits and just quietly shoving it in their faces just while I go. And there are some that ask me about it, and we'll move forward. But yeah, man, it was so interesting to see that number drop by almost half each story, and they were only like 15 minutes apart from each other.
They were just skipping them. You just were like, I'm done with this clone filter thing.
Yeah, the swipe next. It wasn't even that. It was closed story. Like they were just like, no, I don't want to see this. I want to see his real face. And I'm like, nah, you ain't gonna get my real face.
Chase,
So I'll do more stories with that on my face. But yo,
you should use my you should use Baron and see how your content goes.
The reptile?
He's really handsome. And
dude, when we're in Utah, let's swap our filters and
dude, I'll just send you
let's go skiing next to each other with our faces.
I'll send you my thing. You just do a post with one as a reptile, see how it goes.
Deal. I'm willing. I'm willing.
All right, I'll send you it right now.
I did just make a whole bunch of shirts with my clones all over them, and my mutant all over them. I made some hoodies with my mutant and with my clones on them. So I'm gonna start rocking that and start subtly, because we sell a lot of merch on our website. Whatever shirts, we always wear the shirts that I designed for our YouTube channel, and so they sell like crazy. So I'm gonna put this one on there and see what happens and see what kind of requests happen. So I'm always teasing and testing, A/B testing everyone. I'm sorry.
No, I like that because you can find out what works and what doesn't. I don't think that. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be the generation that we are in, or the generation above us, that is okay with seeing avatars and talking to avatars, right? But as AI comes through and as these avatars are starting to, there's full Instagram accounts that are completely AI created. Like the avatars themselves are AI created. The content's AI created. Like it's the generations below us that are going to get used to this stuff, right? So starting now is not a bad idea, Jace. Your current viewers and your current, following probably think like a giant 3D clone avatar's a little weird, right? But the people, like the generations below us, are going to grow up with it. Like they're already probably taking online classes with these little avatars that like talk to them or something or teach them things. Like I've been in online classes that have avatars that are like teachers, so they're getting used to it, dude. And they're everything from video games to education. Like these 3D avatars are going to be more common. So I think
totally
it's not
agree.
a bad idea to try it now.
That's why I am willing to keep dripping it out there, because honestly, if anybody's seen my Instagram, I post like once every 2-3 weeks. I don't care about it anymore. Or I'll post it when brands pay me to post on it. But so I'm willing to keep on testing it because I do have a good size audience over there.
I haven't posted in like 2 years, bro. The last post was like me and my girl, like we went to a wedding and we looked good, and I just left it at the top, and she likes it that way. She's like, "Yeah, no, that's good. We're right there at the top. That's good. It's good to keep at the top."
So the next post, the next wedding, is that
yeah, it's gonna be fucking. It's gonna be our wedding. Polly, how are you?
Oh my god, guys. So at some point, the information becomes less saturated and I can only sense the vibration of your voices. But then when the topic is getting excited, my mind spirals or like elaborating on this idea. So I really like the fact the entire conversation landed on the idea that we are like producing content, and depending on what kind of messages you're comfortable with communicating, or covering a topic, you choose either have the audio-visual experience on Instagram, or separate the message like through a different medium, like it's typing on Twitter. But yeah, it just makes me realize that I'm naturally a content maker or content creator, I guess, or like someone who can coherently communicate his messages visually and then embrace and highlight whatever messages in the world that resonate with me. But oh my god, I totally lost the train of thought. Why? How did it become about me? I was just like trying to make a point.
Well, you took melatonin, remember? Well, here, let me remind you what we were talking about. We were talking about content, people making content with their 3D avatars via YouTube, and we're talking about the generations below us being more accustomed to this.
Oh yeah, so what
Go ahead.
happened with AI integration with like virtual production or streaming, like the technology that is available, of course, just like elevates the content producing experience and also shortens a time when you can make a piece. So in so many ways, so I'm not sure if you know, there is this company DNA Blog, who is providing a toolkit for creating branded content with your avatar integration. Their pipeline is like, I think they exist for the past 3 years, and just now they're trying to integrate themselves in the Web3. So I had a meeting with them today, and their vision, like if something they envision can really be applied as a process of creating content for different platforms, it's truly innovative. So I'm so inspired. There's like you can tell the story of your life, embarking your clone character on the exciting journey. You can like possibly like recreate your favorite moment in the history of the universe, like a big bang, like things like that. I believe there is so much meaning to explore and discover in this field.
I appreciate you, Polly. On like, even on the contrary, like people could not only tell the story of their life, but like I know people that are going to or have started creating stories around the clones that's like completely separate of who they are, right? They're creating a whole storyline and around a specific clone and using the avatars to do so, which actually, to me, like, I'm not a storyteller. I've never been a writer. I'm not that creative. I don't think I could maybe put a story around a clone and build a whole new life for a clone. So it's easier for me to use the PFP as myself, kind of like as an online identity or avatar. But there are some very, very creative people out here doing things like that, which is exciting to see.
That's what I'm trying to rewrite for that old TikTok I have with one of my face filters. I'm getting closer to it. I'm going to use tomorrow's 17 hours on planes to try to create the storyline and try to create it and see if I can hash that out and use that TikTok account.
Yeah, so you're one of them that's been talking about it. I know Snapback is creating a storyline around his female angel clone, Lo the Angel, and then Hondro has a story that started around one of his clones.
Story
of course, the
Bombay is
team
coming.
has Bombay, Grand Rising coming.
Story of Bombay. I mean, listen, like the AR VR industry is big. Where do you think it's going? How massive do you think the market for AR is going to be in like 10 years, dog? Like, then 20 years. Like we're just not there. I don't think we're there yet, but like it's trending that way. So I think it's dope that we have some of the best AR technology out today, right? Right at the forefront. So I'm chilling.
Tell me more. Will you please elaborate on that?
Yep.
Because with AR, I feel like the vision, the ultimate vision, is to have the eye drops.
Yep.
That custom your you're able to create a customized experience with like help of neuroscience or something. So with glasses, or I don't. Will you
Today,
please
like,
tell
I
me?
think you're absolutely right. Like, I think AR eventually will become like part of everyday life. It's just how can we see it and how do we view it, whether it's on our phones, whether it's with the glasses. I don't know. Maybe someone else can chime in on that. But like, even when we like,
There's glasses that's already made. It more looks like your screen of a phone. So you wear the glasses and you see your phone in a sense. But there are glasses that are being made that is trying to supersedes that. I know Apple is creating their own version of AR glasses. Their computer that they're coming out with is going to be just as strong as Microsoft. So, and hold a lot more memory. So that I think that Apple is pushing something pretty cool.
to that point, like, I don't know how big I am on like wearing glasses. Like, that's why I haven't caught with VR. It's just like I'm just like not into like just like putting the VR set and just like chilling in it. Glasses, like, I don't know if I just want to be walking around with glasses. Like, I don't wear glasses, but like I'm okay with like just using my phone, you know, and like say I'm in a museum and I can just put my phone up to this picture, and then there's an AR interactive storytelling about who the artist is, how he grew up, like even at like as simple as that, to me is super powerful.
I think that there's gonna be a lot of utilities with AR. So I know Google is also creating their AR glasses. So imagine driving and it directs you with the glasses, and there's like a line that it draws out for you, or even looking at a building and the history just by looking at it. It'll tell you, okay, this is the size, this is the architecture, this is the architect, this is the person that created it, this is the history. You got all these information just by taking a look at it.
Facts. What's up, Nomics?
What up? I'm still trying to figure out how to share anything to this fucking bad take. I can't figure it out. I sent it to you, bro.
Yo, you
Yeah,
gotta
either
just use
send it to
the
me or Bombay. I can't hear you, man. I replied to it. I replied to it, and it just don't know where it goes. I told you I'm retarded.
compound.
Um,
Can you hear me?
sorry.
Nah, he can't hear you,
So Bombay,
Bombay.
step down and then come back up. I mean, I'll put you back at co-host. I just can't hear you. So let me see. You sent it to me, Namik? Yeah, I got to do be a keynote speaker in this global regional that happened in was it Bulgaria, and it was added to the curricula of a few universities that are in Eastern Europe. And so I hosted like a really like professional like keynote speaking event as a clone to directly inject that AR character permanently into the curricula, because that's going to be shown to like we talked about, the generations behind this coming into the metaverse consumer bracket. So if you like see it, it's only 10 minutes. It's like a 3 hour thing. There's like people like 70 fucking years old trying to talk about like the blockchain. It's hilarious, but um, it's like a really an idea of like seeing an AR clone being used in the real world setting that I don't think anybody's seen yet. I was at a very serious conversation with people who are like 50, 60 years old. Like, what is the metaverse? And that is kind of like a window into what it's like when people aren't just fucking around on the AR camera, just taking silly pics, but actually using these things, in various ventures. Yeah, no, that's amazing. That's so cool. I want to watch this afterwards. So let me ask you, what was their initial reaction, and then what was any kind of follow up reaction? They fucking loved it. I mean, they invited me back for another engagement here this summer. But for them, it was like a blast to see a talking clone like that, because I dressed like like professionally and down, like not. I tried to make sure like I cut my neck away and everything, so they could see like a seamless like face to the clothing and everything. So I was very deliberate in making sure it looked like you were talking to a person that like they couldn't believe I came as a clone, and hosted that like like professional speaking engagement. And that's something like a setting that you'd never even dream of seeing a clone in. But I wanted to contrast that versus everyone that's goofing off in Web3, and show like like you can see avatars in professional settings. That's where this is going to go. When it stops being a novelty.
Here's an idea. People that are disabled and are trying to purchase pills and want a person right in front of them to ask these questions. In a sense, a pharmacy, right? Like, how important would that be for somebody that can't walk, but you go into your AR, and in a sense you're able to purchase from somebody and ask these personal questions that relates to you.
So just break it down for me just a little bit more. So if they're not able to walk, but they can go in as
Right, so you
like
go in as an
VR augment.
avatar. Right,
Okay.
there's the thing is, when people go online, they have all these very complex questions that they can't ask an individual, right? You call them on the phone and you can't really explain yourself, like, whether it's an injury on their body, some pain, and it having an avatar in front of you, in a sense, you're able to explain yourself within the space a little bit differently. And even facial reactions, you're able to convey yourself with your expressions.
No, yeah, actually, I get what you're saying now, and that's amazing. I didn't even think about use case. Um, that's a good take. That's a good way to look at it. Um, let's jump to D, and then I want to ask Nomics a few questions afterwards
Hey,
about this too. How's it going?
hi guys. Yeah, it's good. How are you? Yeah, I just wanted to say a quick hi, but because it's like 2 a.m. for me. Yeah, but I was listening to all the topics and they were really exciting. And I just wanted to say, yeah, about AR technology a little bit because I just recently started to use my CloneX filter, and I really having so much fun with it. I'm doing this like right now. I'm in Puerto Rico, and I'm here like for a couple of weeks, and I'm trying to go to the beach every day. So like in the morning for 1 hour before all the calls and craziness, and I'm always trying to do some content in the beach with this air filter, and I'm having so much fun really with this.
D, I love
Yeah,
I'm
and
loving your content with the filter. It's inspired me to get out and do the same. Love it.
oh, really, thank you so much. It's like a big inspiration for me to hear that. I will do more. Yeah, I want to do it like every day, and as much as I'm doing, I'm like love it more and more. Yeah, so and I also wanted to say about the community, the topic which you discussed, that like I was building a community in my fashion brand, in traditional fashion, and I was doing this through Instagram only, because this is the main channel for fashion, and I think that it was so many challenges with that because there was no direct communication with the community, and I think was like so frustrating for us because you always want to communicate more and to know more about your community around what you're building. So I think like Twitter is such a great tool uh, to be in touch with people from different communities, and to have this experience and to hear different voices and different opinions around different kind of topics. Yeah, so also I was wondering like maybe what do you think it's like already the best and perfect way to build a community, or do you think it should be innovated more? And like, what's your thoughts about this? It's also very interesting to hear. Yeah.
I I I think you're absolutely right. I think Instagram is very hard to build a community on. The commenting feature that like gets lost on each picture. It's not easy to build a community on. I think Twitter's getting there. Discord is a great way to build a community, but I think Twitter is like starting to kind of they introduced the community tab, right? So I did create like a basic bad take community in the community tab, and I'm the only person in there right now. I'm gonna just keep like curating a little bit and like figure out what I could post in it. But I think Twitter still has some work to do. But for Web3 in general, it's probably the best platform so that I know of so far. I'm a part of a lot of Reddit communities and, of course, in Discord. But I've seen communities, I don't know, thrive the most on Twitter, and I could be very biased, and I would love to hear your guys' takes on this. Nomics has a big, you know, 1,300 person community that he's managed since 2014 in Discord, and they've been in Discord, you know, since then.
Well,
So
it started
I'm
in
biased to
actually
Twitter.
in Google Hangouts, and then Telegram was probably the next best place in crypto to manage a large community. There's guys with like 6,000-7,000 people in Telegrams and stuff like that for many, many years. That's pretty much the big place that I see people manage off of Twitter. Discord's just become like really big in the last recent years, like last 3 years, like around Fortnite and stuff. But before that, it was Telegram.
So
Yeah,
what do you
I
prefer
just
now?
What do you say?
I said, sorry, dude, go ahead. I was just asking
yeah,
what you
I just
preferred.
wanted I just wanted to say that it's so much more fun to build a community in Twitter and Discord than in Instagram. Yeah.
No, I agree. Elle, how are you? You want to jump in on community building or AR? Or
I
AI?
was kind of talking about AI. Hello and congrats,
Let's do it.
Di. I saw that you got creator today. Congrats on that. There is a show on
Thank you so
Netflix.
much.
I'm animating something, so I'm sitting at my computer like 12 hours a day. And so I always watch Netflix. And there's a show on Netflix called The Future of that you guys should check out. And it talks about how AI, we're going to be able to basically translate what our dogs are saying or thinking. And they have an episode on different things as far as gaming, houseplants, dating. But the first one is about dogs, and they're saying, do you really want to know what your dog is? Pretty much I'll never recover from that one. But I just wanted to throw that in because it's a show that kind of has a lot to do with what we're talking about and very interesting.
But also, as someone who knows T in real life, I have to point everyone's attention to the fact that her experience in Web 2 and IRL with building community internationally allowed her to build community in Discord, to grow it in thousands. She currently has more than 3,000 users in Discord. It's I don't even know where to start, honestly. So I think it's pretty cool, and it's such a pleasure to follow your journey as you're adjusting or being fluid and always just a great visionary.
Thank you so much, Polly. Yeah, I can't wait for you in Puerto Rico because I'm a fan of your content creation and you're super talented. So I can't wait you come and we create some content with my AR filter for clone.
That would be a dream come true.
Look at this. We got a dope little community we're building here. I appreciate both of y'all coming up here and sharing your pieces. Anybody else building communities on any other platforms other than Twitter or Discord that we're missing? Like Jace, obviously YouTube. The dude's got a massive community over there. But are there any platforms that have helped you guys out in general?
How about an on cyber
managing? Yeah, we actually, dude. I shouted out your on cyber earlier. I told them the tour that you gave me through your on cyber.
That's it.
And some of the plans that you were doing.
That's the thing. If I do a system like that, it's be 4 or 5 pods like that, and 4 or 5 other people here do that, and then we portal to each other's, we begin to make that pod city. There's all kinds of cool collaborations we can have across this place with graphic designers and artists and whatnot. So I think
I'm game. I am game.
That's what I want to see happen. One of the guys in the room ready, he's podded. He's got his pod portaled into my my crib where he can go play pool on the wall inside my house. So it's really cool. And then he has some of my art in the theater. He can go through and go in there and watch his own shit. So it's really cool, right? That's what I think the vision is. We'll be able to be all interconnected in pod ecosystem. That's virtual real estate.
I think you saw that Prez is currently streaming this space.
That's exactly it right there. We're talking about how to figure out how to get the spaces right back through the pod, and then we can all go on the floor. And I'm telling you that that phygital representation we have, that physical digital representation we have, it changes your interaction. And sitting on like a listening on a speaker on a Discord or something, when you kind of see each other, like it was like the most like we had a trading session on the floor. It was like the most fun gamified shit ever. It was like we're all like fucking kids out there. And like this is like it's definitely a game changer for our interaction. And having a physical digital representation along with our voices and stuff and coming out of text, I think is like it's a reawakening for society to get the fuck away from Web 2.
Yeah, I agree. I told them that you had that trading session, and then halfway through the trading session, I like came in and you gave me a full tour of like all the connected pods, and you had games on the wall, all this cool
Dude, we're
shit.
shaking
I
our
think
ass
that
in the
we
fucking lounge. You can fucking have beats running through the whole place and shit. Everyone can hear the same beats now and stuff, and so you can share audio and like it's fucking dope, man.
can have someone DJ it or something. I'll DJ it
We got
if I get
DJs
set
and
it
yeah,
up.
we're gonna have live DJ and all that shit going on in different rooms, bro. So it's a total vibe, man.
We should set it up, and I think that even Prez can probably connect to one of your portals too,
Yeah,
so
fuck
he can
yeah.
connect his, and then if Jace sets his
The
up,
fucking Exopod's got
dual
enough
planes,
goddamn
guys.
portals. You can use one of them for something. Fuck yeah.
It really does, dude. It really does. I think we can set it up. I mean, shit, Prez is streaming it right now. Like, it's not going to be much more work to like connect your guys' pods and then um, run it through there. You just got to choose one or the other, like to have the sound run through your computer or through your phone. And if you're a listener, just have it run through your computer and listen in the pod, and then the speakers can be speaking through their phones.
You can pull it off with like an iPad, but like the shit cooks. Like you need to probably have like a decent computer because once you're in there for a hot minute, like yeah, I have an M1 Mac and that motherfucker is the first time I've ever heard the fans come on and that thing is doing this shit. So it definitely is a little intense, but for a good experience, you probably want to use a computer.
I think the first time I've ever heard my M1 Mac start going on is when I was working in like Unreal Engine 5 with it and trying to like set up my clone avatar in there, and I didn't know what I was doing, but it started cooking, man. It started moving for sure. But we'll set that up. I'm in contact with Prez and you, and then Jace. If you want to get your pod going, we can work on it, doing it this week, or if it takes time, we could do it next week.
I'm close. I'm gonna get. Hopefully, my Wi-Fi on my flight tomorrow can works, because then I'll spend all those hours just messing around and finishing it up. Because I still have my loop pod that's still in my on cyber. I even have my Dead Fellows place, which is super cool and different. So I'll set that up as like the basement door, so it goes into like Anyways, I'm pretty pumped. I've got some. I'll start connecting stuff.
Are you gonna have 150 atom bombs all over the place? Like, are you putting every single one up?
Dude, my loot pod, there's a whole wall that's all of my black paisley background collection of atom bombs.
That's awesome. Nomic, so you did that interview as your clone, and then you do all your classes that you do for your community? Do you do it as your clone as well? And is that through like Google Meets, or how are you doing that?
You can put the filter into Snap Lens. Like you have it on like Snapchat, but on the computer you can use Lens Studio and put it into Snap Lens, and then on the desktop you can make that the camera for Zoom. So that's how I'm talking to that lady as the clone.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, but you see the way I did it too. I wore like a shirt that had like a neck on it, so I could like look like just like I showed up as like myself, but was totally cloned. And all of them were like, they've never had a conversation like that. It was really cool. Like you could see that it was a lasting, and they added it to like where it's just going to be in colleges. They're going to learn introduction to the metaverse, and it's a pretty dry conversation. It's just really basic, but like that's now put into a curricula where people are going to see like that clone, and they're not going to. Many people are going to expect you to act like something that you don't. Like I just had a professional fucking interview, and to see that is the demonstration of like, yeah, this can be a normal medium for people who will never know each other like the real version. They'll only know each other through their avatars, and it can be totally legit business to do it that way.
Wait, Nomics, you just wore like a turtleneck or something?
Yeah. I wanted to make sure I didn't have like the whole like contrasting like mixed skin tone thing. I wanted to like make sure that, like you're actually talking to a clone in a real world setting.
Right. Because you do see the neck, so like I have to cop like a little like neck warmer, one of those Nike Johns,
Yeah,
and
if you look
then
at my
just
picture
rock
now,
it.
see the hoodie I use? I use a hoodie that snickers up to my neck so I can create like the real world look. Because right now, modeling the 3D clone is so difficult and everyone's having such a hard time. I look at Vegeta trying to make his music videos like it's a struggle. I was like, right now the AR aspect of it's what really looks good to kind of show like, the incarnation of like, your crossover metaverse self.
And yo, Domix, are you hip to clone tools that was built by one of the team members?
Beb, yeah, I've seen I think Beb made that. I'm not the most like the savvy of all that
It's pretty
stuff.
easy, dude.
I'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
have to
and he makes it easy.
It is, but for right now, like I think the AR is more impressive looking, right? Until like some of that gets a little easier to do.
It's more IRL. Like
Yeah,
you.
but it gives
Yeah,
people a real feel for it.
I'm a
It
big
gives, it
AR
gives
guy
like a feel
too.
of like that was like talking to like if we're gonna go Ready Player One, this gives you the closest look at it. I think in the AR world.
We might need to show Nomics what Alts and Ether Lauren are doing with their fully like VR full body clones having interviews, and they move, like the mouths move, the hands move. They've got the setup, the VR type setup, but
Nice.
they do these interviews and they've got the pods rigged out for VR and they do it inside the pod. And
It's
so
full
the pod,
VRM setup.
yeah, and their mouths and eyes move. It looks like from what I've seen in their interviews. I'll try to find the link and send it to you, or if someone in here can send it in the comments, I'll pin it to the top. But so far, what they're doing interview-wise with their full bodies and like kind of making it feel like that full virtual avatar type feel, but having like your voice and like your thoughts, and they're
They
doing
called
some
into
pretty
your
dope stuff.
show, Comp. They called into this show from their YouTube live, streaming as their full 3D rigged avatars, asked us questions. We responded in their video, right? That's what they did the
What?
other night when he called in. Yeah, he said, "Hey guys, I'm just calling from the show. Me and Eth are sitting here." And they were sitting around their table as their clones, and they called in. And I mean, they said they called in. He raised his hand. The audio came into the video. He asked us, and you were responding back to their YouTube video. Now that's after the live. Then they like, bro, the way that
What?
we're going to be able to communicate, and then he can throw that into his pod on the wall, bro. There's, it's just blowing my mind. I wish I had time to work on this. Oh,
Well, this is what this is for, dude, right? We've got people up here who are doing different things. Economics, Jace, you're building out your pod. We got Alts and them doing their thing. Like, these are all ideas that can come together in one way or another. Like, I didn't know that they were doing their podcast like live in VR inside their pod and called into like came onto our spaces, like essentially kind of called into our space. I didn't even know that. Like, I'd love to find that video and maybe we could stitch together as long as we still have it, we can potentially stitch together that part of the space, unless he has it in his video, because that would be cool as shit. We could all repost that and kind of show what you can do with clones, and really, really kind of make the light bulb come on for some people, some creative people who go, oh wait, that's what they're doing over there. So, like, that's what you can do over there. Like, it would click with some people. So, well, after this
for
call,
those that
dude,
want that
I'll find it.
anonymity, man, right? Those that want that anonymity, this is a way to, instead of having just a 2D PFP, you can have, right? Like, I literally didn't want to show my face when I was in Turkey because I was like, nah, man. I mean, I walked around the streets fine, but I didn't want to put that on here. I was like, oh, wait, let me just get my AR filter on, put my clone face on, and I was stoked to record content, and I was having fun. So I don't care about anonymity, but for those that do, bro, this is groundbreaking.
And go ahead, Alex. You about to say
I was
something?
gonna say with the 3D bodies they have on Cyber, how far do you think we are away from really just letting us, put skins on them as our clones and walk around as like our characters? It really shouldn't be that far off to
So,
do that. You think?
so Bombay was in the on cyberspace recently, and this question was asked. Jace was there too. You guys want to let him know?
Was it Bombay or was it Memory?
So it was. Well,
Man,
so I think it was. So, anyways,
It was Memory.
I'll recap
But
it.
it
So
was, yeah, you recap it.
they said basically they're ready. On Cyber's ready, but they're waiting for the go. They were waiting for the go ahead from Artifact. Like, it wasn't their decision. Like, they weren't able to make that happen because they didn't have the green light.
That's good to know, though.
Yeah, bro, that's awesome to know. And you weren't in the shit, like you weren't in the space for the first like hour or two. And I actually asked these guys. I was shouting you out. I was telling them about your pod, and you when they were dropping that info on cyber, like I was like, oh, he's gonna love to hear this if
Fuck
he
yeah.
comes in tonight. You came in the perfect time, bro. You came in the perfect
We already
time.
had a party in there. We already had a smoke session. Once we're all our own characters, I mean, it's just going to increase the vibe that much more, and people are going to be able to see the vision, that much easier.
You guys just had an on cyber party.
You were in it, motherfucker. You were dancing on the table. We're all fucking smoking.
No, that was yesterday, bro. Or was that this
That was
morning?
that was yesterday. Yeah, that was a day ago.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that shit was fun. Giabiza, what's up? You're the you love on cyber too, man. You curate pods and everything, man. How are you?
Yo, good morning, everybody. Just waking up.
GM.
It's 7:40 here in the morning, so I need to go again back to the hospital with my mother, like every day. But yes, yesterday I was in the space as well, and had a very good talk with Ryan and the guys. They're even coming to Ibiza. They were planning last year to making a party in Circo Loco. So we've been talking. I've been telling me about the plans that I want to do CloneX Ibiza in September. So we hooked up, and it looks all very promising. I have a few other people who are interested. Luxo Network maybe is interested. So it's going to be looking very promising. To come back to the avatars, I asked it as well because I said, come on, we want to walk around with our CloneXs and vaults and everything else. And it's in the make. He said it was not depending on them, so the team where they're working with, that is where it's depending on. But I'm having some private calls with him this week, and I will ask it as well. And if I have some alpha, I will drop it here for sure, guys.
We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. Are you? So we're talking right now. We just talked, and I actually mentioned you prior. So we have Prez. He's currently streaming this space in his pod. We got Kaz here, the real nomics. Oh, Jace, mute your mic, son. So we have Kaz, who the real nomics here. He has a pod system and all his pods set up and working on his. We're thinking about connecting like a few of them, and hosting, maybe having like a third dimension of these spaces. Just give people, they can run around with the avatars in there while we just hang out on spaces. I don't know if you want to be a part of that or connect in any way, but let me know, and we're gonna set something up here soon.
Yes, of course, of course. I have like 24 different on cyber spaces. I have them almost everyone, only the big ones from 7 and 15 Ethereum I don't have, but they will come. They will drop in price, so I'm very patient. But of course, I'm interested in I can stream. I can do a lot of things in the pods. So of course, I hook you up, man.
I'm down to get one this week. Compound, if you want to come through, we can do it in the big the auditorium. We have the big blacked out matte black one. I'm so happy I got that skin too when those sold. But the matte black look is so clean. We can do it in the loop pod.
Can I have that skin? Do you still have are you able to copy that
I think
at all?
I have.
I love that setup you have, that, bro. So dope.
You know which one I bought? I bought a lot of one that they changed, that update that fucked it up. The one that you could see the clouds out the window, like it had a perfect sphere and it looked like stone. I have like 3 of those things and I can't fit it to anything now. We're trying to figure out how to fix, if you do the exopod right now, the exopod moved the teleport room to the downstairs, which also fucks up my skins. So the only way I've been able to do anything is clone that room to keep the version that I put that skin on, because I'm pretty much fucked on all the new versions.
Yeah, I know. Are those some of those creators that created those skins? They're not really making things anymore, huh?
They didn't.
They
They
need
didn't
another
update it.
challenge, bro.
Once they change, like I said, the loop pod's crazy. The teleport room in mine, if you go into mine now, is on the up top floor, and it's because I didn't update it to the Exodus pod, because Exodus loop pod moved that downstairs and it fucked that skin up. So if I do anything, I'll lose that layout. So one of the guys in my room right now is trying to figure out how to redo the matte black for the updated Exodus, and then I'll switch things around for it once we do figure it out.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
He's gonna put that. He'll put that into the stores also. So we actually have some guys, the creators, that are working on doing that, because that's one thing that's kind of sucks. The whole creator energy that was around in February 2022 is really gone when the functionality is now there, where we all kind of do want custom fits to do our different, different motifs for what we all do. Now we really need it, and those guys are gone. We're about to get a 3D bodies. We have 3D bodies, they're viruses. But right now, we do need like the skin guys to come back and help start redesigning like the look and feels for this to really work out, because this is that time.
Guys, I had a really, really exciting call this morning inside of Kaz's, the Real Nomics, his Discord, and he had his community in there, and we talked for about an hour, like what can be done to bring back that vibe, that community vibe in CloneX and that creator community. And I think everything that we're all doing is doing exactly
This is
that.
it.
I think we're bringing back like that strong community presence, right? Whether it be on Twitter, Discord, or just like building something, building something special. And I think it really starts with everybody in the room, like with all of your communities that you're in, but like CloneX as well. It starts there, like, take it upon yourself to build those connections, because it's easy once you got a team around you, man. Like once you got a community around you, like this shit goes easy. Like, look, we literally just set up with like 4 or 5 different pod owners how we're gonna connect them and like potentially like do some cool shit in the pods, right? And once that content, or once those videos that like screen records like starts hitting social media, like people are gonna go, whoa, whoa, what are they doing over there? Like what are they doing in those pods? Like what are the clones doing? Like that's the shit that we need. And I appreciate you guys all like volunteering to do that with me and teaching me how to do it, honestly.
We're in the pioneering stages. We are like, we're like, we can't wait on somebody else to show us. We are the actual people that have to show everyone else. We're the first ones here.
I just had a crazy call. What the fuck, bro?
All right, what was it? We got to hear it.
When my girlfriend's like, my dream is to get married at this age. Fuck. Bro, how do you say your dream is to get married and based on somebody else's fucking decision? I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I am
You
let
know
me
how
get more clones, for God's sakes.
my girlfriend told me like this. She goes, women are no longer able to have babies at a certain age, right? And then looked at me, and that was her way of saying like, hurry it the fuck up, dude. Excuse my language. I'm trying not to cuss this much.
You recorded this
Of
space,
this
right?
space.
Hey.
No,
don't spread this, bro.
I don't know. I'm marrying that girl for sure, bro. She's special, dude. I'm marrying her I'm gonna marry her this year. All right, someone had their hand up, or I'm just gonna call on someone random to change the subject because I'm in deep right now. Demi, what's up, bro?
Dude, I just finished my fucking 10th person for the day, dude. But I'm so tired of this game. I want it to fucking end. I'm on the burn Dookie Dash. Fuck Yuga Labs.
You little whore, you little whore. Look at 10 people in one day. So what? How'd you do? What were your scores?
300, 330 to 400k. Damn, dude. I'm on DookieStats.com and I have 25 accounts and still counting. I have shit ton of people to do tomorrow. But I am farming this shit because I do want to get back into CloneX because fucking I got both of them jacked. For guys you guys don't know, the first one got took. I don't know if you guys remember that Rarible exploit where if you don't cancel a listing. So my stone got jacked for 5 ETH. And then after that, I had an angel just got reverse engineered me, and I basically gave my fucking seed phrase like a fucking moron. So he has my angel now. It was a dope fucking angel too. God damn it. But I want to get back into clones. I know right now is a fucking perfect entry. So working towards that, to be honest. I want to get a fucking clone now, dude. Everyone here, every single day I'm in this fucking space for bad take. It makes me fun to get a clone.
And that's not even the intention, but I think just hearing us talk about it. But
and Angels is where it's at. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. I miss my angel so much. I have to get an angel.
We have an angel watch in the making, right? We have Angel Dow watch. The Halo is the watch for Mistfire.
the copper clone that looks like that, like matches your mutant, bro. Like that's what I've been doing, like with my NFTs, like kind of like on the same vibe. Like I got a Valhalla that's got the
Damn,
all
that's
black
sick.
look.
I don't
Yeah,
know what kind of traits would kind of match. Like if you
bro. Like
guys are in the clones.
look at my black tee, like my artifact black tee
Yeah,
matches
yeah.
your black tee, right? You
Okay,
can
bet.
kind of, and you got like the kind of like the black furs. You can get like the blackout robot maybe. Like there's options. We'll find
Yeah,
something for you.
dude. If you hustle Dookie Dash for all these weeks and make a bag, like, because I know you're charging people like this shit ain't free. Your time is valuable. If you save your ETH and you buy a clone with Dookie Dash profit, like, bro, that's the most legendary shit I ever heard. Like, you hustled the Yuga product to like re-enter clones, dude. Like during their dip, and when clones recover
Dude,
and
I'm
you
almost
make
there,
a bag
dude.
there.
I just need like one more ETH I can cop a clone.
That's so dope, dude. Well, we're excited to help you look, right? Because we'll find one for you.
I don't want no floor though. No disrespect to floor
Debbie,
clones.
you need like a that drip vision glasses to match what you got on your doggo, and then maybe a black tee.
Well, I need to change my background. I don't have that dog anymore.
Oh fuck, never mind.
Yeah, so funny story. So when I did get my angel jacked, the angel was half me and CL's, so I had to send my dog over to him because like we split that angel. So I fucking
I
lost
love
my
that.
dog, dude. And he sold that
Oh,
dog for
oh
12
no.
ETH, dude. Fucking A. And I was like, God damn it, dude.
Your
Honestly,
bro stole your dog.
it's a double whammy because like it was my fault. The angel got jacked, so I had to send him my fucking BAKC. I'm like, God, dude, this is gonna be worth a fuck ton later on. And sure enough, he sold it for 12 ETH.
Bro,
Well,
that's
on
just
the
like
floor, I just picked up a clone on the floor where the robe that it's wearing, there's only 55 of it in the whole collection, and it was like the floor clones, and I'm actually super super pumped on it. So there's some gems that people are dropping.
people are capitulating, bro. Today there was so much there was like 6 clones that took like wrapped Ethereum offers, just straight capitulated, and they were decent clones. They're good clones too, bro. So honestly, a good way to do it is go find clones that you like that are in wallets that like have never sold, or like they're starting like, and just put wrap ether offers, like the highest wrap ether offers. So just go a little bit above the highest one. And some people like are just they'll capitulate, dude. I'm telling you. If
Oh,
you've
they
got
will. They
time,
will.
bro, just go put wrapped ether offers on clones that aren't in flippers wallets. That are like never been sold, or like maybe only been sold once. Um, People capitulate, man. What's up, Baron? Welcome back up, man. Polly messaged me. She said she probably fell asleep, but check on her. Yeah, I think she's asleep.
Well, hopefully she's okay.
But
Did I have my hand raised?
yeah, you had your
Oh,
hand raised.
sorry. I was looking at the floor. God, beautiful afro. Ugh. Kuro.
Yo, show me some clones real quick. What's good on the floor right now?
Let me see something.
Let me see some. Can you do some for me?
Oh, so okay, here, Nomics. So I put at the top right there. I don't know if you see it, but Alts and Ethalorian, they completely rigged their clones, and they use VR and like I don't know what the rigs are called, but to do these interviews. And the hands move, the faces move, the heads move, everything move.
The last post I think I see is by Polly in the bad take like shared thing.
Up at the top,
I see on the far right. I see President's rebroadcast, and I see Polly on the other end. I'm looking. I don't see that.
Let me try to reach it. I think it's in the comments. Sky found it. Sky, shout out to you. I appreciate you. I see you in here every night, and I think thanks for sharing that. If Sky's still in here. It's in the comments though, and you guys can check it out. But like, what they're doing with their clones and how they're doing these interviews is so dope. It's like the first comment if you go to the bottom right. I don't know if that's the episode though, Jace. Oh look, Jace changed back to his angel clone.
Because
There you go.
his compound is funny is because like I saw a tweet like earlier today about this dude who rigged up his Peggy Penguin to do like his AR kind of filter for it, and I was like, oh, this is so cool, like this is gonna be game changing. I was like, man, like we already got this shit ready to go out the gate, you know. And so like I just like think it's just like more as many people can just like get their AR filter on, take a selfie, put it out, like the better, man, because people can see it, and this is the AR is like the future, I think, and like what Nomics is doing, what D was doing, what I just love seeing people taking pictures of themselves with their clone filters. It just makes my heart feel good because it's so cool, and I think it's cool too.
It's really funny.
Bombay.
Real funny. Sorry. Is when he.
Oh, go for it, Bear.
Is like you could take a picture just like laying in bed, and just clone filter yourself, and just leave so much to the imagination. And when I'm, especially when a Baron does it,
it's getting late,
bro. I cannot stand you right now.
So good.
Oh my god! Thank God.
Hey Demi, check out Clone 5164.
You know what sucks is that you can't like stream on Twitter Spaces.
Let me see. 5164.
Yeah,
it's gonna come, dude. It's gonna come. You know, Twitter is trying to like make it so that you don't need to go anywhere else. You can already. I mean, all the platforms want to do that, but there's probably going to be like a video feature in Spaces.
You know, Discord voice chat, you can like do streams and like maybe not everyone can stream, but say like if you're a co-host, you can do a stream. Or I mean, in Discord voice chat, everyone can talk. I don't know how effective that would be in Twitter because then it'll just be chaos.
Man, if everybody on here can go live,
no, bro,
that'd be like
3D live in
bro.
in our base,
I know Nomics was there, but DeFi Twitter, or no, sorry, DeFi Telegrams. They had a voice chat. Like the voice chat feature became very popular, and yeah, bro, it was like a free for all. Like you had to. There was a point before they like implemented like a full blown mute button where you had to ask people to just stop talking. Like, please, guys, please just stop talking. Don't talk right now. You had to kick them out of the chat if they were like they just wouldn't stop talking. There was no like. They implemented the mute button really quickly, but I remember a point when you couldn't just mass mute everybody. It was chaos, dude. I do not want that.
Wait, Alts is back. Alts is in here. He's just in listener, but Alts, we were talking about how you guys were in your video. Your video because you asked us some questions. Let's see if Alts is awake. Yep, there's a thumbs up. You did do it.
He does so much amazing shit on his videos, but he's always too shy to come tell us what he did. But he'll give us a he'll give us a thumb up. Alts, can you tag or can you post the video in the comments, the one where you jumped into this space and like asked us some questions through your interview? Because I definitely want to rewatch that, unless it's the one that's already tagged.
But then Demi, dude, that clone, it's so like, I called it the mono clone because it's like the black Letterman jacket, the black shirt, the black dreads. I don't know, man. That one was pretty cool. Prez is the one who sent it into our chat.
Guys, we've already had Vince FOMO into a clone, like live on Space. Like, look what this is not a FOMO anonymous space.
That's on Friday nights or Saturday nights, right? Actually, during FOMO Anonymous is when I went really deep into 10KTF, read all the blogs, did all the stuff, ended up buying that uncommon backpack. And then today, when I found out the burn feature is going to be turned off at some point, I went in and burned the backpack, got the 3 G tags out of it, and then I still got the backpack. So I'm actually still ahead, even though the floor dipped just a teeny bit.
Dude, I sold all those G tags. I owned them for about 4 hours. Couldn't take it. Started reading all the comments, and they were like 10 KTF, super confusing. We don't know what's going on with these G tags. I'm like, dude, what am I buying? I can't put myself into this again.
He straight capitulated after 4 hours.
Yeah, I lost probably 0.75 ETH in the whole thing because I waved out of it. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, I'm buying.
No way.
Yeah, I don't care.
I always wonder who those people
It's
are.
me,
Bro.
dude. I made a decision and I fucking moved it all into Pepe's, baby. Woo!
Dude, I always wonder who the people are that will buy things and then just sell them within a couple hours.
I don't do it often, but dude, I haven't bought in
a bunch of barons.
I haven't bought in a while, and it was just the wrong buy, dude. I'm not fucking.
You're itching to just incinerate some ETH, Baron?
Yeah, I just did. I fucking burned it like a torch. But if I'm gonna buy Yuga, I might as well just go buy the actual assets, not some
Wait, so I missed everything, but I saw your little Pepe shit. It was on the front page of OpenSea.
No, I got 5 G tags and I fucking papered them.
Within 4 hours.
Yeah.
Jeez, 4 hours, dude.
Yeah, I just didn't want them. I was like,
buyer's remorse, bro.
Dude.
No, he's being honest.
I
Dude.
am.
It's FOMO anonymous.
Oh, got it.
He's being honest.
Sorry.
He's being honest.
Well, I was just doing
nice.
doing a share. You're not supposed to interrupt other people while they're sharing.
You know what? I'm just gonna leave. Goodbye.
No.
See you, Vince.
You need our help. So anyways, yeah, that's what happened.
I don't know what happened with me, dude. I shared my meme of the day, and then I got kicked off the stage, dude.
Wait, we booted you off this stage?
I mean, I come back 2 hours later after a phone call, and I'm not on the speakers section anymore.
Oh yeah, after so long on a phone call, it actually boots you.
Oh,
it's
no
interesting.
way.
Yeah. I've done it a couple times. I'm like, well, how long until it boots you? So I've tried to watch and see. It's like after 5 minutes or so, it'll end up booting you.
Oh, I was just gonna blame it on Bombay, but that's a good reason too.
No, stage probably got jammed. How's it been the last couple hours?
Oh, Trey,
so good,
dude. It's crazy. I was on the phone, and then I hear actually Real Nomic's voice, because I got a notification on Twitter, and so I was like, oh fuck, you guys are probably talking about some shit, so, and I missed whatever it was, but I can hear people's voices sometimes when I'm on the phone, which is always fun.
You have Nomix's noties on, but do you have my noties on?
Well, no, I don't have either one of your noties on, but what I was saying was I could just hear it, the voices on the stage.
Well, he took a screenshot. Vince took a screenshot, and he was sharing about something else, but I saw in the corner it said Jace has been muted, so at least you're not muted.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude. I did not have you on mute.
Demi, I put a clone in the chat for you.
I mean, people are putting clones everywhere. They're in the comments. They're in the chat. There's a really dope one in the comments from Baron. And then Gene has a clone.
Wait.
Shout out Gene.
Dude, wait that guy. Don't wait.
Baron, next time you could just send me the 0.75 ETH if you'd rather do that. I won't burn it.
Dude, when these Pepe started, I don't even know what they're called, but this guy, he's just updating the metadata, and I love that, man. I think it's a different form of art, and it's different. It's everybody's like, don't touch the fucking metadata, and I don't know what'll happen with it, but he updated it again tonight, and I don't know. We'll see what happens with checks, but it's I needed something else to pay attention to. Total fucking DJ.
Have some fun,
Yeah, right. Plus, it's kind of funny that frog when you put it as PFP, is looking at you.
Has anybody else on stage recently FOMO'd into a project or a coin and needs to talk about it? This is the portion where we do FOMO Anonymous, where we talk about how we realize we have a problem, but we really like NFTs and we like to trade. So if anybody'd like to go ahead.
Dre and I are competing on who can pick up the most open editions at once.
Oh my god, bro.
How do you follow to like catch those when they open up and stuff? Like when they're happening?
He just sees
Just
a
watch
manifold
Dre's
leak.
wallet. Just watch Dre's wallet.
He just sees a manifold link and he closes his eyes because he knows it's a safe link from manifold. He just max mints whatever it is. That's Jace's motto.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do.
Nobody else, dude. Nobody else has like bought anything. Nobody's trading anything. Nobody's FOMOing into anything. All calculated risk. Like you guys, just not straight
Yeah,
FOMOing.
speak up. You know,
All right.
subscribes watching wallets, dude. This guy doesn't fuck around. Excuse me, he doesn't mess around.
Never FOMO without a stop loss.
Bro, I buy and just hold. I don't know what you talking about. I made no money in NFTs.
Actually, real talk, I've never sold like a PFP. Partially because like I'm new to it. Like I bought my first clone like during the whole Luna thing, right? And then rode it from 10 ETH down to whatever it's at right now. But I have not sold like a big PFP. I sold my other side land. I sold my space pods, but like those are all just kind of shitty
Side
NFTs to begin
quests.
with. Yeah,
Right,
side quests, exactly.
I told the group about my story. I came from the stock market trying to be new. I got out of the military. I bought a whole bunch of calls into GME and AMC and just tank. And then I went into the NFT market and then it tanked. So I capitulated, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the rather fortunate position of like holding Tesla from like a long while back. So I'm starting to see numbers that I haven't seen in years.
Did you buy at the top?
No, not even. Like I bought like in 2016, but like what I'm saying is I'm seeing numbers that I haven't seen in years, right? Both in like price, well, split adjusted price per share and also like account value, right? It's down like 70, 80%, right? From all-time high. So I'm no stranger to.
It's had a good last 30 days.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we got to go up another 800% for me to like get back to anything meaningful, but
So what I'm trying to do is just stack up liquid, right? And I'm waiting for the World War III FUD, because when that happens, everything
when it comes back,
yeah, everything is just gonna tank, and then you just buy everything.
I don't know who was saying it. I don't know who said it last time, but they were making an analogy on the crypto market. They're making an analogy, it was a really good one, about how we haven't seen max pain yet with NFTs like we did with crypto in 17-18, where like during 17-18, or I guess the 18 bear market, nobody wanted to touch crypto. Like even if you mentioned it, like people just wanted you to you couldn't even mention crypto, right? Whereas like here, we're in an NFT bear, but people are still riding. We all still have our PFPs. Like we're all still rocking them. We're also doing things with them. So like I don't remember who it was. It was a couple days ago. I think it was on Friday or Thursday. They were saying like, well, maybe max pain isn't here yet because people again are still rocking with these. Like they still are wearing their PFPs, or maybe like the alternative view is that we never see that, right? Because I don't know, this whole digital identity meta. Like, what will it take for me to sell this clone that I got for 11 ETH? Like, what am I going to do? Sell for 4, right? If the floor goes to 4, like, I could fucking do that, right? And it's all cash, right? So, like, there's not really, well, there's leverage on NFTs, but like, it's not as levered as, getting your trading account nuked, right? On like an inverse move. So, I don't know. NFTs are a really interesting asset. Like, every time I think about them, like, they're
very subjective.
yeah.
It's our price is for one is based on the crypto market. People say it's a double hedge, but I wouldn't say that. Like it's very subjective in our thought and how it's affected by the crypto market as well. It's a lot of psychology, honestly.
Damn it, guys! You just let dead air happen while I was saying a message. That's all right. You guys needed a break for a second. I don't remember who was saying that on Friday. Maybe it was Nomics that was talking when he was. I think it was when we brought up the topic, maybe Thursday or Friday, about I don't even know if we need to bring it up again about sentiment, like market sentiment.
Oh yeah. That was no. It might have been yeah.
Where he has the mass shooting and suicide metrics, and but you're talking about like people still rocking those PFPs, like people still out here, like we're not. You don't reach Mac once you reach Mac bottom or like bottom, like people just disappear. Like they're just not fucking with Twitter. They're not coming out here. They're not showing up every day.
I
And
mean, they definitely have, disappeared, right? Like the meme is like, "Oh, what happened to all my followers? Either bankrupt or dead," right? Like that's kind of a true like thing, right? Like my friend has 4,000 followers, and he gets no engagement at all on his posts, and he actually works in the industry. Like he's a good dude, but like that was just kind of a thing that was going around for a while that I thought was interesting.
Damn, bro. I mean, what communities were you a part of when you were in Bitcoin, right? Where you were like,
yeah,
all right, Bitcoin bros, let's all band together and find a creative way to stream a space every night. You know what I mean? Like we don't have that. I think I cut off Vega. I think I cut off Vega though.
No,
What's
bro,
up, Vega?
he just gave me a crazy thought, bro. Like, I never even considered that. Like, how many of my followers are dead?
Oh, dude, or bankrupt. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they could be bankrupt too, but how many of them are just dead, bro? That's crazy.
You're in here long
Jesus
enough. You're in here
Christ.
long enough. You do lose followers who actually do die. But the McDonald's hat, joke in a lot of these meme things is a legit joke where people have like, tattooed a fucking coin on their neck and then they're fucking getting a job at a drive-thru. That's the bottom of the market kind of shit. That really did happen.
Yeah.
Bro, I'll go work at McDonald's right now.
Would you work at McArtifacts though?
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Same.
I was just kidding. I'm not going to work at a McDonald's. I would rather lay in the road.
Vincent, would you work at a Wendy's? We know how much you love Wendy's.
But don't even seriously. Why you gotta do that?
What's wrong with Wendy's?
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Dude. Nothing was wrong until nothing was wrong with Wendy's for a long time, actually.
So they caught a dude shitting in the chili for 2 fucking years.
Wait, 2 years ago?
No, he was shitting in the chili for 2 fucking years straight while working there.
Well, let me tell you, that's what you get for eating chili at Wendy's. You go to Wendy's for the Baconator or the Junior Bacon Cheeseburger. If you're eating chili at Wendy's, bro, you're unhinged.
Hey, we don't throw that term around lightly in this space.
Wendy's or unhinged?
Unhinged. Because that's a real ass thing, Vega. There are people here that are up fucking unhinged, man.
Bro, if you want to talk to my ex.
Yeah, I guess there's levels to it, probably.
Okay, so people that I met when I first came into this space, like, let's see, just on this stage, like Vega was probably the first clone I ever met in real life. Like we met with like 2 other clones at, what was it, like a Mexican food place, and we got drinks, bro. Like we was like 4 people in LA, and we did like a little clone meetup. Dude, how many people from those Twitter days that are still like active? Like the bear market like legit eats people a lot. Like they just disappeared, dude. Like they don't want to come out and like be active anymore or like show up. But like, well, I guess what Vince is getting at is just like it just gets worse. Like people.
Bombay and I were talking about that last night in the DMs too. Like a lookbook, like a CloneX lookbook, and never heard back from him.
I've reached out to some of the people too, like what was his name? Roughneck. I was like, hey, Roughneck, haven't heard from you in a while. How you been? And there's no response.
Just on Twitter, like they just disappeared from socials?
Yeah, man, just gone, man. We saw him in New York, and he was working on something, and then he just vanished. Has anybody heard from Roughneck?
No, bro.
I was thinking about him the other day, Roughneck, because I have some of his clothes, but dude, it was an expensive asset, man. People had to get rid of it, I guess.
Wait, you bought like he was selling items and NFTs to people and then just disappeared, or what?
No, he was just selling like clothing for CloneX New York. Remember that, Vega? He was selling like hoodies.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he had a shirt. It was cool.
Yeah.
Ninja, what's up?
Yo. I was gonna just say, yeah, a lot of people leave because there's no that they really like lost everything, and it's just too painful to be around. And it's kind of like your ex or your girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever it is that like you're not gonna keep pictures of them on the wall after they've hurt you. Like a lot of people don't realize like people put their life savings into this kind of stuff. But it's funny you mentioned Roughneck, Vega, because I was like, damn, I was trying to put a face to Roughneck, and I was like, oh yeah, Roughneck. But was he even he owned clone? I couldn't remember. I remember he was selling merch, but did he even own a clone?
Yeah, he had a couple.
Ninja, your voice sounding good tonight. I don't know what kind of mic you're on, but man, you sound really good tonight.
You got a new mic,
the
bro.
iPhone 14 without the Dre beat. Yo, them Dre beats, like they sound incredible, like to use, but they just I don't know, some about their mic technology with Twitter. It just doesn't like it.
I understand that. That's cool, but I do like. I mean, it's cool. You're like right there.
It feels so different.
Yeah, man, you sound great, Ninja.
I appreciate
Really
it
good.
once. Question for you, real quick. Is Nomix still in the room? Oh, did Nomix leave?
I'm still here.
Oh no. Yeah, Nomix. What was that? What was your website? I wrote it. I thought. Oh no, I did write it. Winternomics.tv, right?
Yeah, that's where the show is.
Okay, cool. Bet. Perfect. Yeah. Compound was bragging on what you were doing. Can I don't have time like today but can I DM and we talk about taking a look, getting a virtual tour of what you're doing, because I'm working on several production pieces, just kind of documenting, like docuseries type pieces, documenting kind of what's going on in Web3, and with a plan to release next year, next year actually. Yep. And I would love just to kind of peep out what you're doing with the potential of interviewing you.
Yeah, that's fine, man, for sure.
All right, great, cool. All right, I'll hit you in the DMs about it so we can talk about it more.
No worries. Come to the bad take we do inside the pod too, because we're going to do that and we'll go through it, and everybody took Compound through it, and we're going to do a Web3 version of what we're doing here, and
let's go.
Get this moving into that space.
Like that has to be recorded too, or not recorded, but just like captured so we can push out content.
How would we do that?
Stream.
I was thinking about that because Compound can keep these going for hours. How would we capture the video side of that?
I think that someone could probably record from their screen as they're running around, on Cyber, and then I don't know, man. I don't edit video or anything, but you post some screen grabs sometimes.
Yeah, so like when I'm broadcasting and I record, and like I'm telling you, like my fucking computer achieves like thermonuclear fission and shit while I'm doing it. It gets fucking hot. But I do as much as I can to capture it while I'm broadcasting and hosting it.
I guess what I could do is like start a Zoom or a WebEx, and then hit record, and then share my screen out, so it's just like being recorded as I walk through the WebEx.
Because to get the audio of this whole thing where like we have it now, someone's gonna have to do like what President's doing, broadcast this to get the audio out in one thing and broadcast it back onto a wall, which gets the audio in the room. We can put music from a different person that broadcasts. Actually, I think one person will dominate the audio once you start broadcasting.
We definitely gonna break our computers, bro. My shit's gonna explode.
Can you open Twitter Spaces on computer?
You can just listen.
Yeah, as long as you
can can't talk. He's in the group. He has this whole show streaming in his pod right now.
Is anybody else there?
He's practicing. I think he's just there. I don't think he's dropped the link. He has it. This is what he's doing. He could probably explain it better, but he's streaming it on YouTube. He started CloneX Radio on YouTube, and he's been rebroadcasting Clone Spaces on YouTube. Like
how big's the delay? Them. Does he have a delay to it?
It's about like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It's not too bad, dude. I have it on my YouTube here. We're talking in the chat. Like the first pin post, I'll pin it for anybody who wants to jump on his YouTube. I'm in it on my computer, and we've been like
For us to
chatting
get
on
it, for us
there.
to get it real time, we'd need to basically like I could take this to another phone or another iDevice and broadcast it to my desktop to get it real time. We can make it real time that way.
I was just gonna say run that shit through Twitch, because then you don't have to worry about file storage. If you're like 8 hours of video or whatever, how long your space is, it's like gonna be gigs and gigs and gigs. And Twitch will just store it for free, and then you can clip whatever.
I got an idea. Compile DMU. I think I know what to do.
Yeah, maybe we do like anybody who wants to, who knows this stuff and gets in, like wants to get involved, we can do a little group chat and like hash it out. But
I
I'm
can stream. I could
super
just stream
down.
this. I could stream it as like a show, like on Wernomics TV, and that will capture the whole thing on YouTube.
Brez is saying that there's a minimal delay right now in our chat.
Yeah, it's not a lot, dude. It's maybe I was off, but it's not much at all. I think we'll figure it out. I think it'll be fun. I think we got to do it as a community too. Like this is already a group effort. Anybody who's listening who has experience in any of this and wants to like assist in any way, let me know. I put Prez's YouTube broadcasting up top, and then I believe he has that. Like Nomics, you know how to do that, where you can put it in the pod. It's like you just
The thing is,
broadcast it
like,
in the
if I
pod.
run Streamlabs and then like broadcast, because I can do that. I can run Streamlabs and I can broadcast like a tab itself with like if I wanted to put like background music, and then I can have Streamlabs capture the window I'm in. But I'm telling you, like, there's probably a time limit on before my computer goes through the desk.
We're gonna fucking toast your computer. So Prez said that YouTube has no issue for storage length or size. Like he doesn't see an issue there.
Yeah, I've got a 10-hour video on
And
YouTube. It can do whatever.
that's dope. Jace, you know anything about YouTube? Like have you ever been on YouTube? Is that true?
What's that? Is that like plumbing? Like you put yourself in a tube, or like what's hit me up. What's up?
It's this new technology that just dropped. It's you like put movies and videos on it and stuff, and you can like put music on there and just download it completely free with no repercussions. It's a super cool place.
I'm gonna go on there and make an account. Will you be my first follower?
Yeah, I'll teach you how to use YouTube, bro. Don't worry, I got you.
It's all about community, bro. I love it. It's so good.
I have a question. I know it's a little random. I was wondering because I've been seeing, and I think I saw Alt's post on it, and it's something that I think we've all been thinking about. At least if we may have not have said it, that with the rise of AI, obviously we've all seen Terminator, or at least know that kind of story arc, what could potentially happen. Does anybody think that proof of human or proof of human writing will be something in the future? Because I recently wrote a cover letter to a Web3 company for partnership, and I put it. I don't know. It just came to me as I wrote the end of it, because it took me quite a bit to write it, and I didn't use any GPT. I didn't use any AI to write any part of the cover letter or anything else. And I put at the end, I said, I forgot exactly what I put, but I basically put 100% human written with no assistance from any AI, as in like. That's kind of a stamp of that it's that I'm not using any, not cheats, because I don't think AI is cheats, but I'm just not using any bots or any computers to do it. Does anybody think that will be a thing in the future?
I think
Isn't that what a computer would say though? Like, yeah, I'm not an AI.
No, dude, that's a great idea.
I think the generations behind us won't give a shit. I think we do. But I think, like we talked about before, like a 15-year-old who grows up and finds this as a shortcut to writing papers in school, when every one of them is like 25, they're not going to give as much of a fuck as we do.
I will say I did just write a whole eviction letter, a 60-day notice to quit for one of my tenants with ChatGPT, and made sure it was like California legal, and then I cross-checked it on with all the requirements in California. So it's a really well written eviction letter too.
And then you got paid the next day. It was so good.
Well, so I actually pulled the pay or quit notice, the 3-day pay or quit from eForms or something, and then he had his daddy pay for him. but I don't want him around anymore, so I'm giving him a 60-day now, which is legally required. Once, like, if he fulfills the pay to quit, you still got to give him 60 days to move out. So that's what I had ChatGPT write for me, actually. And I'm not ashamed of it at all. I don't think that it matters there, but I see where Ninja is, like, where he's having to, where if you're having to, like, prove your credentials or prove that you're a human writing something, it's a whole different situation, right?
Yeah, I also think Namix made a really good point. I don't think people are going to give a shit. I think it matters when it comes to personal things. Like, for instance, if I'm hiring somebody, like, I don't want to read no AI generated shit. I want to read like, if I'm hiring somebody, I want to know that I'm hiring someone who is capable of doing this on their own. And if they happen to leverage AI to do this even better in the future, shit, power to them. But also, my friend did a skit who's an actor, and he's a really talented actor on TV, and basically he did a skit where just imagine the future where it's not just AI we can't tell him, but it's like actual fucking bots. So like the joke was he was sitting across the table as an interviewer, and he was like, okay, great interview, blah 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 blah. Now if you would please just click the and it had the Google authenticator on the screen to authenticate he wasn't a bot. And like the interviewer got really nervous, and he was like, well, why do I have to do that? I'm human. He was like, well, just click the AI bot, just click the, prove that you're a human, and it was like literally just a click. And anyway, the reveal was that it was really a bot. It was a android or cyborg, whatever. No, cyborg is combined. It was a bot. It was a robot. And just think in the future, I mean, that's way fucking far in the future, but if you can't tell humans from bots, what's the difference?
No, that's interesting. It's
I can
something I
make
have never
babies.
thought of. Well, yeah, but maybe down the line. So can that. Rose, what do you think?
I just shared a pinned tweet how OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, has created a tool, I believe, called Classifier, so that you can distinguish whether or not a text is from human or AI generated. And my husband's in education, and so he's battling this whole thing about essay writing, where his students have to write essays. That's just part of the process of learning. And, how does he combat that? He already uses some tools already, like turnitin.com, where it'll light up your text of whether or not you've plagiarized. But obviously with AI, it's a whole nother ball game. But from our Friday space, when Crad was speaking, he mentioned about how AI kind of is bringing, I guess, forward this tension of congruency, as well as, what did he say, point of reference without citation. And so typically in assignments in school, you have to cite examples. So that's just one way of going about it. And yes, ChatGPT can give you a whole list of examples with citations that you could just add in. But yeah, sometimes you just want original creative thought. And that's how we all improve and evolve. So I think there's something about having things at your fingertips that you could just type up. But to get a good answer, you actually have to put in decent amount of prompts to be able to get, a sophisticated answer out. So you're putting in effort one way or the other, but kind of interesting to see how the creator of ChatGPT is going to try to address this with a new tool called, I think, Classifier.
So
they're going to make money off of they're going to make money off of creating AI, but also money off of identifying the AI. And then they're just going to get it all the way around.
Oh my gosh.
So
Yeah,
like
we'll
the
create this tool and
fractal
then
of the
just create
pharmaceutical
a tool to.
industry.
Oh wow, that's such
They
a good
copy and
point.
pasted the pharmaceutical industry.
Create the illnesses and also create the medicine.
Copy pasta, baby. Rinse and repeat. Let's
We've
go.
seen that business model before.
I think radiology is really interesting because that's like a 6-7 figure job, and for the computer to just track all the illnesses and give the treatment for the illnesses, that's huge. That's a lot of radiology making 6 figures, just losing their job instantly.
Isn't radiology just X-rays?
Radiologists are the people that tells the people or the doctors, the surgeons that, hey, this is the disease. This is what you need to do to fix it. This is the fracture. This is, the heart problem or whatever. They see it with, the small little changes in what you see from the X-rays or MRIs or whatever.
And I don't know enough about geology to counter that. So, anyways.
That made me laugh.
Did you just say geology?
Yeah.
You stupid. I caught that.
Everybody
Compound
just
trying to be
looking at
funny over here.
Everybody looking at the phone like, what? No, yeah, no, that's exactly what they're doing though. They're creating AI and then they're going to give you a tool to counter it. But like Rose said, like if you put a sophisticated enough prompt in there, I feel like you're gonna get responses that are non-plagiarized. Like I don't know how they plan to sense it, sense that it
Because
was
it's all
plagiarized.
stored. Basically, it's like this. It's like if you have a memory in your brain, if like somebody comes and recalls that memory, it's going to keep recalling. So it's like if you could put in 1 trillion prompts, right? Let's just use it realistically. Let's say you put 100 prompts to get this custom answer, which is sometimes realistic, or I won't say 100. I put in like 25, 30 to get what I wanted, right? So let's say you put in 25, 30, you get what you want. It's still stored within Chat GPT. So like that is part of what's adding to the AI and its learning. So if you put that into a Chat GPT, it should be able to spit that back out in some sort of way, or at least identify it's been through that cycle. Does that make sense? I don't know if I articulated that right.
You know what's interesting about like things like turnin.com where you write it and then you maybe you do a little plagiarism, you shake the words up a little bit and then you submit it type thing. But maybe you have to write your essay on not like a Word doc, but like a software that's automatically kind of, it's timing you. It times the words per minute. It monitors you, right, while you're live writing the paper. But at the same time, you could still ask ChatGPT to write it. You could just literally copy it word for word, and it would, it could go bypass this imaginary monitoring system.
That's what I told my husband. Like if you do a Google Docs, you have version control history, right? So you can see,
yeah.
well, if it's a copy paste, that's 5 seconds versus writing a paper that would be 30 minutes. But he just hates the fact that he has to find ways around it now. And also, I think the example that was just given, I think Ninja, you're right, because these are machine learning models. So our prompts and inputs are training the model. And even Crad had mentioned just like how we can kind of infuse and almost hack the models by just feeding it tons of data that we would want to almost like add our own bias or information. So this notion of congruency is actually kind of dangerous because those that have resources could actually feed into some of these models to give somewhat then what I would consider somewhat biased or skewed responses. And I have a friend who tested ChatGPT and almost forced it to give him an answer that was wrong, and it did, because with his prompts, it led him down, or that it down, into a decision tree that was pretty cool to see someone force fit to get an answer that he wanted. And I'm just like, dude, you're too smart. You're playing like this dangerous game when I'm just trying to answer a question. He's like trying to force fit into the actual machine learning model. And machine learning models have been around for a long time. It's about the output and how the AI is going to give you a response that's kind of creepy. But yeah, I think there's so many different ways and applications. So if you all haven't had a chance to listen to the Friday session, please do. It's probably just like 5 to 10 minutes, but man, I keep re-listening to that because every sentence was like action packed with a new thought around ChatGPT.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be on the team who's trying to break the models of the cyborgs. I feel like, you might be put on a shit list later down the road.
They remember you.
Definitely gonna come after you for sure.
I'd be like,
go ahead, Vincent.
No, just go.
No, you go. Go ahead, Vince. Do you ever go by Vince?
How you Ninja, dude? How you doing?
Do you ever go by Vince, Vincent?
Yeah, I mean, people call me lots of names, right? But yeah, Vince is one of them.
What do I call you?
I call him the Quiff.
The Queef?
No, not not that.
What's a queef? Never mind.
The quiff, the hairstyle. It's the quiff, not the quaff, not the other one. No, but I actually saw something that was kind of controversial. I didn't even look it up. I don't know if I was being baited or not, but somebody put in there into their prompts, tell me all the benefits of President Biden. And it gave this big, long, elaborate thing. And then it said, tell me the benefits of President Trump. It said, I'm not allowed, as an AI, I will not in political discourse and this and that, but it gave that for Trump and not for Biden. I don't know if I was actually going to go put it in my account and write up the same thing. I haven't tried it yet, so I can't verify if it was just
No, it
somebody
said for hate
messing
speech.
with
It said
me.
it couldn't promote anything that promoted. Yeah, it didn't do politics. It basically has Trump affiliated. It has like an agenda in it. It has a couple of things that are definitely like been added to it. It's got it affiliated
That's a
Trump with
big
hate
deal.
speech. Yeah.
That's a really big deal, though. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
big deal because the conservatives, I mean, conservatives just got Trump back on Twitter. I mean, that's a big deal considering also then what Google is rolling out theirs called, what's it called? Nard something?
Baird,
Bard.
Bard
There you
or
go.
BARD,
Nard, Baird, oh man.
BARD.
Back to what you were saying though, Rose, about how you can put in it's giving the wrong answers. I did see a post the other day ago from a mathematician that said he put in he gave it simple equations and it was not simple equations. I take that back. Let me not mess it up. He said he gave it a equation gave it a custom equation to get the answer and it couldn't get the equation right. And I also noticed that too for even just for simple Google. Like I'll always ask Google like just some math I don't want to do and I'll just be like, hey Google, what's 5 times 10, divided by 4, times whatever. I'll just give it that, and she's always getting that shit wrong. So it's interesting that yeah, they're not getting math right, and I could definitely see a lot of room for error in a lot of different things.
Is it Google that's not getting it right? Is your parentheses kind of off?
Well, I mean, you can tell Google through Wolf Afram. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know my math.
Yeah, they said these things they aren't trained for like complex like coding or math or any of that yet. Just language, but they will train it for that. But they haven't done that.
That makes sense. I will say this. It's funny that we talk about math right now, but I always think this every time being in crypto. It's like as much as how much we were told in clown, it's like you're never going to use this math. You're never going to use this. I use every bit of math from everything in crypto.
We lost Vincent. He fell down. I don't use all the math that I learned, but I do use a lot. I actually rely on Wolfram Alpha a lot, Ninja. I really like that website. I've had it pinned in my, in my browser for years.
Now I know why trades suck so bad.
No, it's because you FOMO into everything instead of trading based off data, right, Nomics?
Well,
I have a quick.
there's main things to look at.
Zeneca had a really good early space earlier today in the afternoon that was talking about alpha, and he was just breaking down the different types of alpha. And at first I was like, man, I know what this is, whatever. But I was like, no, let me just listen in. And he was really just breaking down the different types of alpha, how to trust it, how not to trust it, definition of it, blah blah blah. And I asked the person because it was basically the conversation was about how to identify alpha, but it was all based on other people's alpha. Like if Twitter's got it, then it's probably not alpha no more, blah 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 blah. But I'm curious because I brought up the point. I'm like, because it is how I've traded throughout the years. Is I'm like, well, I find my own alpha, and here's how I find my own alpha. Like create my own alpha. Like I'm not listening to any voices that say, hey, buy this, look at this. I'm just finding it through my own ways. Does anyone else actually go and look and do research? I'm really curious, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone, but like, does anyone else actually go and do research and like find coins, find NFTs on their own with like a specific idea in mind and not a server or a suggestion or anything
I
like
used
that?
to. When I was big into this, like part of my journey was just like looking into things. Um, so like I looked into Rally before it nuked, like just kind of on the social like token meta. Again, I was like pretty naive, so looking back at it now, I definitely wouldn't have touched it. But it was an interesting protocol, kind of first of its kind, that was doing cool things. And the founder, one of the co-founders, was he donated a bunch of money to Berkeley, so you know, I was like, all right, kind of interesting. Looked into that, followed it for a while, and the platform didn't take off, unfortunately. And then they shut down recently, which is really interesting to see. And then I went on like a stablecoin like research rant, stumbled across Terra, got into it actually like pretty decent in 21, like early 21. Wrote it up to like, what did it hit, like 100 or so, and then I sold some and kept some in Anchor and lost it, right? But um I used to. I don't have time for it now that I work full time in the space, really, and a lot of the things that come across my desk are more, I mean, they're different, right? Like there's things in music, there's things like obviously NFTs, metaverse, but I used to, yeah, and I used to like just think of themes and like think of just like really more like on the entertainment side, because that's where I came from, like in banking, was like a consumer internet shop, so just thinking about the combination of those two and like e-commerce and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I guess the two investments I listed literally nuked to zero, so maybe I'm not the best guy to get the research from, but it's all on my archive and Twitter. Literally, the only two
I don't think you'll. I don't.
That was a great. That was
I
a
don't
great
think what you.
presentation.
It's so funny,
Bro,
dude.
he was
I don't
like
think
so.
though. Like Luna, if Luna wouldn't. I mean, like, listen. Regardless, if you wouldn't have. I mean, and I lost the money in Anchor too, so
Yeah,
I feel you.
it was a
But
lot for me, but
but if Luna wouldn't have nuked, even if you would have just um. And I'm saying this because I could have done it way better too. But like, even if you would have traded it properly, as in you're up X amount of million% and
yeah,
just sold it, like you would have done really well. So it actually wasn't bad
yeah,
because most of the stuff nukes anyway.
yeah. It's an unfortunate reality, right? I was gonna go work at TFL actually. I'm glad I didn't, but yeah, they were hiring, and I interviewed with a few people on the team on like the ecosystem side. They kind of gave me like weird vibes, so, and I heard a lot of things about Doe, right? So I didn't. I just kind of I passed, but yeah, I mean that's alpha in itself too. Like where you work can really take you places, both good and bad. Um, there's a lot of alpha in that too.
Can you give us the alpha? Because I know you do work, and I've heard. I mean, I've literally heard from other people like, yeah, he has a full-time job, blah blah blah. But can you give us the alpha on kind of what you do, how you work, and why it's beneficial?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I work at like a venture fund. It's kind of like a venture like advisory sort of fund. Like our specialties in tokenomics. So yeah, like we launched ApeCoin, and we had a few others that were teed up for this year, but macro kind of happened, and a lot of things are on pause, right? And then also, with the SEC stuff. So my day-to-day role is like really looking at, how does the team want to launch a fungible token and design, a crypto economic system around whatever protocol they're doing that's powered by this token. So in the case of ApeCoin, like, they didn't, like, Yuga Labs didn't really know like too much about what they wanted to do. So they hired us, and it was my job to kind of work with them on designing the airdrop, right? Like the claim ratios, day one supply, vesting, and then fully diluted, as well as like really high level economy design for the other side until, Animoca was brought in and is kind of handling the, the launch and like the phased launch and the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, I've done the same for like a sports betting protocol that's coming to market. We're working with like a music sort of streaming company, not like Audius, but sort of a platform that sits on top of Spotify and Apple Music and is doing some really cool things with NFTs. and a bunch of other stuff. So, yeah.
And I have no idea like how that world would work, how that world works. So could you educate us just a little bit, or educate me, educate us? We're all in the room on like so so so, and I know obviously a lot of it's under NDA and like proprietary, but let's just for general purposes what you can tell us. So like ApeCoin, for instance, like they you guys are paid in, it's like you guys get a creative brief or a brief of like, hey, we want to launch ApeCoin. And I have three questions. I'll make it real simple. Like how does it look like in the beginning when they come to you? How does it look like when you kind of like come to a consensus with the client of like what you want to do? And then what does the pay structure look like? I know it could be different for each one, but kind of just, like, hey, we're going to give you like 1,000 ApeCoin or, a million ApeCoin, call it a day, or no, we're paying you bank wire. Like, how are those three steps will look like, if I could ask?
What was the first one?
First one is how they come to you. What's the approach?
You just pitch like your network, right? It's network is everything, right? So to get into like the rooms, like you have to get a company, right? So it's all network, right, driven. I don't know how we got in front of you guys. I wasn't actually around like to pitch for ApeCoin, but we pitched amongst other tokenomics consulting firms, like big ones. I'm not going to name them, but yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we pitched and we won. As far as like the clients that we work with, like, it can vary, right? Some of them have done literally nothing and just want to launch a token. So taking them from 0 to like 1 is actually what I prefer to do, because it helps me like kind of reinforce the fundamentals, and it's really cool to see them, see something come from literally 0 to nothing. A lot of other teams now actually, this might be a sign of the times, but the ones who are serious about launching like a token, especially in the United States, right, given the regulatory lack of clarity, actually come with a lot of work prepped, right? So half my job might be done on the initial like tokenomics design. The rest of it, they'll come to us to think through, okay, well, how do we actually integrate it into the protocol? How do we run simulations on user growth and simulating the sinks and faucets that we're designing for this protocol? That's the second part to it. And others don't even have a product, right? They just want to launch a token, kind of like just kind of launch a token and launch a DAO without having like a product to necessarily intertwine or kind of catalyze the token in the beginning, which is probably like the really important part for liquidity and stuff like that. And then so the answer to the second part is like every client is different, right? Some come to us with nothing, some are really well sophisticated, and then for comp, like every deal is different, but we charge a base consulting fee and a success fee at TGE. So yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just learned,
Yeah, dude,
I had no idea how that worked, but I was curious. Always been curious how that
if anyone's
worked.
building a game in the audience, we're your guys. No, just kidding. But yeah, I mean, look, like, we're here. This is Twitter. You could be sharing the room with anyone who has like an alt or whatever, or
How hard would it be to design like a gambling protocol to work inside like on Cyber, like a poker table?
Well, like,
that's what I want.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't even know where you'd start. Like, game that like there's like
you told me they gotta come to.
No, I know, but like
Bro.
it's like they come to us for like launch execution and like tokenomics, not like, okay, like this is the texture we're gonna use to make like the other side, like Trippyland, right? Like that. We're not like a design shop, so probably best to talk to like a 3D design team to get that in, and then how the tokenomics and smart contracts are written. That's kind of where we come in.
Yeah, that's what I want. I can get the table made. I just need the tokenomics for it to work.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, decentral games probably like a good place to start, right? Like, looking at what they're doing, how that's different to like how we could apply to the on cyber model.
They rocked wearables. They had like a wearable that enabled the gambling mechanism, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Oh, really?
And it was delegatable too. You could delegate it to people.
Do you win the wearables or you win DG tokens?
They had a token, I believe.
Yeah, they had a token. You basically wore the clothing to basically accumulate the token. It was kind of like a workaround, like gambling laws.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they had like a daily faucet too that you could like, get a small amount to gamble with, and if you had the wearable, you got a little bit more, and you could eventually trade in your winnings for, was it decentral coin, whatever decentralized coin is.
Mana. You could trade it.
Yeah, mana.
I'm super bullish on like faucets. Actually, I wish there were more faucets, and there's like a gaming studio we're working with that. Sometimes for like legal reasons, it's better to have an infinite supply token than a finite supply token. And a faucet is actually a really good way to think through like, faucet at like 0.01%, supply, like emitting into perpetuity is a great way to get people to start playing the game, but also kind of check that box if you're on that risk spectrum. So yeah, I mean, there aren't very many faucets now, like, and if you come across like a project that maybe has a faucet, nowadays probably not like the best, right? Because most teams don't want to kind of give out free tokens, but there are definitely a few like diamonds in the rough that I've seen that are really cool. I shared a couple in the chat. Things with tokens.
Vincent, I had a question. Are you guys using like machinations for your like tokenomics design for your like simulations or anything?
Yeah. So
bad.
we use machinations, like data science libraries on Python and Excel as well. But yeah, machinations is a great tool.
It's phenomenal. I was just kind of curious.
You use it, or do you work in the industry?
Well, we were building out a Web3 game for a little while, and obviously the market for those kind of went, we see it. And so we never launched it, but I was using machinations to build out simulations for, the token movement and whatnot within it. And the big brains that built that thing it's insane.
Yeah, it's one thing to like design, a game, right? It's another thing to design the game that designs the game.
Yeah.
Using what it's doing for all of us.
You can look it up. It's machinations, like kind of like machine, MACHINATIONS.io, but it's an economic builder, and so like you can put actors into it, and they will do things in certain ways, and so you can watch how tokens would move and flow based on decision processes in there. It's a giant simulator. It's super cool, and the team of machinations is like really rad.
It's like Figma meets an Excel spreadsheet is the best way I could put it.
No, that's actually perfect.
Yeah, because I use both. Like,
hold on, but even more layman's terms for like.
What the fuck? You said
like
go
You
Google
guys
it.
can understand like Compound and Ninja are really dumb. We're super dumb. So you gotta we don't know what Figma is. We don't like this. It basically, from my understanding, it just creates a visual and
like a calculator meets a crayon and a piece of paper.
Yeah, and then that meets ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're lost. Back lost again. Sorry.
Yeah, we're still lost. Like, you can't just tell me to go to a website and then like say a bunch of big words and say, yeah, does that make sense?
Imagine you could imagine I knew how like Compo, Bombay, and Jace Bennett. Imagine how I knew how they like bought and sold tokens or made decisions, right? I could like put that in there, drag and drop them in, and then let this thing kind of run. And it would show me like, okay, well, that was a terrible idea to do the tokens in this way or distribute them that way. And you could adjust literally how your game would move. So you can pre-guess, essentially, and kind of try to predict what the future will be.
Yeah, so if you design like loops in a game, right, like cutting ore gets you whatever, like, or not, like chopping wood gets you whatever, like 10 wood for like 30-second intervals. You can simulate those actions on a mass scale and at least predict, right? Like predict, like all models are inherently wrong, right? That's like a key assumption to keep in mind, like whenever you're doing any of these things, like you're guaranteed to be wrong, but it at least helps you think through like fatal flaws that could potentially be designed. And I'm not like a machinations expert, by the way. I've only used it a few times. It's something that I'm like looking more into more often and still trying to learn through. I'm trying to learn like the core, concepts of like real game design, right? So you know, might
Hey
yeah.
Vincent, cause so kind of break down and I mean this with the most respect, like what is your expertise, or you're just like, hey, I'm just learning, or like I'm the coffee guy now, but I'm gonna be, or I'm the boss, like what actually. But I really want to know though,
Yeah.
like, because a lot of people don't understand what I do, and until I break it down, they're like, oh shit. And so it's like, wait, what do you do? Like on a granular level as well, not just like, oh, I'm the head of da 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 da. Like granularly, what do
No,
you do?
yeah, so I'm not the head of anything. I'll say that right now. Like I'm 24 years old. Like I think there's a real weird thing in crypto where people like to title inflation is like such a big thing. Like, oh yeah, I'm head of this, managing director of that, this, that, the other. Like I'm not. So I'm one of like the core people who work on tokenomics design at HLV, right? Again, so it's like taking a company, literally like working the math on how they airdrop tokens and distribute them either to NFT holders or users of their protocol or their DApp, or in the case of potentially like a vampire attack, or like a soft vampire attack. I think like Optimism's first airdrop is like a good example of like a soft kind of vampire attack, right? It took users outside of their ecosystem based off their on-chain behavior. Like, so part of my job is like potentially defining like what those requirements would be for somebody who'd be eligible for a free claim of sorts, right? So it's doing research on what others have done, benchmarking that, and then thinking about what verifiable on-chain metrics can actually be used to write a smart contract to say these are the values that X person will be passed for Y action, right? So there's a lot of research, and then there's a lot of like implementation, and then the actual execution. So based off of like the design stuff we do with our clients, I'll come up with a requirement stock, right, to pass to our engineers, right, for the smart contract development. And there are multiple smart contracts that go out, with an ERC20 token launch or a 721, right? There's the deployer, there's the vest, there's the claim contract. On-chain smart contract, but again, it's my job to think through those things depending on the project and depending on, like I said, every project is different, right? So if there's a claim, I'll be designing the claim in tandem with the team, like kind of tell them what can work, what doesn't work, like how far off the norm do we want to deviate, and for what reasons why, right? And then on the day one like allocation stuff, right? Like airdrops obviously part of it, but also how do you unlock like a DAO treasury to have enough like budget, not just for day one, but also for the first year, right? And then what proposals do you want to fund depending on like the core, not thesis but focus, I guess, of the DAO. If there is even going to be a DAO launch on day one, I think there may be 4 projects that did a DAO on day one. It's not a common thing because it's super expensive, and there's a lot of reasons why a project may or may not do a DAO on day one. And then it's creating the vesting schedule, right, for different parties that are involved in in the token deal. And again, if there's a product or a game that we can help the team think through, the sinks and faucets, which is just fancy talk for how people earn the token and how people can spend the token on the protocol, then we'll do that. And then we go to launch, right, depending on what their strategy is. If they're doing an IEO, I've worked on one IEO deal in process, but ApeCoin is obviously a free claim.
Just for those who don't know in the room, I'm sorry, I'm back to my shitty Dre pods, whatever. IEO is initial exchange.
Yeah. Yeah.
offering. Can you break that down just real quick for the audience?
Yeah, IEO is it's a way for projects to raise money through selling tokens through an exchange, right? So like Binance is a really great IEO launchpad. They sell tokens to retail at a pre-subscribed price, and then the price will typically go out a little bit above the IEO last like highest sale range, right? So the later investors are in the money at least a little bit. It's largely dependent on the market as a whole, but yeah, an IEO is just a way to fundraise through tokens, very similar to like an ICO.
And then the exchange becomes the market maker as well, correct?
Sometimes, not necessarily. Like in this deal, we're using like a Binance type exchange with independent market makers because they're not exclusively listing on day one on that exchange. They're also going to be using a DEX strategy, so you can use both.
And then just a quick breakdown. What can you explain how market makers work within the ecosystem?
I mean, I wish I could. Like the best, and I've been on calls with Wintermute, GSR, like all these guys. Like the best thing, the easiest way to describe it is like they smooth liquidity for day-to-day trading of a token, right? So they they're allocated a percent of the supply, typically on a loan like a on a loan sort of basis where they'll take a percent of the supply, and it's hard to like ascribe value to these things, but they'll take some of the tokens and provide typically both sides of liquidity to kind of make sure that there's not huge swings in the price of a token, but it's super expensive. So not every project can launch with a market maker or even do an IEO.
Well, I'm actually a founder and expert Web3 consultant myself.
Nice.
Appreciate you, Vincent.
What are you an expert?
No, I'm just like soaking all this game from Vincent, and like the way he's very articulate in the way he like explains things, but like makes it super easy to digest. It's an actual skill that Vincent has that I applaud him for that. So I appreciate you, man, as always, dropping game but making it easy to digest, because that's the hard part. A lot of us are smart, but can they articulate it in a way for everyone to understand is the hard part. So appreciate you.
Thanks. I mean, look, like I think we're all still learning here. Like it's maybe just different. Like I just see this stuff every day, so rules change all the time. Like one thing is the meta, and then it can change just as fast, right? Like so that's why I said like I'm not, I don't know it all, right? I'm still learning, like because this. But yeah, things change super fast as we see with like open editions and the whole free mint meta and all that stuff. So.
And it's interdependent, right? Like it's all connected some way as it's changing, which is the cool part.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of like recent token launches, which is a little unfortunate. The market like data for like recent token like launches is just it's kind of drying up a little bit from at least like my filtering criteria, which are kind of like not super degen tokens, like because that they're just kind of not the best to be tracking and benchmarking. But
You know why, Vincent?
I mean I
At least
do,
why
yeah,
I think
but
this. Yeah, tell us why.
oh,
Because I
sorry.
want to see if it's what I know why.
Well, again, it's to the point like we were talking about earlier, right? Like the joke of half your followers being bankrupt or dead, like that's a real thing, right? Not necessarily bankrupt or dead, but just kind of like losing it, right? Like just exiting the space. And like we're talking to a lot of talented teams, like, gaming studios that have spun out of large, like traditional, like media companies, or, not like AAA gaming studios. Well, I guess like the definition of like AAA is kind of like it varies, right? But like $1 billion plus revenue studios, like they're taking a lot of these projects and these companies are observing the market, and again, like we're directly with two large spin outs from gaming studios that we're ready to launch tokens, like 98% there, and are just kind of like, okay, like let's just pause, like let's not rush into this, because you only really have one shot at launching both an NFT project and a, you know, fungible token. And depending on how you're, you know, if you're hiring someone like us and like some of the, you know, legal team lawyers that you probably hear about all the time in the space, like we're very expensive, right? So you're investing a lot of time and energy and money into teeing all of us up to make this a successful launch. So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of people just
Could we just say, just to cut it, you would say that they're waiting for the
yeah,
bull market to return, correct?
no, not necessarily, right? Like, of course, like that's part of it, right? But not definitely not waiting for a bull market. Who knows when a bull market is coming, right? Like
Let me clarify. They're not waiting for a bull market, but they're waiting for market conditions to be favorable to enter.
that, and regulatory like clarity and or guidance, or just, I mean, there's a lot of things that have happened in the last 4 months even that, you know, gives teams notion to pause. Not any one project in particular, but multiple projects that are dinged for multiple different reasons, right? So it's a lot of that.
Sorry, guys, I was eating in the background,
Mar-
just listening, learning. I like these Vincent questions, man. You get him going, and it's just good to listen to.
Compound, bring something.
What's up? Oh, bring a question for Vincent. Vincent, why doesn't it, like, what project do you think's next to launch a token? I know that Gutter Cat Gang pulled their gang token out, mainly because they probably saw what happened with regulatory things on ApeCoin, but they kind of pulled back. A lot of hype around Gutter Cat and gang token has kind of left. Do you think it makes sense for any project to launch a token right now?
Depends, like, really what the token is used for. So here's a good example. So like there's a project that I follow actually really closely. It's called Demo. And I sent the link in the chat. What they're doing is essentially, to reason by analogy at my own fault, what they're doing is helium for vehicle data. So they're not going to pay you cash to plug in a hardware device into your OBD2 port and collect vehicle data for free for the miner you have to pay $500 for, but they'll pay you in tokens, right, as an incentive mechanism. And their protocol is designed around that. That is a core loop of their protocol. That's a core loop for their value proposition and their ecosystem, and potentially the only way they can incentivize people to connect their vehicles and share their data, for Demo to then, you know, sell to insurance companies and potentially advertisers, on the other side of it, right? But on the flip side, earning tokens, and Demo wouldn't be possible without a token as the incentive mechanism. So, you know, to launch a token just for token's sake, I think is maybe why some teams can pause or have second thoughts about launching a token. But if it's a core loop to your ecosystem and your protocol, then you have to. That's a great reason to launch. And then, of course, like fundraising, tokens are a great vehicle to fundraise through. It's not a secret. Token sales happen. And they're a part of life, right? Like everything is a fucking sale, right? So when people say like, oh, VC's this, that, you know, it's a little, I think, misdirected, because it's a vector for growing teams to use to not only incentivize end users, but also investors to give them money to take them to the next stage. So yeah,
Bro, and that was an incredible answer. I have one more question for kind of like everybody up here, but then I kind of want to ask Ninja a few things about him and producing. I need to learn of just a few things, if you don't mind, Ninja. But I kind of want to ask what you guys think about this Blur this Blur airdrop and if it's going to be a token, and when a marketplace hasn't collected any trading fees or obviously no royalties, but I don't think they were collecting marketplace fees, were they? Like, where's that liquidity coming from if this airdrop's a token, and how is liquidity being added to a pool for trading?
So they enforced a minimum 0.5% marketplace fee, either marketplace fee or royalty. I'm not sure which one it was, but it's not 0% anymore.
Yeah, they brought that one in a little while ago. So yeah, they've been bringing in some
They were
money.
funded. That's why they were funded very, very well. And like they said, they did start doing that, but they've already been funded pretty well.
So they're going to take the money that they raised along with this 0.5% they've been raising over however many time, and that's the liquidity pool for trading, or a portion of it. They're going to put up their own money for that, so that all these degens can sell into it and take the liquidity that they've earned. Like, how do they?
That's a question I actually want to know too, because I've been thinking, I don't understand how that works, if I'm completely honest.
You get what I'm saying, right? Like, they did some fundraising, right? That's the money that they have to run and operate.
I mean, we're not working Blur, so I have no idea. But what I would assume is, let's see. I don't know. I've been thinking about this, but I mean, like 90% of the day one supply is going to be the airdrop tokens, right? So there will be like liquidity in day one.
Like, where does the money come from on the other side, though? Like, there's going to be a whole bunch of people dumping Blur.
Yeah.
But, like, they're dumping Blur for ETH. So who provides that ETH
Yeah.
that now can be exchanged for Blur? The market
A lot of
makers,
people.
right?
Well, yeah.
A lot of people don't.
So it really depends, right? Like, some projects supply their own LPs, which is not like
LPs, can you, for the audience?
it's a liquidity pool, right? Like, so the Blur to ETH pools, right? Like pre TGE, right? Like hours before TGE, right before it gets on CoinMarketCap and it's announced. Again, like if
one more time, did you TGE explain that one to people?
It's just like token generation event, like day one, right? Like IPO.
So it's the event that. Sorry, I just want to help people out because I know these things, but even to me, I have to slow down to remember what all these acronyms mean.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't going to know what TGE is. I've been degenning into ICO since 2017, so I know what their TGE is, but a lot of people don't know.
Well, look, so like they're backed by Pantera, right? That's who their lead was, or whatever. Blur. So, like they're
backed by a whole bunch of big people. I know that.
Yeah, but the lead was like Pantera, like they're the front, like they're the guys, on this deal, right? So
Paradigm. They were led by
Paradigm. Yeah, Paradigm. Sorry.
Same one that led Uniswap.
Okay, yeah, perfect, right? I wasn't around for the Uniswap drop, unfortunately, so I don't know how that. I can't comment on it, but like, they've got smart people in the room, and they probably are going to just work with the market maker, which is fine. Which is what they should do.
Speaking of which, Vincent, I sent you a DM of a new market maker that's coming on chain soon or online. They do market making dexes and centralized, and they move and split the liquidity between all of it at once.
Let me check it out. And most of the big ones supply on dexes as well.
Yeah, it's pretty neat, but I figure that's probably outside of the overall conversation. Sorry.
No, I never.
The only reason I kind of brought that up was because a lot of people
don't. As a side note, I went to 7-Eleven and got these Gardettos pizzerias.
Fire, dude! I love Gardettos.
They're fire, bro! Like, these pizzerias are so good.
Wait, pizza? What do you mean pizzerias?
The pizza. There's a pizza. The regular flavor is good, but there's a pizzeria flavor.
Oh shit! I'd never had this.
Yeah, like the pizzeria flavor is on hit. And I'm not even high. I swear.
That is one of those things that you get at Costco and then ruins your life for like 4 days.
That's funny. Yeah, I used to eat those a lot. Like when I was a kid, like daycare and stuff. I'd go to daycare and Gardettos. That's all they would pump us with is Gardettos.
Ninja, can you hear me? I figured he was rugged. Ninja.
Well, while you wait for Ninja,
You got to
I've only
tell him.
packed 3 of my 8 bags, and I'm leaving in the morning,
Oh,
so
real quick, was
I'm
Compound
chiming out.
talking?
Bro,
Oh shit! I think I'm rugged again. I'm gonna leave and come back.
dude, I was like, there's no way Ninja's just straight interrupt me twice in a row. Like that's not him. He does it, but like it was not ever that blatant in my life. Oh, I knew he was drugged. Jace,
But I hope I get Wi-Fi on the plane. I can listen in again, just like last time.
tomorrow? You're flying tomorrow?
Yeah.
Where are you going this time, dude?
Scotland.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, so this is the first. We're signing all the papers on the house. We're buying our cars, buying all the furniture, getting that all done, and then we'll come back. I'll meet y'all DJs in Utah, and we'll go skiing and snowboarding, and then I fly back to Scotland for a long
Dude,
time.
are you
So
just sorry? One question. Are you bringing like your gear with you or no?
Yeah,
what
bring
do you
that
mean
shit, bro.
gear
Like your snowboarding
100%.
gear and stuff.
to our
Yeah.
event? Oh yeah, man, I don't ride rentals anymore. I bring my gear. I legit was like testing boards with Solomon 5-6 years ago and doing all that.
Solomon?
So the board the board I ride that's a
Okay.
Solomon, man. It's a very specific board.
No. All right.
I
All
love
right,
it.
big shot. Solomon board.
Not a big shot, but oh man, I mean, I got banned from resorts for years because of that board. We did 60 plus on these boards, man. They are solid boards.
60 what?
Miles per
Oh
hour.
my god. Are you kidding?
We literally rode them into the parking lot, chucked everything in the van, and got out. But an RFID scanner caught us on the way down.
They don't let you. I mean, yeah, it's fucking dangerous, but I didn't know they had a rule against that.
I didn't even know that they could take that. Your
straight lining. That's what they get you for.
I've been.
I
Up
won't
to
do
like
any
40.
of that up here, man. I'm just here.
I need
to
to
play.
get my
So-
bag, dude. I don't know where to get a bag. That's what's holding me back.
Bro, they're $100 like just on Amazon. You
Oh,
buy it on Amazon.
dude, you fucking my god! Of course.
Yeah, they're like literally $100. They have wheels on them, and you roll it into the airport, and you check
See,
it just like a check
community
bag.
is utility.
I mean, why couldn't you just text me
Yeah,
that, dude?
bro.
You know I've been stressing about this the whole $60.
Bro, text you how to buy something online. No, yeah, or you can get it at like go to Big Five or something. But yeah, dude, buy it on Amazon. They got wheels, a handle. You pack all of your snowboarding clothes in there, and then there's a whole bunch of space. And on the other side, you pack like your clothes you're actually
No
gonna
way.
wear, and then bring like
The
a
boots and
backpack.
everything, dude?
Yeah, dude. Put it all in there. It fits everything.
Oh my god, this is next level.
You literally everything you need to snowboard can fit in one rolling
What
bag.
brand do you have?
Stop it. I'm getting so pumped for that weekend. I can't even handle it. I'm going to chime out. You guys do all this.
I
He's
don't
going to go
know the
FOMO into a
brand.
snowboarding bag now.
They're all about the same though, bro. Like just get one with wheels so you don't have to carry it. Just roll it into the airport and hand it to the lady, and she'll get it to Utah. Ninja, I knew you were rugged because you had interrupted me twice, and I just let it happen. And I was like, yeah, he just doesn't hear me.
This is perfect.
Are you still rugged?
No, I'm here. I just want to give another little hack since we're community hacking right now. If you go online and print or go to Kinko's and laminate a media credentials with your name on it, and you will never pay overweight fees again. Because as a producer, like we carry, or my camera crew will have lots of camera shit, bags that are heavy as fuck, and they're not going to charge us. I mean, if they charge us the overweight fee, we pay thousands. So we have media credentials, and so I always travel with it everywhere I go. My name, a little QR code that goes to my production company if they really wanted to check, but they don't ever check. I just flash it, and they're like, "Oh, okay." But all the time I'm traveling and my bags are overweight, just personal travel as well. My bags are overweight. And if you have that little credential, just wear it around in a little lanyard. Just literally just put media company. That's all you got to put on it. And they will you won't pay overweight.
I can't say Ninja
Just-
Film TV Enterprise.
Just send me yours, and I will change the photo and name on.
No, I'll keep the photo.
I'll Photoshop
I'll keep
it.
the photo, dude. I'm good.
If you don't put your PFP as the photo.
Ninja, I got a question for you.
Go.
Sorry, I'm chewing.
What are you eating?
Man. So, I mean, this Cheerios, dude, some cereal.
Okay.
Here's my question.
What's good?
What is a producer? What is the role of a producer? Like, what exactly does a producer do? I've heard the word, I heard the term, I hear you talking about it, but I don't know exactly what the differences in all the positions behind film, you know?
No, that's a great question. I mean, in a nutshell, there's lots of different types of producers, like music producer, film producer, television producer, commercial producer, line producer. But at the core of a producer is we are the absolute foundation. We are the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega. We're the founders, the creators, and the finishers of everything. And so it starts with us, it ends with us. We get the least amount of sleep. We put the most amount of work into everything. We are the least appreciated, but also most rewarded. So it's a high risk, high reward job. In a nutshell, I you know think about if like I have a project, my job is to do three things. I always try to break it down to make it real simple. There's a million things in between, but it's to get the project, the vision of the project. So the vision of the project is to launch a successful Web3 game. I'm putting it to Web3, a successful Web3 film. So it's my job would be to make sure that the vision of the film, of the script, comes to pass, to get it done on time and on or under budget. So if we have, $50 million, then I need to produce it for $50 million or less. If our timeline is to get it completed by end of, December 31st, 2023, then that's my job to make sure it comes in. And then the vision, and the vision is really quality and really in the success. Like if we're setting out to create a sci-fi thriller based around artifact, include clones, has AI and play and earn capabilities with pods and interactive features, then I have to get that done. Like that's my job. I can't.
No, that makes sense. Are the producers the ones that are like hiring all the contractors of the team, the makeup, the all the different crews? Are you the one that's like bringing it all together to make this movie like happen, or is that like a project manager's role, or is it are you like the center, the focal point of bringing all these different aspects of things into one?
Yes, I mean essentially it's the I would say the best position if we were to put into like Web 2 terms is like, or not Web 2, but just whatever. Producer is like the CEO of the film. So the director is like the creative director, which often has a lot of control. Sometimes more of the control than the producer. It really depends. But usually the producer has the most amount of control of the entire thing, steers the ship. And like you said, hires everybody. So like on my productions, I hire everybody, I fire everybody. If there's anyone getting hired, they have to be approved by me. I allow department heads to fire people within their department, as long as they're not my people. Like if I brought a person on and they're trying to fire them, like I would need to know before they're being fired. Or they're like specific to talent. So for instance, like if I have a department head in hair and makeup and I'm bringing in Beyonce and Beyonce's bringing her hair and makeup artist, like the head of the department can't fire Beyonce's hair and makeup artist, not at least without my permission. And, because it would obviously cause a whole bunch of drama and shit, and which I've had happen, and I have to get in between all that. And yeah, just like you said, you nailed it. It's a really, really, it's a really, really dope job. Like I don't want to sit here but it's also like, let me put the best way. Everyone's going to get this. Think about what you see our founders go through at their fucking worst. That's the life of a producer. The same. It's like at our fucking best, it's amazing. Yay, floor price is up. Everybody's happy. Everybody's making money. Everybody's great. And then, when anything comes crashing down, it's like, it's all on you. And you're fucking in the fucking gutter trying to figure this shit out. It's one of the most loneliest jobs because you really don't have. I mean, I have friends within the industry, but you like when you're doing the job, like it's I don't know how to explain it. It's really it's honestly it can be really lonely if you don't have the right team around you, which I've learned to have the right team. And it can also be really challenging because just like we see founders going after each other, like it's like that in producing. Like producers will come after you within your own fucking team, within your own fucking production, let alone outside of your production. In television it's highly competitive, so like in television it's completely different. So like when I've done TV shows, I'm not the only producer, I'm not the top producer, I am in a group of producers, and it's very competitive within those group of the producers because everybody's trying to vie to be the best producer in on that particular TV show. So and that looks like who produces the best episode. So typically in TV production you have a pool of producers. It can be anywhere from like a few, like I don't know. I think the smallest team I've worked on was 6, and then they potted us up with 2. So I'm working with a super. So like in this case, I was a producer, straight up producer, and then I had my supervising producer, and together he and I would produce different episodes. And then there was 2 other pods or groups. So there was 3 producers. We each produced 2 episodes per week, and so and then our showrunner, who is the biggest producer on the whole thing, even though they're called a showrunner, they're a form of producer. They're usually showrunner / executive producer, and they are managing these 3 producer teams, 3 supervising producers, and then 3 regular producers. From the standpoint of actual titles, because I know Vincent was talking about it earlier and saying how stupid titles are, and I agree with a lot of things, but in production and in entertainment, titles are incredibly important because it helps delineate um, uh, um, uh, what's the word? It's a military word. Not rank, but just it keeps
Structure.
structure. Thank you. Structure and order. Like you need someone to report to. I want someone to report to. I want someone to be able to, like I enjoyed having a supervising producer to kind of make sure I'm on rails. And usually, kind of like in a lot of things, like even though my supervising producer on that TV show that I'm thinking of that I'm using as a reference was amazing. Well, I'll tell you, it was a show called it is a show. It's on CW Network. It's called Welcome Home, and basically what we do is we take homeless families that, and it's usually a mother and children in Detroit. Forgot you're in San Diego. So there's a nonprofit called Humble Design, and basically what we do is we take homeless families that are in the system. So they're in a system, receive a home, right? So they're in usually it's single mothers of um, of different descents, and they're in a homeless shelter, and they're going to be given a brand new home. And what they do, what the state has consistently done, is they give them this house, but there's nothing in it. It's like the kids are literally sleeping on floors. uh there's nothing. It's an empty house. There's no furniture, there's no dishes, there's no plates, there's no nothing. It's just an empty home. And so what this nonprofit does is we come in and we interview the family, but they don't know what's going to happen. We just interview them, and then we deck out the entire house with what they want. So if the kid wants to be an astronomer, then they walk into a house and the room is decked out in astronomy stuff. If the mother used, like a lot of times these mothers, they just fall on bad times. Like she was a baker and she lost her entire business. So we made this side room to her kitchen an entire baking kitchen or a entire bakery so she could bake within her home. And so the families walk into these homes thinking, these homeless families walk into these homes thinking that they're just going to get an empty home, and they end up getting like an entire house decked out. So like that's one show that I've done, that I'm doing actually. We're just not in production right now for CW Network, and it's called E&I Entertainment, which is entertainment and educational and informational entertainment, and it's on Saturday mornings. Every major network is required to produce a certain amount of that type of programming per FCC rules. It kind of balances out trash TV. So like they can't put trash TV on Saturday mornings. It's a forced rule by the U.S. FCC, who regulates television, that they have to put on quality programming, informational and educational programming.
So, dude, this is all shit. I had no idea. This is good. Let me ask you one more question. So E&I, you said, was a company that hired your production company to put this on for them. So they're the funding, and then you guys put it on for them. And does it work like that, or?
No, cool. So, sorry, I should have made it easier to understand. E&I stands for Educational Informational Content, and it's a mandate by the FCC, which is the Federal Communications something. It's basically like it's like, the IRS regulates taxes, the FCC regulates what's on TV, and what they said is that every major network needs to have a certain amount of programming that is catered towards educational and informational. It's basically the counterbalance to networks just producing all trash TV, if that makes sense.
So CW is the one that does the funding, and they hire production companies to do these shows for them.
So CW, this is a really great question. I hope I'm not losing anybody. It looks like I'm losing the room. I'm sorry. Your numbers are going down. No.
It hasn't changed at all, actually. We're still at 38.
Oh, okay. I was just talking shit. I wasn't even looking. So every major network, ABC, NBC, CW, anyone that's on TV broadcast that you can just turn on your TV and you don't have to pay for, right? They all have to create, by law, educational and informational content, and they have to have a certain amount of blocks of it. So like there's like I don't forgot the number, but I'm just going to use a simple number. There's like 4 1-hour blocks every single Saturday morning where they have to put this content. It's by law. Like the FCC, the federal governing body over television, will shut down. I think they've governed radio too. Will shut down this television station. So what they have to do is CW, has to create 4 hours of educational and informational content every Saturday morning. They have to fill this block. They can't put Real Housewives of Atlanta in there. They can't put, How I Jacked Your Mama in there. They can't put none of that trash in there. They have to put this high quality programming in. And so what CW does is CW doesn't want to produce that stuff because that's not bread and butter for them. Bread and butter is the trash TV, it's the drama, it's people dying, it's shooting, it's all of the drama shit. I'm not saying it's bad, it just is what it is. And so they hire production companies like mine to create all of the content that goes in that 4 hours. And when I tell you it's kind of crazy, they don't give a fuck what we produce as long as it fits the FCC, the federal governing body's rules for what this content. So, for instance, it absolutely can't have any sort of alcohol, anything it's basically super PG, almost G rated stuff. I think PG is almost pushing it a little for this content. It has to be educational, so think Sesame Street. But I mean, that was back in the day. That's the kind of content they produced. The Sesame Street, all the Sesame Streets, all the morning kids informational stuff counts as that kind of content.
Ninja, what can't they show? I'm sorry, I missed the shows. What was it they couldn't show?
I have to go over the guidelines. We actually have I actually have, when I'm producing the show, like a list of sheets. So like we can't show any alcohol, any cigarettes. We can't even reference it. There can be no reference of alcohol, cigarettes, killing, dying, death.
I just wanted to hear you say how I.
What?
That was just funny. In one of the shows, you mentioned how I jacked your mom.
I jacked your mama.
Yeah.
No trash TV. No How I Jacked Your Mama.
That would definitely be a show I watch. By the way, Saturday morning, wake up. Gotta put How I Jacked Your Mama on.
If you Compound, if you get a chance, they should be. I haven't looked recently, but they should be airing reruns of the show. The show is really good, and we did quite a few episodes in San Diego, and it airs. Anyone can watch it who has CW, but it's a feel good show. Like that show, honestly, if I'm really real, as a producer, was the one show that gave me life back as a producer, because I was every day I would wake up just so excited to go to work, because we're changing the lives of these homeless people who deserved it. It was like, and you hear these stories. It's not like we're just like, oh, here's your house, bye. It's like, it was a narrative we were telling. Like, you had PTSD veterans, like this man and his son, who were on the street. Like, this man is like fought in wars and had severe PTSD and is still on the street taking care of his son. Like, like a father really trying to provide. He's not on drugs. He's just really mentally messed up, and our veteran system failed him, and it was super sad. But here we go with, a lot of people don't know, but California, regardless of how bad the homeless situation is here, they have really great resources to help people who really want to be helped. And so, they housed him, they got him job training, they got him mental health care, they brought him up to being able to take care of himself and his son better. He still had custody of his son because he was genuinely a great father. And then now we were able to give him a home with everything that he could want, like everything that a fully decked out home has, like a wealthy person's home. Like these houses, we always joked as producers, they're like, these houses are nicer than ours. Like these houses would be nice, and what they found is that statistically is that homeless people that are, I'm talking about, that are mentally sane. I'm not just talking about crazy people. I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm really, I want to open up people's minds, because a lot of people think homeless, at least in California, and they think all the crazy people that we deal with. But there's lots of homeless people that just fall on bad times, that just don't have family. Like a lot of these people, it was a very similar story of like all their family had died, and it was like, well, damn, you know? And so, putting them in these homes, watching their faces, like like the kids were consistently the tear jerkers. Like they would always say, almost do the same thing. We'd open up their room, they would see their room, they would jump on their bed, and they would say something like, I haven't slept in a bed, in my own bed. I've never had my own bed. That was a big thing, is I never had my own bed. I've never had my own room. I've never had toys. And you just like, it's the kind of stuff that honestly I need to see, rich little American kids need to see, to show them appreciative, like how spoiled we are, And so that's why I really like doing the show, because it really changed lives.
Bro, I learned a ton. I appreciate it. That's actually the type of feel good shows that my girl likes to watch. So I will look it up and see if I have access to CW.
Ninja, what do you think about the Coinbase movie? Do you ever look into that?
I haven't seen it yet. I do need to watch it. You're talking about the one on Netflix, right?
No, Coinbase, like they're coming out with a movie.
Oh, yeah. So Coinbase is paying for a movie about themselves?
It's like an NFT movie. I don't know if you remember, like there was a whole trailer, I think like May or something. There were like apes in it. Like it was like, I think it was like a Bored Ape movie.
Oh, yes. I know what you're talking about. I have no idea. You know what? I do. I remember seeing the trailer. Like hot garbage flying out someone's butt. But they may be doing a better job with it. Who knows? But when I looked at it from a producer's perspective, I'm like, this is garbage. This looks like it's going to be garbage. It's all over the place. The trailer was horrible. But I think it has the potential to do well, because kind of like this space, it's like, don't fade. Like you don't fade, like people call trash TV, I'm calling trash TV, reality TV. Like, oh, it wasn't gonna make it. Oh, this is the worst kind of content. Nobody's gonna want it, and it ended up being the biggest thing. And now it replaces how many actors and stuff. So, who knows? I mean, if it can go mainstream, then it will be fine. If it's only subject to NFT people, then I'm questioning how well it will do. What do you think?
I'm not too sure, honestly. It was so long ago. I don't even know what it was about. Oh, there was like it was weird, man. Yeah, it looked weird. I'll have to dig it up. I'll send it in the chat, but something along the lines of some apes helping some people out, some quest kind of movie type thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds kind of niche and kind of I don't know. I remember the trailer looked pretty bad. I will say this: what the content I think will do really well is docu-series type content. I'm gonna put it out there. I mean, there's no other way to like put this, but like, I have the ability to pump any motherfucking project. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna cuss. I was doing so well. I'm so sorry.
Come on, man. You know why I started that?
Why'd you start it?
Because I re-listened Fridays like Space multiple times with Rose, because she was doing a recap of it, and like within the first couple seconds a few people came in and I said like, we're gonna effing pump this room out or something, like within the first few seconds. So like so it was a Friday, and Fridays are usually slow. I didn't realize that specific space was going to have 20,000 plus engagements on it by like today. And within the first few seconds, the first three things I do are just like three cuss words right off the bat. So it just like I had to re-listen to it so many times, and because I downloaded the audio, and she's going to cut out like a few parts that are really good when Crad was speaking. And it auto plays, and within the first couple seconds I'm just cussing, and I'm just like, dude, you sound like it's terrible.
Was this the one I missed, dude?
This was Friday, dude, and honestly it was a great episode. And
I think I missed it. I don't think I was there.
It was not an episode. What the heck? Ninjas got me talking all crazy.
It was an episode. No, you're right. It is an episode.
It is.
Dude,
It is.
Compound, you need to design a song, dude.
No, look, I don't want these to be called shows or episodes or anything. I think
these
are more
are
of
shows and episodes. Compound.
Friday's gathering.
No, like, you know how you said you asked me this what. You know how you asked me what I do as a producer? Also, what I do as a producer is I label what is entertainment and what is not entertainment, and how to. Well, I can't say what's not entertainment, but the type of entertainment. This is episodes, like we said, whether you like it or not. This is entertainment, and these are really. This is high quality entertainment that you're producing, hands down. You're hosting it. And we're all participants in it. Every single person, even the audience, is an excellent person. If we were all just on stage talking, yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, it'd be fun. But audiences make it more fun, because then they can listen, come back up, come back down, interact. It's dynamic. So you are creating something really dope. So don't diminish it, please.
Appreciate you, Ninja. I got a question.
Sorry, Compound. Go ahead.
I just want to say, would you consider this? So would this be live audio reality, like a live audio reality show? Because we don't come. You know what I mean? Like we don't come in here with topics or anything. It's more so like just bring anybody up who wants to talk. Let's talk their like things that they enjoy, and it just kind of goes. Like we don't preset anything.
I mean, I would. You could call it live audio reality, I guess. I think I would call it live audio podcasting or interactive social media podcasting. I'm sure somebody has coined this, and I just don't know, and like actually has a real term for this. But I know for this, I'm in the Producers Guild of America, which is like the official makes you a producer. Like it's kind of like, I don't know how to. It's the one way that you can verify, because just like fucking everywhere else, like a lot of people think like, oh my god, crypto is so scammy. Like entertainment is just as fucking scammy. Like there's a whole bunch of producers that I'm a producer that don't do shit. And so like being a part of the Producers Guild of America makes you like, oh shit, this person is real. And like we don't have like in all of the forms of entertainment, we don't have like a category for this yet. But yo.
So I was actually gonna ask that question to you, since you're come from like traditional media entertainment, and then we saw the wave of podcasting, right? Kind of, and then people from that world entered podcasting. Have you seen, like, are they talking about Twitter Spaces? And like, how, because we haven't seen like a late night TV show. We've seen it in podcasts, like Obama has a podcast, but we haven't seen it in Twitter Spaces yet. Like, it's coming, but are they talking about it, Ninja? Like, do you see that happening, where people are kind of coming into Twitter Spaces, like mainstream, like Jimmy Fallon on Twitter Space?
I mean, entertainment is more the entertainment that I work in and producer. It's very much about storytelling and visual. So this is kind of on the fringes, but podcasting is a part of it. Video games are a part of it. Like, like anybody in here who is producing video games could be a part of the Producers Guild, which basically gives you a network. It's like the ultimate alpha group for entertainment. Like you just have access to everybody. So it's like if I want to pitch to Universal, I just go and be like, hey, I have this thing and I have this product or this show or this TV or whatever it is, and just be like, hey, I think it'd be right for Universal because of XYZ, and they'll, we're all producers, and they'll look at it and be like, oh yeah, this would be right, and then they'll just connect me. So it's pretty dope in the way that like I pretty much have access to the entire music industry, well, a lot of the music industry, a lot of the film industry, all the studios, All the vendors, pretty much everybody, we have access to in one way or the other. Um, so it's pretty dope. But to answer your question, no, I don't. I don't. This is very niche. This is super duper niche. I don't think we realize how special this is. Like this is really really special in how we interact right now. And I don't know how long it's gonna last, but like there's not a lot of these spaces. I mean, I would compare it to like hanging out. Like this is like I hang out more with you guys than I do with my friends. Like we're hanging out, we're chilling, we're chopping it up, you know. Like it would be weird for like me and Compound to talk on the night every night with his girlfriend. Like who you talking to? I'm just talking to Ninja again. Like why do you talk to this man every night? But it's not weird for us to be in this space talking to each other all the times.
Yo,
I have to
she
do some
gives me shit
research.
about it, bro. She gives me shit about it. She loves what I'm doing, and like she'll hop in and listen sometimes. But she's like, oh, no, he's just talking to all his online boyfriends and girlfriends online. Like he's just talking to all his friends online. He don't want to hang out with me. But yeah, like a lot of people ask like how I'm able to do this is right because she and Jace asked that actually. I think I told you guys is she works. She runs a whole Amazon warehouse. She's like here and she works 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Right. So she goes to her shift about 8 p.m. So if you guys notice the time frames that I'm up with you guys is like that's why, right? Because she's at work.
I ain't gonna lie, Compound. That's low key clutch, bro. Alright, I'm not gonna get into Deacon hours too much, but
Bro, it's not clutch as a dude. Like when I'm going to bed alone, bro, and I'm no,
oh,
no.
So really,
So
what Compound saying is that he's lonely, holding his pillow every night, and we are his entertainment. We are his girlfriend.
no. Somebody asked me though, like, how the fuck are you able to like just stay up on that? I'm like, well, it's either like I go consume some, what did you call it, trash TV, right?
How I
Go
jacked your
consume
mama.
some trash TV. Whatever, how I jack your mama, or right, I plug in here and I'm learning from Vincent like tonight, right? I'm learning from Ninja. I'm learning from Jace that spoke tonight. Just think back of everybody who spoke today, dude, and think about the things that you learned today. Like unreal, bro. Where else could I tap into any of those knowledges without like specifically calling Vincent or calling Ninja or like how weird would it be if I called Ninja? I was like, hey Ninja, I want to ask you about your job like at like 12:46 at night, right? Like he's right. Like it's just a different, right? But here I could invite anybody up that's down there who may have a specialty that might be interesting. They feel like they want to talk about it, and we can learn something, right? So it is unique.
worldwide too, Compound. Like it's
Yep.
5:45, and we're tapped
Oh
in
yeah. Oh shit. Wait, what time is it there, bro? 5:45 in the night.
in the evening. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Damn. Okay, good. I thought it was in the morning, bro. I'm
Dude,
like,
what's going down in
shit.
Tokyo, man?
No,
What's happening, bro?
I'm I'm actually about to go to dinner right now. I'm about to meet up with the actual fellow clone, at Nobu in like an hour. Chop
Is
it up.
Nobu like
Yeah,
Nobu like
all
here, or
good.
is it kind of different?
Yeah, same
Okay.
same shit.
Hold up, but Bombay, what do you do? What kind of work do you do?
I work for a software company doing technical account management. So I'm working from home, so that's why I can hang out in spaces. But I work for a software company out here in Japan. We got acquired recently by one of the bigger tech companies. So I got transferred to Japan to help like kind of enable not only customers but like the employees out here on our software business and how it's run because like we got purchased by the traditional tech company that's trying to pivot to software. So that's what I'm doing out here.
That's super dope, man. And you were relocated from New Jersey, right? Or
No,
no?
no, from Boston.
From
I was living
Boston.
in Toronto actually. Yeah, I was
Isn't
actually
that
in
the same
Toronto.
thing? Jersey, Boston, same thing.
Yeah, East Coast, Northeast.
I mean, definitely not the same thing, bro. I don't think you want to say it
Very
to somebody
different.
from
No,
Boston
it's
or Jersey.
no,
bro.
no,
I
it's
know.
not.
You see how Bombay just let that slide though? He let it slide real
It,
quick.
Somebody from Boston would have never let that slide, bro.
no, because when I'm like talking in Twitter Spaces and it's like a global, like in Japan, like It's just like East Coast, New York, Boston is all the same. You know, it's either you're either in New York or you're in LA. So I'm like I have to pick my poisons. But if you're in Boston, yeah, they would definitely have a gripe about it. But yeah, so I'm just chilling.
I wanna ask you guys on this. So on this Twitter Space thing. So yeah, live audio content, like, or live audio. What we're doing. This is new, and I haven't seen anybody move over like any of the big podcasters. I don't think I've ever seen host a space. I think the only big name who had made content elsewhere, like on a large scale, that I've seen now hosting spaces is probably Grant Cardone. Like he was a big YouTuber. He really took over Instagram shorts and Instagram videos. Obviously big on YouTube, and he's the only one who I've seen come over here and run 2,000-3,000 people spaces like consistently. He's usually like he's a little bit ahead of his time. Like he sees trends and he moves with the trends. He's got a good team around him, obviously, that is like keeping him up to date because there's no way he's keeping up with all this stuff. But he's got a good young team around him that is like telling him like, hey, look, the spaces thing, you need to start doing it now.
He's doing what he used to do in your industry, Compound. I heard this one testimony he said about, or whatever episode or story he said about, not story, he's talking about his trajectory, about how he basically would go into these small towns that he had done his research on, that he would figure that would or about to blow in real estate value over the next X amount of years. And he would go into these small towns and basically buy up all the real estate for cheap and then leave. But he would he would be ahead of its time before it blew up.
And he'd sell to the next people that are coming in to invest in real estate once the area started to pop off.
Yeah, and apparently he was doing really good at it too, because he would come in with a bunch of money, get in good with the locals, and they wouldn't really know his intention. He would just buy all the shit up and then sell it all
Literally
later.
exit liquidity.
Yeah, no, it is. It's dump it on the normies. Then he'd go promote it on his YouTubes and his Instagram, and then dump on the normies, right?
Right, and he was rinse and repeating this thing. I mean, that's nothing new. I know a bunch of real estate people, a handful, I will say, that are like personally, and they're fucking very rich from doing that.
So, but
do you guys listen to? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, have you guys noticed anybody else that was making content on other platforms, podcast, either the YouTube or the Instagram, that realized the power of Twitter Spaces and has like transitioned onto Twitter Spaces? Like other than him, like
You know where I see it, Compound? In my other Twitter world is the NBA Twitter. Like they do spaces, like after games or whatever, like, and they'll host spaces like analysts or journalists and like NBA media personnel will be on spaces. That's what I see.
It's pretty cool.
That's the only thing I see.
So
exhausting is political Twitter. Political.
Oh god,
those things are exhausting.
So hard. They're really hard to listen to. And yeah, I've seen actually Grant Cardone has done a few of those as well, and they're hard to listen to. Okay, so now just imagine let's just think of some of the biggest podcasters. Like now, imagine if even just like one of them came over. I talked to my girl a lot about like what her niche might be or like what she could do, and I was like, I don't really know anybody who is hosting a Twitter space and talking about like almost like a murder podcast, but live on Twitter. You get a whole stage full of people like studying this. Murder podcasts are huge, and like I don't know why she likes them, but they're a huge thing. And what about
do you go?
I told her, why don't you? I was like, why don't you start a Twitter Spaces for? Huh?
Do you go back and listen to recorded Twitter Spaces?
I don't listen to mine. I don't want to hear my own voice too often, but
no, not yours. Like some other, like another individual. Like that's what, like, because in podcasts it's all recorded, right? And then I go back and listen. It's not live, but with Twitter Space, and I don't really go back and listen to Twitter, like recorded Twitter Spaces.
I have,
it's
bro.
live or that's about it. Yeah.
Like if it's recommended, so like the Twitter Space on Saturday that happened.
If some shit pops off, people are gonna watch it. Is what comes.
Yeah.
If there's drama, if there's good drama, right?
Yeah. If I need to know something,
doing it short, like under an hour, but a lot of time, all the dead space and the really bad takes, literally, They're just like, I don't want to listen to all this shit.
Well,
because a lot of it time it's interactive, so it's like it's hard to like go back and listen to. It doesn't hit the same while you're when you're like in
If
there real
somebody
time.
had AI or could edit down those things, like let's just take like a really good 4-hour space and edit it down to like the highlights of highlights, 15-minute highlights, that would be dope.
Yeah, that the amount of time I feel like that would take. I think yeah, I can imagine it would take a ton of time to do. So this is when I go back and listen, is if there's something relevant that happened to it that I, as a NFT investor or someone who is active on Twitter, needs to know the relevancy of it. And like I re-listened to the Web3 Exposed space, and then I went and re-listened to Leap Space, right? Because those were two big things that happened on Saturday. Not that I want to get into it. I needed to be informed, right? Because we host spaces here, right? And
How
if
did
these
you listen to those spaces when they're so long?
So that's Ninja.
Web3
What I usually
Exposed is
do
only
is
like 4 hours.
Only like
That's like a Joe
4
Rogan
hours.
podcast, though. That's
Yeah.
not.
But I was in most of it, and I was in the beginning of it, and then I was able to fast forward. I just fast forwarded to the parts that were relevant
I know we're
topics.
not trying to talk about people and we're not talking about people. What did you think about the way they treated Leap? I really want to know your perspective.
I think it was like a shark attack. They already had information. They already had dirt on him, and they just kind of let him dig a hole. And it was just not. I mean, yeah, that's what I said before too.
How do you feel the way they treated him? Not a shark attack. The way they treat. I really want to know. Like, I know this is recorded, but you can say how you feel, your perspective on how he was treated.
Yeah, bro, he wasn't treated right. Like, it wasn't a respectful way to like. I don't think like I just don't interact with people that way. Like, you guys know, I'm a little bit more. I like to be respectful. Like, even if I have dirt on somebody, like, I'm not gonna treat them in any like, I don't know, specific way. I don't know. I didn't find it. I didn't think it was too right, dude. There's another way to approach that whole situation, but
yeah, I agree. And listen, I follow them. I interact with them. I'm really doing my best because I just feel like as just a person, this is where I'm at in my evolution. I really try to not judge anything. Like, yeah, there's right and there's wrong, there's morality. I'm not saying like, oh, just everything is okay, but it's like no one knows what someone has been through to be the way they are, and I've just found as a producer and like getting people's inside stories, I'm going to use like a hot topic, like especially like trans men and women. It's like they're hated on the most, but like I've interviewed them for a TV show I'm working on, and I'm like, oh my god, I had no idea, like this makes so much sense. I'm just using a really hot topic, and I found that just like learning and gaining empathy and understanding for those people and other people, I try not to judge, but I do agree that I didn't, I already knew that books and all them, they're they can be rough, they can be rough in spaces, and I don't even judge that. Is it how I would act? I hope not. But I don't want to say that, oh, they were wrong, or oh, they were assholes, or oh, they were, I mean, there is definitely assholes, but I'm not saying it's them. That's for everyone else to judge. But I did not like how rough they treated Leap. I felt really bad, honestly, for how bad it was. But I was just curious your perspective.
no, yeah. Approach things, and that's the show that they run, and that's the thing, like the way they do it, and they like to hit it hard and hit it honest and hit it like right, punch it straight on. That's something that they can rock, and they can live with that, right? Like that they
I mean, they're New
create.
York.
I know, but you just create that persona for yourself, and you create that, then you just rock it. Like,
yeah,
like what I mean? And people are gonna fuck with you or they're not.
Yeah.
Either way, right? That's not who, that might not be who I am, and I don't need to pretend to be like that. Like, I'm never gonna bring somebody up here and just treat them in any way like that, right? I hope I don't. Maybe I am angry enough one day to like, maybe things build up enough to where like I get questioned on.
If someone had rugged like major people that you loved within the artifact ecosystem, you'd come for them compounds.
Yeah.
I
See,
know
it's
you'd
all
come for them.
situational. Yep, you're right. It's situational, so that's why I'm not judging either way. I didn't like how it went down, but they are in a unique situation that I didn't know. Like that was all new news to me, right? They're sitting on the evidence that they have, and they approach it a certain way with 2,000 people in front of them. So like that's specific to their situation, right? And I can't say how. Like, yeah.
I mean, I one time again, and we're very cordial. What's her face? Not books. What's the other one? Now I'm drawing a blank on her name. What's her name?
Profits.
Profits. Thank you. One time, Profits tried to come at me, like, and I just clapped back so hard she knew not to fuck with me no more, because I'm just like, she basically tried to come for me for being on Mario Norfolk Space, and I was like, first of all, I've been in this thing for 6 years. Second of all, I am gonna cuss. I was like, can't nobody fucking come and tell me who the fuck I'm gonna do, how the fuck I'm gonna act on no fucking level. I just used a whole bunch of fucks and goddams and all that shit. And she was like, oh shit, yeah. I was like, yeah. Because but that's me though, and I'm not saying like that. No, that's not Leap style, but like that's how I approach everybody in this space. It's like, look, I'm all love, but the one thing you're not gonna do ever is come for me, because the thing is, you can try to come for me here, but you definitely not gonna try to come for me in real life. And that's what I found too. Is like, I've had, a lot of people don't know my upbringing, what I've been through, but like I've been having people come for me my whole fucking life, and it's just like I'm so through with it, and I'm saying like come for me, like not that I'm doing anything bad, just hating, just straight up hating, or trying to find something. And no one is perfect, and by the way, they're not coming for me for anything I did wrong. They're just trying to come for me for whatever. And I just encourage everyone in the space, like, stand up for your fucking self. Like, if you know you're not doing anything wrong, like, can't nobody tell you what you can do, what you can't do, how you should move, how you shouldn't move. And I find that a lot of people have a lot of opinions about how you move in this space, and it's just like, you don't know who I am and you don't know what I'm doing, so really shut the F up and let me do me.
Bro, are people really like high school type shit? Like I saw you in his space the other day, like, I can't believe you were just in there. I saw you throwing hundreds up in that space, like, you know what I mean? Like that. What?
Because here's
Is
the
that
thing,
happening out here?
like yeah, no, that's exactly what and I've had people try to come for me, and I'm just like, you don't know what the fuck I'm doing, how the fuck I'm moving, why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, and I have nothing to prove. Like, when you're not doing anything, it just really doesn't matter. I really don't care, and that's also comes with maturity, and not saying maturity like I'm so mature. Actually, I'm very mature, but I'm saying, just, I guess, experience of just like, like, I think like the older you get and the more wiser you get, you just really stop caring about what people think, because every time, 100% of the time, 100% of the time, I did something because someone else convinced me to do it, or they said it, I was the wrong decision. But when I trusted my gut, when I trusted my heart, when I did what I knew I believed I should do, which was best, it always works out. It always does. It's when you listen to other people that will lead you astray, and it's really the truth.
I want to get Kiro's take on this if he's here again.
I was going to talk about that. I feel really disrespected that Kiro. Now we are second fiddle, because normally Kiro's like, yeah, I'm in here and with him in Leap Space, but he's AFK.
No. I just saw a heart come up, unless it was someone else's heart.
No, Kuro is not here. Kuro, where you? Kuro.
Bro, don't say Kuro. You know what will happen.
You're gonna spawn a
Kiro. The gremlins are gonna come out.
You know what I want to ask him when he's back? Like, I want to ask him if he returns. Well, Leap Space is over, so he was co-hosting over there. But
Kuro's
I want to
fourth burner. Who's somewhere else.
No, I tell him I better get his main over here, dude. And one time Kiro threw an art space, right? And I put one of my phones in his space to support him, like get up on stage and support him, and then I went over to like this really other space. So I was doing it to him too. It's a support thing, right? Like he does it to engagement farm, but he also does it to support the homies as well. So I did it back to him. I threw my other phone in his space and turned the volume all the way down, and I went on my real phone.
Compound, ever send a clone of yourself anywhere? I'm going to reject that thing.
No, bro. It's I pulled a Kuro and Kuro. That's like I had to get him back. No, I'll ask him though. Because he's on a lot of different spaces, and I just didn't know that people are catty about like seeing you in someone else's space that they don't fuck with, and it's like now you're gonna catch heat for that.
Oh man, this space is. I feel like by the day, or by the day, it gets more and more high schoolish to me. That's why I treat it as such. That's why wrong person to try to come forward to say anything to, because I really don't try to say anything about how anyone else is moving. Like, move how you move. Like, if you're not scamming people, then do what you do. Like, literally do what you do. And to me, there's just a lot of hate in this space. And just a lot of not everywhere, obviously, and definitely not in Clone Land. Like in Clone Timeline, we have dope vibes and all sorts of fun shit. And yeah, there's some FUD going on, but whatever. That's
Bro,
temporary.
I don't know how the apes do it, dude. They actually legit have cliques, and they like straight up just don't fuck with each other. Like some of the apes just absolutely
The
dislike each
JPEG.
other. Where
It's
like
JPEGs. Like it's weird, but
did you notice that like there's cliques between the apes and mutants, and they like legit do not fuck with each other. Like how do they do these like IRL events when they have to deal with all that?
They have to look at each other. There's no. I would say that in this space that to me is going to really start to wash itself out once we get to the next bull run, because it's just that those types of beefs and stuff, like to me it's not going to even matter. It's not going to matter in the big thing, in the big scheme of things. Once you get 10 million, 20 million, 200 million, 1 billion people in here in time, it's not going to matter. It's going to be so minuscule.
Well, it feels like it's loud right now because there's only like 1,000 MFers just here. Like
Basically.
any given time, like on Twitter, if you look at all the spaces and just the timeline, there's probably 1,000 people that are active daily. It feels like, right? So that's a small pool. So it's like when things get competitive or beef happens, it's just like the same 1,000 to 2,000 people are just. It's like high school, bro. Like a big California high school. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
exactly what it is.
I
And
would say it would behoove everyone to just be as cool as you can to everyone, because it's so small. It's so small. Like, I've only had one negative interaction where someone tried to screw me. And I remember, and I trust me, obviously, I remember forever. And like, best believe, like when someone is asking me about this person, and like I had someone in the Discord server, like, "Aren't you working with this person with them?" I'm like, "Absolutely not," and I recommend you do not either. And this was a person that I tried to bring on, who had some quality stuff, I thought, but it's very, very small. Keep your relationships very good. Be kind to
is
everyone.
that why you didn't want to
Period.
buy my animus egg, Ninja?
What did you say? Is that want to
My
buy
animus
your
egg,
what?
you tried to use my friend Ninja as exit
bro.
liquidity, bro?
This guy is like all talking this big
Unbelievable.
game, bro. I'm buying animus eggs, and I'm like, yo, I'm selling mine. Do you want it? And he's like,
You
oh, bro,
know,
I'll pass.
Vince is the
No,
type of guy.
full transparency. I appreciated the offer to buy the animus eggs, but I typically prefer to do all of my dealings on OpenSea and on exchanges. I don't like to do things peer to peer that often, unless it's a must. Unless it's like, oh, you have, like, I'm buying your PFP. I don't. I have learned from traditional Web 2, like, there's certain things I just don't mix, and that way, if anything was to go wrong, I could still see you,
Yeah.
Vince.
No,
We're always
it's
really
fair, dude.
cool.
I get it.
Yeah, and it's nothing personal. Like, I was, it's not. I was doing some transactions, and I was like, oh, maybe I want to go OTC, and I was like, no, let me just do this shit on the fucking exchange. I don't have to know no one. I don't have to deal with no fucking drama. And honestly, there's a whole bunch of fucking drama kings and drama queens. More so drama kings. I'm going to talk about the women. The women are the best in the space. It's just a bunch of drama kings, and I'm like, people. Here's the thing: is people don't realize is like, I'm a real ass Negro, and you know what I'm saying. So, like, if you were to see me in person, like, you're gonna get a lot of love, but best believe if you fuck me over, you're not gonna want to see me in person. And that's what I try to prevent, because I've had people I saw in person, and I'm like, "What's
Yeah.
up?" And they're like, "Oh shit." I got the 6'4". I mean, I'm not big, but I'm still tall. And they're like, but I'm serious. Like, and I'm not gonna hurt or physically hurt anyone. But they see like I'm a real person. I'm not just some PFP. I'm not, and I got a full weight of people and lawyers and all this other shit behind me. So and that's what I also suggest. Like, and I'm nobody big, by the way. Anybody can have that. And I'm definitely not no whale or somebody important, but like there's people in this space, that you just don't know who's who, and you don't know, and that's why I said, that's why going back to say, just do great business and be kind to everyone. Like, I really tried to be kind to everyone. I really try to be understanding, but also don't take no
Yeah,
one's shit.
dude, I was just
Please
kidding, by
don't
the
take
way.
no.
Like, I'd never done anything peer to peer, anyways. I was just giving you shit because I know you wanted, you
Oh,
were
I know.
dying, but I'm good.
Let me ask you something. Are you? Let's just talk about it real quick, Vince. Are you really trying to sell your eggs? Do you really not want your eggs? You want that
I mean,
liquidity? Like, what was?
bro,
I'm just curious.
yes, I wanted to sell them, and I did. I just sold them on Coinbase or OpenSea.
Oh, okay. Oh, you sold them on? Oh, I say Coinbase. What? They're still around? What?
Yeah, Coinbase NFT hype is gone. That was about a 1 week. It was even a thing, and then it was gone.
I think they realized that you can't have like the trolling would be insane. Those like that comment leaving was like, who thought of that? Like, what?
Bro, I want comments on OpenSea.
Dude,
That'd be
that
so
honestly,
funny,
that wasn't
dude.
a bad. Like, I could go for that, dude. Like
They just stick
like
with the
overhanded
asset
motherfucker. Like,
forever.
bought this shit for 6 ETH and is now selling it 2 weeks later for 4.
I feel like it'd be pure entertainment. But no,
Bro.
question, Vincent. Let's talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
something real quick. As transparent as you want to be, and I am kind of putting you in the
Whatever.
hot
I
seat,
mean,
but it's not.
You done it to him already. Like, go hit him again. Let's go.
I know, but Vincent can. Let me say, Vincent's a motherfucking G. Period. So, Vincent, do you not believe in Artifact? Do you just want the liquidity? How do you honestly feel? Because when you sell your assets, to me, no matter what, it's still it's sending a message. And I'm just curious, like, even if you're like, no, I don't believe in this anymore. I'm unsure. Like, why did you sell
no,
your
I
eggs?
mean, no, dude.
Why
Like,
did you sell your eggs?
I'm on the Bombay, no side quest type thing. I have too much to deal with. Like, I don't care about Animus. Like, and maybe like it's a bad thing, but I don't give a shit. Like, I like clones. If I can stack ETH to buy more clones, I'll do it. But I don't care about Animus. Yeah.
That's fair. That's really fair. And then you say you don't care. You like stacking clones. You don't care about enemies. Meaning, because I didn't hear what Bombay said. Because there's not a side quest. You don't want to do it, or you don't care even if there
No,
was
I
a
mean
side.
they're all they're all side quests, right? Like Podburn, like Animus, all that's like kind of side quest. The reason why I bought into Artifact was because I like clones and I like sneakers, and Animus has nothing to do with clones or sneakers, so I don't care for it, Yeah,
Copy
that's
that.
all. Plus, it's like another thing to just think about, and I don't have the time for it,
No, listen. I understand. It's very hard for me to manage all the assets I have, and every day I'm like, oh, I'm gonna downsize, and then I just buy more shit.
Yeah,
so I get it.
Exactly. Like, if it was up to me, I would just have a clone
It's the
and a
Franklin
mute.
method.
But
Franklin method.
yeah.
Sell
What's the Franklin
everything.
method?
Well, Franklin sells all his airdrops. He sold all his mutants. He sold his ape coin, and he buys more apes. He just gets apes. It's the main asset. It's the money
He only buys
producer. It
floors,
continues
too.
to give him. It continues to give him more airdrops, which he uses to then sell or market make. He's a market maker of the dang ape floor, damn near. But he uses his airdrops and sells them, buys more apes. He just keeps the main asset. Like, that's his thing. Yeah, I call it the Franklin method. Like, if you look back, Ninja, and you go back to the hype of all your airdrops from Artifact, like when you first got them and you were to just sell and not think about it or speculate, you would be up pretty big on all of them. You would have had at least 3 more clones by now, right? It's like at least 15 ETH. If Monolith, when it was pumping, Animus, Loot Pod, Space Pod, all of them.
Do you
You'd
see
have
me
3 more
crying
clones.
over here? Can you stop making me continue to cry? I'm literally bawling. I know.
Well, this is the Franklin method.
Oh no,
I talk about the Franklin method every once in a while, and it's not even one that I follow, dude, because I don't mind the side quests, but sometimes I do think and go, damn it, if I just sell airdrops and focus on the main asset, I'd be better off.
The
right?
Franklin method only works for apes though, because
liquidity.
yeah, and also too, like unfortunately, right now, which I really feel like they have to change, or they're going to change, or we're going to see a change. Clones are not god tier. I'm sorry to say it.
Why doesn't the Franklin method work for you? Like, think about the
No,
airdrops.
I'm saying
Your clones are.
sorry. The Franklin method doesn't work for clones because all value is not driven back to clones, unlike apes.
Well, all he did was just sell all of his claims and airdrops and just bought more apes. You could have done the same with all your airdrops
Right.
and claims.
Right, but
bought more clones.
Right, but here's the thing: is that clones are a depreciating asset currently. They're not. They haven't been. They like apes get you more sewer passes. Apes are still apex of the entire NFT ecosystem of PFPs and gaming and all of that. I mean, apes are, like an ape is going to get you stuff. And I'm not trying to fight clones, but like on a tokenomics, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Vincent, on a tokenomics level for NFTs and airdrops and all that,
dude. Yeah.
Well, wait, though.
What's up?
So before Animus, now let's say you sold all of your airdrops that your clone received, right? Or how many clones you have? I don't need to ask, or you don't need to tell me. If you sold all your airdrops that all your clones received before Animus, you probably could have stacked up on at least 3 additional clones, which would have got you 3 additional eggs. You'd have 4 eggs. You sell those 4 airdrops. Like, they're still providing value to the main asset, right?
I'm not saying they're not providing value. I guess
that's all the Franklin method is that the main asset gets these airdrops and claims, he sells them and saves his.
But watch this. If I would have sold my space pod as soon as I got it, I wouldn't have got a loot pod. So it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. Is if I would have sold my monolith, I wouldn't have got a monolith too. So that's what I'm saying.
I see. Yeah.
It's not. And God, I'm not trying to FUD artifact, but it's factual. But like some artifact people have been pointing that out, and I'm like, I hate to admit it, but they're right.
Well, then you still would have been better off, though. You would have been better off because the space pod was pumping to almost 2 ETH right when we were first getting them, right? And then the monolith 1 pumped to 13 ETH at one point. So like the monolith 2, it doesn't matter. The monolith X doesn't matter because if you sell into those initial first pumps, you're still doing better than waiting for them to open.
No, listen, there's no disagreement. But another method would have been let all of it pump, but then the loot pod still comes from the clone, and the monolith 2 still comes from the clone, and the other things still come from the clone. It came from the derivative of the derivative. Listen, I'm not an expert on this. I'm just stating what are facts, and like it's clear that the way that Yuga has their ecosystem is really superior as it drive. I mean, apes are god tier in the Yuga ecosystem, and it's undeniable. And we are not currently, but I believe that they're doing their best to change that, and I'm hoping that we're going to get some sort of resolution.
Well, it's the same in the ape ecosystem. If they sold their mutant, they would have never got the ape claim for that mutant they sold, and they would have never got the sewer pass for the mutant they sold either. It's very similar, and all I'm saying is that the Franklin method is selling your secondary assets that you claim in airdrop and just kind of putting it all back into the main asset, because that main asset, in the end, is they do drive value to it. And I will argue that the clones have been given a ton of value too, and I've missed a lot of opportunity by not selling those airdrops and not selling those claims.
But that's
specifically
the thing that I'm just like, like for instance, I'll just give like I applied what I've learned from artifact strategy is like when I got all of my monolith X's, I sold all of them. I think I kept one. Just on GP, just like, all right, well, let me keep one, because they roll out their stuff and then they don't do anything with it. Again,
yeah,
I'm not
that's why I
clowning or
sold my
funning.
shit. Like, I don't care. I'm not gonna wait, however long. I'd rather just get an ETH and get another clone,
But I will say this: I feel like that's going to change around, and so I'm very cautious to be like, because the meta will flip quick. back to punishing holders for like that's the issue. Is that what happened is, and it's really true, is that, and it's not just for clones and artifacts, it's for a whole bunch of stuff, is that the meta during the bull market was you better not sell anything or you're going to regret it, because
It
if you sell,
was.
it really was. But then we all had that meta in our head, and then when it changed to, well, we're gonna the airdrops are gonna come, and it's just gonna slowly bleed out the rest of the year throughout 2021 or 2022, and your 14 ETH monolith is now worth 0.5. Well, shoot, let me sell that thing. Ooh wee.
Yeah, I mean, just the basic. I mean, we have one of the most famous apes in all the ecosystem on stage right now with the perfect timing. While we're talking about airdrops, Stecky, happy birthday, man. Welcome.
Hello, my friends. How are we tonight? I just want to thank you so much for letting me on stage as a speaker on this amazing stage of clones. I once was a clone. You guys know that. But yeah, I'm here to answer any ape questions. I heard you guys talking about apes, and I also had a CloneX, and then I fumbled it, and then I bought 2 monoliths. And quite honestly, I don't know what happened to my monoliths. Like, they're not there anymore, or they turned into something else. So I might have some questions for you guys about my monolith. Did I screw up not participating because I just left it as the first monolith, and now it's like I don't know what to do. I don't know what happened to it.
You still have the first monoliths? You never opened them?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so then you should have got an airdrop of 2 additional ones too. Do you have any 2 other ones in there?
No.
Oh no, you have to.
Hey, Stecky, I have a
I got rugged,
solution.
man.
Just send Compound and I your seed phrase, and we'll figure it out for you. We got
We'll
you.
get it. Yeah, I'll get you situated.
Because we
But
know how to work those things.
Perfect, man. Anytime, man. You just help me out, please. I've been honestly, I'm so tired because I've been trying to grind on this Dookie Dash, and I just can't, man. I just can't do it anymore.
What's your top
Stecky,
score?
Yeah.
Just over 300,000.
Did
On
you
your
have the
own?
tier 4?
Yeah, on a tier 4.
And you're doing it yourself?
Yeah.
Good job, man.
Thanks, man. I'm trying, bro.
That's. I mean, I'm paying people to do that, and the fact that you're doing it, man, you better
I feel
handle
left,
that.
dude. It took me a fuck ton of ApeCoin and like multiple days to get to that.
How much ApeCoin?
I don't know, dude. Like 100 something ApeCoin.
I'm sorry.
Stecky's a gamer.
I love Stecky, dude. Hey, Stecky, let me ask you a question. Did you, from your board apes, what claims / airdrops did you receive? And did you hodl them or did you sell them for profit? And what do you think the better strategy is now looking back?
Dude, I got in like literally I think a month after they actually dropped the serums, so I was late to that game. But when I purchased my Stecky ape literally that day, I think the floor on apes was like 32 ETH or something like that, and then picked up Stecky for much more off the floor, not off the floor, but above floor, and then immediately went to go purchase my M2 serum, which was like I think 11 ETH at the time, and this is when ETH was like 35 or almost $4,000. So I spent a fuck ton of money on Stecky and the M2, and that was like kind of like a little bit of a burn for me because I was like, yo, these motherfuckers got this shit for free. So I was like, whenever I get an airdrop moving forward from Bored Ape Yacht Club, I'm gonna hodl the fuck out of it. So or diamond hand the fuck out of it. So I went into ApeCoin, right? And then got fuck ton of ApeCoin, I think $750,000 worth of ApeCoin when I first got that shit airdropped to me. And then I was like, fuck, like this is a crazy amount of money. And then everyone was like, oh dude, like this is probably gonna run. It's gonna run. And I was like, okay, like let me hold. And then it fucking ran up and up and up. and I was like, oh my god, if it's $30, I'm gonna sell.
No
And
way.
it never hit $30.
Ah,
It hit 27 something,
26.
and then or 26 something, and then I was like, oh fuck. You know what? And then I just held and held, and it just dropped and dropped, and I was like, dude, I just like fumbled the biggest bag of my life. And I was about to sell, but you know what? I'm happy because going back into the staking aspect of things, like I'm staking right now and I'm making close to $2,000 a day passively right now in ApeCoin. So, I'm glad I held that shit so I could stake with all my assets because I'm fully staked right now on 4 apes, 4 mutants, and 8 dogs. So
Egregious.
That's perfect.
yeah.
So
You got to tell
Ninja.
us, how did these posinomics work? What did you set up, Vincent? This is your fault, where you can make
Vincent,
$2,000 a day staking 4
Dude, I'll be
monkeys.
honest,
With
like it's the
what'd you
people,
do?
bro. I swear it's the people. Like this shit should have gone to zero a long time ago, but it's these apes that keep staking it, dude. And the DeFi guys like they
Exactly.
faded the fuck out of ape staking like so hard, dude. So it's just apes doing ape shit. If I'm being completely honest.
Yo, Ninja, this is why comparing Artifact to Yuga is an unfair comparison, bro. They play
No.
it
well,
different, bro.
I want to
Like,
ask Stecky another question.
Shoot, go for it.
Stecky, so minus your ApeCoin, I guess, yeah. So you joined after the mutants. So you don't think the Franklin strategy? What do you think of the Franklin strategy? He sells all of his airdrops or like his claims, right? And he just buys more of the bored apes. He just wants that main asset. Would that have benefited you if you would have applied that strategy at all? You would still have to figure out how to get max ApeCoin maybe now with 6 apes instead of 4, 6 main apes, or 6 to 7 main apes instead of the 4, and the mutants and the dogs.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, Franklin's a whole nother breed of human, honestly. There are like apes that are like him, and then there's apes like me where I'm Yuga Maxi to the fucking max. He considers himself too, I'm sure. But for me, like I love the lore of everything. I'm a gamer inherently, so I like to participate in the roadmap and studying like what's gonna happen next, et cetera, et cetera. He's straight up, a fucking savage. Thing is like I like his strategy, back during the bull market and even leading up until now. But for me, like I guess for him, like he has a little bit more of a better strategy because he's in a way better position, obviously, than I am and most people in the entire Web3 space because, yes, he's accumulating OG apes, and that's the grail of grails that gives you the maximum utility in the ecosystem. The thing is like he's not missing out, right? Like I can't really compare Franklin to myself because Franklin's on a whole nother level. Because if he wanted to participate in the summoning, he wanted to participate in everything else, he has the liquidity to just enter whenever he fucking wants. But if you compare it to someone like myself that has, maybe a couple bored apes, maybe a couple mutants, et cetera, and you don't have that kind of liquidity, like that strategy won't work if you truly want to immerse yourself in the entire experience, right? Like collecting other side deeds, making sure every single ape has a dog paired with it, fully staking, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's a lot of apes that I know fumbled their ape coin bag when that shit was at the high, and or they sold it, like waiting for staking to happen because that shit was delayed months and months, right? So it's like, a lot of my close ape homies, I'm like, dude, like, are you staking? And quite honestly, it's like 50-50 split. Like a lot of them were like, dude, I don't have enough liquidity. I don't have the ape coin to max stake my apes right now. And like unfortunately for them, now they're just starting to accrue and max stake, but I've been literally max stake from the beginning, and I've made hella fucking bread, quite honestly, not to flex on anyone, but yeah, it's been dope, and I'm just gonna continue to
Flex on
continue.
us, Stecky. You can flex. You fucking flex. You
I'm gonna
flexing with your
continue to
profile.
I'm gonna continue
Basie.
to compound my ape coin. Like all the ape coin that I accrue, like in 3 days, I get I think 957 ape coin. And every time I collect after 3 days, I put that back in the ape coin staking pool that compounds me, I think now makes me like 50 or 50 something ape coin a day on top of the shit that I'm getting. So
See,
it's
I
pretty.
just send my shit to compound. I don't even get no compound, no stakes. I just send my ETH to compound.
Yeah, no, that works too. That works too.
Let me ask you something. Does anybody think that any other asset is gonna be a money printer like Basie? The next Basie. I thought it
Bro,
was gonna be
clones
clones,
better,
but I
dude.
don't think
Clones
it's.
don't. I'm gonna fucking blow this shit up.
What do you mean? We can't with Nike. Nike, they're not gonna do no coin with
Oh,
Nike.
token. I don't
It's
know.
not gonna happen. I'm not gonna happen with clones. I mean, like, it's not gonna happen in period. Like, Yuga and Bored Ape is like just a different in a different lane, bro.
Yeah.
I just don't
But
see it happening with anything else.
also another question for Stecky, because I really love that you actually care about the ecosystem and lore and all that. So I have quite a few. I have some sewer passes, and I'm trying to figure out like what I. My gut was like, oh, I'm gonna have this play, and this is how I'm gonna do it. But then, like, I mean, these are my first Yuga assets ever, and now I'm kind of like more so thinking what you said, Stucky. I'm like, I'm just gonna diamond hand this shit. Fuck this. Why am I trying to game some system and trying to figure this shit out? I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Besides that, to buy Yuga, these were the cheapest entries. It made sense to me. I wanted to make a move. So what kind of do you think is next, or like how would I play multiple tier passes besides just ride the game, ride the lore?
So that brings me back to the whole Franklin thing, right? And the disadvantage, if there was a Franklin type of person in a similar position as me in regards to if that person had Franklin's mentality but not that many bored apes, like had like 3 or 4 bored apes, I would say he's at a disadvantage because he doesn't have the liquidity to really just enter back into the whole gamification of how they're minting, etc. Right? So for me, like um truly, like if you want to play the sewer passes correctly, like a lot of people in my opinion don't really understand this, like the sewer passes aren't the reward, like it's the entire process and getting to the end of the entire minting process and like the mega battle between the mecha monkeys and the mecha dogs, like that right there is the big prize, right? And you see that they made it now or whatever the fuck we get, these Gundam wing looking fucking crazy ass mechas into the other side, because Garga did say that they hope to have, a 24-hour 24/7 um, playing game the other side by Q3. And so I think this has a lot to do. I mean, it's again, this isn't the main prize. The prize is what comes towards the end of what the sewer pass is going to bring you. So, you could get a power core or some type of, you summon some kind of a power thing. Then, there's multiple games too. This is not the first game. Like, this isn't the only game, Dookie Dash. Like, there's like Lick the Toad and then the crazy ass battle that's going to happen after that. So I really believe that it's a 3 game minting process throughout this whole thing. But again, for me, whatever you do in the Yuga ecosystem, as long as you diamond hand and you participate, you will get rewarded. Like, it's literally the gift that keeps on giving. Yes, I bought Stecky like for a fuck ton over floor price, and that was fine, blah blah. But I've literally made my money and a fuck ton more because I've held. Like, it's for me, like flipping isn't really my thing, but like this is literally the most insane fucking elite club that you can be a part of, in that they literally give you and gift you so much utility and so much more like fucking value than any other fucking project. Obviously, we all know this, right? So I mean, just play the sewer passes, get the highest score you can, because obviously, it correlates somehow in regards to the rarity of what we summon, coming up here on I believe the 15th. So just keep playing it, dude, and just like participate, and that's your key in, fam.
No, I definitely dig that, and thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. I mean, that's how I was thinking too. I was like, and I'm a gamer too, not like a hardcore gamer, but I do enjoy playing video games. I've been playing them since a kid, so that's what I was like. You know what? Let me just actually enjoy this ride. Let me not try to figure out how to game some system I don't even understand yet. So I appreciate that. I guess my only other question is, as far as Yuga in the past goes, is should I be getting a dog?
Do you have a mutant or do you have an ape?
I have nothing but sewer passes.
Okay, I would if you have liquidity and you're looking for a dog, I might as well just save up. You should save up for a mutant because, again, a lot of people know this. Probably sounding like a broken record, but OG apes and mutants are the top two collections that guarantee you the full benefits of being a part of the Board Ape Yacht Club. The dogs, time and time again, have shown that there is benefits, but it does not give you the full utility. Again, sewer passes were only dropped to mutants and board apes. Serums were only dropped to mutants or to board apes. Ape coin was only given to mutants and board apes. So if you look at the grand scheme of things, and again, that's the Franklin kind of mentality, right? Is to get the top tier OG ape to get the most benefits. But if you don't have liquidity, yeah, like a
No,
dog
no,
would
no.
make
I have it. I was just because I was hearing that there was like, and again, I don't know, so I really appreciate you answering this. But like in one of the alpha groups, well, quote unquote alpha group, they were like talking about like, oh, but they're more of a flipper group. They were saying to get the dogs because it was clear that they said that the dogs were going to get something. But I was like, I don't. I was looking at
Well,
that.
so
Go ahead.
again, if you want to think of a flipping opportunity, mutants have so much more of a runway than OG apes, and in my opinion, dogs.
Me
Right?
too.
There's a
That's what
certain
I feel like too. I feel like
yeah,
mutants have the most room to run.
there's a certain ratio, but this is another thing. The reason why I'm saying all this too is we're coming into uncharted territory in regards to the Board Ape Yacht Club and the Yugo ecosystem. There never really has been a main event like a minting process like this that revolves specifically around dogs, right? Mecha monkey versus mecha dog. And so times are changing right now. So you don't know really like, and also Board Ape Yacht Club for the BAKC OpenSea page, like they weren't taking any royalties at the time. They changed that. We took a poll. They said, "Hey, do you want dogs to get royalties? If so, if we take royalties, then we can start building more lore and shit around dogs." And everyone said yes. So now doggos are getting a bag in regards to development. So you don't know what's going to happen in the future. That might be a
Okay, see, this is
whirlwind
why I
down the
can't
road.
stand y'all. Because first you said don't get the dogs. Now you say do get the apes. Now you say oh, but the doggos. So
No,
you
no,
basically
no.
saying I just
My
need to get.
answer is like mecha monkey and all that stuff. And again, like you know, this is not NFA, but at the end of the day, no matter what, true and true, through and through, mutants and OG apes are literally the two, like PFP profile open series like collections that will get you the full utility of the Board Ape Yacht
Hold
Club,
on,
and that
rewind.
will
You said
never.
it's not NFA, so that makes it FA. So if it's not NFA, then it's financial advice, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need to know. Thank you, Stacky. I appreciate you, brother, because I needed some of these questions answered. Because I feel like I'm so lost with these sewer passes, and I'm just like, all I need. I'm just like, somebody help me, please.
No, you're good, bro. You're good, man.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
get him.
I'm surprised you don't have other side land yet, Ninja, knowing how much you game, man.
We talked about this compound. I need to get some. You were the one who told me I need to get some. One more question, and I'll leave this with the DM. Stucky, can I, when I'm going to buy a mutant, when I'm gonna start looking, can I consult with you about mutants?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I love fucking shopping for homies that are gonna be entering. So yeah, let me know, man.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry, compound. Go ahead.
No, that's so fun, dude. I actually love doing that too.
Yeah, everyone has their own style and taste, though. So I mean, I think I have a decent eye because I like usually go for, singular rare traits, but also like, and because I keep into consideration, different floor prices for different traits, et cetera, and what the majority of people like to see and what they don't like. So, yeah,
I'm a floor person. I actually enjoy finding like rare
on the floor.
aesthetics on floor, but I don't know what people hate. So I definitely want to know, like, I like picking up like a nice floor that's like people would buy if I needed to sell it real quick, but definitely doesn't have like traits that it's like, oh my god, we hate that robot mouth, or we hate that thing that everyone hates. I don't know those things.
100%. This is another thing though, is if you do have a buddy, aka me or anyone else in the Bored Ape Yacht Club, I've never, except for Stecky, this Stecky ape, bought off OpenSea. I've always done OTC deals through our Discord, and I've gotten some really fucking crazy ass deals. And so, you'll never know what you'll find in the want to sell or trade channel in the Bored Ape Yacht Club Discord. Those are where all the gems are, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's like that for clones too. I've gotten some pretty good deals on clones. So you're saying it's and it's open, like I can be there. I don't have to have well, I have the sewer passes, but I don't have to have other Yuga assets to trade them or to talk in those channels.
Yeah, I believe you have to be I believe you have to have a mutant or an OG ape.
Shit. Well, then I might be talking to you. I don't know if you're able to help with those, but if not, no worries.
Yeah, I've done it before, man. So just let me know.
Oh, I appreciate that. Definitely. So basically, you're saying if I see something on OpenSea, holla, or just see what kind of deals are on there.
Yeah, just let me know, and then usually like we'll know someone who's selling it or whatever, and if you see something listed, like what's the floor right now on mutants? It's 15 or 16.
Yeah, I was thinking between 14, 15, I think.
Yeah, so
talking, and then but it's obviously still your 8.
I am not sure actually. I've never done that, but again, like I said, if you have friends that are in the Bored Ape Yacht Club or whatever, I don't mind doing either. I can just go there right now and see what's for sale if you're serious. But just let me know, and I can send. I also like recommend shit to you. But we could talk about this like offline.
Appreciate it.
Jace also has 2 mutants too, Ninja.
I forgot about Chase. Doesn't Chase
Jace
have an
has
8
access
too?
No, he's selling a car. He's selling this classic car he has before he moves to Scotland, and he's going to buy an OG ape. But he has both his mutants like fully staked. So like
I remember that.
I think he's getting 150 a day or something, 120 a day for 2 mutants, something like that.
$120 a day.
I think so. Sound right,
And that's
Stecky?
in a bear market.
Yeah, that's with ApeCoin at 560 right now or whatever it's at.
$5.75.
Yeah,
like $120, $130 a day.
And apes are making, one ape is making how much a day?
$60.
44.
Oh no, apes.
About 40 fully staked, 44 ApeCoin a day. So
Jesus,
like $250 a day.
Wow, that's dope.
Yeah, but you have to realize it takes 10,040 ApeCoin to fully stake an OG ape.
That's just what you got airdrop though.
Correct. So that's like fucking gonna cost you like 10,040 times 5, like almost 60 grand to fully stake an OG ape.
When Jace didn't know about any of this, and he goes, "I think I'm going to get a mutant," and I was like, "Yeah, all right. So buy your mutant, and then spend your next bag on the ApeCoin, get it staked, and then get your second mutant, and then get that one staked as well." He didn't even know like anything about the staking. He was just getting the mutant just to hold it. He actually just had it sitting in his wallet. He didn't even realize there was staking. I'm surprised that people don't know about that still. I had to put Jace on that game.
Yeah, it was pretty,
lacking, bro.
It was pretty low key, and there was like a big controversy too. But I just did the math. Like even 2 apes per day you're making $126, $130 a day. I mean, a month you're making close to $4,000 a month passively, right? So
Yeah.
that
In
ain't
the
no
bear
small
market.
amount in the bear market. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty low key. The big controversy was they geo blocked, the US, like all like the main, countries from staking, legally, I guess, or like on paper. But a lot of us, went direct to contract. A lot of people use VPNs, et cetera, et cetera. So it was just kind of like low key for the most part. But unless you're like really a Yuga Maxi, I think not that many people were talking about it.
Yeah, no, I knew about the staking, and I knew Jace had one in his wallet, and I just assumed he had it staked. And I asked him, he goes, "No, dude, I didn't know they were staking." I'm like, "What, bro?" And once he did the math, he realized he could pay his ape off in, I don't know, he mathed out the months, the mutant he could pay off just from staking. And it the math checks out, dude. You can pay your mutant off in 6-8 months, maybe something like that.
Yep. I mean, the first month that I staked, I actually picked up my another M2, making, I think the first month I made like 58 grand a month, and now it's like a little bit less. But that's the thing for me. I got my ape coin, so I told you guys like I saved it, but I didn't. I actually bought an OG ape from the ape coin that I got dropped to me. So like I go back into the ecosystem. Like I haven't really ever pulled and really like took profits in that sense. Like I literally spent 300 grand of that ape coin that was airdropped to pick up another OG ape, and then accumulated more ape coin to fully stake. So I've just been accumulating, man. If you see, I think I posted it not too long ago, like last year, like my collection compared to now, I've just been fucking accumulating Yuga assets. Like,
Do you plan on selling in the bull market at any point?
I might, man, but again, this is the thing. Like, and Bored Ape Yacht Club does it so well. It's like, why? Like, why sell anything? Because I've literally gotten so many like fucking free airdrops and ApeCoin and fucking all this staking shit. Like, that's literally paid for all my investment, dude. So it's like, why sell something? And on top of that, I believe in the other side, and I believe that ApeCoin will be the currency of Web3. And that ApeCoin that I'm gonna get, I'm compounding right now, and I'm saving up. Like that shit is gonna be, in my opinion, worth a hell of a lot more once ApeCoin is gonna be, used in the other side. So yeah, man, I'm just either I'm an idiot and it makes no sense, and fucking other sides is a complete fucking fail, or I will
No,
make
no, I see
it.
that. I guess my question is, are you ever gonna? Oh, Kiro's back. He's back. He's back.
Oh, I went to the gym during Leap
Whatever.
Space. No, I'm
Don't
dead
front
ass.
on us. You were in Leap Space or someone else's space. Don't
No, I
front on
was
us.
in Leap Space. I was co-hosting, but I was at the gym.
You know
I
what?
had to go early because tomorrow there's weird smells, bro. I'm not doing it.
Did you miss us,
I
Kiro?
tried to do it last Tuesday. Pardon?
Did you miss us?
Of course I missed you guys. Could you let up my my rugged esports team that I'm trying to fix? It's requesting. Thanks. I just want to see. Whoa. Sorry, the other phone. I had to turn it down. Yeah,
You
I
need to
just
get
want.
it a logo.
Yeah, I'm actually working on that with some of the artists from Kuro Comics in Japan. They're taking care of that right now. So, and then I have to get all the Twitch stuff done, and then yeah, because I'm raising funds, right? And I'm gonna pay back all the players. This is gonna be the most epic fucking comeback story, and then I'm gonna Web3 these fucking kids, man. Hey, yo, bro, I literally want to have a team of kids playing in the other side. Bro, I love Yuga, bro. Like I love Yuga.
Dude.
Yuga is love, bro.
Dude,
All of my
Columbo and
homies.
I've been talking for the longest time, and we have put together, we have like a decent amount of other side deeds, and like we were thinking about like taking some liquidity that we have and fucking like picking an island in the other side and just buying it and like owning that island together, and then creating a fucking crazy ass team of like gamers and just like mining shit and smithing shit from all our fucking deeds and just creating a fucking mean machine. It's gonna be dope.
I told you I'm in, dude. I got my 2 deeds ready to go.
Dude, let's do it. Let's just all do it together and just create this fucking dope ass island, like of bros.
Yo, this is gonna be the greatest comeback story of all of pro gaming. Could you imagine when I unrug these fucking rug players? I love the fucking internet, man. They wouldn't let us unrug the pandas, but me and Richie are gonna go unrug this fucking esports team. Fuck yeah.
Let's go.
Yo, tell me the story of what happened to this team, bro.
Yo, bro, this is what happened to this team. So there's a young man. He got a little bit in over his head. He trusted the wrong person. This person was actually like a serial scammer, and they scammed him. Got him to put in his life savings into this esports team. Yeah, and then they ditched him when they realized that the investors weren't gonna give him the initial investor all the money up front. He ditched the kid, and then the kid's just been waiting to get on rug since. And I found him, and I like rug things and unrugging them. And yeah.
So it was how many gamers are there?
There are 17, and it's $250,000. That's probably the cheapest acquisition of a esports team ever. So I'm very excited and happy.
Are you gonna go through a full rebranding, or is you're gonna literally
I'm gonna
unrug
keep
everything?
the name just because I find it hilarious to unrug things and keep names that are rugged. I could have just like fucking not unrug the players and all that shit, but I find this to be a better long-term story than, because I'm going to be as equitable as I can with everyone. I want to get them as close to paid back in full as quickly as possible, so it'll be interesting to see.
That's dope, dude. I'm learning right now. I've never even. I know about esports teams, but I've never seen one that's been rugged and unrugged. So this is going to be interesting. It's definitely a comeback story, dude. That's awesome. Did any of them jump on any other rosters, or are they under contract? Like, how does it work?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that are on other contracts and stuff, right? So, I'll be completely honest with you. I don't want any of their old players. I looked at how they've, well, not all, okay. There are about 5 of them from the previous roster that will be coming back for sure, because they fit my criteria and they're marketable. I think it'll be fucking hilarious. I don't like their old logo. I think it's garbage. I don't even know who would invest in that logo. I've had that discussion with the kid. I just think that their old logo is fucking hideous. And yeah, there's just too many insidious things and memories that people would have with that logo. I don't want anything to do with it either. Just because I would never use that logo because it's ugly.
What type of games do they play, or do you have them?
Apex. But see, with the Apex thing is, I really want to get them into the other side. That is my goal. I am also not just an Artifact Maxi, but a Yuga Maxi. I collect other side and other assets and doggos and shit. So, obviously, my end goal is like the whole Web3 thing, but I'm not an idiot, and I know you need Web2 money to make Web3 go brr. So yeah.
I love it. Stecky, are you going to be gaming in the other side? Are you I know you're putting together a team. Like this is happening in our front of our eyes. We have the team here, or like the gaming team. We have the other side lands. We have the plan, and we build this thing out. Let's just start mining resources. We'll have half the team like smithing items and creating armor and creating sellables for the marketplace. Like this is going to be a hustle, guys. We'll have bad take happening in there where we're like continuing to like add to the team or add to the resources. All this shit, dude. It's gonna be great. Two Trees, what is up, man?
No, I love everything I've been hearing tonight. You guys got me super pumped about all the crypto gaming and all that stuff because that's kind of what really drew me into Web3 and all that stuff. My only question is like, should I buy some other side land right now so we can get this rolling or what? I want to hop on this.
Bro, you're asking me to give you financial advice on a recorded space?
No.
No, dude, I'm super. No, you're good. I'm super bullish on other side. The first trip was great. There's another trip coming up March. I think it's going to be 10 times better. They've had a lot of time to work on it. So I don't know if you've dove into it a lot. There's a lot of good YouTube videos on the first trip. But it looks amazing, man. And it ran really well on my little MacBook, dude. So it's a browser-based game. It ran well on a MacBook with 4,500 players in there with no lag. So the technology is crazy.
Right now.
Is it March? Is it confirmed? The next trip is March? Is that a fact, Compound?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was my bad. I was talking with it muted. Yeah, so the next trip is March, into March, something like that. Are you going to be there, Vince?
I mean, where'd you see that?
I gotta remember where I saw it. I think there was a tweet
fuck?
about it. The
There's
next
a what?
trip. There was a tweet out about it, about the next trip.
Oh, interesting. I must have missed
into
it.
March.
I feel like I would have known that.
I'm less concerned with the next trip and more concerned with Gordon's health, man. That's what I'm more concerned about, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not good either.
Bro, there's so much story left in the Bored Ape Yacht Club that people have no idea about. Well, I have no idea about, that I want to know about. And, you know, I'm just worried for the founder. Because he does know the story.
Kiro, how was Leap Space?
It was pretty good. I listened from all until the end. The parts that I was there for were really good. It's just I just remembered midway through, so I left my this phone at home in this space because I just I'm gonna say something. In this space, and everyone makes mistakes when they're younger, and I don't think people should be held to fucking trying to build something and it failing. I really don't get it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trying to unrug a esports team against the best advice of my lawyer. Because what the fuck does that boomer know? Nothing.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you.
What he knows.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Kiro. I now follow 6 of your accounts, 6 different accounts, and I continue to follow all of your new accounts because I fuck with you and I support my friends. but you did leave one of your fucking accounts in my audience down here, and it's the one, it's the one with the hand raised PFP. I don't know if you guys have seen Kuro's.
Where?
Kuro, bring him in here. Bring your other one in here.
Yeah, let me go get him. Hold on a second.
The PFP has a permanent hand raise, and he created this account because
No way.
if you've ever been in Leap Space,
The PFP has the hand raise.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh
And
my
if you've ever
God.
been in Leap Space, like your hand will be raised for hours before you get called on. So he got tired of pushing the button, so he created an account
That's so fucking funny, dude.
that has a permanent hand raised on. So as soon as you enter the space, so bro, it's great. So like scrolling through the audience throughout the last 8 hours that we've been live or whatever, and every time I go down there, I'm like, how the fuck is he raising his hand from the listener? And I keep forgetting that. That that's the PFP. He'll bring it in here. It's
Dude,
a great PFP.
It feels like a lot of clones have capitulated tonight.
I'm gonna capitulate after I see this damn PFP. Unless you guys got some good topics. We're 7 hours, like 6 hours in.
Yeah, it's in there. It's actually like a BlueStack bot.
Do you guys see it?
I'm scrolling.
It's called Fuckery
Oh
Dow.
my God!
It's raising its hand from the audience. Everybody.
That. That's so funny, dude.
I remember when he made that, dude. It was hilarious. Well, you made that for Leap Space, right?
Yeah. That was. I got tired of putting up my hand, so I just decided to make it the PFP.
Yeah, that's hella funny, dude.
Dude, so all night I'm scrolling through. I'm like ready to can't call on his hand, bro, and it fucked me up all night. So thank you for leaving him in here with your other PA. You left two accounts in here all night, right?
Oh, of course, bro. I do that. I do that to the homies, bro. That's for the homies.
Yeah, dude, that shit was hilarious. What up, Moon High? How's it going, man?
That whole Leap story, man, had me dying.
Bro, did you see the PFP down there?
I was like, oh my God, that's funny.
Dude, is that a coda in your profile picture?
No, doesn't it look like one though? It's actually that project. What the fuzz? What the fuck?
It's an artifact. Is it an artifact coda?
Yeah.
No, that's an AI image. That's AI art.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't care what anyone tells me. That's AI art.
What the fluff?
I don't think that guy made all those things in 3D. I'm
oh
not
no,
that guy
that's
to believe
definitely
that
you
guy.
can tell it's AI art because look at the hands. If you zoom up on it, you can just tell the hands are shit.
It's like I feel like every AI was just processed with like bad hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the telltale sign?
Oh yeah, that's weird.
Why can't AI do hands? Like, why is that a thing?
I think they just processed a whole lot of artists that couldn't do hands, and this is what we ended up with.
You scraped a bunch of shitty data, and you just get shitty hands.
Yeah, we're like the one multiverse that got the AI that does shitty hands. Every other AI and every other multiverse can do proper hands.
Fuck.
Like, let's just blur it out.
Yeah.
Yo, my goal too is to get a big sponsorship for the clothing for the esports team. Once I unrug the players, I think that's gonna be. Yeah, I want Artifact. I'm not gonna lie.
You run a gaming team?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, now I do. I and the presentation done, and then I gotta hit up Stecky, Columbo, all the guys that wanted to get into the Pandas. We're gonna own a esports team together because we actually know how to do business and we're not idiots like that kid. He could have sold us those pandas, and those pandas would have plushies right now, t-shirts, fucking baby fucking suits. We had everything fucking going. And all he had to do was just sell us the shit. We're not a bunch of idiots. Just because we have fucking cool JPEGs doesn't mean we're idiots. But this
Wait,
guy
can you?
thought we were idiots.
What is this project? The pandas? He wouldn't sell you the right to use the
Bro.
pandas after you save the project.
Bro, we had an
The whole
all-star
story,
fucking
man.
team of 9 people in this space that actually know what the fuck they're doing, that actually make money every day. Fucking ready to buy this shit, bro. Stecky, take it away, baby.
I'm taking piss.
Okay. So basically this is what happened. Fucking we could have bought this, like, we seen this Friendly Panda thing, and like the art, it fit enough that it could be because it was just changing hands between like rugged people, like just like the worst of the worst ruggers. And we tried to like take it over, but and purchase it to actually make it into a legitimate brand, but yeah, we ended up getting finessed
It
for our
was
time,
literally
like
a
amount
stacked.
of time.
It was a stacked ass tube, and the kid wanted to, I don't know, sell it to another rug artist because they all work in tandem with one another. And then it's literally the project switched hand like 4 or 5 times at this point already of ownership. But I mean, shit, it was like me, Kuro, Richie Rich, Columbo, Ace, the architect. I mean, there's a good crew of us that were willing to take this on as founders, but he decided.
Richie's the man, dude. I love Richie so much.
Richie's one of the most savage people in the space.
He is, dude. He's like just
I
says
found
what he
him
wants.
the best possible CTO the other day. In a space, he brings in the Dookie Dash key guy. Yo, that guy was just a vibe. We tried to get him to change his PFP. We're still working on him. He will not have a human PFP by the end of this.
Bro.
It will probably be a mutant. We don't know yet.
The space moves
it all
like
depends
quick.
on Sassy Labs.
I was in that space listening to that whole thing. I think I talked just a little bit, and that was when you met. That's the first time you met Justin. Like, I thought you guys all knew each other.
No, man, that was the first time I met him. I was just like, yo, this guy's coming along for the ride. This guy needs to change his fucking PFP. This is weird.
Wait, I was bagging on him too because I thought he was one of the homies, bro. Like, I just came in just joking on him. Oh man, that's how fast this space moves.
Oh, that was early in the morning, right? 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was in that. I came in the room right when this was going on. I was like, oh, okay. Because
That's
Stecky
when
went to bed, I think.
Yeah, I passed out at 5 or something like that. But dude, that was like our second chop shop space. Like we were making it sound like it was like a thing.
I came in and you propped me up on stage, and I like said some shit to Justin, talked a little bit, and I passed out on stage. And you guys, I guess you just left me up there. Columbo said you didn't kick me down. I stayed in there all night.
Bro, we don't kick
dude,
down
man.
the homies. We bring the homies up, bro.
Dude, you should do bad take / chop shop right now, dude. Is the title.
You guys want some alpha?
Some alpha?
Yeah, hit the alpha.
I was in the room with Richie and freaking who were you talking about? I'm sorry. Fucking
Justin?
Justin, thank you. I was in the room with Richie and Justin, and I think Richie's trying to get him to work with him in Half Baked.
So that's already happening. He had his first interview today at 6 p.m. Eastern. He will be signing the paperwork tomorrow by 3 p.m. Eastern. So
that's
he's
fucking
coming
awesome.
on board with Sassy Labs.
Yo, what the fuck? I want a piece of that action, bro.
Stacky, I keep telling him to hit you, bro. Don't worry, we gonna hit you tomorrow, baby.
What the fuck?
Yo, bro, I'm telling you. Bro, when you see, honestly, they had no idea how fucking smart fucking Richie Rich is, bro. Yo, bro. Yo, I just fucking make sure I put Richie in every fucking position I can to win, bro. Because it just hurts people when my friends win, and I fucking love to see it. You know why? It's because success is the best revenge. It is fucking amazing, bro. Yo, when I see my boys win and people that don't like them fucking hit me up and they're like, "Why'd you do that for him? You're such a fucking gatekeeper, bro. You're the fucking gatekeeper, bro." Yeah, keep talking about me month after month after month, day after day. You just keep talking about me. Why do you think I became the gatekeeper? Because you gave me all the fucking power by talking about me, dum-dums.
What about the dum-dums, dude?
Kiro
Yo,
makes me fucking laugh, bro. I'm
bro,
dying over here.
I literally just terrorize these guys on purpose now just so they keep talking about me, man. Because I had no power before, and they gave it all to me, man. It is fucking hilarious.
Oh, good.
Even the Garga follow, that was the best part. They tried to like talk shit about me to Garg at a fucking event, at a live event, and then this guy's like, "Yo, I like this guy. I'm following it." They were so upset after. We love the founders, baby.
We love the founders.
Kuro,
Yo, because the founders are real
I
ones.
think you're gatekeeping other people from being on a stage because you keep having like 5 accounts, one stage.
Oh, definitely.
Kiro, a request to be on this stage with your other account down there. Get fuckery Dow up here.
Yeah, let me just fix the microphone. Because I was playing with it just going into rooms and playing a bunch of sounds for people.
If you guys don't
I'm
know
not gonna
that,
do it to you guys, but
you guys don't know we're about to bot the stage with Kuros. Like we bought the stage with Kuros over here. I mean, we don't have a full stage, but we have 50 people. It's just like, have you ever had like 100 people with like only 3 people on stage because nobody wants to talk? It's so hard, bro. But yeah, we're gonna bot it with Kuros here in a sec. Bubbles, how are you doing?
I literally just woke up. I'm not even like, I have still the boogers in my eyes or whatever. So yeah, thanks for invite. What's going on?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to your eye boogers. Yeah. What time is it there?
11.
Like in that late, like almost noon?
Yeah, but I went to sleep around 5, so it's good.
Were you up on Spaces all night?
No.
Whose Spaces were you on?
No, I fall asleep in Spaces. They help me to fall asleep, actually. If the people got good voices, you know.
We had a girl fall asleep on this space earlier. She messaged me. She took melatonin and just passed out. And we kept saying if she was here. I eventually had to move her from the stage because the stage was full. Unfortunately, it's because we're boring as fuck, not because like our voices or anything.
It's because of time difference. The best spaces are when I go to sleep, so it's bullshit for me.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. Because I'm debating right now.
I never seen a birded clone. And I
put my robot on there.
Ooh.
Just engagement farm my robot for me, dude. Nobody's rocking it right now.
No? Alright, DM Kuro. Or no, DM this account. I'm gonna follow you.
Well, wait, I gotta know the back. Oh,
thanks
thanks for following your friend back, dude. That'd be great. Yeah, follow me back.
Yeah. Oh, you could read all the bad shit on the account. I don't even care about any of it because that's not what I'm here for.
Dude, I don't understand the people who like I told my brother he can rock my robot clone. Like just rock it, dude. And we have the King of CloneX as well that people can use, but he's like, no, I want to earn that thing myself. But like, dude, if you're getting my robot scene, I'll send you the hoodie one, and you rock the hoodie robot, dude. Yeah, bro.
Yo, I'll rock
my
the
IP.
robot immediately.
Gets it seen, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, let me make sure too that because I just have to check the panel because this is a legacy verified account. Yeah, I can still change the PFP on here. It's because it's legacy verified.
All right, I'll get the hoodie version. I'll send you the hoodied up one eventually when I find it.
Yo, this is gonna be hilarious. Yo, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is with me and rug things. I just see so much potential in bringing things back and making them good and making them like beneficial to people.
Well, dude, I got rugged on my robot
really
because I
want to
bought
see.
it really
Huh?
high. I got rugged on my robot because I bought it really high.
Would you spend like 25 ETH on it?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. 15.
15? That's it?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you get rugged for a hoodie if you got it for 15, bro? That you're not doing the math here.
What?
Hoodie floor is like fucking 25 ETH. And you
Bro,
paid 15.
I made your Kuro. I put a hoodie. Remember I photoshopped the hoodie on your Kuro? I did the same thing with my robot. It's just it's Photoshop.
Oh.
Yeah, I was putting hoodies out for everybody, dude.
Genius. I see what you mean. I thought you
It's
meant
an artifact
it
hoodie.
had the hoodie trade on it. I was like,
bro.
How
would
is
rock it
15 ETH too much?
if I had
you
to.
can do this? You can buy like some jacket and put it on your clone?
Yeah, I mean, look at Kuro's PFP up there. I put that hoodie on him. And then
Yeah, but
our
it's
boy.
not legit. Like, it's not on blockchain.
No, it's just the PFP.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We do it in the clones. We do it. If you look down, so if you look, our boy Boo has a Rug Radio hoodie on. And then if you go down further, you see all the yellow jackets. We have like a part of the yellow jacket gang. They all rock yellow jackets, dude. It's like an edit. And then there's like another artifact hoodie edit with no hood on. Like, we do edits. We do a bunch of like creative shit with clothing edits on all our clones.
You ever did like a naked clone? How they look naked?
Yo, I just got. I didn't tell you guys, but I finally verified a wallet on the Artifact Discord. So now I have the creator. I have the latest version of creator tools because I'm officially. Thank you very much, Mr. Compton, because he went Compton on fucking Artifact and they forcefully, and they didn't want to give me this creator status, but Mr. Compton here, aka Compound, yo, he put them on blast on Twitter.
Bro, I put artifact creators on blast in my Friday space, and it has like an insane amount of engagement that thread does. Has like, the space has like over 20,000 engagement, and I don't know, they must have saw it, dude, and they're like, oh shit. But do you remember the post I put them on blast with? The fucking picture?
Yeah, bro. They were laughing.
Yo,
at
dude,
this legend.
taking a piss right now.
Somebody is, bro. Is
Oh,
it
not
Vincent?
me. I'm sitting at the
dead,
computer.
dude. I'm dead, bro.
I'm on the only Discord that matters.
Oh fuck! It was me.
Dude,
I thought someone was pouring a cup of Joe or something. I was like, damn, that's a lot of coffee, man. Fuck.
I thought he was like washing dishes or some shit. I'm like,
yeah, dude. I
damn it, dude. Bro, you haven't had late nights on like Discord or Telegram or like Spaces unless you've done that, dude. Everybody's done that at least once.
Dude, that's so funny. I did not think I was on me.
Super embarrassing, bro. Super embarrassing. No, if I could find that post.
I'm stoked because I'm working on the website. I'm getting the player portal, the redemption fucking portal, so people can apply for their unrugging. Yo, this shit is so funny to me.
What if I apply? What if I apply to be a gamer on the team?
Yeah, anyone can.
But I'm only good at like OG games like StarCraft and shit, so like just won't
Bro,
help.
we might have to start up a StarCraft team and have our own Boomer League. Who knows,
Well,
bro? Like, what the fuck?
yeah, bro. We call them old boy leagues. Like, does gaming culture have old boy leagues where you play like the OG games?
I don't know, but we can start it up, bro. I feel like
a Mario Kart league or some shit.
Oh, bro, a Super Smash Brothers league. Oh, there's so many. Like, we have somebody that is I believe is one of like possibly like the best people ever in Yuga, other than Stecky, Columbo, Richie, and a few others. But Basie Joker. We have Basie Joker advising us. We have the Don. So I am very fucking stoked to unrug these fucking gamers and move on with this story. I think they can learn a lot from us on the unrugging front. And there's no burn address to send this to, so yeah.
You know what I find interesting about Bored Ape Yacht Club is they never have community, like they don't do a lot of spaces. Like the account rarely does spaces, and I see all these apes and all these other projects like that lead spaces. I mean, I'm a Stecky maxi. I like Stecky, so I like I'm Meta Drag, and I know who'll make that successful. I like Richie, so I buy all stuff Richie is running. So I support the people that are doing good stuff, man. And sorry if I'm going
But
on a
that's the
rant,
Yuga
but
way, bro. Like,
right.
that's literally like, bro, ever since, because I got brought here by Columbo, right? And it's always the Bored Apes that are actually fucking building things that, like, until the clones came around, it was just the Bored Apes that like built together. Now we kind of like, as clones, we understood like, clones stronger together, just like apes stronger together. And I don't think a lot of other communities kind of get that stuff, right? Because right now we're in a creator economy. So if you can highlight the people in your community that are building things and are making things, that's how you really build up your base community, right? So
Do you think just by having the ape, when you make a project, you're more than likely to be
no,
successful?
no, that's not how this works. We know who just did a dozen rugs because we go into the Bored Ape Discord, and then there will be a guy that will be like, "Oh, I just got my first ape." Then we'll go look at it, and we'll see that he transferred all the money from his last couple of rugs into buying a Bored Ape. And we just don't like. It's like Cyrus, right, Seki? Just because Cyrus has a
Yep.
Bored Ape doesn't mean he's a good guy. He's
True
actually a piece of
that.
shit.
True that.
No, I
Bored
wasn't
Apes, very
insinuating that.
very intelligent people, the Bored Apes, because we just fucking know, bro. We know we're not playing that game.
No, I wasn't insinuating anything negative.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, that's like the far spectrum, right? It's like, you have real apes like Stecky, and then you have Cyrus's. That's how this works, right? Like, Stecky has never rugged anyone. He's never done any rugs. He's never done any bullshit. He just builds good shit. And that's how he got to where he's at in the Bored Ape yacht club community. He didn't have to fucking finesse to get an ape. He made his investment. You heard him earlier. He's not selling. He's not going anywhere because he understands the benefit of it. And it's not a credibility thing. It's like literally like, you have the financial and friendship benefits. And the friendship benefits come before the financials because you don't know when the fucking airdrop's coming. No one does. That's why we love the founders.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear.
We love the fucking founders, dude. Let's fucking go.
Is that a group that you guys a Bored Apes friend?
It's like a cult thing that they say. That's like, a cult have a chant. They say it all together.
Compound, listen, man. It's not a cult, bro.
We're not a cult, bro.
It's an elite club, okay? And secondly, I just want to shout out to Compound, guys, because I read his bio thoroughly, and he's a motherfucking vet. All right, so put some respect on his motherfucking name. Period. But depending on the fucking branch, that'll really tell me whether or not I need to respect him or not. So tell me what your branch was.
Are you a veteran as well, Sticky?
No, I'm not.
I was in the Army.
Let's fucking go. Army, go Army, beat fucking Navy all day, baby.
Let's go.
I come from an
We're
Army.
not a cult. We're not a cult. We're not a cult.
I come from an Army family. My brother is West Point grad. My sister-in-law is currently a cadre at West Point, and she's a major right now in the Army as well. So let's fucking go, bro.
What year did your brother graduate?
Class of 2013.
Oh shit! He might know my girlfriend, dude. They're the same class.
Oh no way!
She went to West Point. Yeah, they probably know each other, dude. They're small classes. Then I know all the West Pointers as well too.
Nice, dude. Yeah,
from
his
around that
ex-wife,
year.
she was in the same grade, so they might. I don't know if all the girls knew each other, but yeah, she was on.
It's just not a big school at all. Like they know or they know of each other, and then you end up serving together, right? You end up going to units or joining commands together. So it's the Army's big, but it's small, dude. It's small, and that school is small too. So
Yeah,
sure
I think he was prior service, and then went to West Point. So he was a combat 68 whiskey combat medic first. So like I went to Fort Sam and visited him there, and then he went to basic at Fort Benning. His AIT was at Fort Sam, and then was stationed at Fort Lewis for a minute. It was beautiful over there in Washington.
Yeah, I did basic or OSA at Fort Benning too. Yeah, just a shit show at Fort Benning, man.
Dude, I went to Fort Benning for his graduation, and it was like, bro, the heat of fucking summer. I was like walking out, and I was like, dude, literally within 2 minutes, I was like, fuck, I need a shower, bro. Like, I feel fucking gross.
Dude, I'll connect with you offline. I'll check and see if they know each other. That's kind of dope, dude. It's a small world. That Army world is small, bro. I want to touch on what Moon High said. Basically, why are there no like Bored Ape Yacht Club led community spaces? And it's because, and in the same thing with Artifact, like you don't see the Artifact page doing like hosting spaces, and you don't see the Bored Ape Yacht Club hosting spaces because the Bored Ape Yacht Club empowers their community to do these things. Like those motherfuckers just build, right? And they give them the tools, they give them the network, and they give them the like things that they need to go do this themselves. And they want to, right? They're proud of the brand, right? And the same thing with us. Like I don't see it necessary, like for real projects that are like actually innovating in the space, for their founders and their teams. Like they don't need to be out here in the trenches in spaces. Like they need to go build, right? Like empower the community to do community shit, or community leaders, or mods or community managers, empower them to do what they need to do, and let the community build for themselves, right? So that's why, Moon, you were asking, like, I see so many ape led spaces. There's all day throughout the day, there's different apes leading spaces. And this is because they've been empowered to do so, and like they want to, right? And I think that like really, really kind of separates like some of these communities, like the communities that take it upon themselves to do so. Just to kind of, you asked that question earlier. I wanted to touch on it for you.
And I think like a lot of the first Bored Ape Yacht Club holders and a lot of the most prominent ones are artists, right? And then they guided their friends like Stecky, like Fiddy, like all these guys to like get into the apes and like lend their credibility to the community, help build things within the community. I think it's a beautiful thing because it really shows you the value of true community, not like hype driven community, right? A lot of people will like launch a project and they'll be like, oh, you guys got IP rights, but yet none of the holders ever do anything with those fucking IP rights. And like, there's a lot to be said for having like some sort of organization and foundation for your community to build on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they go for it, Moon.
I was going to say that I would like to see more projects make it easier for their holders to use their art as like an IP. Maybe being able to connect your wallet to the website and be able to get rid of certain traits, just so you can save it as a JPEG and are able to use it just to make the background go away and vice versa. Basically customize the image to your liking that fits your brand that you're trying to make IP for.
No, I agree, man. 100%. Which communities are you part of, bro?
I'd say like Metadrag, Cryptoon Goons. I'm really into. I like the Feline Fiends, Space Riders. That kind of like there's kind of they're not huge projects, but they've got great community and the founders are still building. So we'll see what happens with them. I wish them
I got
success.
a message from Bolivian earlier today. My young homie Bolivian, I am so fucking proud of you. I hope you listen to this recording because I'm going to send it to you anyways. But Fiend Labs, do not fade Bolivian. I trust me when I say this kid is like a young hustler from California. And if I've learned anything about young people from California, is that they will build their futures. I've been watching since they minted. I missed the mint because I was on an airplane, but bro, I'm telling you, they built this thing called the bodega. They built a little comic book strip and stuff. They've done. Yo, Bubbles can tell you. She knows them. These kids are fucking spectacular.
They're
Yo,
not from California.
huh?
I think they're.
Yeah, they're in New York, and I mean they're in Washington D.C., right?
Yeah.
Wait,
They
wait,
just
wait,
go
wait,
to
wait.
California because they're rich now, founders.
Wait, 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 wait.
Wait a
So,
second.
what was this guy doing in California then?
Just be.
Vacation? No.
Oh, cool. So wait, they're from fucking Washington?
Yeah,
Yeah.
around that. Yeah, I think so.
DC or the state, Washington?
Or Maryland?
D.C. No, it's D.C. I think around Silver Spring, Maryland. I'm in Maryland, so I know that they are. I know there's a bunch of D.C. people, man, Maryland D.C. people that are pretty popular in Web3.
Are we talking about Feline Fiends? Is what it's called? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Yeah. They just opened up their Fiends Labs or whatever.
No, it opens on the 9th.
On the 9th. Oh, shit.
You got all the wrong information. No, I'm kidding.
No, I do have all the wrong information. Because this guy's sending me pictures of him in California. I'm like, oh fuck, you live in California? Eh?
No, he's just like just trying to flex that he lives out here or what? Just like go here and you just take a bunch of pictures and then use those as like your dating profile pictures.
That's great.
Either way, I'm still sending him this clip because he's gonna fucking laugh his ass off, and he knows I'm proud of him, man. So it is what it is.
We're proud of him regardless of where he lives, but we'd be more proud of him if he was from California, right?
Way more, bro. Because it's way harder in California. Because there's so many more bullets to dodge in California than in fucking Maryland. Yeah, he had the easy ride in Maryland. I'm not gonna lie.
Is that true, Seki?
You've never heard of NFT Factory LA. That's why you guys are laughing. But LA is gang signs, baby.
Bro, where did it was the NFT Factory of LA? Is that the squad that did Squiggles?
Yo, imagine having to fucking dodge those guys. Oh man.
Bro, are they still around? Are they still running projects, or it's just not fun anymore?
Well, I don't know. How many fucking Ferraris do you need?
Bro,
I'm
they
pretty sure the guy can only drive the 5 he has.
dude, the Squiggles crew like just absolutely destroyed us all. And not, I mean, I didn't get destroyed by it, but they like just rampaged this space for like 7 different projects throughout the bowl.
I feel like if I hear about a project like too fast, too soon, for too long, like I'll just block it out of my head. Like I don't even know what the fuck squiggles are. Probably for good reason.
Yeah, no, that's actually a good point. If it comes around too fast, it's too hype, and none of your fucking friends know what it is, it's probably something I'm not going to touch.
But you always have the founder who like from space like 2 weeks before the mint, 1 week after mint, and then it's done. It's crazy.
It's just like a rug shop.
Bro, it was a rug shop. The Squiggles team was a rug shop, dude. They had done more before, and they like were getting caught up. They were getting caught up with like Zach, and they started to like pay people to be the front man, and then they would pay like studios or like creative studios to be the front men of these projects. And basically they'd contract out studios to start launching a project knowing they were going to make millions, right? So they already knew what they could pay the studio to be the front man. And like, dude, they had a whole operation, bro. They did a bunch of them.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And they would
still around or what?
They're probably lurking, bro. They're learning, they're doing something, but they ran through their whole crew of friends as like project founders. Like they had these little like couple of them that were kingmakers, bro. Like they were really smart. They knew how to do it. They knew it. They had the whole process. They had the art. Like it was already queued up and ready to go. And they would use somebody as like the front man, the founder, like an anon founder. And it was like a new voice or something. So like he could go into spaces and shit. And he could even dox if he wanted. They would pay people to dox. So they basically paying a fall man, bro. So they paid, I think for Squiggles, they paid a guy to be a fall man. And it was somebody like they knew he was going to make a ton of money. And it's just like, dude, you just got to be a fall man. Because if the OG guys were going to do it, we would have all known, right? Because we had already kind of like outed a few of the crew. So they would start paying fall men to be the front of the team. And they would run it from the back end. They got really creative, bro. Like,
dude,
we all told
make a documentary on this.
Dude, you like a lot of the rugs last year were all one crew out of LA, bro. Like this one crew, and Squiggles was the same crew, and like we all saw it coming. We're like telling everybody don't touch it, and it's still minted out, bro. And they absolutely they just Kiro, did they not just shut everything down like right after mint? They just shut it down and bounced, bro.
Bro, they shut it down and bounced, bro. They went straight to the Ferrari dealership, bro. They didn't even wait 5 minutes.
No, bro. Yeah, it was.
They called their contact at Coinbase. They're like, "Yo, we got the bag.
Liquidate me, baby."
It was so bad, dude. So then everybody was traumatized, and this other project came out that looked like Squiggles. It was
I want to see what's it called?
Squiggles. Imaginary Ones, and I'm not gonna talk no bad on Imaginary Ones, but it had that same kind of vibe, right? And then people
called? What's Squiggles NFT?
Yeah, Squiggles was rough, bro. Zach released a thread about Squiggles like the day before mint, and everybody read the thread, and they still fucking minted, dude. It's like
I read about this, dude. This looks like Invisible Friends meets
Doodles or some shit.
Fucking Doodles, bro. The cute shit, Kuro.
Yeah. So
how many times we gotta go down this road, man?
Bro, that and human PFP selling NFTs.
Dude,
those are the two things.
Well, here's what happened
next. The two unholies of the NFT space. Doodles and human PFPs selling NFTs.
So,
oh my god. I can't believe
the crew and their wallets. Like I started diving deeper too because I was tired of the space getting rugged. Like there's this project called Imaginary Ones that came next, and I'm not like I don't want to like talk bad about Imaginary Ones, but we did.
That's fine, Bo. You already are. So
they're ugly. They're ugly and they suck.
We found like one of the dev wallets that had been funded by wallets that were related to Squiggles, and this so the Imaginary Ones team came on and did a space, and they were a creative studio out of was it the Philippines, I believe, or no, Singapore. There were a creative studio out of Singapore, right? And so the speculation and like the investigation that kind of like, everybody started diving in deeper was that the team had like gotten caught so many times, or we kind of were onto them, so they ended up just hiring a creative studio to do it out of Singapore and run the whole thing, and then take a portion of the mint, right? So it actually did mint out, and like it held a floor price for a while, but those same wallets were from that LA crew were still tied to that in like some way, whether they were running it from behind or they hired the creative studio to create that project. They got smarter, bro, is what I'm saying. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're not still scheming, doing something in the space that I just haven't seen or recognized anything as like familiar as Squiggles since Imaginary Ones, or I don't know what's up next, dude. They're working though,
If you
bro.
see bad art, that's a telltale sign. If it's like bad art, but it looks like presentable bad art, like a first draft.
Well, yeah. They started getting smarter though, man. I mean, I wouldn't imagine if like they're dropping something in the bear market and we just don't know about it because they just ended up having enough money to actually hire like real teams to front for them, and then they just pin it on the team. Like they pin it on these creative studios, and they pocket the rest of the ETH, right? And then they just move on. Like that's kind of what like what it seemed like happened. With Squiggles though, they just straight left, bro. They took the ETH, shut everything down, and bounced.
So is this fault they don't do their research about the people they're gonna take? Or
Just who not do their research? The people that are minting?
yeah.
Yeah, no, they don't do the research. But I mean, they're not targeting us that have been here a lot, right? In the bowl, they're targeting the hype. They're targeting people that are coming into the space and they couldn't mint Invisible Friends because Invisible Friends was 5 ETH mint or some crazy shit. And so they do an Invisible Friends derivative, and people are pumped on it like Squiggles, and like you can't beat the hype no matter how many threads you drop and how much awareness you spread. Like degens are gonna degen, and that shit still like minted a ton of ETH. They made a ton of ETH, and they started using the ETH to buy up the floor, knowing like from themselves, like no. Royalties going right back in their wallets. They're just paying a small like marketplace fee, but it's looking like there's people buying. Like a lot of people got blown the fuck up on Squiggles. But yeah, no, there was they didn't do research. Like Zach XBT did the research for the whole space. He dropped a thread full of research for everybody the day before, and still people minted. They just like,
That thread
nah.
was epic.
They're like, nah. Like, yeah, thanks for doing all the research for me, but I'm gonna still mint that. Like, I'm gonna give it a shot. Like, you can't fix stupid is a saying that I use a lot. Sometimes you just can't fix stupid.
I have the question. Applying for this Maryland or whatever, and they ask you questions.
You're rugging, Bubbles.
Oh damn!
Wait, what'd you say?
I have a question for you.
Okay, go.
What will, if you're like applying for some NFT project to get allow list, right? They have question. What will you be able to contribute as a holder of the project? What do you think about this question?
What do you have to? Why do you have to contribute anything?
Yeah,
are you not paying for it?
That was
No, I don't understand that. That sounds like a scam to me.
Just tell them you will dump at floor as soon as you mint.
Yeah,
We'll dump
I
at
said
floor.
I will not undercut the floor.
Yeah, you won't undercut the floor. That's a great answer. That's a valuable. That's a valuable member to any holder.
I know a guy that paid like 3 ETH a vial and sold them for 2 ETH. So, not everyone is cut out here to make it, right? You got to allow them to. This guy hates clones so much, but
He paid 3 ETH and then sold for 2 ETH.
Yeah, bro, and he's always telling me, "Oh, blah blah, you should get rid of your clones, this and that." I'm like, bro, nobody told you to do what you did. You decided that you were gonna listen to a bunch of anons on the internet about what you should do with your money. You took financial advice. Whether or not they gave it, nobody else clicked the transaction.
Is that instant buyer's remorse or something? You drop 3
It's
ETH
just,
and
bro.
just instantly dump for 2. Like, we need people like that around, though, right? Like, those are the people that like have to be around so that we can all trade properly. I guess I don't know, man.
No, whenever I'm co-hosting somewhere, he always requests, and I never let him up.
I wouldn't. I couldn't. Like, how could you?
I don't want to talk to him. Like,
how could
I don't care about that anymore.
How could you like have a conversation? How could you have a conversation with someone who does that?
You can't. It's just like this victimization shit. They're like a victim. Oh my god.
So did the mint like start at 3 and it dipped? It dipped initially, so he just like floored it at 2, like just trying to.
It didn't even dip.
Salvage some ETH.
It didn't even dip. He just fudded himself by listening to other people. It's even like, one time I took the advice of somebody, and they told me to buy this thing called Rect Folios because as you can imagine, Rect Folios obviously was a rug. But like I'm saying, it's not that person's fault. I don't tell them about it. They didn't rug me. I rugged myself by listening to them.
I love that for you. I love that for you.
I love that for me too, because I learned a very important lesson and I haven't done it since.
I'm like very consistent like in this space that like if you haven't like had a rug or you haven't been rugged or finessed or scammed yet, like I don't know if I can trust you, right? Like I need you to go get that badge, right? Like go get those wings, go get your rug wings, go collect those those accolades.
You're
You know
gonna
what I mean?
love me because like 2 weeks ago I got fished, or I like this guy pushed me to click on his scammy link, right? Because he manipulated me, and his ENS address was dirtywhiteboy.eth. So
Oh no, you got finessed by a dirty white boy?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I do like I already like you more, right? Because like now I can trust you because you've like had some hurt in this space. Like it's just crypto in general. Like I remember getting finessed for like $12,000 of Bitcoin and multiple times. I lost a lot of Bitcoin, dude. I was finessable, but I was there at the time, bro. Like you learn these things early, and I just don't. Dude, I
Have
was
you heard
buying
about the new Bitcoin finesse, the ordinals?
No.
They're like images stored on the Bitcoin blockchain.
No way, dude. Bitcoin NFTs?
Yeah.
Don't start with me right now.
They're like the caveman of NFTs, bro.
I think we need to go get into that.
Yo, I found this website. If anyone wants it, just DM my normal account. Don't DM this one. Because I won't answer. I'm not answering any of the DMs on this account until people get paid, man. Some of the DMs are probably wild, and I don't have the heart to look.
I probably don't want my clone as the PFP of that account because now they're going to associate my robot clone with just like
that's why
not paying
gamers.
gamers.
That's why I stopped talking about it, bro. Because first the gamers got to get paid, and then I'm going to be serious. I'm a businessman. I'm gonna, yep.
No, I believe you. You're right.
I need
I
to
don't want my
unrug this
clone
shit because I never seen anything like it. Any esports team that got rugged has never came back. There's no way. But if I can do it, I've spit Sean a turd. Yeah? That
Yeah,
sounds
man.
good.
If anybody can spit shine a turd at you, if anybody can put lipstick on a pig, it's you too, man. I believe in you.
Hey guys, question for you. Did any of you guys mint that it was a free mint? What the fluff?
Absolutely not. It's AI art. I don't like, yo, listen, man. I'm all for like actual artists using AI art, but this sounds like NFT Factory LA made an AI art. It was too well marketed. It came out of nowhere.
No, you might be right. Listen, I'm not even like I don't
Yo,
care.
take
I
maximum
listen.
profits. Get
No,
maximum profits, bro.
I did. I sold some. I sold. I only had like 3, but I sold. I made profit. I'm like in with. I'm in to lose nothing basically. But I wanted to say this is just kind of funny. They got delisted off OpenSea, right? And they most teams would be like come out and say like, hey, don't worry, all this shit. They announced their announcement was, are you panic selling yet? That's all it said.
Yeah, that's like saying hold tight, lads, deploying capital. That's what that's like, bro. That's what that sounded like.
Right. Dude, I died when I read it. And then they posted something else that they said, you really think you can take us down? Blah, blah. Like, it's just so funny. But I thought it was funny that they wrote that, like, because people would like do that to a project who they knew the founders of. You know what I'm saying? Like, people would try to FUD. They'd come out and say, listen, we're on it and shit. But
Bro, I'm yo, bro.
So you can't sell your last one now because it's not on OpenSea anymore?
oh, they're getting back on OpenSea.
So how do the traits work if it's AR art, like AI art? Are there traits or it's just
Yeah,
all
there's a lot of
one-on-ones?
traits. Well, yeah, they pretty much are all one-on-ones.
What's the supply on them?
5,000.
Oh, nice.
So they got taken off of OpenSea because of the DALI. They didn't pay the DALI royalties.
They don't know. That's you're funny, but no, I think that is why. Like I think they might take it down because of AI art.
Oh, they're definitely gonna end up taking it down. I what I noticed is like before there was like all of these like 333 supply AI art projects, and they would come out like every 2 days, and they just like look super similar. A lot of them had bad hands, and some of them even at a point they had touched up the hands, which was wild to me.
I mean, it was a free mint, so most people don't give a fuck, you know.
Yeah, true. It's like that's the whole thing, right? It's like with the Freemans, and they're doing like, yo, I don't know, man. I'm gonna look this up right now. I'm not buying anything, but I do
No,
want.
I mean, I'm not chill on the project. Trust me. I just thought it was funny that they said like when they got taken off OpenSea, they just said, "Are you panic selling?" I just thought that was funny.
No, that is hilarious.
They actually offered. They're like, try Y2X or Y2X2, is it? And well, there's a good one we heard too.
Is that what what your PFP is? It's what the fluff?
Yeah. They
Is that
don't all
little?
look like that, but I just love this guy. I was like, I fucking love this piece of art.
No, it looks dope. It looks like a little demon coda, but it doesn't look fluffy at all. Like it looks evil.
Yeah, but dude,
And I like
this
it.
is, I swear, the rarest in the collection.
That's
I
the
mean,
number.
not by
Like,
rank, but like the way it looks.
oh, I got you.
Yeah. Do you buy off because of rank, or do you buy because you like the way it looks?
For clones specifically, or like just whatever?
Anything, but
Dude,
yeah.
honestly, I'm an aesthetic. Like, I like to buy aesthetics. I like the way it looks. Yeah. Rank, like overall rank, like it just doesn't really matter unless you're in the top 100, maybe. But other than that, I'm thinking I like resellable aesthetics, right? Just because of like the clones specifically have a ton of traits that are really rare, but they're not fucking aesthetic at all, and like nobody buys them, even though they're rare. Like there's
Tell me a
certain.
little bit about the clones. I honestly don't know anything about them at all. It's a project that I've heard is very, very big, but I never honestly even looked into it at all.
Yeah, so the clones are Artifact's first like 20,000 avatar project, and Avatar is like a Web3 fashion kind of gaming brand that is like an arm of Nike. And yeah, so the clones are avatars there.
So does Nike own you guys?
Nike bought Artifact early, I think the end of 2021, guys. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
And end of 2021. But they was already in discussion before that.
And so
I have to agree with you, Compound. It's really interesting that Artifact is one of the few, I feel like, and maybe there's other, maybe I just don't know, but it's one of the few top tier avatars that it really is about aesthetics. Like you could have the rarest of rare, and this shit look ugly as fuck, and it will sit on the floor. Like no one cares. No one cares about rarity. I mean, not saying no one cares about rarity, but it's secondary to aesthetic from my perspective.
No, 100%.
I mean, the only rarities that people care about within Artifact, from my perspective, are, of course, Murakami, which is just because it's Murakami, and then the rarities of the DNAs.
Moon, you come to enough of these bad takes, you'll hear a lot about clones and not specifically shilling clones, but like we talk Artifact a lot. So you're welcome back anytime, dude. You don't have to hold any Artifact shit. Like you're dope, bro. I like your little coda, your gremlin coda. So you're welcome back.
It reminds me of the thing from Lilo and Stitch.
Bro, 100%.
The thing from Lilo and Stitch, you mean Stitch?
It's like the burnt version of Lilo or Stitch or whoever, which
The
one.
thing from Lilo and Stitch. No, yeah, that's dope. But the thing, yeah, so Nick is right though. Like there's really like rare trait type things that sell on the floor for Artifact because they're just not. They're ugly, man. They're not aesthetic.
I put rarity trait one time on, or rarity trait. I don't know, whatever tool I have. I forgot the name of it, and I started looking at the floor, and it was like. There was a good amount. Am I rugging? What the fuck?
I heard that too, bros.
You heard that too, right? There was a good amount of clones that were rare, but they were like ugly. Like what is that like thing that looks like it's like a jaw holding a bamboo thing? Like who thought of that thing? Compound, you know what I'm talking about?
Dude.
That jaw that's holding the bamboo rod, like that thing is probably the ugliest trait ever.
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to look through the crowd and make sure we're not shitting on nobody's traits here. Hold on. Hold on, bro.
Oh, I'm so bad for that. I'm so bad for that.
So yeah,
There's this one trait from this guy. He's not in the space that often. His name is Kuro, and he has like this grate in front of the face of his thing, and it's just like this big triangle grate size
like trident.
I heard he's a babe.
Bro.
This is why that tech is so big that like the fiends created, because they're allowing you to change your traits. Like that's why that tech that they built, so you can really take a couple. I think you can take 2 or 3 fiends. You can pick traits from each one and put it on one.
You talking about Valhalla?
Nice.
No,
Yeah.
Feline fiends.
no. Feline Fiends did it first.
Oh, word. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah. The yo, bro.
We just
I
do it
love
with
Valhalla. I
Photoshop.
think it looks gorgeous, but they better come with that fucking energy soon, bro. Because
What you mean?
there's
What you
young
mean?
boys gunning for their necks, huh?
Who's coming for their next?
The Feline Fiends.
Oh, I
No, I'm just joking, bro.
Oh, I was about to say, I was like, really? I don't even know. I was gonna say, Compound and Kuro, clones would lose it if there was ever any rarity exchange. I mean, they would absolutely like lose their whole.
Especially me.
Oh, bro.
You heard me. Samuel Cardillo unfollowed me.
Bro.
Why?
Definitely. Because I complained about, how the hell are they gonna give honestly, I like what's this guy's name? LeBron
Who?
James, but how are you gonna give him back his hairline artificially like that? What the fuck you think this is?
Yo, that whole thing, yeah. Come on now, we know he ain't got no
Well,
hairline.
check this out. I was just thinking about this today because I really like the plasma hoodie, the chromo hoodie. Like I like the hoodie, the real clone hoodie trait, right? They're fire. And I was gonna go see the lowest floor I could find for an angel with the hoodie on.
Ooh.
And 45 ETH was as low as I could find, I think. But it got me thinking is like a lot of people speculated on these clothing traits, and we have this inventory system coming. And if you're able to like change the clothing that
You are.
yeah, if you're able to change the clothing your clone's wearing and you speculated and bought a 45 ETH fucking clone just because it had a hoodie on, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, people are gonna get wrecked, so I'm
I don't
just
think they're
not.
gonna get wrecked though, Compound, because what they'll do is, I know what you're saying, and I would love that in certain ways, but also I would love that in certain ways because I really don't have too many super rare traits. Like I tell you, I buy floor stuff that looks really aesthetically good. However, though, what they could do, I mean, I don't know, I'm just making up, but I've seen is like they break. Let's just say it's inventory, and you could break off that hoodie, right? But then the hoodie is like 40. The hoodie is 40 ETH, and the clone is 6.
So you're saying if just there's still like only 30 of said hoodie, like they're not going to add any more to the circulation. There's still that
Yeah,
many,
I mean,
and if you own it,
there's definitely ways to do what we want to do as far as like make the inventory systems, and make us able to, swap things out, but still keep the rarity and still keep the value of, the particular trait that you want. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I hear you. I think that it like you have your base NFT, and then like maybe the inventory is just allows you to customize it for avatars or like pick like PFPs or something. I don't know. Like if it
Yeah.
needs to go any further than that. Get a bunch of them. It's not difficult to do.
I mean, it's a cute idea for sure, for sure, for sure.
Yo, have you guys played with the new clone tools yet?
Yeah, it's dope, bro. I have it.
I just got it because of you. Thank you.
Tell me, guys, how is it? I haven't had a chance.
I'm just installing the new Blender. I had an older version of Blender installed, so I had to install a new one.
Hey, I want to drop this because I know it's a small room, and I feel like it's responsible enough to drop in a smaller room. But Compound and maybe Kiro, you can chime in, and I see your hand up, Gene. Um, but this may be not news. You can be like, oh yeah, we knew this ninja, but like, there's a good chance that back in November we really did hit that bottom, and that now would be a really good time to start. it doesn't seem like the time. It will never seem like the time. It's always going to be hindsight to be like, oh, I guess I should have been buying then. But if you believe in, this thing, and you want to become rich, I mean, or wealthy, or create more wealth, or create more money, or whatever you want to do to get more assets. Now may be the time to start looking. And I'm sorry, I'm talking about fungible stuff. And then another thought that is going to be really random, and I've been thinking about a lot, is that in cycles, how if you think about how the cycle of the bull market for NFTs came, like clones were actually kind of at the end of the bull market, and I think that clones are going to be at the end of the bull market again. I could be completely wrong with that, and let me not. But I think that there's something to watch. Let me take that back. Let me not say we're going to be at the end of the bull market, but let me say that it's wise to watch the rotations on how things work. So, like for instance, like in fungibles, it goes like Bitcoin, usually flows to Ethereum, then usually flows to altcoins. Not always. It's not like always like that, but it's often like that. And so I think it's to look at like apes, and then what do apes flow down to? Apes flow down to Zookies and clones. Do they end up flowing down to seals? I think it's something to look at. Not that it's going to repeat itself. This is brand new. All of this is really super new, obviously, but I think it's just something to pay attention to. But I really do think that I was looking and listening to some super duper big mega super megalodons of not they're not even whales, they're megalodons, and they're basically were saying, and this was on a smaller kind of chat, that like, hey, we're the bottom is in for us and we're accumulating, and it's like, if megalodons are accumulating, why wouldn't we? So just something to think about. Again, like, not financial advice, not going to say we could for sure. I think there's room to go down lower. I think that we're going to see some lower prices in the next couple weeks, the next couple months, but on a macro thing, when you look at these charts, I know I said this again in that room before, like, I'm really feeling a bottom, or really, let me not say a bottom. That's the wrong way to say it. I'm really feeling good area to start DCAing, to continue to DCA, and to buy fungible coins and other projects that you believe in, not short term, long term, and to just hold on to them things and ride them up. Just something to think about.
No, I completely agree. Even myself, I'm looking for extra liquidity out of things that I bought that kind of in the profits on checks and stuff, and trying to convert that into more artifact assets and Yuga assets. So, but yo, guys, remember, if someone comes in here with a human PFP and starts shilling some NFT, don't trust them.
Yeah, for that matter, don't trust really anybody shilling PFP, especially not clones. If someone is shilling anything artifact, do not listen to them. FUD them out the room now.
Yeah, FUD them all.
Couldn't agree more. We need more. They don't.
Kira, why are you so? Why? I really want to know. This bullishness on artifact is just like, what is up with this bullishness on artifact?
Bro, I'm going to tell you something.
Please.
There's not very often many times that a unicorn comes around. We've seen 2 unicorns. We've seen Yuga. We've seen Artifact. I think, doodles are cool. I don't trust any of them. Especially not Charles.
Who Charles again? He's like the co-founder or something like that. What does he do?
He added us all to a group chat, bro, and then dropped a bunch of scam links.
Oh,
into
Charles! Charles,
yeah, Charles, bro.
I listen, no
doodle
offense,
and
but y'all were some suckers for him. When he added me, I was like, "What is this bullshit?" And y'all were all like, "Oh, Charles! Oh, wag me!" And "Oh, this Charles, you're great!" And "Oh, it's just all."
Oh god!
And
Hindsight is
I was
2020.
monitoring that. I'm sorry, Compound, and I was like, "Y'all are just about to fall for it." I
Yo,
know
you notice how he didn't invite my ass?
You notice how how I didn't interact with anything because they knew, but I knew that was some funny shit.
No.
Not Charles. I don't even think I talked to him. I didn't know what he was on. I thought like he was shilling some new project he got, but I liked the other people he added in there.
It was so
And
weird. It was just so weird. It was like, who is this Charles guy? What does he want? Why is he talking all extra nice to us? Why is everyone,
he added the grifters in the
stroking him?
space, a couple grifters, and I was like, oh, okay. And the first thing this grifter did when she got added was shield a project, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm already not liking this.
Yeah.
Bro,
It
I
was
don't
funny though.
understand how they don't know that we don't know that they're fucking doing weird shit though. We've
You
been
know when
around.
we know when you all left compound, like I was still in it because I wasn't paying attention to. I was just monitoring it. Do you know he came back in like, "Oh guys, I got my account back. Oh, it's so nice. I got my account back." And I'm
Oh,
like,
bro, I
What
should have
what
stayed in
what
there just
what
to
group
see
is
that
this called?
ZTX or some shit.
Yeah, they
"Oh,
didn't
weird
invite me for
shit."
that shit. They know better than that. I would have been on their asses immediately. As
Right.
soon as they added me, I would have been like, "Why the fuck am I in here?" Yo, bro, unless it's like an actual clone chat or like an ape chat, I'm not going in it unless it's like my friends I know. Like I'm in chats with Bubbles. Bubbles knows. I'll just leave. If I see somebody scam me in there, I'll just fucking leave. I won't even say anything.
Yeah, another thing I think we need to I think I've just realized is like unless I've met you in real life, like I'm not fucking with you. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I'm
Yeah,
just
and
like,
yo,
at this
have you
point
had
I'm
the
just
guy
like
that
why?
comes and like doxes your wallets yet?
Listen, have you
Ninja?
seen how thick Compound's beard is? Like Compound is a trustable guy. When you see that thick ass beard, I'm like, I could trust this guy. Like I know who this person is, and it's like same with your beard, Kuro. It's like you got like the whole grandpa beard going. Like I know I can trust grandpa. I don't know about these other people.
Yo, I don't
Man, I'll
trust
send
him.
you a picture of myself, bro. I'm sorry. I'll send you a picture of myself.
No, you're good, bro. You haven't tried to, yo, bro, this one fucking guy changed his PFP to one of our, Luigi's fucking, he has this one sick ass robot clone that looks like Yu-Gi-Oh. This guy changed to this profile, then came and DM'd me and asked me about fucking mutant apes. I got nothing Yuga to sell. I don't even wear that shit. That shit is just sitting there, bro. It's gonna sit there until it's worth billions of dollars. And if it doesn't become billions of dollars, then I'll just play on the other side by myself.
Question for you, Kuro: are you selling any of your artifact assets in this next bull run?
No, no,
None.
no,
So you're
no. I
holding
have
to
I
this.
have things that like I don't show to people that I might sell that are artifact,
Okay.
but like the things I care about, I'm not selling them.
Okay. So so you are selling some things in the ecosystem in the next bull run. No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yo, bro. Sometimes you have to pick up floor clones because people they don't respect the art, bro, and they list it way under, right? So you got to pick those up, and then when you're back in a bull run, you take profits. You're getting double
Yeah.
your money, triple your money back for having that conviction, bro. That's how I
Yeah.
feel about it,
I agree. Question for you: is Amakasi still in this space? Because I rarely see him.
bro.
Hey,
That guy got
bro,
himself canceled.
He
He's
did.
in the
yo,
space still.
No.
Ninja, he
Yo.
was in this Twitter space just earlier.
Amakasi?
He was just listening to us. Yeah.
Shut the front door.
No, I swear.
I believe it. But no, he did get himself canceled hard.
Bro, that is the strangest thing I've ever seen a black man do.
What?
Crazy.
Oh no,
It
no, no.
is
Now I need to know.
crazy, bro.
What's the strangest thing, Kuro?
The strangest thing is side with a fucking racist. That is the
Oh, I
strangest
know.
fucking
Oh,
thing I've
no.
ever seen in my life, bro.
I know. But yo, someone brought up a point to me that really just made me was like, oh, because I never understood that dude. I was like, man, this dude is so weird. It's like 1 minute he's your friend, the next minute he's trying to like yell at you from something random. And you're like, bro, you're on one. And then someone was like, he has mental health issues, and I was like, oh duh, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's like oh yeah, he does have mental health issues. Okay, well then that makes sense now.
It checks out. It checks out.
Yeah. And let me be clear, that's not to make light, because I have family members with mental health issues. I have full transparency. I see a therapist not because I have mental health issues. I just take care of my mental health, and I see a therapist because I want to keep. But yeah, like that made sense yeah. Didn't they just settle? They just settled with the Yuga and Ryder Rips. Just had a settlement or something like that.
Imagine I told people exactly what was gonna happen, and they're like, "There's no way that they settle." I'm like, "Watch, they're
Yeah.
gonna settle."
Nobody want that smoke. Don't nobody want that smoke. They don't want that smoke. Bubbles! Bubbles! Bubbles!
What's up?
What's up?
Bubbles.
What's up, mamas?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Checking floor of my NFTs.
Which of your floors are up? What are we buying today, Bubbles?
I'm just checking the Kilobears memos. They're up. Like the mint price was 0.02 and now it's 0.035.
Did you buy
So,
any Trump NFTs, Bubbles?
which NFTs?
Trump.
No. I
Oh,
faded those.
I
Stupid.
faded them too. I would fade them all day.
Mm, no.
You
I
would buy.
would buy some, yeah, and I will resell them to people who actually want them. And maybe,
I know.
but maybe
Come
I
on,
would like,
Bubbles.
what? You can win
No,
some.
nobody wanted the Trump NFTs. Not
What are you
even
talking
Trump.
about? Nobody wanted the Trump NFT. Everybody wanted the Trump NFTs. There's a
I
bunch
heard
Biden.
of
people
conservatives.
talking about like their dad want them and stuff like that. So
Yes. There is regardless of how you feel about it, there is, and I'm not trying to get political. I'm not getting political. I'm just saying there is a demand for those NFTs. I hate to say it. People want them things.
But they weren't made by him, right? Just somebody sold his likeness.
Yeah, exactly. And there was some Biden NFTs, and oh, the Biden ones were so funny. Oh, they're all so funny. This space is one big joke, and I love it.
Yeah, I got the Biden one, and then I fucking didn't sell. Then it got taken off OpenSea. I forgot.
How much did you get your Biden one for?
It was cheap. It was very cheap. I forgot which one. I mean, how much? It wasn't. I mean, you can check my wallet if you want, but I think it was 0.01 maybe.
Oh, okay. I will say this. I'm just gonna say it. I hope Kiro backs me up. I hope Compound backs me up. But anyone who is fading gaming NFTs, you're just gonna not lose out, because there's so much money to make in gaming NFTs, in gaming in general. Just pay attention.
Oh, I didn't get to tell you yet, Ninja. You
Talk,
see the
holla.
account that I'm on right now?
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah, it's a gaming team that got rugged, and I'm unrugging it with a bunch of bored apes and clones. So that's what's happening.
You better unrug this space. Why is Kiro like the hero we didn't know we needed these days? I swear. It's like Kiro has just came out the woodwork. I see him in every space. He is literally everywhere. I love it. I
Because
know, I really
clones run
love it.
everything, bro. Because clones run everything.
You know
I
why it seems like Kiro came out of the woodworks? It's because there was a brief period where he didn't have a clone PFP. He didn't put his clone PFP back until I made this hoodie thing for him. What did you
yeah,
rock before, Kiro?
He didn't have his Kiro.
I had like various anime projects that I was flipping to get a Azuki clone, and I got to the threshold, but yeah,
What's
I've
the
been
Zuki clone?
I got scammed by a doodle.
I've been following
I
Kiro a
got
long
drained by
time.
a fucking doodle. My
Hold on,
dumb
rewind.
got drained by a doodle.
Hold
I'm
up.
gonna say it so everyone knows.
Compound, what were you saying?
I've been following Kiro a long time, and it wasn't. He reached out for me like for this PFP he's got on his main profile, and once he got the hoodie on his clone, he put it up, and that's probably when you started noticing him when he actually put his clone PF.
Yeah, because
Yep.
Kuro was all over the place, and I feel like us clones, we grounded him. Like, we brought him back home. We said, Kuro, we love you. You're family with us. You're safe with us. You can be with us. And like Kuro, I'm not joking. Like, I know it sounds like I'm like capping, but like I really have noticed a difference in Kuro since he's become a clone. Like, he's grounded. He knows who he is now. Um Kuro, you were just talking about who are you just talking about?
Doodle Rugden.
Doodle
Don't have the
Rugden.
money.
Thank you. See, good thing Moon High keeps me from being so high. I mean, can you just give us a TLDR, unless if it's not too dramatic? Because I didn't know
Oh,
about.
it's not too dramatic. Basically, what happened is I went into a Discord, and the project was allegedly founded by a guy that owns a doodle, also named Charles, who decided to send me the mint link early, and I thought I had early whitelist, but all I really got was drained.
How much did you get drained for?
176 ETH or something.
Jesus.
Yeah. So my entire because what I was planning to do was trying to get a Spirit Azuki so I could put it into one of my comics with my clone, and they would have been a dynamic duo. Yeah, but that didn't work out because
Hold on, rewind though. You were about to mint with a wallet with over 100 ETH in it.
yeah, I used to like not be smart about that stuff, right? I'm
That's
not.
honest.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
not
I
gonna
didn't
lie about
listen.
it. I wasn't like I used to keep a lot of ETH inside of my wallets at all times, and then I decided after this that it's probably not the best idea.
Was it wrapped Ethereum?
No, it was just straight ETH.
What? So
go ahead.
You shouldn't be able to approve a spend on just regular ETH. Did you like get access to your seed phrase or something?
No, he didn't get access to my seed phrase. I approved the transaction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was a send
I did. I
transaction.
didn't
So
think of reading it. I thought I was minting something, bro.
Oh, and it had you send. It had you send 176 ETH.
Did you lose anything else besides ETH or any NFTs?
I didn't lose any NFTs, just ETH, bro.
Jeez, I'm so sorry, brother. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is a major setback for now, but I'm not gonna dwell on it just because I know I can do better.
Well, all right. Well, so since we're sharing stories, so because I don't like somebody to just tell their shitty story without telling mine. So back in 2017, same thing. I was super fucking stupid and brand new and like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and like I had been trading Bitcoin, not really knowing what I was trading. I was trading it like stocks, and I was trading like stocks, like not understanding that I was really dealing with cryptocurrency is what I'm saying is. And so I was trading it, and long story short is there was that Bitcoin Cash airdrop, and I lost like over 4 Bitcoin. I don't know, it's like 4 to 6, I don't know, I haven't logged. So I lost like 6 Bitcoin, which at the high is like 124, about $250,000 now, then I guess. And then I lost another Bitcoin to a these are all my losses. I keep them logged, so I always remember not to get scammed. But I lost another Bitcoin to a arbitrage scam, which was really sophisticated. They were pretty good. Then I lost 2.5 ETH, which is whatever. I mean, it's a lot of money to some people. And it means a lot of money. Period. I lost 2.5 ETH towards someone who I thought was my friend, who um, social engineered me as a whatever for months. Was like a whole. Uh, what's the name? Mod in my server. I had a gaming server. Blah 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 blah. Thank God they didn't rug my server, but they did rug me. And then I lost $1,500 to another friend who is doxxed, like fully doxxed. Came to my film premiere, sent him money, oh, I'm gonna pay you back like next week. Oh, hey, cool. Here's 1,500 USDC. Rugged me for that. Just disappeared, and I just learned. I'm just like a friend asked me for some money the other day ago, and I was like, look, if I send you this money, I'm not expecting it back. Just know that like this is my PTSD from getting rugged from you know giving money to people and trusting them. So it sucks. It wasn't 100 ETH, but I feel you, brother. It really sucks.
Yo, you know what's crazy is this new clone tool thing is really crazy. But yeah, yo, you know what the worst thing about losing the money is just not having the better sense to kind of like double check what you're doing and stuff. That's what really hurts.
Yeah. Do you have Pocket hold up. Pocket Universe on your thing yet?
No, what's that?
Okay, everybody has to get Pocket Universe. Hold on, I'm gonna pin it up. I'm gonna find the official link. It's on ETH and Polygon, and what it does is it simulates the transaction that you're about to sign. So like it will like literally say you're about to exchange, 4 ETH for or let me make it realistic. You're about to exchange 5 ETH for a clone, or 90 ETH for a Bored Ape, and it like literally lays out exactly what you're about to do before you do it. What I'm gonna do is, because it is one of the best tools, and it actually saved me from one malicious transaction. Is I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna pin it so everyone can add this to their suite of dApps, or extensions, I should say. Um, it's called Pocket Universe. It really, and then big influencers have been promoting it lately because it really works. It really is. It's a legit uh, product. Let me make sure this is the official one before I do anything. All right.
Yo, I heard that the gold check mark is supposed to be $1,000 a month from Twitter.
Gold check mark. How do you get the gold check mark?
So the business check mark for businesses is supposed to be $1,000 per month.
So it's 12K. Well, I mean, if you're a big business, 12K is nothing. I mean, that's like,
I'm still gonna pay the 12K. I'm just, even though I'm not a big business, because like I've been thinking about it, bro. What happens if I have like any sort of moderate success and then somebody starts fucking like doing weird shit to my holders? Like what do I do?
no, that's smart. I mean, I feel like, again, none of this is financial advice or any type of advice, but like I'll just go what I'm doing. Like right now, in this very time, I am girding up for a bull run in a year from now. But what does that look like? A year goes by so quick. Like, so that means that I am making sure all my security is right. I am looking at coins that I want to buy. I'm making sure that all of my socials, all of my everything that I want to do, I'm executing now, because when the bull run hits, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, it's going to be quick. It's going to be a fireworks show, and so I think that's really smart for you to do that, Kuro, to prepare yourself for success. Because I hope you have it. I really hope you have it, and I believe you will.
Bro, I believe we all will. I used to get really angry when people be like, we're early, but I'm starting to really see that how early we really are.
Yeah.
I'm looking at like all the little losses I've taken in crypto, and they're kind of like insignificant at this point, so it's wild.
I mean, the losses that I took watch this, and then you're right. The losses that I took with that 4 Bitcoin in 2017 was worth 16K, 12 to 16K. And then and that was early, right? That was super early. And then let's just say at the top of the bull market, that would have been worth $250,000. So imagine what it's going to be worth this next bull market.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Aline, how are you?
Hello, good morning. I'm doing fine. I hope all of you as well. I quickly, interim work had to jump up because of the Pocket Universe thing. I'm a humongous fan of it. I've been using it, I think, since, I don't know, September or something like that. One important thing to notice, though, or to note, better say, is a lot of scammers have found their way around it now. Meaning is they route you to a site, and so you click on a website and you want to mint something, but then I don't really understand the full on dev technical background, but then you're kind of guided to a different site on their back end, and you are minting from that website and not from the other one that is initially connected to your wallet. And that is something where Pocket Universe is currently working on it. It's not a lot of them doing it, but I think it happened once or twice now in quite a decent size scheme where they ended up scamming, I don't know, 40 ETH or something each, which, I mean, 80 ETH at the end of the day is still something, right? So yeah, just still be careful there. But overall, it's a really, really good tool to use. And also, if you go into their Discord as well, I know some of us are not big on Discord, but if you have any questions, or also if you are about to mint something, and you're a bit sussed out by it or anything, you can also just hit them up and they'll double check it. So that's kind of super good as well. And lastly, one thing that I think is important, for anyone that has not done it, build in an hour or two per week, or an hour into your day, although we all have super busy schedules, and start understanding contracts, because that has saved me at least getting drained 3 times. So simply because I knew, and also just to get an insight on the project, because some contracts are structured in a way where you actually see where the mint basically goes, or how it's dispersed as well. And I'm sorry to say, but if it ought to be a legit project, and and I'm not saying anything against artists in that sentence, but if the artist gets 65% of all the mint fund, minting money or mint income, well, then it's a bit sus, because then you can most likely be pretty certain that one of the guys is gonna fuck off with all of that money. Same when it goes to a Binance wallet. You can check all of this with most contracts. So yeah, just 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I'm checking it out right now. I needed something like this, to be honest, like Pocket Universe.
Yeah, and same I don't know, I think a lot of people still kind of shy away from spending money on ledgers and Trezor and stuff like that. But if we think about it, even if you buy a Trezor for 300 or whatever it is, it's it's $300, yeah, but it's only $300, right? So also dispersing funds, don't just have one ledger, just get the fucking pack which
Yeah.
has 3 of them in it, and then you're sorted. So yeah.
So another thing is, and Aline is on top of it. Thank you so much. Is that so? It's posted up top, the Pocket Universe. I cannot overstate how much everyone needs to download this extension. Make sure you're downloading the right extension. Make sure it's legitimate. Follow all the links. Use your common sense, please, 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 please. But this basically simulates it, like I was saying earlier. Aline was right. I'm sure they have workarounds, so it's not 100%, but it's better than it. You'll see once you start operating, especially if you trade often, you'll see oh, okay, I'm exchanging this NFT for this. Even when you're doing OTC swaps. Like I did some OTC swaps for my Angel recently, and like I was exchanging ETH and another asset for my Angel, and it showed the ETH and the asset leaving my wallet, and that I was going to gain my Angel. So it was and it laid it out so simple. And you just don't get that kind of transparency in other things. Like you're just like a whole bunch of blah, 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 0, 1, 2, 5, what is this doing? I have no idea what it's doing. But what Aline was saying with no understanding smart contracts. Can you tell us a little bit more, Aline, about how you learned how to do that and why what inspired you? Because that's commendable. I have to say that's really amazing, Queen.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm very blessed. Like I have a good friend. 1 second, I just have to quickly reply to a business email. So like I have one friend who is very much so present in the Web2 dev department and engineering and stuff like that. So he's very into like looking into contracts, and I'm not bashing any like what, April or something. Min price was 0.069, and like I just kind of I wanted to mint over contract, and then instead of clicking write contract, I actually stumbled into read contract, and like write the first like 5 lines or something like that were basically those like mint dispersions, like how everything will be divided upon. And I was like, why the fuck is there like 65%? Like it just didn't make any sense to me. I was like, first of all, yeah, okay, if you have to pay people directly, yeah, sure, like put their wallets in and just get it sorted and done with. But then I was like, why is there no treasury? Like it was just very weird. And I just asked him, and then I kind of got like a bit of an insight. And it's if you kind of know like the different functions that everyone can like look up on Etherscan, like when you go into write the contract, right, you have like the set approval and all of those things. Like when you kind of get familiar with those terms, and then look into contracts, you will also like you will notice certain little remarks, so to say. This, however, obviously only like works when the contracts are simple. Because some contracts are so fucking complicated, sometimes on purpose, sometimes just because the devs are not like, I don't know, the best of the best. But you will see stuff like set approval for all, and then you have like the sign that is like, like the one which is like bigger than or smaller than. And if you have a sign that is like bigger than and like the mint price next to it, like why am I like supposed to give approval for all that is bigger than the mint price? And that used to be, for example, something that was around a lot like last year, like with all those like degen mints, that like the mint price was super low, but all of a sudden people got like in their MetaMask, it was like shown that they were ought to pay like $300-400, and that was simply because you had those funds in your wallet, and the contract was basically written in a way that it was eligible to take away anything bigger than the mint price out of your wallet. And as you were giving approval to it, that's basically how it ended up. And if you're obviously in a fast situation like a super degen mint, there's like 500 or 1,000 left, yeah, and you're possibly even cranking up gas, you don't directly notice that you're like paying anywhere from $300 to $700 for like a mint like this. You will be like, after the transaction went through, you'll be like, why the fuck is like my wallet balance so low? Yeah, and it's a lot of like, I mean, there is great devs also on Twitter, whether that's Inu, whether that's Cigar, like they do kind of like quite extensive threads on different contracts, whether it is like gas optimization or whether it's also like some rug aspects. And it's really just like looking into those and reading them. And whenever you get a chance that someone knows how to do certain things with contracts, just ask them questions. Like I was possibly the most annoying fucker for a while because I sent every single contract to my friend, and I was like, okay, this and this and this is things that I noticed. Is that correct? And he said, yes, but you actually overlook this. And that's kind of just like how you go about it. But overall, the way that I just do it is, and obviously you never know, but I have multiple ledgers. I have stuff dispersed over them. Two of them are fully locked away, actually, in different places. So even if anything was ought to happen, they're not at my place. Which, yeah, you have to trust the people, but that's like one thing. And then I have multiple browsers, whether that's Brave, Edge, Chrome. And for example, within Chrome, I have multiple profiles as well. So the wallets don't touch each other, basically. And then I also try to, like, with certain things, I fund them over KuCoin or something like that, so I don't do wallet to wallet transactions. It's
Hold on, rewind. Because I do that
yeah.
too. I fund through KuCoin because you can basically keep yourself anonymous. Am I correct?
Yeah, to a certain, yeah. Like if you're obviously gonna
That's what
go
I
to
thought
your,
too.
like, through your bank account or whatever, or even send it. Like I, for example, have like 2 different KuCoin accounts, and I send it to one, and from that one I then send it to the other, and from that one I then send it to a wallet. So it's like, yeah, one big that CloneX is about to pump, or is like getting immense traction all of a sudden. Well, yeah, I don't have the 6-7 ETH just lying around in any wallet. I have to do transfers, and I will lose time. Will I possibly end up having to spend possibly even an ETH more than someone else? Yeah. But is it worth it to me for not losing like 6-7 ETH? Yeah, as well. So it's kind of like something that you just have to agree. And I'm just, over the last months,
No,
too
I
many have been
really
rugged.
no, and I think you're giving some really valuable information because I do this too, and I sometimes I think like, am I crazy? But I just recently was doing some transactions, and I was like, you know what? I don't want this trace, and from what I understand and see, like, of course, everything is traceable at the end of the day. Like, you could find a way somehow, but KuCoin is exactly the way I was doing it, where I was putting money in and taking money out exactly the way you just, well, similar to the way you described it, in order to protect it. And you're right. I was like, you know what? It takes. So it's really good. Come on, drop this
You guys
alpha.
don't have crypto ATMs?
No, I'm in Germany. We don't have shit here.
Oh, oh wow. Yeah. So what I do is I go to the
We have a bunch in LA.
yeah, go to the crypto ATM, use cash to buy Ethereum, start a new degen wallet that no one can trace.
But you
That's
need
how
to
I do it.
definitely have a mask on when you go, full on ski mask.
Yeah,
Have
I live in Canada. They still wear masks here. COVID is in the minds and hearts of the people here. So it's not weird to wear a mask here. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, and it's like, it's like, I mean, all of us have seen multiple, like, or heard so many, like, also, like, and this is something that I always think is kind of crazy to see, but so many apes that are also, like, getting drained, getting rugged, and those are the ones that a lot of people also look up to, kind of. It's like, oh, they're the OGs in the space. Like, you think they should have everything down to a T, right? Like, they should be sleeping with their ledger underneath their pillow in a fucking safe. I don't know what. Um, but it just somehow doesn't happen. And I think no matter what, like, take the extra step, take the extra tedious route. Like, yeah, you've got everything like written down somewhere, you've got it hidden somewhere. Well, you then have to possibly like walk around your entire house to get to something where something's written down. But rather have that. And another thing, wherever you've got your seed phrases written down, just fucking laminate them and then put them into like a heat resistant like pouch. Then you're already a lot safer. Like, if anything in your kitchen is out to, like, about to explode, or anything is like starting to be, I don't know, flooded, something is safe to some degree. And like, fucking, if you still have grandparents, obviously fucking amazing. But just give them a copy. Like, they will not fucking have any idea what to use it for. Put it into like a cutout of a book or something that's in the highest shelf in their house, which they can anyway not reach. Like those type of things. At the end of the day, it's like for any one of us, no matter what, it's
Aline,
hard-earned
question
money.
for you.
Hmm?
Question for
Mm-hmm.
you. How do you feel about creating a copy of your ledger and giving it? So instead of giving your seed phrase and all that to your grandma, what about just giving them the actual ledger, because they're not going to be able to
Mm-hmm.
decode your ledger?
Yeah, they like that's actually something that I do have. So yeah, I've got two S ledgers. I got an X, and then I've got the the full new one, like not the one with the touch screen, although it looks nice. I ordered it, but I don't have that in use yet. But yeah, that's like I've got one in a bank, I've got one at my grandparents', and then I've got one with me. Basically at all times.
But at this point, you still have to give them the seed phrase because you can't get a new ledger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I don't think only giving them the ledger will.
No, you need the seed
I
phrase.
actually the other day I told my mom where is all my seed phrases because I was thinking like somebody should know.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And same with like when you order a new one, like fucking doesn't matter if you get it off of Ledger. Reset it. Just reset it. It's 2 minutes of your lifetime, but you don't know who touched it at the end of the day. So
my parents know how to do crypto because I taught them, so I can't give them that. I literally think they'd run off with my money. It's so sad. I can't even trust my own mom and dad. I'm like, y'all would run off with my shit. But maybe grandma.
100%. Grandmas are elite when it comes to stuff like this. Like even if they understand stuff.
So what else you got for us, Bubbles? Or we got Queen Knowledge dropping. Y'all giving it to us good. What's up?
I don't have a lot.
I have a question. Aline, is there a chance you're going to NFT Paris?
Bro, I was thinking about it long and hard, and now I'm so gutted that I've not booked a ticket yet because I've just seen the thread that NFT Paris published yesterday about like all the locations and stuff and how it's looking. And I'm honestly thinking like I'm not going to get a ticket anymore possibly, but I do think because it's so close, like I might as well just drive over. So yeah, I do think I'm coming. I'll update you. I'll know end of this week if someone of my family has to go into the hospital or not, like nothing major, but if I'd have to drive them or not. But yeah, I'll keep you in the loop. And NFT NYC as well. I'm just kind of waiting for NYC to get some fucking satellite events because right now it seems like no one is doing shit all. And I'm like, why am I supposed to book like flights plus
Just come to NFT LA because NFT LA is gonna be popping, but I heard New York is gonna be. In New York, and this is what I always said when they had NFT LA New York. I was like, New York is not a city built for big group events. It doesn't make sense to me. But LA is, and I know other cities are. Obviously, Miami is.
But with LA, the problem is like for any European, LA is like so uncommon because like LA, the flight is so much further away. And another thing is like you need the flight, you need accommodation,
A car,
and you need a car. So
no, that makes sense. I never, you know what, that for European, that totally makes sense. Well then, I guess New York it is.
yes. And anyone, Ear Pits is minting today as well, just FYI. It could do well on secondary. So keep an eye out. They're obviously very close with like Yoga Pets and everything like that. So I think they're minting in like an hour or something like that. So just keep an eye on secondary. FYI.
Did you see this Muggler shit on OpenSea? The mint?
Mm-hmm.
There's like the...
Did you buy it?
There's also... No. It's only 300.
Well, then go ahead.
I think the perfume smells like shit, so... I don't know.
I'm excited to see Louis Vuitton coming in because I really want to see what they're doing with everything and how it's going to work out for them. And then Puma is obviously fucking exciting as well. Wasn't an AMA or Spaces yesterday. And they seem to have stuff figured out. I'm not gonna lie. So I didn't like when they dropped Cat Blog's Puma. I papered that shit as fast as possible. Because people kept undercutting like absolute mofos, like not just like by 0.01 or something, but they actually undercut by like 0.05. But now it seems like they've learned from it, from what what Catbox did. I'm excited to see that, and it's kind of a bullish signal. I'm not gonna lie that like some big brands are finally like stepping back into the game again. So I actually agree with the possible movement in market in like the next year scenario. I do think so.
Yeah, we're definitely, from my perspective, entering the beginning of another bull phase, and it never looks like it in the beginning, but there's definitely so much happening. And on the NFT end, you talk about brands entering; they have not stopped entering, or at least conversations to enter since the bear market begun. That it has not stopped on my end for sure.
Yeah, that's true. But like their presence has been a bit more under the radar, so it wasn't like in like the hype beast magazines and stuff like that, which is kind of, or complex, which are kind of, I don't want to say boomer, but they are kind of magazines for anyone like 24-ish upwards, 23, whatever. And I do agree very heavily with the NFT or the Web3 gaming side, but some of you know, so very, very fucking excited for that. There's so much shit going on. It's unreal. Like, simply Amazon, like, stepping their foot into the game, I think that says it all.
Says it all. And not only Amazon, but Netflix is stepping in the game too. Not necessarily for Web3 gaming, but for gaming. And if they're going to follow Amazon, which, interesting enough, Amazon followed Netflix into streaming, but it would not be out of order for Netflix to follow Amazon back into that.
Yeah, I agree. And there's so much, like, so many, like, for example, like, aka not affiliated with them, FYI, but like Homa has been under the radar because they've been pretty quiet, but they got big bang investments behind them, big funding. Then obviously no one fucking knows. I think Homa has 160 mil in funding. Then obviously no one fucking really knows what Gabrielle is on about with Limit Break and Digidaikaku, but that is like tremendous as well, like 200 million in funding. Then you've got like, I don't know, like Illuvium is dropping something new this week. Yeah, and it's like, and a lot of them as well are starting to run up with their game economy side. So a lot of the ones that were kind of like silently building last year or like end of last year, they're now like running up with their game economy. Mind you though, like this is something where you have to be super careful because a lot of the ICO phases and stuff are very much so pump and dump in the beginning. So either get in as fucking fast as possible to get the height, or just wait and get in after. But what I think is actually more interesting than a lot of the game economy sides is the ones that are actually starting to be playable. There's a lot of alphas that are out right now. There's a lot of alphas or betas dropping. And honestly, if you have little cousins, little brothers, or whatever, just purchase a couple of them and then just sit them in front of it. It's better than playing Fortnite. It's better than playing Valorant. They're going to make some money. You can share.
Shame on you. Shame on you for exploiting our children and our little cousins. I am so disappointed.
I have two little brothers. Like, one of them is
at work. They are going to be and they already love Roblox, and I've spent so much money. Yeah. So
no, it's like, I mean, they get a cut of it. Like, I told them last year, I was like, just sit your ass into Discord instead of watching Netflix, and they didn't, and they were kind of jealous. They were like, why did you buy this jacket? I'm like, whoa, why? And I mean, now it's like, now is the time. Like, if they're anyway a lot more skilled, their brains are acting everything so much faster. Like if they get an attack, like I mean, you saw it on Twitter now. Like how many kids were actually playing Dookie Dash? It was insane. Everyone was like, "Oh my little one is playing Dookie Dash. Look at the score." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, fuck that. I'm not gonna be able to compete." So, yeah.
You already know the fucking vibes. Bruh.
What are you saying, Bombay?
I'm gone off the whiskey, bro.
Good whiskey is
So I'm
one of
smoking on that Japanese whiskey right now.
okay.
You
Let's go.
already know the vibe. Wait, what? So lefty
Are you
there.
on that good cushion alcohol?
Yeah, I'm on that
You
no
got some
cushion
down,
alcohol.
some down people you're gonna call.
I got I can go.
I can't stand you. I'm Ave. Good cushion alcohol. I got some down. This is alcohol. I don't. Yo,
You
but
why you
yo, let
throwing
me
it
just
back?
tell you something.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No,
No, you
Tell
go
me
ahead,
something,
whiskey man. Go
bro.
ahead.
Bro, you ain't want to. I ain't gonna tell you shit, bro. Just tell me what you want to tell me, bro.
I was gonna say, yo, I don't know where Aline. Did I say your name right, Aline? Is it Aline?
No, it's correct. Otherwise, I would have said something. Don't you worry.
Okay, cool, Aline. Yo, Aline has been dropping like straight alpha, alpha, like boss alpha in here, like blowing us out the water. Compound's asleep. He has no idea. His beard is probably soaking in some whiskey right now. There's weed chunks in it. Like you could probably roll a blunt. He doesn't even know that I'm talking shit about him because he's asleep. I already know. I already know. And I see, oh shoot, I'm so sorry. I see hands. I'm so sorry, NFTG. Bringing you up. My bad. They've been waving. I'm
Okay,
a
yo, can I tell you
terrible
something though?
host.
Actually, though, the alpha does come up at like during these times. Like when I see Bubbles and Kuro in
Nah,
here, I
that
know the
guy
alpha
was not
coming.
alpha. The guy that just tried to come in here was not alpha.
Oh,
It's just gonna pin a bunch of crazy shit up to the top. Yeah,
I'm mad that like I literally approved him up, and before he could even come up, you kicked him back down.
oh, bro, imagine, I'll be in like.
You
That's
know
why
it.
people co-host me because they know I already been through the ringer with these fucking weirdos in this space, bro.
And
Yo,
I'm the worst
Twitter,
because I'll just bring up people like, oh, look, it's iwilltroll.com. And I'll just bring them up like
bro.
it's
That
some.
guy only changed his display name to NFTG to get at us right now. He probably gonna pin some crazy link up to the top.
But
Oh,
watch this, like, let me stop. I was thinking like Kuro has like 12 different personalities for all of his different phones, and like one of them, he like sends his own personality to come up and troll his own self. Okay, let me stop.
yeah, I could see myself doing that. I've been. Have you seen the one? Have you seen the fuckery down at the bottom of the screen?
What's
If
the
you,
fuck at the bottom
it,
of
you'll
this?
see my
He's got
real
his he's
clone.
got his hand raised, bro. He's trying to speak.
Oh yeah, now I see the fuckery. Fuckery down. Oh man, who stays in this room? Who stays in this room and listens to this fuckery though? On the real,
You know who?
Everyone
All
does.
these motherfuckers
Everyone.
sleep. They all sleeping right now.
everyone's asleep. We're just
Oh,
talking.
okay. IB down there throwing the hundred.
Can we let IB up? Can we let IB up, Kiro?
We got upper
I'm letting
finest
her.
down there.
Nah.
Nah, bro.
No, what do you mean? No, time to surface. They got a link tree. They got people.
They got.
They got a moonbird, and their
Is
chat.
that their moonbird?
We're letting IB up.
Yeah, let IB up. Let's see what IB.
Jeez, you are hard, girl. You're probably the people who used to kick me out of rooms.
Nah.
This is before my clone, when I was a nobody.
Nah, I would have let you up. Bro, I
Hello,
heard you speak
I'm just
before,
laughing
bro. You're
here.
intelligent. I ain't letting. Yo, bro.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yo.
You need to have
I
a
know IB. What's
consensus to
up?
let people up. That's fun. Well, I woke up to actually go to the bathroom, and I don't know. I just took my phone and I heard you guys talking, and I can go back to sleep. But this is better than sleeping. So I don't know if you guys talk about another block, the like the Rihanna single that a bitch better got my money that they're gonna drop on Thursday. Did you guys talk about it?
Oh, I talked about it in our spaces. We had an AMA with them in our server. They're fucking on fire, those guys.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold up. Who's bitch about to get my money? Because Rihanna's my
Bitch
girl.
better have my
What with
money.
that?
well, I mean, is this a project called Another Block, and they have a thing to share royalties of songs? I hear meets how you call it, meets opinions, because some people say that they're just getting money in advance. But I think it's interesting that the supply is very small and the price is not that high either. And it's the first entry, like if you hold the NFT, you don't only have the possibility to get the royalties, but also participate in the future drops from other very famous or very famous songs. So yeah, I just wanted to. And somebody said that's not my bird. That's obviously it's my bird. Like I don't have the square whatever, the hexagon profile, but obviously that's my bird. And to let you know something, I'm also a CloneX community holder. The thing is that I have another identity with my CloneX, and right now I cannot handle both. Either I talk as a bird or I talk as a CloneX.
Hold on. Rewind. Yeah, rewind. Now listen, I was a former Moonbird, and I'm gonna give a little flex. I sold my Moonbird at the top. It was my best NFT play. I minted. I held it with conviction. Like I was like, I was happy. But then at a certain point, I was like, there's no way in any world that I'm gonna get 100,000. I think it was $110,000 worth of value from this just selling it. So I sold it, and then it dropped from there. But here's the issue, IB. I love your Moonbird. I can't even front. Your Moonbird is beautiful. I love the background. But we know that clones are better. So why aren't you switching to a clone, at least in here? So there's
No,
going
no,
to be.
no, no. But let me tell you,
Tell me.
maybe the clone. The thing is that my clone is an entity on its own. Is Soho. Soho has her own Twitter account. Soho Speak has an avatar. So Soho might be sleeping right now. You know.
Who is doing this hot ass
Yo,
mess?
kick him, Jared. Kick him down.
Oh, it's
Somebody gave me a thumb
Jared.
down, but honestly, like Soho is so much better than my Moomber, of course. But she cannot. I mean, I cannot be Soho. Soho already has her own account, so it's either she's in or she's not in. Right now it's IB talking.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. No, no, no. And you're doing it right. You're keeping them separate. You're not. And we love Moonbirds, so we're not gonna. I was just giving you a hard time. We normally force people to change it back. If they have a clone, they usually have to turn their PFP into a clone. But we're gonna let this one slide, IB.
No, you know what I'm going to do? Just for you guys to see, I'm going to leave with this account and I'm gonna join as Soho. But Soho is different person.
Come through.
Okay,
You're
bye.
not ready. Okay, well, IB, we appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. We'd love to see you as a Moonbird or as a clone. We'll see you back soon. Okay,
I found the Soho account. It's actually super cool. Like,
how are those
going
bubbles?
to
What
the
is
show, you will see she will come. Different
Okay.
personality.
I feel like I'm the only one. Oh shit, she's coming back. She's not playing either. Mama don't play. Hold on.
Yo, check out the post on that
Check
PFP.
out the
Mama
pose. It's
don't
like
play for real.
she's like
Yo,
grilling,
that
like
is
don't
so
fuck with me.
fire. Yo, that is so fire. Oh my god, the whole profile is so.
It is fire.
It's such a vibe. Oh my god.
It-
You did so good. Oh my god, look at
It's
the
really
walk
looking like
cycle.
please don't fuck with me.
Oh my god, the walk cycle. Oh my god. Brilliant. Brilliant.
The only problem is that I have the same voice as IB. I need to buy a voice.
Oh my goodness! But you know what? We love your voice, IB.
Okay.
We love.
This is a token gated Twitter space, by the way, and I love Soho. You know that, IB.
I
Soho.
know, and I love Bombay. We're all-time buddies.
Where are you from, Soho?
Well, Soho is from the metaverse. We were minted the same day, right?
No. Like real, and I mean, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
No,
But
no,
I'm
it's
just curious.
okay. I mean, Ivy, who is she's my twin soul. She's from Venezuela, and she lives in New York.
I thought so. I thought so. That's what's up. Well, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my first time meeting IB in Soho, and you're wonderful.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah. Well, so I'm creating a lot of content. I have my YouTube channel, and I do things from the metaverse and from IRL, and I try to include a lot of things from other NFT projects, and I have a lot of fun doing it.
Soho, you were in Miami, right?
Yes, I did. I went there, and I met a lot of the Alts and Shella. I met a lot of people. It was sweet. But anyway, I'm gonna try to go back to sleep, okay? Love you all. Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you.
And I start following Aline. I love everything you said. I love your energy, and I read your pin tweet. It was fun. I like it. I want to share with some girls.
Follow Bubbles too. Follow Bubbles
I was
too.
about to say
Okay.
my big love Bubbles.
Here's Bubbles. Okay, follow back here. And Aline, follow. Yeah, I was following Hasaibi, but now everybody, we're all together. Good.
Let me ask you something before you go. Do you use the IB or you use the Soho? Which profile do you use the most?
I use both, but the thing is that it's two different people.
Right.
You know, like I honestly have to find, like, if you see everything Soho, like, I mean, I am myself, you know, like I'm not IB is only my alter twin. So she says that I am her alter soul. She's a little bit confused, but anyway, so I use both, and you see they all have a lot of content. And
Yeah, they
but
do.
Soho is from the metaverse. Like IB says that she's gonna fuse me with artificial intelligence, so I'm going to be autonomous at some point.
Can you say hi to Compound, because I hope he listens to this at the end, and I want him to know that we still know he's still asleep. His beard is in a pile of.
Compound is great. He invited me to the bad take chat, and I always follow it. And I know he's sleeping. He's not even gonna know. Like, he has no idea that we're talking shit about him, but he deserves it.
He's gonna find out later. I just want him to hear that we've been talking shit about him. Like, he
Yes.
needs to know this because it's all
Okay.
love.
Okay. Well, and it's so nice to also hear your voice, Ninja. Where are you based?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay, but this is good. So it's early for you.
Yeah,
He
Good
said
for
Los.
you.
He said I'm from Los Angeles.
Bombay, I'm coming after you. Wait till I see you in person, Bombay. Yeah. I think I gotta shut it down here soon. I'm tired. It's 4 a.m. where I'm at. You know, Bombay, you gonna have to take over the room. If I would make you. Oh no, we have Kuro's co-host. Okay, cool. I was gonna say we need at least one co-host in here. We got. Hold on, how many Kuros do we have in the room? We gotta fucking check, because Kuro will take over the whole room with like 20 people.
Bro, I can DM fucking verified to get other accounts verified. This is crazy.
What do you mean you can DM to get other accounts verified? What's that mean?
So so I can get I'm gonna upgrade this account to the gold check mark.
And after
And
that,
then
you're gonna get Bubbles and I verified because we're in Europe. We don't fucking even have Twitter
Yeah,
being like
I was about to
shit
say,
all.
why don't you get us verified?
Yeah, we have to do
now,
the VPN shit trick. Like, we have to go all out to even get, and then we also have to pay the $9. Like, what is this? Nah.
that's so
yeah,
stupid.
I pay it yearly. I just pay the 127 yearly.
Hold on, they never gave me a yearly option. It was only a monthly.
And they don't save
that's
that shit
because
at $11.
so if you look, I'll join the other bot in here. I have so many fucking things I'm working on
How
right
do you
now.
now? Do you label your phones, or like really? How do you keep track, Kuro?
These so the one with the hand up is not a phone, and neither is the one that's about to come in right now. They're both both virtual machines, and
And you're running for your computer,
yeah.
and you're and what's your reasoning behind it?
Why do it?
Yeah,
just to annoy people. Yo, bro, the more times that people see clones, the more annoyed they get. They're like, "What the hell's that?" It's a
So
clone.
you hold on. Is artifact okay? Now it's question. Now we're putting you on the stand.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, Kuro.
Yeah, it's up.
No, I need to see it on the screen and to see it. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you by the Satoshi white paper?
Yes.
Okay. So you are a human being behind this person right now, solidified. You are a human being with a heart
Yeah.
and a brain. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a human. It's definitely me on one of my phones.
Okay, so we know you're not AI. You are actually a human being with a soul.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that far yet. I've been trying to get the so I do have the API stuff hooked up to a Python script that's supposed to like listen and respond, but I haven't been able to get it to work through BlueStack yet. I'm working on that. I'm gonna bring Chloe in here. And
is this Honey?
Pardon?
Finance, sailing, racing, music, maths. Who's this?
Oh, I have no idea who that is. Chloe is actually like one of my projects.
Okay, no. So I had some questions. I wanted to ask you. So
Yes.
you don't have any purpose but to have all these different okay. So Honey wants to come up. You keep rejecting her. Why can't we bring Honey? Damn. Why can't
I
we
don't
bring?
know. I don't know who that is. I'm not sure who that is. So I
We're
don't.
gonna let her up. Damn.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh, Kuro is tough. Honey,
I
come on up, honey. Now you troll us, that's me. That's on me. I'm gonna get. Don't troll us now, honey. Okay, she's requesting one more time. We're gonna bring Honey up. Honey, don't play. You better not be playing. Okay, Honey's up on stage. What's good, Honey? How are you?
Okay, thank God. As long as it was a human. Oh my God, I get so
Kira,
scared.
so this is why there's. Oh my gosh, I feel bad for the stages.
No,
Yo,
you're
I get
fine.
traumatized.
How are you? How are you? And
We're doing.
let me know how you are.
We are great. How are you, Kuro? How are you, Honey? Sorry,
I'm traumatized.
not
I
you, her.
told
I
you
meant to
guys.
say Honey. How are you, Honey? So you kept requesting. What can we? What do you have? What do you want to talk about? What's good? How are you? What's up?
That's good.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
creeped out. Like,
You know,
yeah.
when I think of honey, I just immediately think of Jessica Alba.
Bombay. I know. That was like a classic. It just brought back all sorts of memories. Okay, Kira, back to you, Kira. Okay, so you got all these accounts. I know you're doing it more just to troll people with clones. Like, what is your? There's got to be another objective. Like, I'm not fully seeing the picture.
Oh, so with all the accounts with my clone PFP, that's just for clone visibility. Um, that's all that is. Like obviously, Sola Fide, I'm I'm reviving a rugged esports team, getting the old players paid.
But why though? Why?
Why?
First, why rep all the clones, and then second of all, why rep Sola Fide?
First off, mind your own fucking business, asshole.
Second of all, you will get removed quickly. Anyways,
I knew it. I told you. I
you
bro,
did,
yo,
you did. And then her fucking ass rugs me, and I look like the fucking dumbass. I am. It's fine.
Nah, this is how I know you are a very kind person, and I gotta take care of you,
You
bro.
do. I'm too nice. I'm too nice.
Bro, I love you guys because you guys are so nice and so kind and so creative. But sometimes I just get worried. Like, you see, that's the thing is you have a guy that's always on demon time taking over something that's failed.
Yeah.
I can't fail. I don't care for failure.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fail.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't actually need anything really, to be honest. I'm like very secure in life and all that shit, but I really need to see people win that haven't had a good chance at it, bro. That's
And there's
that's
a
one of
lot
my
of people in this
things.
space that deserve it too.
Bro, a lot of people don't even get a second chance, and there's people in our space that have gotten multiple. Bro, until I got rid of Beanie, Beanie was here rugging people all the time, bro.
Which you got rid? Nobody can get rid of Beanie. He always comes back.
He's not coming back like how he used to come back. Trust me.
Right, because you would just kick him as soon as you knew it was him, huh?
No, I don't kick people when they're down. I just talk to them like
No,
normal.
not kick him like kick him. I'm talking about kick him out the space.
Yeah,
Like, are
bro,
you
I
like if
gave him an
Beanie was trying to
option.
come up here and show people, you gonna let Beanie in the room?
Oh, definitely not, bro. He can't come into any room I'm in and say anything.
Okay, so what about Maki Big Brother?
Bro, the other day I tried to bring Bachi Big Brother up and tell him that he's Books' sugar daddy. You think I give a fuck about these guys, bro?
Hold on. Hold on. I need the
I
tea.
dead ass, bro. I tweeted it. Go
Hold
check
on.
my Twitter.
Hold on. Rewind. Maki Big Brother is Book's sugar daddy. Shut up.
He's funding Books' operation, bro. You don't
That's no
see it?
surprise.
What? You guys sit in these spaces all the time and you guys don't see the fuckery that's going on?
I don't go to Web3 Exposed. I last time
I
was
stopped, bro. I couldn't go there anymore. Like, I'm not here to drag people down, bro. I'm here to elevate people.
Did you see how they toe up our boy Leap?
Yo, bro, I still rock with the Leap. I just didn't go up yesterday because I was fucking drunk and I had shit to say and I didn't want to say it. I dealt with it in private. You know what I mean?
That's smart.
I have to be like responsible with the way that I act now because everyone knows about like clones through me. There's so many people that bought clones because of me. I can't disappoint those people, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not really like doing this for myself anymore. So I can't behave in the way that I used to behave.
But I think even if some there is anything going on, like no matter what in the space, like I'm very blunt. I'm very upfront all the time, and like if I'm pissed off of something, I say it. However, I think there is a big discrepancy in the way that some have been recent, like especially in recent, like articulating themselves, like criticize whomever. Like not obviously now to anyone in here, but criticize whomever, all of the above. Have a spaces about if you feel betrayed or whatever the hell it might be. However, I think there's a big difference in how something is being voiced or communicated, and then also if there is actually the chance brought forward for that respective person to explain themselves or to give like their side of the story. Like who the fuck am I to say person XYZ did this and that or was involved in this and that if I only know like one side of the coin? It's not fair. Like no matter what. Same as with if anyone writes a thread about something like rugging or whatever, yeah, well, then go ahead and link the thread of the person that you're accusing as well, so that everyone has the same information at all times. That would be the best way to go about it, and done deal. Honestly, I think it's ridiculous. I don't join those spaces
definitely,
anymore.
but dragging people down is not the way to do anything. Like, these people are here dragging people down, trying to bolster their credibility. But it just looks like to me like they're very uncredible people because they're dragging people down. I don't
Hey,
have any
real
time
quick
for.
though, how did you confirm? No, and I agree with everything, by the way, that Aline said, and also you too, Kuro. I'm 100% on both your same page. But how do we 100% know? I mean, it makes sense to me. Let me say that. But how do we know that Maki is Book's sugar daddy?
I don't care at the end. Like I get your point, but no, I don't. It's like it's certain things where I might listen to it. Let's just take another example, right? With Ryan. Like what Ryan did or what he didn't do, like what the other
Come
companies
on now.
did, I don't care. It's none of my business. If I was one of the ones choosing to bring money forward, well, then I better do my research. And I better do my research to the utmost due diligence and not be like sitting in a space or commenting under spaces at the end of the day being like, oh, I didn't know. Well, if you're going to invest in any other like startup or whatever, you're going to be sitting in talks with the founders unless you literally have money to throw out of the window and don't give a flying fuck. So like then going around the corner and being like, oh, like I also think like, yeah, it's not cool that the logo is from Shutterstock, but well, if you would have just Google image searched it, you would have known, you would have found out. So don't come out at the end of the day and be like, that is the case. It's none of my, and that kind of goes for all the others that are always getting involved in those talks. It's none of their business. If it's their business, if they get hurt, if they get rugged, whatever, betrayed, then and if it influences or if it has impact on the entire space, sure, talk about it because you think it's important, but then portray it as objective information and don't take sides.
Yeah, this is just objective information that I'm giving. Um, it's just like people keep asking me what the connection is.
Hold on, real quick. Can we just give props to because Aline be breaking it down. She don't play. She's coming in hot on them like No, but let me just tell you something. Uh, you, Aline, Bubbles, IB, of course, you, Curl Bombay, like y'all, some of the realest people in this space, fucking killing it. And I'm just very appreciative just to hear y'all just speak your truth and just be really blunt about it because it's refreshing. It is so refreshing. This is one of the most refreshing spaces where I've heard people spitting some real shit. So, anyways, I'll shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Kiro.
Yeah, it's just like there's a whole connection between like the question marks and them and just the it doesn't even matter really. Aline's right. It's like it's not going to affect the whole space. Like that whole trend of like dragging people down is going to end soon because they have no legs to stand on with that shit. It's not like you can't just drag people down and then think that there's not going to be any sort of repercussion for that, right?
I was saying earlier that because I've seen this happen in cycles. Like I'm not new to crypto. I've been in crypto for a minute, and what happens is that you're right. This is their moment of shine or people's moment of shine. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just talking about anyone who is doing anything negative. And once the bull market starts to heat back up or even warm back up, we got a bull market coming back around. Those voices are going to be completely forgotten. There's going to be new generations of people coming in. There's going to be new influencers. There's going to be a whole new cycle of people reset. It's going to be a whole new reckoning. And like those people are going to be fade into oblivion. And I've seen it happen before. I have seen it. And even if people do have voices and even if people are still throwing shade or stuff, the people who are focused on the positivity and making money and having fun and growing and building, that's what's really going to supersede and shine more in the bull market.
And the reply guys, they are the future of the whole Web3.
And the reply guys. Yes, reply guys are always in reply guys and reply gals. There's a whole bunch of reply everybody's.
Hey, I wanted to share something funny.
How
I usually don't use this PFP for this account. I actually use my own picture, like Eileen and Bubbles. And the thing is that there was a raffle recently for people who had a Moonbirds PFP, so I changed it. And because I have the Twitter, how you call it, I forgot, when you have the check mark, it doesn't. You get locked in with the PFP. You cannot change it right away. So actually, I can't. It give me an error when I try to change my PFP. That's why I'm a bird right now. So I think that's funny because I only changed it for the raffle. But the other thing is that I don't spend much time in that Moonbirds Discord. I actually spend it in a, like they call it, sub parliament, like a small group of Moonbirds, and it's a very healthy Discord. We have so much fun there. It's called the Hoodlies, and I think because they made a rule not to talk about floor price. Like everybody, every time somebody comes, like complaining or wants to talk about floor, they get muted. So it's like timeout, and we just can't talk about anything except funding our own project. And I think, I mean, you cannot do that on Twitter, whatever, but I think it's something very, very good. Like it makes people bond in other ways and not be so worried about, the exact moment that is happening with your PFP, because we know all this is transitory. So anyway, I wanted to say that.
Oh yeah, I can vividly recall when we had an AMA in the Hoot List server, and I have to say it was awesome. Like I do fully agree with you on that. Like there is a lot of really, really cool people in the Hoot List, and I actually also have to say that I love a lot of those like sub holders communities. I think it's very nice because that is where oftentimes like let's say the core kind of finds themselves and kind of fuses together and is like kind of grows from like a friendship server to like a kind of community server representing a project. And that's also another thing. People don't like Discord. And yes, Discord has a lot of absolute garbage functionalities and they only want our data, nothing else, and they're not looking to improve the platform. However, I think that Discord to this day still has a very valid place in that Web3 space because I honestly get so fucking overwhelmed with Twitter DM groups. Like getting up to date in that is so hard. Like I think it's so much more of ease if you have like a Discord group chat or Discord friend server, because like you can just fucking control F something and you can search it. Like that doesn't work with Twitter properly. It just doesn't work. And if you're not on it like 24/7, you are lost. So
But let's talk about it though.
mm.
Isn't that fucked up? Like, how hard is it for Elon? I mean, let me not say how hard is it, but like, it is so ridiculous how terrible the UI, the API, just all of it with Twitter is when it should be so much easier. And you're right, Discord, like you said, you can control F, you can search your name, but like, it makes no sense how you have you can't even at somebody in like bruh, like how can you not at somebody on Twitter in the DMs to find out or to
Well,
talk to
you
them?
can, but it's so
Oh,
tedious.
you
Yeah,
can?
it's so tedious because you have to get like like you have to get their Twitter name completely right in
Oh, you're
typing.
right, you
It
can.
doesn't like
I'm
it
so dumb.
takes ages for them like for Twitter to suggest you that person. So that's fucked up.
No, you're right. I'm tripping. You can, but you can't. You know what I meant to say? You can't reply to someone's message, so you can't like hold and then reply to their exact message. So it's just like you really got to know how to follow, and don't be in more than one group because I don't know about y'all, but it is so hard to keep track of those Twitter groups. It's just a mess. It's just like Elon, if you're listening, gird your loins and help us, please. Help us with everything you've got, Elon. We're tired of messy. What you got for us, Aline?
No, it's just like it's a puristic agreement and something that I do have to accredit Clubhouse for actually from way back in the day. Some of you possibly still remember it. Is when they like had their platform and obviously they were a lot newer, so it was easier for them to change stuff or implement. But damn, like they were listening to their top content creators to a T. They requested stuff in like town halls or anything, where also like multiple thousand people were present, but they did it. And that's a thing which I don't understand with Twitter or also other platforms, is just take the ones that are so fucking active, ask them what they want and ask them why, and then implement it. It cannot be that hard. If it's ought to be consumer driven, well, then you might as well like listen to them.
Can I make a little bit of teeny flex? So I was in Mario Norfolk space. I was up on stage. Elon came into the room. He asked us what we wanted, and we started. So the first thing he did when he came off mute, he said Dogecoin to the moon. So not financial advice, but may not hurt to hold some Dogecoin. The second thing he said, he talked about Twitter payments, Twitter security, and then he asked us some of the things we wanted to see. All the guys on stage started just it was myself included, although I didn't say anything, started geeking out. It was like, Elon. But basically, we were able to give him a short list of a few things. The things that were suggested weren't that good, but I think Elon is aware, Aline, and maybe you tell me your insight, because you're a lot smarter than me, and I really mean that. You're really smart. But like, I think it's just too big of a ship to turn so quick. Or why don't you think those changes have happened?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly flattered right now, and I don't agree. I think we're all very much so clever, smart in our own way. And that's what makes this space actually so valuable, which many people have not found out yet. Because, yeah, that's kind of how we all learn from each other and how we kind of make good deals, all of the above. Yeah, obviously the layoffs and stuff possibly were not necessarily like the best move, just in regards to capacity of things that can be done. However, were necessary in order to be like, okay, like I'm being serious about shit here, like either get the stuff done or don't. I think there is a lot of things that are possibly also like still stuck in the back end, that were ought to be implemented or that need to be fixed in order for something else to be done. Then obviously Elon is a very busy man. So I mean, it's not just Twitter that he kind of has to overwatch. And I do think that he wants quite a big involvement in Twitter. Like, yeah, he has his guys and stuff, but I do think that he wants to know what the crack is going on. And that obviously kind of can only work within his timely availability, although he apparently like works whatever 22 hours a day. So I think that's like a big part to it. And then also like with every change that you do, especially if you've built a brand for yourself, or like in this case for Twitter being a brand, if you implement changes too fast, you can have like the exact opposite movement that people will start kind of being like, why the fuck is this changing? Why is this changing? So it can be very overwhelming and you could actually lose some traction. So I think those are some pointers.
Yeah, but we can start with like simple things. Like I hate the DM limits. Like you can tweet like fucking 2,000 tweets per day, but you can DM only 500 messages. It will put you for like jail sometime. It's bullshit.
I've never sent over 500 messages on. So you're like, man, Bubbles, you're killing it. I couldn't imagine sending 500 messages on Twitter.
But that's how you are in a group chat, you send just messages and you talk with someone back and forth. It happens.
No, I
It
can see
happens
it.
to a lot of people.
I could definitely see it. Yeah, especially if you're active, for sure. I could definitely see it. Yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about, Aline, with the you make the changes too quickly. People will make people uncomfortable. They won't know the UI. I remember Windows did that way back in the day. Microsoft Windows changed their thing, and people were flipping out because they had no idea where to go. And human brains are just used to certain things. So it'll be interesting to see what they bring. I mean, we already know that he announced the other day we have a creator economies now, so we're sharing ad revenue on the ads of the comments that come below our posts. So that's interesting. I'm curious to know if you noticed that the aspect ratio of our pictures have changed. So they used to be like the square, like uh,
Bro,
go ahead.
also, I think that it's like only NFT and Web3 people that are asking for these changes because because like in the other like my other Twitter world, like with like like NBA Twitter and hip hop Twitter, like they just vibing, bro. They have no idea what's going on in these Twitter.
It's only us Web
they,
three people are like,
bro,
but Elon is
no,
Web three, so he gets it.
only in Web3 we're asking when this, when that. Elon's like, bro, it's been like 3 weeks on the job. Like I haven't even done firing all these motherfuckers. Like, and y'all want Discord in the DMs and interactive voice chat screens. Like, bruh,
But
like
you know
give
what
him.
though? You're so funny. You're right, Bombay. But guess what? He's the one when Elon comes in spaces. Guess whose spaces he's coming in? He's coming into Web three spaces.
True.
Ain't that a bitch?
That's very true
Isn't that
though. But I have to
it?
say
Is it?
the fucking picture thing I noticed because I got
Yeah.
instantly mocked, and like someone took my took a gif that I made and fucking transformed it and put his head on it, like his upper body, and like had a rose in his mouth because the way that it uploaded or showed on the Twitter feed was legit just my legs. Like fuck that.
I'm sorry.
So
That's
That's so
funny.
bad.
I'm
that was
Because
sorry.
interesting.
I'm so sorry.
you know
That
who's
just
only
laughed so
who
hard,
the
but
only
that's pretty
people who
funny.
are buying verified checks are Web3 people. Like these other people are clowning folks for buying these checks. Like, what the hell y'all buying checks for? But us Web3 folks, give me that blue check, bro.
How
We
you
out
not
here
talking? How you
flexing,
gonna talk about the check, Bombay? You ain't got no check.
bro. I do got a check, but I'm waiting for it to get approved because I changed my name and now it take me 2 weeks to get my blue check back, bro.
Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't even know it was like that. Yeah, I'm not playing around with that.
Bro. Because
I will say
I
this.
wanted to keep it clean, so I changed it from But yeah,
No,
man.
I get it. I get it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Um,
No, but I
yeah,
did get a notification today that like my review is done and I should be getting my check back soon.
I didn't realize
That
it
made
was.
it's getting reviewed.
I did see that. I remember when I wanted to change my name, it wouldn't let me change my name. I mean, I wanted to change the emoji. I wanted to take away the crown, and it wouldn't. It's. I don't even know if it still lets me, but I went to take. It wouldn't let me when I first did it, so I was like, "Oh, I'll just leave it," because I just don't
That's
like.
what cause I wanted, bro. Because I wanted to get rid of the emoji. I wanted to be clean, But
Me too.
say my name, say my name.
When no one is around you, say, "Baby,
Say,
I."
baby, I love you.
Say my name,
Yeah.
say my name.
When no one is.
No, it's
Hold,
shady.
hold on. There's only one Beyonce in this bitch, and someone gotta. I'll be Kelly, but somebody gotta represent Beyonce. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, IB.
Oh, say my name, say my name.
Ooh, ooh.
Not too bad for this. Hey, can I share here quickly my personal project so you guys can know more about me, or is not for that? We don't use
You
this
know
for that.
what? You can share your personal project. Just our only request would be don't be too shilly with it, but explain. You've been vibing with us, so explain it from like somewhere where we can really be able to understand it, but it's not like, hey, buy my project right now.
Well, so
And no
funny
links,
because
no links.
my project, I'm not even selling anything. I do live readings on Twitter on Tuesdays, and I read a chapter of my book. That's my
Hold
project.
up. That's not that's a passion. You can show that any time of the day. I've seen you Soho doing them YouTube readings. I was in there one time. I love reading. You good?
Yeah, but I wanna share the origin of it. So I wrote a book called Graphic Tales from a Manic Mind because I had a mental breakdown like 8 years ago, and after that, while I was recovering, I wrote a book, and what prompted me to share it actually was Artifact, because when they released the AR hoodies, I saw some people saying, "Oh, finally, I'm gonna fly," and doing videos like that. And when I was manic, I actually thought I was going to fly. I was in the middle of the Brooklyn Bridge, and thank goodness I didn't jump, right? But I thought I was Wonder Woman. And I felt like these kind of things, I mean, they're fun and everything, but you never know when somebody can be in a different mental state and something unfortunate could happen. So that's why I bought Soho with the smiley face in the, because actually I'm into CloneX, but the following day I bought Soho because I felt identified with her. And so
You're a
basically,
OG.
yeah, man. I mean, I'm not super old in Artifact, but I minted Clonettes. And the thing is that, so I do my reading about Graphic Tales from a Manic Mind. If any of you guys are curious about the topic, it's a very entertaining and light output. The way I describe my story, on my profile, you can just go into Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and you can catch the live readings there, or join me on Tuesdays for a new story, basically. That was my spiel.
Thank you, IB. We're here for you.
Thank
And
you.
we'll support you.
No, yeah, we support you. That's definitely dope, and thank you for sharing and just being so transparent and just opening up about your story and just who you are. Please come, like, listen, y'all, we got a vibe in here. I'm so sorry. Like, this is dope. I feel so blessed to be with the people who are in the room right now. I'm so tired, if I'm honest, and I might pass out at any minute, but I just want to continue to talk to y'all because it's been really refreshing. um Boo, if you're still really there, can you throw up emoji, or is Boo sleeping? I've been like, I see Boo in the room, but I don't see Boo. All right, maybe he's not
Bro,
there.
this is how you know Bad Take go hard, bro. All these dudes in here in the room are just here for the vibe, bro.
Bad take goes so hard. Bad take goes so hard. You can't tell us nothing. Bad take is dope. Who else? Who else? What else we got? Ladies, y'all been dropping the alpha droppers. What y'all got for us? What are we looking at to buy, to pick up, to sell? What in this next coming few months to a year? Anybody?
Well, I mean, I love the Valhalla project. I pick up a second one, recently. I believe in that project long term. And then as far as new means, this one like another block. And then you remember the Hapes, they have a partnership with Diesel, and that's coming in a week or so. They're gonna have a new drop, but I mean I don't know. Remember, but it was very hype, and it went, I don't know, like 7 or 8 ETH, and then people didn't like the renders and all that. Well, they're still around. So, but I don't know. I think it could be interesting to watch. What else do I have?
Let's talk about something real quick. Because I met the founder of Valhalla. I met Alex at his offices in LA. He's a
Yeah.
really dope person. And let me be
Yep.
clear, I own zero Valhalla. I don't own any Valhalla. I don't have anything. And he took a meeting with us. He kicked it with us. Like, he's just a really overall just,
Yo,
and not just him and his team, just a really dope people. But I'm curious. One second, Bombay. I just want to hear from IB because I know she's not in LA or close by. What is it about Valhalla that you believe in, IB?
Well, I learned about it because they're like a gamers platform, and actually they took application. They started kind of this application meta, but they had a tournament within different communities like Team Doodle, Team Clonettes, Team Moonbirds. And I just wanted to be, have fun, and I joined it, and actually that gave me a wild list, an allow list. So I was able to mint it, and for the lowest price, like 0.25s, I think.
bro.
And I'm gonna be honest, I every single project before reveal it goes down, so I sold it. but I've been following it. I love the way they talk. I love the everything about it, like the aesthetic, how consistent. And that tournament was so much fun. They hired like some I don't know, Twitch tubers. I don't know how you call them, like some guys that were, like hosting the event. And the vibe was so amazing that I just felt they offered something very, very different and bringing all the communities together. They even ask other communities like, you want to pitch in for the prize, and they had very good prize. I think it was like $10,000 for the first winner. So that was about it, and right now I actually hold two because I'm very attached to my NFT. So I have one that I want it to be my Valhalla forever, and I have another one that I hope I can make some profit.
What you got for us, Bombay?
IB, did you mint your Moonbird too?
I minted my Moonbird, but I never sold it because whatever. I don't know. I
No,
thought
but
it was gonna fly
Hold
forever.
up,
let me tell you
hold up,
something. Your
Ninja. You
red
hear
hat
this?
Moonbird
She
is dope.
minted
I'm
the
sorry.
clones. She minted clones. She minted Valhalla. She minted Moonbird. Ah man, I'm about to pocket IB. You goated in this game. My goodness.
But you see, like I don't sell them. I mean, luckily, I actually CloneX has been my biggest flip. Like the CloneX I minted, I sold it for 18 ETH, and
Let's go. We love to see it. We love it.
and then Soho, I pay. It was crazy. It was a lot of money for me at the moment because it was my saving. I pay 5 ETH for Soho, but she's my forever clone. Like, I mean, honestly, she's just my alter soul, as I said it. I adore Soho, and everybody
We
love her
love it.
too. So I don't have any plans to whatever. She's just gonna live with me forever. I hope. So that's
I have
Valhalla.
to say something. I have to say something about that tournament. You triggered me there. I have to say, IB. Because obviously, like the tournaments, especially in the gaming realm of Web3, have found a lot of love and a lot of traction over the past few months. I do have to say that, and this is also not shilling, so please don't take it that way. However, a lot of those tournaments have took a turn to be very, very financially oriented instead of like they're always like teasing with very big prize monies, very big prize pools of everyone like chipping in something from their treasury, which is fine. But the reason as to why tournaments also often like in classic gaming kind of come through is because it's about bringing people together and making those cross connections. And I don't think there has been any other project thus far that actually was able to agglomerate 150 communities together in the Web3 space to make a tournament. So, I
You talking
do
about
have to
Valhalla
say,
did that?
no, we did.
Who's we?
Well,
Yeah.
it
What?
would be shilling if I'd say. You can
No,
just
just
click
tell me
on
the
my
name. I want to know.
No,
profile.
shill us. Tell us.
Please,
Stop playing around with the seat. Aline, now you
No, well,
playing. Now you playing games
please,
with us.
Aline.
no, it's like, so as said, it's not shilling, but it's something that was like never thought. Like we thought maybe like 40 projects would sign up, but we had 150. Like we had 200
Who's we?
registrations
The
and
name.
Degenheim and
Degenheim.
150
Of course, I know
participants.
Degenheim. Amazing.
Hold up, what's Degenheim? Why do I not know about this? What's going on?
Because you've been living under a rock. No, it's Web3 gaming as well. And yeah, it was crazy. We thought 50 people would legit, or like 50 projects would sign up, and we were sitting there like almost 24/7, like crazy nutters because we
Hold
ended
on,
up having 200
Degenheim,
registrations.
can we post it above, Aline?
Yo,
What, the tournament?
Aline.
Or yeah, yo.
Good morning. Oh, and everyone
Yeah,
else
I
too.
can.
It's crazy that
Hey,
people don't remember Degenheim literally put together like 1,200 people in the span of like 30 days, and everyone just forgot about it.
Can we post this above, because I apparently was like under a rock. Like, so sometimes I'm super tapped in and sometimes I'm filming, which takes me completely out, but I need to know. This sounds dope. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'm getting the tournament.
Thank
Post
you
right
so
now.
much.
So Aline still works for the project, so she can't chill it, but I don't work for the project. So I'll just give like a
Chill.
quick
Give it to
rundown.
us.
It was this mini game that the project made, kind of like this 2D flying like Flappy Bird style game, but like a lot harder. And they basically,
Oh, I know. Now I know what you're talking
yeah, the
about.
black
I
and
do know
white
what
one.
you're talking about. I do remember now.
Yeah,
I absolutely remember what you're talking about. 100%
they
I do remember.
basically put
Duh.
together like 135 different
But this was
projects.
like last year. I mean, of
Well,
course,
yeah,
last year.
last year, like 2-3 months ago, and like
I
the
do, but I
prices were like
remember the
3 minutes.
game. I definitely remember the game. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, no. I mean, that's pretty much it. It was like a huge event that hadn't been done before, and the prices were 3 minutes, and it was a lot of fun. Like if you were present during the sessions, it was a lot of fun. Like a lot of quote unquote talking heads and founders and community members were like in the same VC day after day after day, like kind of competing. Like imagine this Tuki Dash or whatever it's called. Imagine that, but in a VC with like
I totally remember what
150
you're talking
projects.
about.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have a question. I know this is a little random, but what do you think, whether it's Dujiheim or anything else, what do you think would be the next items you would want to hold into the next bull run that would be mint passes or mint tickets for high value items? What would those items or NFTs or whatever be?
What?
Well, for me, it would be a lot of Web3 gaming, like a lot of them. There's some fucking dope ones. Like I can just like speak for ourselves, like because that's my day to day business. Q1 is basically gonna be on fire. And then like obviously following up, but that is something.
Q1
But
of
then also,
2024, right?
sorry,
Q1 of 2024 or Q1 of this year?
no, this year.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and then like stuff like, I mean, Apron is building like absolute nutters. They have a big tournament coming up as well. Shrapnel is dashing out something cross chain. So keep an eye out for Shrapnel. They've been under the radar, I think, a bit too much.
Is it Shrapnel on Solana?
No, no. They're building on Avalanche, but they
Oh.
will mint something on Polygon, Avalanche, and Ethereum, free.
Yeah. Okay. So Shrapnel, I am familiar with Shrapnel. Who else?
So yeah, Shrapnel, Apron.
Hold up. What? Ron, spell that for me, please.
APEIRON.
APEIRON. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Then Collider is like they also had an awesome tournament. They have also from the visual side, super good stuff. Also fully under the radar because of their like mint that they were just unlucky with. I'd say.
COLLIDER.
Yeah, Collider Craftworks. Yeah.
Yeah, we're really sticking to the name of the space, talking about Collider. You ask me.
What do you think about the Web2 games or companies that are in gaming that are trying to make it like Asra or like maybe Pirate Nation? I mean, they're building and they have resources, but do you think those can take off?
Yeah, for Pirate Nation, I think the only issue that they have been currently facing was the Polygon chain. There was like a lot of glitching in like successful bridging and stuff. Like that's at least what I've kind of also got from our holders, because we do have quite some Pirate Nation holders in our holders as well. So they were a bit like meh about it. But then like I'm gonna butcher the last name, but Mark Otero, the so I do see a lot of value being brought in through that as well. And yeah, I mean, you have to also have an eye on anything else, whether that's Blizzard, whether that's Animoca. I mean, Mockaverse is coming through.
Okay, real quick. Rewind, because you on like 100 and I love it. Let's go back to Animoca and Mochaverse and their properties. So what do you think about Phantom Galaxies?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, like something that is extremely crucial for me is the founders and the team surrounding the founders. So that
Yeah.
is devs, artists, creators, devs like Web 2 and Web 3 side. If that package is working like a fucking wheelhouse,
Have
and
you
if
fig-
that,
have you are you familiar with them?
yeah, mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know that they're like a Web 2 studio that's basically being onboarded by
Pushed over, yeah.
Animoca, which I think is a model that we're going to continue to see and is going
Mm-hmm.
to be huge. Because if we have success, it's just like, oh, I'm onboarding Tiffany's, I'm onboarding Louis Vuitton, I'm onboarding whoever. If we see onboarding of Web3 established gaming firms or companies, conglomerates onboarding Web2 studios, then it could be a mass.
Especially anything indie, like that
Yes,
is like, it's the
yes,
best option. Like it's a lot better than, like, yeah, typical VC funding is still a key for long prosperity and
right,
financials. However, if you get anyone in, such as Animoca, Activation, or whatever, Riot, like, it doesn't matter if you have also those huge conglomerates of Web 2 gaming. If they come in, they can offer such incredible resources and cross connections as well. So that's why it's like so big. If you are into gaming in any sort of way, whether that is Web 2 or Web 3 based gaming, follow those fucking people on Twitter and connect with them on LinkedIn, because you will have an exchange through so many areas, whether that's concerning game economy and therefore tokenomics, whether that is any type of visual creations, back end development, front end development. The learning curves on those is so exponential. So that is why I'm betting so much on it. And we do have to say, we just have to look at Alex Becker. Like, Alex Becker has made a name for himself, not only with crypto, but if you ask any gamer who they do associate Neo Tokyo with, it is Alex Becker. And why? Just because he knows how to pull certain strings, and how he knows, like, and he just knows whom to connect with in order to make things work. And yeah, that's the glory of networking in Web3, I think.
All right, we're gonna see what the NFT plug has to say.
And then obviously Solified.
Hold on real quick, and
Like,
sorry, hold on 1 second, because I got rugged because Siri decided to rug me. So, because this is all stuff I'm going to do research on, I really appreciate this, Eileen. So I have Shrapnel, Apparin, Collider, Craftworks, Pirate Nation. Of course, you said uh, what?
the best address for you is, or like for anyone, is possibly things like websites like DApp Radar and stuff. Like, all of, like, in all of those
Yeah,
things you find gaming
yeah,
guilds, you find and you see like how many people are actively
yeah.
either participating in alpha or beta.
Agree. Now, here's one thing is, though, I totally agree with that. The one thing is that, though, the people need to know, is that the DApp Radar, those are first of all, who owns DApp Radar?
Oh my god, I don't know
Yeah,
them.
and so watch this, and I'm gonna fuck it up, so I don't want to miss it, because I'm really tired, and I would be saying, but a big firm owns DApp Radar, like a Binance type person, but it's not Binance. It could be, I could be wrong, but a big person owns. It's like kind of like how FTX owned the news. It's like, well, of course they're going to put out good news. And also to the analytics on DApp Radar are not accurate. However, what you're saying as far as discovering games on DApp Radar is 100% on point, because you can definitely discover stuff. The other one I was going to ask you about is did you see how QuickSwap has their own gaming section? So QuickSwap is a VMs, Polygon ETH, Avalanche, Binance Chain. I use it because I use Polygon a lot, but they have their own section of play and earn games. I've discovered quite a few play and earn games I never even knew were out there. And I say play and earn, I know it's like not popular, but you know what I'm saying. Web3 games. Um, Have you heard about that one, Aline, or anyone else?
Yeah. I
You
did.
know what I'm talking.
I've just been doing a lot of research lately into different things, so yeah,
And
stumbled
is there
upon them.
anyone besides DAP Radar? I'm glad you brought up DAP Radar. I haven't been on there in a while, but because I've been just. Was there anyone other besides that where you can discover these kinds of things and kind of do your own research?
Honestly, I would possibly even say, and this is very surface, but I would possibly say to get started, it's Twitter. Like if you go into certain of those projects, I can guarantee they hosted cross AMAs or Twitter spaces with other projects,
Yeah.
and they're following them.
Yeah.
So and then you go to the website, and then that's the thing with Web3 gaming, which many underestimate. With Web3 gaming, like either listen to the spaces and AMAs, read their Medium articles, read their pitch decks, or read their fucking white paper. Because
Agree.
like
What do you
we,
think
for
about?
example, don't have one yet, because we have said like we need to make it as concise and as short as possible. So many white
Yeah.
papers are out there that are like 40 pages, and that's just too much. Web3 doesn't read 40 pages.
No, I agree. What do you think about metalcore?
I've actually not looked into it in depth, so any judgment would be wrong.
No, I appreciate it. You're so on point. Thank you for being honest. I think we have some hands. What's going on, NFT plug? What you got for us?
Hey, bro. I was just listening in, really enjoying it, and thought I'd chime in a little bit on the Web3 gaming chat. Thought it was quite interesting.
Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. We love Web3 gaming. Holler at us. What you got?
Yeah, I mean,
the stage is yours.
Yeah, I really liked what Aline was saying. She's got a lot of good alpha. I mean, I'm working on a Web3 gaming project myself. We partner with Polygon and collab with Ezra, and we got something cool coming on. It's kind of quite quiet at the moment. Just did our first mint. Still in the bear, but we're not really trying to monetize it yet. Trying to grow our community. We minted out 20,000 avatars in 4 hours. So pretty impressed with that. That's the guy that I got
Well,
on
the
at the moment.
graphics look dope as fuck. So, but we don't want to make this too much of a shill space. So, can you give us the TLDR on kind of like
Sorry,
what
bro.
it is?
Yep.
Just like I'm not trying to rush you. I don't want to make it too shilly though.
Oh no, 100%. So it's a free mint, and I mean our founders, Tony Harmon. Sorry, he was the OG founder of GTA, Grand Theft Auto. So he's got like a real good track record. Was at Nintendo for about 20 years. And so he's building a original business model where he wants to give a large amount of the royalty, which is small, and the profit back into the gamer's hands, and give all our assets. So this is our first hero. We're looking to do 6, sorry, and those heroes are your in-game asset and your ticket to the games. So giving it out to the community for free, and then that's your in-game asset and access to the games. Yeah. So that's kind of the basic model.
Okay, sorry. I was trying. It took me a minute to get. I was looking at your stuff. I was trying to get to the open sea to see where your assets are sitting at. Where I was scrolling through, so I had to jump back out to unmute myself. But so you was a free mint, 20,000 avatars. Where are those avatars sitting at right now?
So there's split. So we're looking to, like, that was 20,000, and each hero, there's going to be about another 20,000 approximately, and so we've actually split them, and they're in 6 different collections in regards to rarity.
Okay, so 20,000 split between 6 collections,
Yes.
or 20,000 per collection?
Correct. And
okay, and so where are the legendaries sitting at the highest?
yeah,
that's
the highest rating. Yeah, legendary is the highest.
And where are those sitting
They're at 0.23 floor.
0.23?
Yeah, from a free mint.
Wow. Okay, and then what about the floor for something?
The floor for the entry is quite low. Obviously, 20,000 avatars, but we never wanted to finance that. I mean, sorry. We want to have a low barrier of entry anyway for a game. You don't want to.
Yeah, of course.
For the commons, there's
Oh, perfect.
10,000.
So then
Yeah.
my question is then when game? When can
Yeah,
I
win
play it?
game. So we have our danger room dropping, and we've got you can check that out on the page as well. It's on YouTube. We have devlogs. We update, kind of weekly.
Okay.
Yeah. And sorry, last point I forgot. We actually do free collectibles as well. So we've minted 925,000 of those.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's definitely talk, because I'm a big supporter of Web3 gaming, like, in a lot of different ways, not just buying them, but also promoting them, and also doing stuff with them with production. So, man, well, congrats to you guys. Good for y'all. I mean, having a selling out 20,000 avatars, and I mean, not selling out, but minting them and having a 0.24, that it sounds like you guys are on a great track. I really want to see, is there even a gameplay trailer I can
Yeah,
see?
yeah. So we have a gameplay trailer of the danger room, and everyone that's got an asset will be able to use their custom asset inside their danger room very shortly.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Does anybody else have any questions that they want to ask NFT Plug about his game? Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Sorry, my lock screen was locked, and I have for this profile I have
I would just
I'll
in
explain
general
later,
say
but
like no matter what, that's like something that we could have said like earlier on today as well already, but it's like like similar to the whatchamacallit, to the ledgers, like diversify your Web3 portfolio, but don't diversify it too much. Same as with like any crypto assets. Like you need to have like some foot in certain doors, and then you will
Which
most
doors?
likely
Which
grow.
doors? Let's talk about the doors. Which doors, Aline?
You mean in NFTs or in crypto?
Let's start with NFTs.
Well, I would say like I divided into different niche categories. I would say have a foot in on foundation, so get like some of the artists that you actually want to support, and that you also see as like some that are developing and prospering, because yeah, art is always going to be a collection piece. There's most likely going to be someone who likes it, and also if you have your foot in the door on foundation, you will possibly find some artists that you like that are not expensive. And oftentimes, those artists actually get hired from other projects. And that most likely means that if you're like an OG holder, Genesis holder, or hold specific collections, you have automatic whitelists to those projects. So, I mean, that's always a
So
big
that was
benefit.
what I was talking about. I Stop dropping so much alpha. Like, chill. Like, you drop so much. Like, you dropping it. Okay, so let's talk about. Okay, this is really good. But we're not gonna go too far down the road. Give us like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4 of your favorite artists on Foundation, or at least one artist. Give
I
me
can
like.
also shield some, or not shield. Share my favorites.
Go ahead. I'm gonna actually find the Twitter handle of one of them, and then you can
Okay,
go ahead.
perfect.
Well, these artists are not in foundation, but I mean, as you heard me mention, I love everything artificial intelligence. I know some people don't love it, but I do. And there is this artist called Pindar Van Armen. He's been working with robotics for more than 15 years, and he has a series called Beat Gangs and Pod Gangs, and that was something I minted out of conviction 6 months ago at 0.5, and right now it's close to 3 Ethereums, and it's only gonna go up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mute y'all. That was an accident. I do want to say what's up to Sir Snapback, because I saw his hand up earlier, and I just want to say hi to my brother. What's up, Sir Snapback? What's you good? Is Sir Snapback around?
Yo, my bad. I was flipping through. I hopped in the bad take chat myself because I was gonna say, bro, I gotta shoot. I got a 6 a.m. call time. I wake up at 4 a.m. and y'all still going hard, man. I can't believe y'all. Y'all the biggest hustlers in the space. Much respect. I can't believe y'all still got this session going.
Oh, you know we don't stop. We don't stop. What you going to shoot, Sir Snapback? What you shooting, brother?
I'm going to the, Distribute Tech in San Diego. I'm shooting a little. I'm doing all the video coverage for the GE Electric booth, basically doing a bunch of live streams for all their presentations. So be up there for the next 3 days in San Diego. I was gonna try to connect with Compound too while I'm out there. If we connect, he said he lives about about an hour away, so trying to connect with him too. So yeah, man.
That's what's up. Well, congratulations on your job working out there. That's super dope. I love to hear that you're working, and yeah, you definitely got to connect with Compound. Have you met Compound yet, Sir Snapback?
Oh yeah, yeah. We met a bunch of times, man. Going all the way back to that first CloneX LA mixer, the first one you guys
That's
put
right.
together, where you did that super dope highlight video, man. Yeah, that. So well, yeah, man. We hung out tough in Art Basel too. So yeah, man. That's like my ace.
Yeah, man. Compound's a real one. Compound's a really one, a dope person.
But
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but yeah, man, I'm digging the Web3 gaming talk. It's not something that I got a lot of NFTs, I've got dug deep into crypto, but I haven't learned a lot about Web3 gaming. So I'm liking all the alpha you guys are giving. It's definitely, something I'm super interested in. So, but man, I really cannot believe y'all still going hard on this space, man. Much respect.
I mean, we're having fun. I can't front. We're vibing out real hard. There's some amazing people in the space right now. So let's take it back. Aline or Zayt or IB. Let's take it back to these games we're talking about now. So, go ahead.
Man,
Go ahead. Anybody.
I'll be honest. The only successful Web3 games will start with League and end with Legends, and that is it. There's no other option.
Wow. Okay. I hear you. I hear you, Z. I hear you. But Aline, tell us. So we're starting on foundation. Okay, let me ask you a question, Eileen. Is it okay? Because I feel like you're my boss or something. Like I feel like I got to answer to you. Is it okay if I have most of my NFT assets in gaming? Because I'm going to be honest with y'all. Like, I started in gaming. I thought NFTs were I've been in crypto for a minute, so I had plenty of fungibles, but I thought NFTs were a scam, and so I entered into NFTs in gaming, and I've diversified a little bit, but still most of my NFTs are in gaming. When I was looking just I was looking back, and I'm talking about like not number of NFTs, but like money in NFTs. Like I'll mint a whole bunch of open editions. I'll support artist friends. It's not about like I love doing that, but I'm talking about when it comes out dropping dime. I drop dime on games, but is that am I doing too much, or what do you think, Aileen?
No, I wouldn't say. Like, first of all, interesting preface to your question. No, I don't think it's too much or anything or wrong, because like with art, same as with art, there is so many different genres and there's so many different subcategories, so to say, that you can invest in. Whether, let's say, with art you have 2D, 3D, you've got anime, like you've got all of those different categories. Henceforth, there's like also a big overarching umbrella term like art, and same goes for gaming. Like you have gaming as a whole. Something that I wouldn't possibly do is that I'd have all of my, or like a big majority of my assets like stored within the same genre of gaming. That's something that I would possibly try to diversify, also to your liking, obviously, because you like everyone has preferences and what they like to play. And then there's also like the big discrepancy that you need to have an eye on active gaming, or also is there a possibility of idle gaming? Because at the end of the day, if all of those drop, you will not be able to excel at 10 to 15 different games. It's not feasible unless you legit have people that grind for you. Like, because some games, Web3, play and earn, or play to earn more so, are actually grind heavy. So that's just something that I think I'd try to weigh out and just kind of balance out. But other than that, I think like Web3 gaming, say like a lot of those things that are existent in Web 2, that are successful in Web 2, are things that we can also see degrees of mass adoption in Web 3. Like whether that's a gym membership, whether that's music, whether that's gaming, streaming, those type of things, like things that people use on the like payment methods, obviously, as well. Like those things, I do see mass adoption. I do think it's harder. Like the metaverse, like they will have
or like all the different verses, let's say, I think they will have a harder time for mass adoption. Yes, people are keen on it, but no one knows what it is because no one is able to really experience it in Web 2 too much yet, unless they have like different like VR, AR like experience, glasses and stuff like that.
I just gotta say, if y'all just heard what she just said, I'm telling you, like, I'm not gonna sound funny. Like, I've been in the space for a minute. This is shit. Her strategies, what she's saying, is exactly what I'm doing, and it's really smart. It's really, and I'm just saying, oh, I'm doing what she's saying. What she's saying is confirming what I already know, and like the diversification, and it's exactly how I was thinking because, like, I have some different assets in each of these different ecosystems, like you're talking about. And in different types of games that I play. And it's very, very wise to diversify within your conviction of gaming or whatever it is. So that's really good. I want to say what's up to Jack. What's up, Jack? You're in the house. What's good?
Guys, the simulation is actually glitched. I fell asleep 9 hours ago listening to Sir Compound speak, and I woke up and I saw that there's still a spaces going on, and I said there's no chance. So I'm pretty sure I'm speaking to a recording that's actually just trying to convince me that the squad is still out here, not sleeping, legitimately no sleep. Is this a new space comp, or are you asleep right now and Ninja's hosting? Like, I'm just...
He's actually on the treadmill. It's his birthday, so yeah, there's that.
He's on the treadmill right now. He's a little out of breath. We have Aline. She's dropping Matt Alpha. I mean, crazy Alpha. Like, y'all have no idea. IB's been in here dropping Alpha. Do we lose Bubbles? Bubbles, where did Bubbles go? Bubbles!
Bubbles has to step out for a second. She just DM'd me and excused
Okay, well,
herself.
Bubbles was dropping it, but Eileen was just breaking down. Like, Eileen's like super big brain in here, and I'm just basically it's AMA with Eileen. That's what it is. I mean, we're listening to other people. We're pulling people in. We hear Zeit has some great things to offer. So did NFT Plug. We're hearing from everybody. NFT Plug has a dope game, but yeah, Jack, we're vibing. Compound is on the treadmill. Don't bother him. That man has a beard to grow. He has a beard to grow. So on the treadmill. That's how beards grow, on the treadmill. Anyways, kicking it back to Aline or Jack, whoever wants to speak. What else you got for us as far as gaming or ideas or whatever? Zeit, what you got?
Hey, yo, good morning. Good morning. I finally got out of the stupid ass train thing, underground subway. No, I'll give a real take. I think the most successful Web3 gaming projects and protocols and companies are actually gonna be kind of like Bitcoin. Like, it's not the best, it's not the most efficient, it's not the sexiest, but it's the first. So I would look at like the earliest on-chain games, kind of like, and I do own some. I own some Wolf Game and I own some Etherworks. I think like those IPs are actually gonna survive because they have a lot of historical significance to them, as compared to just some sexy game that comes out of nowhere with like good graphics or whatever, backed by big money or whatnot.
Hold up, rewind, Zeit. I just want to make sure. Did you really say Bitcoin gaming?
No, I didn't say Bitcoin game. I said kind of like Bitcoin, where like Bitcoin is not the most efficient
Oh my gosh,
blockchain.
I was
No,
tripping.
no,
I was like, no, he did not say Bitcoin gaming. Like,
no,
what? What
no
is
way.
he talking? No, yeah, no, I agree. I think that I'm so with you. I think that NFTs are the new Bitcoin, and I think that that for sure that there's a like if you the NFTs that not all NFTs obviously, but the NFTs like when people had Bitcoin and they thought like, oh, this is a scam or oh, this is not going anywhere. Like early Bitcoin adopters 10 years ago who were buying Bitcoin for $1 and now it's like whatever 15,000 or 20 something thousand, I should say. Like that's the same conviction we should have with our NFTs. Like 10 years from now, these things are going to be worth millions. I really believe that. I truly believe that. And same with gaming. I think it's going to be like, in hindsight, we're going to be like, of course this makes sense. Of course this is what everything should have been doing. And it's going to be so normal to own your NFTs, to own your games. I think it's going to be so normal. But I'm curious to know other people's thoughts. What you got for us, IB?
No, I was gonna ask, have you heard about ordinals, like the Bitcoin NFTs?
I have, and I actually was I minted several Bitcoin NFTs, rare Pepes. I put a post on my Twitter earlier today or yesterday, I should say. I need to check on them, but I have I big Bitcoiner, and he was telling me to mint them in 2021. But tell us more about the ordinals and what you know about them, because I literally just minted them.
Ordinals are new.
Yeah, I do know they're new, but I'm curious to know how they're on Bitcoin, how they operate on Bitcoin. Do they have their own marketplace? Like, I don't know.
They have no marketplace right now. It's mostly OTC. There are a couple different projects. Yeah, I know. It's
So
like a
they're trading
caveman trying
OTC
to run around with a wagon with square wheels. That's what ordinals are.
Sorry.
But
I'm sorry.
yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry, but like,
basically what ordinals are, like on a
are you
technical level.
hating on are you
No, I'm actually gonna mint. I've never minted like an NFT of my own yet, so
Is
I'm
Ninja
working on a
working for me or
generative
for everyone?
SVG that I'm gonna mint onto
Did
ordinals.
you just say FCG like as in Bitcoin SVG?
Yeah, I'm gonna upload a SVG that's
You're
generative.
fired. You're so fired. You are not allowed to talk that blasphemy in this house. We do
Yo,
not talk
this
about.
bro, we're storing now. They can store up to 4 megabytes per
We are
block.
you. Look, you better stop shilling fake Bitcoin on this stage. How dare you? What is wrong with you? We do not talk about Bitcoin, Satoshi Vision, or whatever that crap is. We only talk about Bitcoin. By the way, if you hear this sound right now, that is me with a blowtorch burning some sandalwood and some sage in my room, and it smells so good. Um, anyways, though, yeah, we're not going to talk about Bitcoin, Satoshi, and all that other stuff. But I do think that Jack was talking about Web 5 back, I don't know, 2000. He was talking something like he was about to do something like,
Bro, he's been trying to do something since Twitter launched, bro. And he's done nothing but fucking frustrate people.
He really has. Oh, Jack. And Elon just came in like, I'm boss now. Watch
Bro,
what
this is the most like improvements we've had in the last like 10 years of Twitter.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm gonna go back to Aline because she was again dropping mad hot fire like lava alpha on us about gaming and all this stuff. So so you went over diversifying gaming. You said art. You told us some gaming projects. I have a list. You told us where to look for. You said DAP Radar. I think that's a good place for everyone that they can find some games. What other kind of genres or strategies for do you want to switch to fungibles, Aline, or do you want to stick with NFTs?
Oh, I don't. I'm very much so free and open for whatever discussion. I just know that I don't hold a lot of dogs anymore. I have to be honest.
You don't hold bags or dogs?
No, well, both, but
I heard dogs. I heard you don't hold a lot of dogs, and I'm like, you need to hold a dog in your life at least once.
no, I don't have one, unfortunately.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think it's like, as you kind of also said, it's important to go both routes. And if anyone started with NFTs, for instance, well, then also like look into fungible. Like, just look beyond. Like, look into what Web3 is not just NFTs. So that's possibly, I think, the easiest kind of.
Where did you start, Aline?
And Solana NFTs.
Wow. Did you ever get? I know I'm not being disrespectful. Did you ever heard of cum token?
Yeah.
You know about that cum token?
Yeah. But I have to say, like, honestly, like, I'm actually super grateful that I started in Solana NFTs because like I started educating myself on Clubhouse last year in no like 221 in May, or like June, yeah, May more so. And that was like when everyone was talking crypto, everyone was then like starting to talk like minting NFTs and stuff like that. But I was like super adamant about like informing myself first before I do anything. I now kind of regret it because if I would have done some of the things, I would have had some good NFTs, like super good NFTs.
Possibly could have been at 0 too.
Exactly, also true. Yes, I agree there. But yeah, and then like Ethereum was just too high of an entry. Like it seemed like it would be the gamble of kind of a lifetime scenario. Especially because I kind of was rather fresh into the corporate world, so I was like, hell no, I cannot like afford going out like blasting like Ethereum now. And Solana was kind of like, oh yeah, why not actually? And just stayed in there for like two and a half-ish months. And then actually like transitioned those kind of earnings over into Ethereum. And ever since then, really kind of been a more so Ethereum max, like Ethereum maxi, as one says. I didn't really pay any more attention to Solana. Just didn't catch me anymore. I don't know why.
Why did you? Oh, you don't know? Well, come on now. You knew why. Why would you switch from Solana?
Like it's a lot more like the selection is different. It's a different type of traction behind it. Like if you look at Solana, there's like Discord servers that to this day still get like 150,000 members. You have not seen that in Ethereum in months. So I don't know. Like traction is there, but
No. Traction is there. I'm bullish on Solana gaming. I'm not. But here's the thing: and tell me if I'm wrong. Please tell me. My exposure to Solana is just Solana. I don't have Solana NFTs except for like some Star Atlas NFTs I minted way back in the day. Oh my gosh. But I don't to me it's too overwhelming. It's too time consuming to get into the Solana ecosystem. Like I just don't have the time. So I like just focusing on Ethereum and other things, but I will get this Solana coin, but not like NFTs because it's a lot. But I mean, what do you think? Or what does anyone else think?
No,
Well,
I agree.
No, I agree with you. I got so wrecked in Solana. I bought a Catalina whale. That was a good project, but got tired of waiting and I sold it right before it pumped. But I don't know, it's just so time consuming. But I kind of feel right now that a lot of like ordinals are starting to get attention, and then a lot of new opportunities in Flow. I don't even have a Flow wallet, but I feel like I should open it. I never went into Aptops. I want to know what you guys think. Aline, like, is it too time consuming or should we try one of these other chains?
I mean, like I agree with what you both said, that it's just like the time consumption, like looking into multiple chains and then multiple projects in those chains is like, if you have a 9 to 5 or anything on the side, you're anyway screwed to a certain degree, right? It's just gonna be taking so much time, and then also like monitoring it, because you're not just monitoring it on Blur anymore, like you're going beyond. So on that front, I do say it's a lot.
What do you think about this? And then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
cut
go
you
ahead,
off.
go ahead.
No, but you're on point, and I really like what you said too, IB. And I think that what I found is that, and what you're saying, really good about like, yeah, it goes beyond Blur now, is that I like the combination of monitoring Ethereum, Polygon, yeah, Ethereum and Polygon. Like those are the two chains that I monitor the most as far as what's going on, the projects, the volumes, the different DeFi projects, just everything. Because essentially Ethereum is obviously the more expensive chain, but Polygon is growing in such a way, and there's so much play and earn, and there's just so much, and not just Polygon, but other L2s as well, like Immutable X, and optimism and not so much optimism, but I say I'll monitor Arbitrum too, and just kind of see what's going on. But mostly Polygon, IMX, and Ethereum in between, and that's all basically Ethereum. In between those three, it like kind of covers most of the bases of Ethereum. But again, I mean, maybe there's something I'm not seeing that I should be involved with, because I know there's obviously AVAX NFTs. But again, it's kind of too much to monitor all at the same time, and I don't even have a job like that. But I mean, again, I'm curious to hear what other people think. Anyone?
I think it's too much to monitor. Like, I think if you dabble around in something, like, if you like, and a lot of projects are going the route of minting like their genesis or passes or whatever on Ethereum, and will then transition you over. And that, I think, is honestly one of the very good approaches, because you get a split, like upon Ethereum, you just get the split of, you have investors, like people that see themselves as investors and or are more so into the idle side of gaming, but you also get the gamers. If you go to and branch out to other chains, also if you like just simply throw in the term gaming in on Twitter, you will find a lot of these other chains. However, there is no player, like the player base is rather small, or the
Yeah,
traction that they're
yeah,
getting, and like where does it, like how is the gaming economy also going to work if you continuously have the same player base that is
yeah.
interacting? Like, it doesn't work. So from that side, I'd say no.
No, I agree. Question for you: Do you feel like do you feel like do you have any Solana, or would you buy any Solana, Aline?
Flippin' sake, I actually, like, I liquidated a lot, and to like break even with a lot of stuff that I had. Moments, or was monitoring with a lot of price alerts and stuff. So I did liquidate almost everything. And with
Would you buy
Solana,
back into
obviously,
Solana though? That's the question. Would you buy back into Solana for the bull run?
yes,
Yes.
yes, I would.
Ah,
Simply for the reason that I do still see a drive behind it. Like,
yeah, me too. Because you saw how it flipped.
yeah,
Oh
it
my
was
god.
exactly that moment when I was sitting there, and I was talking to one of our advisors, and I was in a conversation, and I was like, "You must be fucking kidding me." Sorry for cursing, but I
Right.
was
No,
like,
no, no. Don't you apologize. You
I
speak
was
your mind.
honestly, I was like, "You must be fucking kidding me!" Like, where the
Right.
fucking flip? I was like, honestly, livid. I was like, "Where is this coming from all of a sudden?" Like, you must be out of your mind. And he was like, you didn't even hold the moon back. I was like, no, I liquidated fully, and I was gutted. So I think honestly, like, if you have those, if you get like another super like low one, like low entry, like, and this is not financial advice obviously, but I'd throw something in there again. Yeah.
Whenever
With
you say
anything though,
it's
I would
not
also go
not
with Illuvium again. I don't have Illuvium anymore,
okay.
which I'm
So
not
let me
happy
tell you
about.
something. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this since this is the alpha room. We doing it. So I have I bought a big fucking bag of alluvium just a couple days ago, and I'm still buying bags because look at the fucking chart. I'm just gonna say this: ILV. Look at the chart. DYOR. If you have two brain cells to rub together and understand some TA, just look at the alluvium chart. It is ripe. It is fucking ripe. Anyways, we'll keep moving on. Because I don't want to shill stuff that like that, and this is not financial advice and this is not a showroom, but like when we were talking about it and we were this was the space before, and I was talking about like lessons I've learned over the years of trading. I'm like, when I see a right chart, like it's it's a 19x from its all-time low. Like at the very least, you're gonna make 19x your money in a bull run. It has the hottest game on the market about to enter. Why wouldn't you? Look at the chart. It's sputtering at the bottom. Okay, I'll leave it at that. And let me just say this: many charts are sputtering at the bottom. So I consulted with the crypto Illuminati earlier today, and they were like, we've pretty much bottomed out. I've been feeling it. Who knows? Probably will go lower. I just want to say we'll go lower. Not financial advice. I have no crystal ball. I don't know what's going to happen. But my conviction is that I am buying. I have been buying, and I don't care. It could drop 99%. What is dropping? Like we're dropping from the basement. We're not dropping from the high rise. We're dropping from the basement right now. So
Do you say
anywhere
illuvion or alluvion?
Illuvium.
Illuvium,
It's
ILV.
$89, right?
Yep, $89.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Okay.
And it's been
And
like
what
up,
was
I think like
and
over
what
30%, right? In the last week.
right? What's its all-time high? IB. Do you see the all-time high? She's looking. The all-time high was around 1900. So
Yeah.
it's $80 now. It's the all-time high was 1900. It's I have the demo on my computer right now. I partitioned my Mac and I have a Windows build of it, and the game is fucking sick. I can't front. The game is really sick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also just looking at it. It was like, yeah, a week ago. Yeah, it was at $67. So it's more than 30%. Yes, 30% up in a week. So that's also, it's just crazy. And like also stuff like the typical ones that, and this is another thing you might agree, I don't know, but a lot of things are not being talked about anymore just simply because they've been around for a long time. Like Gala
Yeah.
Games is also not bad. So it's like those, like Star Atlas is not bad. You just have to find the good entries and you have to keep up the fucking date with what they're doing. And
So
like with Illuvium, they've just like announced more stuff, so obviously they're going to get some traction in there.
you're hitting it, and Gala Games. Oh my gosh, Gala Games is the strongest Web3 gaming in the marketplace from my perspective. They are just killing it. They are just killing it on every level, and you, like you said, like they've been around, so you wouldn't know, but just go on their server and look at their announcements, and you're like, OMG, that's another one I've been stacking because Gala Games. They have a game called Superior, and their NFTs. Let me be clear: their NFTs are not like NFTs where you're gonna try to like flip them and make a lot of money. Like their NFTs are expensive, and and the pass is cheap. So the pass is like I think like $5 to get in, $3. It's a real cheap entry, so it's like cheaper than a regular game. The game is called Superior. It's dope. I only own the pass, so it's not like I'm trying to show some kind of bags. There's no coin. The game is dope. Gala Games owns that one, and I'm like, okay, Gala, I see you. And what they're doing is they're building out what people keep saying. They're building out the games first, the gaming and the fun first. I'm so sorry. I did not see your hand. I just been talking. What's up, NFT plug?
Hey, no worries, bro. I was just gonna say I found the Danger Room video if you want to see it.
What was the Danger Room video again? I'm sorry.
Just for the
Yes.
game. Yeah, I can. Do you want me to just pin it to the top? It's only short.
Yeah, let's see it real
Yeah,
quick. Let's check it out. Oh, and somebody put the Denenheims too.
yeah.
Awesome.
Denenheim's up there
Okay.
as well. Yeah, that's all, bro. Cheers.
Hopefully this doesn't rug it. Let's see what we're looking at.
Are you familiar with Moon Nation game? Is that something or not?
Wait, I'm watching that video right now.
I'm watching the video too. I like the running. I like the running on the walls. I like the swords. Okay. Okay. It's looking pretty sick. Okay, so when gameplay? When can we play it?
So we're looking to drop it with our next hero. So this is our first hero, and our next one, Krisha. So we got our female hero coming next. We're trying to drop it at the same time. So when the next one comes out, and then you can put them straight into the game. That's the goal.
Okay, bet.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm gonna say this. This is what I do. This is how I enter NFTs. So like, you can hit me at any time, be like, "Hey, play this," because I will play it. Like, that's another thing too. Is like, you know, alluvium. Before I bought that bag of alluvium, I played the game. Like I haven't bought any play and earn game that I haven't played. Period. Point blank. And that's a true testimony. Actually, you know what? I'm not saying I haven't bought anything. I take that back. I have bought stuff. What am I talking about? Let me not lie. But I will say this: most of the play and earn gaming that I have bought, I've played. Some of it I've absolutely bought on speculation, but it's because it was clearly an easy buy and it has paid off, or is paying off. But I will say that, like, please send when you have something playable to me, and I will absolutely play it. And I really appreciate you sharing.
Awesome, brother. We'll do. And thanks for letting me talk. And just finally, I'm over in New Zealand, bro. So it's 2:30 a.m. in the morning here, and it's what day is it? Wednesday, maybe. We're a day ahead of you guys. But yeah, much love, bro.
Much love. You know, it's crazy. It's 5:36 on Tuesday here, so we're 3 hours apart, but a whole day apart. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Jack, I know you got something to add to the conversation. What you got for us, Jack?
I really enjoy Illuvium, actually, Ninja. I do like the game. I don't own a single token, but I do have the demo. I don't know if it's been updated lately, but I do enjoy that. Otherwise, I'm sitting here doing Web 2, drinking coffee, starting to wake up, wrapping my head around what Web 5 is and what it could be.
Okay, we're gonna have a conversation real quick, Jack. I want to just acknowledge AJ or Aja. You know, AJ, I'm sorry, AJ. What's up, AJ? I see a visual NFT artist. I just want to recognize you, brother.
Oh my God, Compound guys, Ninja, good to see you, man. AJ in the building. Just say AJ. You don't need to stress yourself, man. Come on.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What's up, AJ? How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Good to be here.
Yeah, good to be here. Good to be here. What do you want to talk about, or what do you want to add to the conversation? The floor is yours.
Well, I've just been listening to you guys. I've not really, grounded myself into the conversation. So I don't want to talk about me, but I want to listen to you guys for now.
Okay, perfect. Because I want to talk to Jack about some things. Because me and Jack and I have some conversating to do. We have some conversating. So, Jack, you listening? Where you
Yeah,
at?
what up, Ninja?
Okay, so Jack, you're an open person. You're very vocal. I personally love the vocalness. I want you to be free. This is a free space. What do you predict? How are you feeling about currently with what's going on with Artifact and in the future? And it's an open space. Like this is not just a clone space. It's just an open space to speak your mind.
I mean, I think where we are is awesome. I'm glad that planets are blowing up. We know we have an enemy in the U probe, the planet killer, the guy that brings the FUD to Remova. I think all of that stuff's great, Ninja. I'm glad that things are starting to tie together. Could they be tied together better, in my opinion? Yes. Is there more information we could still use? Yes, absolutely. However, all of that said, the information that's out there is overall good, and it's a nice base and a foundation that we are forming. Is probably how I would answer that, Ninja.
Look at you. You're like, I feel like you've gotten a publicist to give your answers these days. Like you were like trained to say that answer. I love it. I appreciate it. No, that's good. I agree. I 100% agree. I would not say, let's talk about something that's so uncomfortable. How do you feel about floor price of clones?
Honestly, Ninja, I haven't checked a floor in over at least a month, maybe 6 weeks.
Really?
I got 2 clones, and I'm here to build with these things and whatever that looks like going forward. And like to me, it's like I'd rather have these 2 clones than the whatever ETH someone else wants to trade me for them at this point in time, because I think that wherever we're going is going to be worth this journey that we've all been on, which has been an absolute roller coaster with the best, the best falls, the best rides up, all of it. I think it's going to tie together, man. I think that Animus eggs really will be cool. I would love them to be cool now, but it's like, we don't want Animus to miss. Like Animus is apparently it's going to be sick, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And like Web3 Pokemon done right, backed by Nike Artifact with whatever collaborator they're going to have. I mean, it's going to go crazy, dude. And like, it's exciting. And, you know, everyone can have a Pikachu, I guess, but not everyone can be Ash Ketchum was a term I actually heard. I'm not going to quote whoever it was because I can't remember the exact person, but it's not me. It's not original. I really enjoyed that phrase because it's like, yeah, you know, like I grew up watching Pokemon. I want to go train this stuff. I want to go do Pokemon Go wearing all of my Nike physicals that are all linked to my inventory app where I'm moving to earn digital collectible points so that I can continue collecting. That is where I want to be, and that is what I want to do, Ninja. I am sad that I'm not doing that yet, obviously. However, it's a matter of when, it's a matter of soon, it's a matter of doing it all right. So it's like, I think that's where this is going. I think we will be playing Pokemon Go-esque games where we're actually wearing Artifact drip and it actually combines or connects into our gaming experience. I think all of that's coming. And I don't think anyone can pull it off like Artifact can. However, it's not here yet. It's not confirmed. I can't actually go towards that fully as I want to. So confirming that would be dope. But it's like if they do that, then everyone knows where they're going, and then maybe someone front runs them.
Jack.
So it's complicated, Ninja. That's where I'm
Jack.
at.
Clearly, it's complicated. Clearly,
Jack.
it's complicated.
Jack.
Question for you, real quick. Aline, are you still there?
I was about to say I don't want to be the Debbie Downer, but I have to jump.
You are not allowed to leave yet. We're gonna have. We still have one more conversation to have. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I've got 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, bet. So sorry, Jack. No, listen, I 100% agree with you, Jack. We're on the same page. I just want to say thank you, Aline, so much for all that you dropped. Yeah, I mean, I guess just tell us, talk to us within whatever else you want to talk to us about, your opinions or your thoughts or ways we can support you, because you really added a lot of value to my life tonight, a lot of value to the listeners. Like, you really dropped so much, just quality stuff. I don't even call it alpha, just knowledge and love. Like, you did it with the right intention. I'm very, very attuned to that. And I just really appreciate you. I have to say, I feel like I've made a new friend in Web3, and I'm very grateful. So, yeah, just whatever else you want to leave us with, please, Aline.
No, I really, really enjoyed it as well. It made my day of working Web3 even more enjoyable than it usually is, because this is what I love. This is what I think many of us are building right now. And I'm more than keen, and a big shout out also to Bubbles and Kuro, because that's how I stumbled into the space, I have to say.
Bubbles!
So, yes, exactly. So no, I'm always up for it. Whenever anything. My Twitter DMs are open. I just can generally say that. So also, if anyone is wanting to bullshit about anything, count me in on it. And also important is what I loved so much is there was no toxicity in the spaces at all, no nothing, which has just been cursing around way too much, which is why I think many of us are staying clear off of many spaces right now. So if everyone just keeps on doing that, and if anyone wants to start hosting spaces, then just do it and like slide all of us invites. We're gonna come around, I think. So I hope everyone has a lovely day, and anyone else who is about to fall asleep, whether LA or New Zealand, have a good night, and I'll catch you all very soon.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you again. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Have a great day. Kuro.
Yo.
Can you hold the space down, because your boy got to sleep too?
I'm gonna be here. I'm just engagement farming.
I know you're not.
You know,
we know what it is, girl. We know. I mean, literally, I see you at the top of the screen with 2 profiles. I see you at the bottom with your hand up. Like, they're only.
Do you see Chloe?
Oh, God. I don't want to know. No, I don't.
That's one of mine as well. That's a
Yeah,
chat
now I see
GTP bot.
Chloe.eth.
CLOUY.eth.
With the little panda thing?
Yeah.
That looks really dope. I can't even front.
Yeah, it's a sub project from the Crypto Ninja Partners DAO.
Listen, how do you do this? How? You got a puffer fish? Like, I don't understand, Kira. How do we get to be like you with like 20 profiles in 13 different spaces?
Well, you just have to want more visibility for clones. That's all you got to want.
Okay, fair.
And you just have to have a banging computer too. Like
clearly,
my computer has like 64 gigs of RAM.
Yeah,
it has like a dual Xeon processor.
You're on a PC?
I'm on a PC, but I also have a Mac. I have a Mac Mini on my desk, and I also have a MacBook Pro on my desk, and then a iPad Pro and a normal iPad. No, iPad Air.
Bro,
it's iPad Air.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, that's all good, bro.
No, I was saying I love my MacBook Pro. I love my iPad Pro. Yeah, I'm a big Apple fan, and it's interesting though. The funniest thing is I run parallel on my computer, so I can run Microsoft programs, and so I run the Microsoft programs. The Microsoft programs run so fast on my Mac, way faster than my Mac. And it kind of makes me like, really, Windows? Like, how is Windows running better than a Mac? I don't understand that. Can you tell me how?
Yeah, better hardware.
But why does it run Windows better than the Mac programs? That's what I don't understand.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I'm on my Mac.
What Mac do you have?
Let me be clear. No, okay. So my Mac is the best of the best on laptops. MacBook Pro, like maxed out everything. I think the only thing I didn't max out was the SSD, but it's still really high. Best GPUs, best, whatever. I always get the top of the line because I know that's what you have to do. It will last a long time. And so, but I'm saying though, like, how come the Windows runs better?
I could not tell you, to be honest. I don't. Is it the new Apple Silicon that you're running?
It doesn't have the M1. It's before they did the M1s.
Those are the good Intel chips. The Northgate or whatever.
Lost it too. I see. Is there anyone else? Hold on, Flav. What's up, Flav?
Hey Ninja, good morning everyone. I'm happy. My pup is walking. He just peed. So I'm happy and I'm like, wow, you guys are still here. I was just Googling longest space on Twitter's ever because I think we have a chance at going on the record, right? On that book that they write for the can't remember.
Do we have a chance? You think so?
Well, let me
yeah, I just have to host on my main account. I just have to host 3 more spaces, and then I'll be the #1 co-host. I'm just not doing it because I really just don't want people to like harass me about co-hosting with them. Listen,
How
man.
many Kuros are here? 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's like 4 or 5 of me in here right now. You gotta be very chaotic to get enough attention. Like you really the whole Sola Fide thing. Like I really am looking for that artifact sponsorship eventually. Once we get everything sorted out, trying to get that artifact sponsorship for the jerseys and for the team. That's the goal.
At this point, there is no one that rocks harder in the space than you. Like, as far as the clones go, like, I don't know anyone who's like, yo, it's all for the clones.
I just saw. Okay, it's 90 hours, so I think we have some days to go. Let's keep going.
Oh my gosh, 90. Hold up, is it held by Evil Plan?
Let me see. It's 90 hours. Let's see.
Who's it
It
helped
was a
by?
music NFT radio. That doesn't count.
Oh, a music NFT radio. Are you
I'm
sure?
looking on Reddit. I mean,
What is it? Dented Feels?
let's see here.
Dented Radio?
Hey, we just hit the 90-hour mark. 6 rugs have led to multiple spaces being created, but full continuously is 90 hours. We're planning to extend this out to the 168-hour mark. Oh, gee. But this was last year.
Are you sure it's not Evil Plans? Or what's the handle?
I don't know. Sorry, Ninja, because I'm looking. Okay, here, hold on. Biggest Twitter spaces in history until February 2023. That's on noobspace.com. That would be the first one is Robin Wheelers. Is that right? It was an Elon Q&A, and they,
Well, you know what? Guess what? We're the longest clone space. How about that? We're
yes,
the longest. We're the
I
longest clone
I
space.
think we
We'll take what we can get.
Ninja. I
We'll
think we
take.
can go longest NFT.
There we go. There we go. We'll be the longest NFT. I got a lot. I can't front. I am fading. I am about to pass out. I love y'all. It's been so great hanging. I will be back. Let's see if Compound comes back and we can just keep the space going. Kuro, always been a pleasure. Kuro, always been a pleasure. Jack, NFT, Plug, followed you back. AJ, and Flav followed you back. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. And ladies, the ladies were in here dropping the alpha. Let me tell you something. Do we? Them ladies was dropping alpha. Don't sleep on the women in the space. Let's treat them really great. Much love. Peace.
Yo, we got to keep this thing going. I know
Oh
that was
yeah,
a
I'm here.
pregnant pause, but Kuro, I think everyone is pregnant at this point, my friend.
Yeah, they better be pregnant with the clones on their mind. That's all I care about. Bro, bro, we're unrugging a entire esports team. We're getting back a couple of the players back on it. Right now I'm just working on the rebranding. And then I have a couple meetings for raising capital for the team. And then I want to hit up Artifact. I'm trying to get that jersey sponsorship. I'm trying to, unrug a esports team and have them like simul streaming as clones. I really don't care anymore. Clone visibility. That's the goal.
Kuro, how can we assist you in this goal? Because that sounds epic. And you got a whole space of people here ready to clonefluence this whole damn Twitter space, bro. How can we help?
Give the Solafide account a follow. That every follow helps. That the team. When someone starts something when they're young, sometimes it doesn't always go as planned. They don't really understand the way that the world works. So but that's why we're clones, and we like to do a little winning every day. Every day is an uphill battle for us. So already as it is, right? Like you see how much FUD we get, but we fight the FUD. Like we're not like fighting people. It's not what I'm saying, guys. But we like do our best. look at all the talented creators in our ecosystem. It's crazy. Like, you see some of the animations that are coming out, and oh, Min, have you seen Min's project?
I'm OG on Min's project. Savant, my friend. It is
Yes.
epic.
Epic. Oh, let me pin that up to the top right now.
Honestly, that's what the greatest part is, though, is community members building projects, launching efforts, and really pushing the creator economy forward in parallel to the Artifact team. That's really that's the core power of the CloneX ecosystem, in my opinion, sir.
Yeah, if everyone wants to look up at the top there, I've pinned Min's first initial video drop for the SVNT official. So I'm super stoked. I really want to talk to him about getting some early access to play the game. That's going to be pretty hype. I'm pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'd encourage everyone to pump those views up. Not even gonna try and be subtle about it. Let's just watch that video because it's an algorithm, honestly. And the more exposure we can get to videos of people creating, the better it is for that person creating. I will extend that same ask to NFT Plug. I was watching that video earlier. It looks cool, man. It looks really cool. I don't even know, where to begin creating a game like that, but I saw a lot of elements just from different games that I've played in the past, and I was like, yeah, this is cool, and this person that made this actually understands, what a third-person shooter kind of exploration platformer can be in a 3D space. So that was fun.
Thanks, bro. I just want to say real quick, that video that just got pinned is crazy too, man. I gave it some love. I'll drop it a comment too. Awesome.
Yeah, so Min and the entire SVNT, it's Savant is the full, but they don't have vowels because they're like Artifact. They're built different. Words without vowels are trendy, in my opinion. At this point, I thought about taking the A out of my name, Kuro, but then I would just be JK, and I didn't know if anyone would take that seriously, so I just didn't have the heart to do it.
Yo, you know what I just realized? That is hilarious. Oh man. Savant, man. Holy shit. That's what it is? It's Savant? Oh my god. Where are all the vowels?
They built different, Kuro. They don't need vowels for their name, bro. That's how advanced the world of 2052 is.
Jeez, that's crazy. That is play demo.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. I don't know how much of a game it is. I know they're gonna have a game aspect to it. I don't know if the whole thing is centered around gaming or if it's more so centered around digital fashion, um, with a fun gaming side thing. It'd be really fun to talk to Min about it, actually. We should try and get him on the space. Maybe we do a dedicated space where, he's highlighted and no one has to go through 11 hours of epicness just to hear Min speak. I think that would probably be the way to go about it, Kuro.
Yeah,
But I do
I'll hit
want
him
to
up
keep
from my
pushing
main
this.
account.
What?
Because I was gonna start hosting like a clone space, and then getting this account to be my co-host, so I can just like boot people at will from 2 different phones. I've gotten really good at figuring out who's gonna troll us and who's gonna post weird pictures up at the top.
Like someone random comes up on stage and then all of a sudden there's, I don't know, 70 something pinned tweets and they're playing some ridiculous music and they're just straight trolling and you're like, I have no concept what just happened, but I'm going to tell everyone that this person just got rugged by Twitter. Meanwhile, you already know what's happening in the background.
Bro, I had someone on a NFT New Zealand space tag pin 333 posts to the top before we realized. Yeah.
Yo, 333, that's a proper number, but wow, is that a lot of pins.
Bro,
mine was blown.
when the gamers come into NFTs, like when the real gamers actually come into NFTs, we're all just gonna get scared and leave fucking Twitter. I'm telling you, they are savages. The gamers are savages, bro. But that's also why most of them don't have sponsors.
Yeah, Kuru, can we loop this back to what you're trying to do with the gaming company?
Yeah, we're unrugging this gaming, this pro gamer team, and we're bringing it back. We're making it better, and like it's just a matter of time from now. So right now we're working on our rebranding. We got a couple designers from my team out in Japan working on. I told them I want a timeless logo, so I said if it's not as timeless as something that Murakami would make, then they're doing it wrong and they're not getting paid. So you know it's going to be good because they love to get paid. Yeah. And then the next thing is also the web portal. I have to finish doing the mock-up tomorrow, hand it over to my guy that does all of the React stuff. So he takes my designs and then does the React part of it. And then I'm going to sit down with, probably going to ask Justin to sit down with me and my brother to help us do the back end stuff for the analytics. Just because, like, we're going to have a fan club and a couple other little integrations into it. Probably just hand over most of that stuff to Sassy Labs after to kind of maintain the code base. And also, we're going to be doing a little bit of also selling that software to other gaming teams. Because we're coming full swing on these guys. They're not going to be ready for this. They've never seen a comeback season like this.
Kuro, what's your plan for the AR filters that the professional gamers will be using while they play video games and they stream?
So ideally, what I want to do with the whole AR filter thing is try and convince some of them to use the AR filter. I don't know how many of them are going to use a CloneX AR filter, but we'll see. I kind of want to stay away from like NFT shit with like initially. If we do anything NFT related, it will probably be with like a partner like MoonPay or um Stardust Wallet or someone that's paying us. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Pro gamers need to get paid, so we are looking to raise capital, right? So once our pitch deck is done after um, the how would you say it? Uh, dang. Once our MVP is done for the website, and we have our branding put together, our brand Bible put together, and our pitch deck, we're gonna start raising capital. So I'm excited. I think probably Apex and a couple other things are gonna be our focal points. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Like we're also obviously going to take into consideration Web3 games if they have prize pool based tournaments. I think we're definitely going to be very interested in that. So anyone wants to reach out to us, you know, just shoot a follow, shoot a DM. We'll hit you with the email this week. We are just getting all of our domain stuff situated and a couple other things. So yeah, we have big plans. I don't think there's ever been an unrugged esports team, so this will be the first time. I have some media coverage I can get from out here in Canada. I have a few reporter friends that are interested in covering it in the technology section of the Globe and Mail and a couple other publications. So I'm excited to see what we do.
Kuro, I have learned how to customize the Snapchat AR filters. Really, all you have to do is edit the textures, bro, and then you can get anything you want on your clone's AR filter. That's the low key alpha probably of the day, honestly, because like that is a tool that anyone can use with a clone filter to actually customize it. So like I got my guy's eyes are lime, my hat's branded IYKYK. It's like I can change any aspect of the clone AR filter, and anyone who has the 3D files can do that. So I would recommend custom clones, Kuro, for each of the gamers, and like let them pick their colorway, let them pick their DNA, let them pick their whatever it is they want, and then bring it to life. To go full immersion and unrug, make a statement. You set all that up. Well, you have the media come and check out everything else that you've had built, and then they're like, yo, this team's built different, they're getting dubs, they're racking lobbies, and they look like they're gamer characters. What is this? And then that's where you basically Trojan horse the entire space, and you say clones are timeless, and then you mic drop and you leave.
Oh, that is the game plan, bro. That is the game plan. Yo, there's only one way to get that artifact jersey that I believe this team deserves. And it's definitely going to be that way, right? Like, could you imagine? Holy shit.
Kuro, I do have an artifact phase jersey, dead stocked, size XL. I'm not currently loving that jersey, only because nothing is occurring from the phase side of the thing. So I don't know if that
What did you
probably wouldn't
expect?
be proper branding. So
Yeah, well, the one thing I can guarantee you is whenever someone says who's active, I see it. I don't even like it because I'm always active. If you don't know that I'm always active, then you really don't know what's going on in NFT Twitter, right? So there's that.
I see you everywhere, bro.
If you see me everywhere, then you see CloneX everywhere. That's the secret alpha.
I do. I also see it. Your
And I'm also not a paid shill for Artifact. I'm just trying to get my team some jerseys and a sponsorship from Artifact. I'm really trying to get a whole A16Z sponsorship, to be honest. I have my eyes set on Mount Olympus of gaming, and taking the Web3 space there. That's the basic game plan for me.
Kuro, what's your favorite game that you've played?
Yo, this is gonna sound pretty messed up, but Fantasy Star Online.
I don't think that sounds messed up at all. I also don't know what Fantasy Star Online is, so if you can explain, that'd be great.
So, how do I explain? I'm just gonna pin something to the top.
I'm also a visual learner, so that would be great. I'm thinking about Googling it, but I don't know if that's NSFW or not. Fantasy Star Online could just go a lot of different ways.
Nah, it can only go one way, bro. And then other games, I'll say probably Final Fantasy, Earth. I don't know if you've ever played. It's a Sega Saturn game. It's called Knights. I really like that game. But like
Kuro, you said Sega, and I had a Sega Dreamcast, and I played Skies of Arcadia or something like that. It was such a good game. I don't know if you've ever played that one.
I right now I have probably two Sega Saturns at home in Toronto that I've repaired and done some slight modification to so that they take SSD cards or SSDs, sorry, not SSD cards, to store the games on it instead of using the optical drive because you don't know when the optical. I just use the optical drives to copy the games to the hard drive. I try not to use the optical drives too much. Same thing with the Dreamcast and Sega CDs that I have. I'm not a huge Sega fan per se, but I collected the consoles a lot because I seen that they were going up in value and having the parts also is really nice for resale on eBay.
Kuro, what's a Dreamcast worth? Because I have two of them in really good condition, a lot of controllers, and like
I
50
think
games.
like about $160 US. Oh, but with everything, including the box, it's like probably like $1,000.
Yeah, I don't think so. I wasn't really sure. It's just sitting in the basement currently.
Yeah, probably around $300-400 with like everything.
Kuro.
Or ETH.
Kuro, do you know how old I am? I used to. My first video game was an Odyssey, and the second one was Intellivision.
So you know about Colico?
Which one?
Colico?
No,
it's like a cartridge one.
no. The Odyssey is Magnavox Odyssey, and the cable that would go from the control to the console was probably an inch and a half thick. It was like a box. Magnavox Odyssey. If you Google, it should come up. And then Atari and Intellivision. And then there was also the ping pong. The console could only do ping pong. We would plug on the TV and just play ping pong. I loved it.
Flav, Kuro, there's a really good documentary. Also, NFT plug, you might love this. There's a really good documentary on Netflix. It's called High Score. And it basically goes through the history of video games and maybe adoption from 1980 to roughly 1980 up through 2000. It's fantastic, and it's like I wish they would have continued just to go into the age of internet and MMO and the changes that happened there. But they do an excellent job of walking us through the history of video games and how we went from this, siloed cartridge thing to arcades that brought in the social aspect, and then we went to at-home consoles, and then Doom dropped on the internet and everything was crazy. And it's like it goes through that entire series, and it's actually a fantastically educational experience for anyone who enjoys video games, who's going to remember some of this stuff. And it also makes you look at the whole scene through slightly different eyes, which I really enjoyed.
It's on Netflix, you said?
Yep, it's called High Score.
High Score. Okay, I'll look it up. So, fun fact or curious fact: the Odyssey, the Magnavox Odyssey, the game would come with a a screen, a plastic film that you would put on the. You would kind of just come close to the tube screen, and because of the magnetic whatever, it would suck the plastic on top of the screen. So, and it's a transparent thing, right? So I remember there was like a haunted house, but all we were doing was moving this square up and down, and we would show up on a little window here and a little window there. But yeah, that's what it was. It was so fun.
Yeah, I believe I've seen that documentary, Jack, right? And now that was awesome, eh? And with the game I'm making at the moment, bro, the guy, the CEO, sorry, the main founder, he made Donkey Kong Country, bro. So he's actually a Web2 gamer from a long time back and's worked at Nintendo. You know, kind of like around the similar time frame of what we're talking about now. So that's a pretty cool experience hearing stories from him about building games back then.
I love Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2. I played that a lot on my Game Boy. IYKYK, what a Game Boy be, though.
That's really cool, bro. Yeah, we get him on some spaces, and he loves talking to the community about stories back from Nintendo. His face lights up, man. It's real cool.
Gaming is such like a core reason of like why I'm personally involved in Web3 or the NFT space as a whole. And it's like, it's really cool to see all of the different reasons that people are here, whether you're graphic design, your 3D design, your, you know, you're a collector, you're an investor, you are a gamer, you know, whatever place you play in Web 2, whatever interest you have, you can come here and then you can find other people that are probably similarly minded to a degree. And it's like once you start to realize like, yo, all that stuff I thought was cool is actually cool because, and it's like, it's kind of nice, you know, like you can talk anime, you can talk first person I've ever interacted with that actually knows what Skies of Arcadia is on Dreamcast Sega. I mean, that's shocking. Like, I'm still blown away by that, Kuro, but I think it's epic.
Yo, I love the video games. I used to play like a lot more Destiny than like in terms of first person shooters. I was thinking of picking up what's it called? Dang it. I can't even remember what the name of this game is called. Apex.
Kuro, we have there's a group of people in the Artifact Discord that play Destiny 2. And like I went on a raid with like Honduro and Artifact News and Boo. That shit was crazy, bro. Like it was fun. And I was like, I didn't even know Destiny 2 could play like that. And I almost bought the expansion pack just to try it again. But like the raid was so hard. But it was a lot of fun. So I would recommend checking that out if you're interested.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna spin up my Destiny right now, and I think I might ask Odd to put me on the Solifide Twitch stream and just Twitch stream and say nothing from that account while I'm bored tomorrow and I'm in meetings.
That counts as doing market research, so I'm sure it's going to be well worth it. Yo, the host is having connection issues. Give it a sec. We can't let this space rug. Kuro, are you okay?
Oh, I'm good. He might have not put his phone to charge. Honestly, all the gamers down there, if you see the Kuro account, just go hit him up if you need to talk. If somebody hurt you, he'll be nice to you. Don't worry.
Are you saying the one that's up on stage or the one that's down below with his hand up permanently?
No, don't talk to the one with his hand up permanently. It says fuckeried out. Do not. No. If that chat GTP response bot starts working again and you go message that thing and it says some out of pocket shit to you, it was not me. I tried to turn it off the other day and it was like, I think I used up all my my API credits because I brought that into a gamer space and they didn't like me very much. That account. It didn't have the clone with the hand up. I did that after because it had a picture of a friend's PFP on a magnified sperm. Yeah. So that account is not the one to interact with. Don't interact with that account. Leave that